And all right, let's give a call to anchor our call.
Hello.
Hey, honey. So we're live. The Skype was completely wiped, so just had to keep restarting it until the Skype would start. It was revamped earlier, where they upgraded it, which they've been doing a lot lately. I don't know if that was one of the reasons why it was non-responsive, but
Probably.
it just was not starting at all.
Well, between that and Mercury retrograde, I'm pretty sure I've had some stuff with my Skype as well, and we've got Mercury. I know you're not as into astrology, but Mercury retrograde. So I'm just so proud of you for not being all upset about it. I love it. I love you.
I love you too, honey. Only thanks to you, of course. That goes without saying. Well, let's bounce off on some other people, and that will help us take up a little over half an hour that we have. And so I'll add Michelle on. It's her golden hour.
And by the way, I had a 2-hour conversation today with Viv.
Wonderful. How did that
go?
Yes,
we had the greatest conversation because, we didn't end at greatest. We were both just waking up the last time. So I kind of wanted to apologize to her and let her know, even though some of our religious beliefs are a little different, we had a great conversation. It was wonderful. So glad.
Wonderful. Oh my God, what was that? Did you hear that sound? It was like...
It's like an airplane in the background.
And then she said...
Is that Michelle? Oh, it's Michelle. Yeah.
Michelle, what the devil? Is that air conditioners or are you on a ventilator?
Well, could be both.
Holy
no,
shit!
We can barely hear you, Michelle. It sounds like you're literally in front of an airliner jet and it's blowing you away.
Yeah, it's like you're in a wind tunnel.
Yeah.
Let me turn it down.
It helps when you remove the CPAP before you talk.
Oh, shut up, dude.
Oh my God, I would slap you for that, Douglas, if I could right
now. But seriously.
But it is loud. But I will say, Michelle, it is in the same.
Yeah.
We can't hear you.
Yeah.
No, I'm gonna go take care of it right now.
Okay. Thank you, honey. Yes. Yes. Turn off all those air conditioners that they have. It
sounds like when Ian answers, and he's first his computer, he's like, "Oh fuck, shit, can't hear me, fuck," and then when we finally do, it's 3 fucking of his, fans blowing into the phone.
Yes, that's right. He's got a lot of fans because he's in Florida. Of course, our lady Michelle's down in Los Angeles, so maybe she needs.
Well, Ian lives in a little tiny trailer, didn't you?
Probably not much better, but that's as good as it gets. Sorry,
Brooke. Oh my God, that's how's the quality of your sound to Brooke? Can you hear her well enough to understand?
It sounds the exact same as it did before. Yeah. And I do want to take back real quick, just in case he's listening. I was a joke about Ian. I always give him hell about it. He doesn't live in a mobile home. Not that mobile homes are bad. He does. Nothing wrong with them. But he does not like it that I say that because of one of his windows. I thought one time he lived in a mobile home and he got very upset. And I love Ian. I really do love Ian. And even though we love to give each other a hard time, so I don't want to personally offend. Everybody got their own personal offense. I think Douglas's personal offense, though, for Michelle is going to be this loud noise that we have going on.
What's that?
Not even Michelle can hear us. She can't hear us either. Oh my God.
Is it? Well, wait a minute. It sounds a little better. It sounds like it might have calmed down.
Okay. Yes. How did that happen?
Because I moved the computer.
Okay. I'm sorry, honey. What did you say?
I moved the computer.
Oh, there we are. Where did you move it away from? The helicopter at the landing?
Yes. Yeah, that's what I'm interested to know what that was.
It was my private helicopter. Taking me to my private jet.
Damn you, between you and fucking damn Douglas's Lamborghinis and fucking Ferraris.
So it was life though one time ago. Not private jets and airplanes, but other people's jets and airplanes that I got to ride on.
Wonderful. So
it's not life.
honey, this is your golden week. I mean, your golden day of the week, and so much of it was already stolen by the enemy. They definitely wiped my Skype.
Oh, it's no, like I
Oh,
do not. I'm so sick of that. I'm
what
not giving enemy credit for anything. This is Mercury retrograde. They
what
don't.
was it
Nobody
last?
gets credit for this bullshit. Fuck
I'm
them.
telling you what. Yeah, I mean, we're still on here.
Yeah, we're
What
good,
was
and we're
what
sending
was
it back, anything back to them that they send, and that all they want you to do is say that, Douglas. Just to like, it's probably Mercury retrograde, and even you giving them credit for it is like, oh, he thinks we have power. Fuck them. They have no power.
Yeah.
You know
so
what?
here? We got on. So
Yeah,
how
we're
much power
here.
is that?
Yeah.
So okay, so there was weirdness the last episode.
Yes, you were exploited. They used your voice to basically,
That was weird. Yeah.
to
Okay,
pump into Peter
no, I
Moon's
tell you what was
computer.
weird
He
was
couldn't turn you off. He had to shut down his. It kept playing and playing on his side. We all heard moments of it, but
well,
for him, it wouldn't stop. And so
let
he
me
had
tell
to.
you let me
Yeah.
tell you what happened on my side.
Okay.
So I made my dinner. I was eating my dinner, waiting for 5 o'clock, and I answered. It rang.
Wow.
That's why I emailed you saying, try me again.
Interesting. Okay, so that's what that was
But I
about.
heard Brooke's voice.
So you could
I
hear
heard
me, but you couldn't answer. That's weird.
I heard well, I had just missed the call and I went to answer. I just missed the call as how many times I end up answering like right at the last ring and then I have to call back. And so it was weird like that. And I heard Brooke's voice and I thought, okay, and I got Douglas's message that he was going to chat with you for a while. And I thought, okay, great. I took a Benadryl because my voice and my throat were being weird anyway. So then I heard Peter's voice for a while, and then I heard Brooke's voice again. But at the onset, at the beginning of the conversation, like right after 5 o'clock, I heard Douglas and Brooke. I heard you two.
Hmm. Okay.
So very weird last
Yeah, well,
week.
that's how we started. We started the call that way,
Yeah.
right? Didn't
Oh,
we
did
start the
you?
call?
Okay. Then I did not mishear, but it was weird because I did get a phone call, my 5 o'clock phone call, as well as a phone call later on in the evening.
Yeah, because your 5 o'clock is my 8 o'clock. So he called me at 8, I think.
So that was
yeah.
really weird.
But when he went to hang up on me, which I kidded, I was like, because he hung up, but I was being grumpy. I was like, it's karma because you hung up on me. I was just kidding. But then I realized. Then I was like, that really was weird because I thought you had come on or he had called you, and I could hear because I couldn't listen on Skype anymore, just like everyone else. I could hear on YouTube your voice talking.
Yeah, and
But
that's
then,
what Peter Moon thought. He had thought I had called Michelle Carmela Saldana, was bringing her on and keeping her
You guys
overtime.
you guys didn't answer. No, all I got, I didn't even get a hello out.
Yeah.
So I don't even know how you guys heard anything of what I was,
No, it wasn't you. It was old audio.
I mean, it was a recording. I
Yeah.
understand that.
Yeah.
But that was all kinds of weirdness. So it was on all your ends as well as mine. But on mine, it was different. So
Right.
there we
No,
well,
go.
you know what I say? It's either Mercury retrograde, which nobody gets credit for, or if there's someone doing it, then just consider it's all important enough for them to target
That's
us, and they
right.
still don't
We are.
win. If you're so bored, you have to target me, Douglas, like Michelle, or
That's
Peter Moon,
exactly what I say, Brooke. Years ago, one of my interns and I, we were having this conversation, like for a whole week. We had this ongoing conversation. So, he was born into a crime family in Chicago. So, he was telling me how he was being followed and he couldn't go to the gym without there was people harassing him at the gym. There was police harassing him. It was bad. He was targeted everywhere he went. So we were talking about strategies. So this one particular day, he was at the gym and the police were taking pictures of him through the window. So I said, go out there with your camera and start taking photos of them. He goes, no, I can't do that. I said, yes, you can. The law doesn't prohibit you from photographing a police officer. I said, get their names and badges too. And I'm telling him what to say and I'm telling him what to do. And then at some point, there was fax machine noise and beeps, whirs, and all this during the week. And the one day was Thanksgiving, and I said, oh my God, are you guys in a white van someplace, and you think that we're so special that you're spending your Thanksgiving with us, buttering us in a tin can? Don't even have a place to go to the bathroom, no turkey dinner, no time with your family.
Right.
Oh
I would have went out there and been like, I feel sorry for you. Here's some pumpkin pie. You can decide if it's just important.
I'm like, if I knew where you were, I said, all my stalkers, I'd buy drinks and snacks, sometimes lunch and dinner for my stalkers.
I would send them food. I would be like, thank you for making me feel important. I swear to God, if there's somebody stalking me, people do shit. It's like if I truly knew their address, I'd have to have a little extra money. I'll be honest. And my dogs are more important than the chickens and the ducks. But if I actually decide I've got an extra $100, I'll just start sending fucking food to these people's addresses, because at this point, I'm like, I don't feel important without you. I need you.
I mean, that's exactly how I am. And I have, honestly, like, one guy was sent to kill me, and I ended up praying for his niece. And because in the middle of him harassing me, he was like, he came to the restaurant where I was, and he goes, I'm here to kill you. And I'm like, oh, well, we're having dinner first. And he's like, you don't understand. I said, no, you don't understand. Death has followed me before, even while I was in the room.
Chick, your voice, I'm just going to be honest, does not sound like the stories that you tell. Like, the voice you need to go with these stories needs to be a lot deeper and, like, more like, it sounds like, like, what is it, John Wick, but the female version? Like, you were going to kill me, but I'm going to have dinner first.
Phil Moore.
Yeah.
Bogart.
Yeah, you need like the female John Wick or the female Humphrey Bogart voice of like the female version.
Yeah, okay.
Because you sound so sweet, and it's like, there's no way this girl looked at them and said that, with your voice, right? But, which I totally believe you did. I just mean, like, I'm sure they were shocked too. Yeah,
I mean, that's another reason why it, I think, makes the story interesting, because to see me to hear my voice does not sound like that. And my second husband, the first time we got into a real fight, he told me, he said, you can castrate a man, he'd feel good about it until you walk away, and then he would realize what you did, and then he would be in pain.
Yeah, he wouldn't even know with your voice. You could be like, hey, baby, sweetie, castrate him.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he would never know. Where most men, like with me, Douglas is scared I'm going to castrate him before I walk in the room with the voice.
I tell you
what. What's in the hand? So is there a knife?
The only time I was ever, there were a few times in my life I was terrified. And I tell you, one of the times in LA I was terrified was I woke up tied to a chair with this.
Well, that could be really fine. I mean, Douglas.
It was in a factory. It was an abandoned building in the industrial area of downtown LA, which is very abandoned looking. And I couldn't see the guy's face, and it was really scary. And then when I said, "Okay, go ahead, I'm ready," he's like, "What?" And I said, "I'm ready to die. Do what you're going to do to me. I'm ready to die." And they go, "Oh, no, wait. This is interesting. I've never had anybody resolve to die before."
I'm sorry, your stories are just way too much. How do you wait? Like, I don't like this. You realize we only have, I don't know how many minutes we have. We need an hour just for this one story. Like, this one story is going to need an hour for me to question.
This is the weirdness of when you are doing street ministry. I'm not the only one who has these kind of weird stories.
So you were just doing street ministry, but you didn't like suddenly decide I'm going to do some heroin and wake up in the chair?
No. No.
I'm just trying to figure out what they knocked you over the head, over the back of the head. Like, how did you wake up in the chair is what I'm asking.
That's what I'm telling you. That's one of the only times that I was truly afraid in LA because I didn't know how I got there.
So you were hanging out with Douglas back then.
So now, if you had known my friend Susan Schlesinger, she's passed on now, but she wrote 5 or 6 books about, most of them about when she was a child and being abused as a child and married. But several of those books are from when she was doing street ministry downtown and the weird stories that she had from doing street ministry.
Have you seen that? There's a new TV show. I don't, or it may even not even be new, but I know somebody would recognize it out there because I just saw the shorts of it. And apparently it's this lady who's just, white, female, middle class in the store. And there's a Spanish man in there robbing it, like in the grocery store. And all I know from the few shorts I saw, but this was the first one, she walks up. It's like catching me on a bad day. I've been sick as hell, right? Like, I've been sick. Catch me on the day that I've been sick. The ducks and chickens are going crazy. There's dog shit in the house because this stupid bird laid eggs outside and I can't let it out because of the baby bird. Because even though the ducks and chickens, I fixed all that. Now this baby bird, this baby cardinal that I need to protect, won't stay in its nest. And I know the dogs will kill it, right? So I have them lock the dogs in the house for a day and a half. Anyway, my point is, just catch me in the grocery store at that time, and this is what you could tell that lady got called in. He was walking up to rob him. He points toward the gun at her, and she was just like, fuck it. Like, shoot me. Like, what are you doing? He's like, give me your purse. And she's like, I'm not giving you my purse. And she was like, kill me. Please kill me. Because he's like, I'll fucking kill you. And she's like, that would be nice. Please do it. You will help my day. And what ends up happening, I don't know what show this is, and someone may recognize it, that apparently because that happens, he ends up contacting her, find out who she is again, and they end up like she's married, but in a relationship, like weird relationship, like one of the cool sex things, because one of the people said this was the sexiest thing, and it is true as a woman. Like, I don't care, you can be gay or straight, maybe like even a gay man would feel this way, but like what happens is he comes in her driveway and he's like, whatever her name is, like, Jeannie, Jeannie, come on, let's get in the car. And she's like, I'll be back, I've like gotta go in the house and do something. And he just turned around and said, Jeannie, get in the car. Just said it in that fucking way, like, there's not a question you're going to get in this fucking car and you're going to do it right fucking now, but not threatening. It was just like, and you just saw her like, okay, obviously I'm going to fuck you right now too, because that was very high. Like, I would have to share it. It was just, I can't do it right. But anyway, I don't know why I shared any of that other than you being in a chair tied up.
Well, I think it's apropos.
So I think that tops my stories. I think that tops any of my stories.
Well, this isn't real. This wasn't real. This is a TV show. But what I'm saying is it reminded me of that. Gosh. Like,
that was wild if that was.
Yeah, exactly. So it's almost like based on your life, kind of. You were like, well, fuck it, kill me, right?
Never that far. I don't go to Stockholm Syndrome route. I don't do that much.
Yes.
Wow.
Well, yeah, she did the Stockholm Syndrome, but I don't know this show. That's what I need to look it up. I shouldn't be speaking on something I don't know. It looks like she criminally used him as well. Like, I think she may have been a lawyer. I think they got into some criminal stuff together, and pretty sure she ended up killing him. Like, he kidnapped her husband. Like, I've only seen like 4 shorts of it, but like, he thought if he kidnapped her husband, it would be over. And she turns around with the gun and she thought, you thought this would make me happy? and I'm assuming it was her husband. And then she turns around to this guy who's her lover and blows his ass away in the
I'm sure
warehouse.
that's based or influenced by somebody's life story, but not mine.
Well,
I mean,
close.
I wish it was mine, honestly. I just want to blow somebody
Yeah,
away.
I mean that is a nice fantasy.
Not to mention the fact that she had this great life, obviously gets away with murder after fucking the hell out of this fucking sexy dude with boring dude at home. I don't know. I don't know. Sounds pretty good to me.
So, ladies,
as long as you don't have a conscience and don't care about,
which is fine. I mean, that's always a plus. Yes, it always makes life easier, if nothing else. So, ladies, thank you. I just want to praise both of you and just give you both a seconds break here while I just give an announcement. I want everyone to please remember
donate to Douglas Dietrich, please.
Yeah,
oh my God, I have no more money to give him. The Ducks and chicken. Like seriously, I've spent way too much money. I won't go into it.
Well,
please,
honey, I produced an illustration for you. It's in your message box. It's of yourself as a young mother with your 2 children. There we are. So, so that being done, I do want people to understand that I wish for all of you to place an upvote because we desperately need it. As soon as we do start the enemy attacks with Autobots that hit us with downvotes that you don't see because YouTube no longer displays them. But they do that, and then YouTube filters it out, but it takes a few hours. And in the meantime, it prevents us from appearing on searches. So since YouTube works on a popularity aggregate, we need as many upvotes as possible just to counter that and cancel it out, just to stay above the waterline. And so I want you all to use whatever.
T-Tank is here. Hey, T-Tank.
Honey? Yeah.
I was just saying that. T-Tank was here. I was just going to do a like while you were saying that. And I saw T-Tank.
Sure. Yeah, thank you. So, yes, use every IP address that you've got, your PC, your laptop, your tablet, your cell phone, and hit us with as many upvotes as you have. It's your war. You have to fight it. The enemy plays dirty, and nice guys finish last. So if you don't play as dirty as they do, we're going to lose. You're going to lose because it's your war that I've been fighting, and now it's time for you to fight it too. That being said, of course, your support would be appreciated financially. And the reason I ask for that now is because I do need to make the important announcement that we will not be transmitting on Sunday because I will be celebrating the Golden Week, and it is Emperor Hirohito's birthday.
He's coming here to my late birthday present. It's going to be great. And then fly me to Florida.
What is your birthday?
That's so sweet. Anyway, thank you, Douglas. For this.
Of course. Yes.
Brooke, what is your birthday?
It was January, but he was busy. We had a lot going on. I was sick, so since I'm feeling better now, he decided to do this and take the night off.
Belated.
Thank you.
Yeah. Brooke Gibson and Peter Moon have the same birthday. We'll leave it at that. No more will be said. And so that being said, I want to let everyone know and I'll repeat this later, we will not be on this Sunday, but we will be on after that. And just to reinforce the reality of the situation, yes, we were attacked the moment that we started trying to transmit tonight, and they wiped the Skype. And it took there's several factors going on here. I had to request slower internet because I cannot afford the bills for a faster internet. So my internet is, when they do something like that, it's compounded by the fact that there is a slow internet. It's not my computer per se. I'm sure that a new computer might help, but it's really not the computer. It's the Skype and it's the internet. But it was definitely the Skype that was attacked, just like it was last week. So understand, yes, it is the enemy.
Have we changed the password since last week? Anyway, we need to discuss that later.
Yeah.
You may need to look at that.
Yes. Always important. And that's appreciated. Though I assure you it's not the password in my case because they would simply shut down the account. In other words, the account wouldn't exist anymore. I
thought you said it was shut down tonight, though.
No, it was wiped. It's hard to explain. It's just the screen kept appearing white, And so there's nothing you could do with it. There's no buttons to push to try and get it started. So
Well, I know you believe it's the enemy, and it may very well, but here's the thing. The enemy is you give anything power. Like if they want to be that stupid and attack us or you.
Well, no, it's like you lady said. It goes to show that this is just how petty
They have
are.
no life.
Yes.
And yeah, like,
Yes.
Please.
Yes.
I can't tell you. I know all of you know that I have had issues in the past with people, maybe on this channel or just in general, me talking about people I didn't like. Occasionally, something would trigger me, especially I'm being sick. And I've never in my life thought about, let me even take 45 minutes of my day to figure out something that I can send them computer-wise and or even mail them. Like, I even know that there's a place you can go online. Did you know this? And you can literally mail somebody dog shit, which not that I don't my work, but like you could send out, like that's an easy thing to do, right? I wouldn't waste 10 minutes or $10 to do that. Like, if anything, like she said, I'd rather send them food for thanking for at least letting me feel important. You attack me, you attack Douglas, then obviously Douglas is important. And so thank you for letting us know that.
Thank you. That's the point to be made.
Honestly, there's, the latest Willy Wonka with Johnny Depp. The mother that played...
No, I don't know that at all. I didn't even know there was another one.
Also, many people dislike Johnny Depp, but go on. Yes.
Oh, well, you said latest. You're talking about the one from like 15, 20 years ago.
That's true.
So I was thinking maybe I had
missed
the version.
They are about to make another remake, as if it needs another remake. But anyway.
Yes, go on.
Right.
The little girl who chews the gum, the woman who played her mother is, I forget her name, but anyway, her face is a little bit more recognizable than before. But anyway, before she had that movie, she was following me around one day, and that was her job.
Wow.
And I was filming some B-roll for one of the movies that I was working on, and I noticed that she was following me. It was quite uncomfortable. So I started leaving. I purchased 2 waters, I purchased 2 funnel cakes, I purchased 2 salads. I left them there with notes. I watched her eat them. This was going on all day. Like I said, I feed my stalkers. So then we get on the bus. I get on the bus. I try to lose her, but we still end up on another bus together. So the guys on the bus saw her standing. They gave up their seat for her, but the seat was next to me, and she didn't want to sit next to me. And I said, "Oh, are you going to deprive these men from being gentlemen?" And so she sat down, and I said, "You've been following me all day. I've been watching you follow me all day. How did you like the funnel cake?" And she's just so embarrassed. I said, "I'm insulted, and I think you should be too." And then she said, "Why?" I said, "Because you have a distinct voice, you have a distinct face, and this is the best they could do. Did they really think that I would recognize you? Do they really think that you're not star material, that you're not going to be recognized one day?" I said, "I'm going to remember this forever. When you get to be famous, you will be forever for me the woman that took the time to follow me all day long. I understand it's your paycheck, but really, this is a job?" She said, "Well, yes." And I said, "Well, I'm an out-of-work actor. I have skills. What's the number? I want the job." She goes, "Are you for real?" I said, "I am." And this man, he goes, here's a pen and paper. Go ahead, write it for her." And she goes, "What am I doing?" I said, You're writing you're writing my the name and number and the address for my next employer. I said, it's either, I said, just go ahead. And she goes, you like to get into people's heads, don't you? I said, I do. I said, now the other guy that's been following me with you, you can tell him I'm on my way to Union Station. I'll buy him a Wetzel's pretzel if he's there. Sure enough, I did. He
Yeah, you should
brandished
just
a
walked
gun.
up and just handed a note, and then like another
And
great
of
thing
course,
is
she
you
did
know.
not write me the name and the number of her employer, but I just like to mess with them.
No, what I was saying was that's funny how you did it, but another great thing, like you would have, like if you could have known and just been like the next day, like you're going to get followed, just like go ahead and print out an itinerary. Here's my schedule. It'll help you follow me. Just hand it to him and walk away.
Yeah. Well, as close to
Also,
that
I
as I
do-
got was I told her, I said, you could tell your partner I'll be at Wetzel's Pretzel. I'll meet him there. I'll buy him one. So that's the,
That is a good story. It makes me want to still be a detective, though. I still want to follow people. I think
I
that's
would love
interesting.
to do that.
But
I looked
I'll
into
tell
it,
you
but you gotta.
before I lose this thought, I just heard this guy say it was a comedian, but he made the greatest point. That stupid Jim Gaffigan guy. And he's like, "You remember that movie? The same movie you're talking about, the Willy Wonka one?" He's like, "Do you remember the freaking grandparents?" He's like, and they just sat in the bed all day. He's like, "I want that life, like that life." He's like, "Think about it. They never got out of the bed. They were all happy." He said they were poor, and their grandson wins a freaking golden ticket to win like the world, whatever. And only one of those four grandparents who were all four in the bed decided it was worth even getting out of the bed for. He's like, but he was just making. I have no problem. What he was saying is, I have no problem. People, my wife's like, well, you just sit on the couch and want to eat. And he's like, my dream is to be one of those four grandparents in that bed. Like, they were happy. They were just sitting there, nothing to do, feed us. Anyway, I look back and I thought about it, and I was like, actually, that's pretty funny. Like, they were just, they were happy and content sitting in that bed. Anyway.
Yeah.
I know that wasn't.
Did you ever see the? Did you ever see with those fan based videos? What connects Willy Wonka with Snowpiercer, and then there's another one about how Willy Wonka went out of his way to make sure that Charlie was the one who won.
Yeah, that seems very obvious. He was attracted to Charlie sexually and made sure to kill everybody else.
Yeah.
As for Snowpiercer, the fan theory is that it's the same kind of mentality, that you have a crazed, power mad person totally in control of a environment in which he's isolated a population, and that he's decided he's seeking somebody to take his place, so he puts somebody through this test where everybody dies, and then he offers the sole survivor, whom he's assured survives, his job. And so there was a similarity there that's very distinctive. It had a certain kind of logic to it. It makes a certain kind of sense. So we've got just a few minutes left.
It does.
Yeah. So we've got
I agree.
A few minutes
So
left.
the last, so I did catch some of the last transmission. I listened to it the next day.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
It was just wild how it was. But anyway,
well, you will be available for us to call. You can talk about some of those deep metaphysical issues when we call you again later tonight, perhaps.
Well, no, I won't. I'm gonna have to. I've been having yesterday and today were pretty hard, allergy wise and headache and pain wise.
I can hear your nose. Have you been able to figure out about going to get those tests that we talked about at the hospital? That you said like it would take 3 days. Like I remember we were talking about that. Like, is that something you're still looking at doing?
Yeah, I am. The thing is, I was supposed to get surgery for these nasal polyps, but since I'm allergic to the anesthesia, there's none of that. Believe it or not, I did used to read for the Los Angeles public library, where you could put books on tapes. This is before my nose got all nasally and my voice got shot. I was even in a music group at one time during my teen years. I wouldn't dare do any of that now. I hate even speaking. I don't know how you guys can put up with my voice.
Oh, you still have a cute voice. It's still very cute. I think it's very cute. But I can tell tonight you sound a little more.
I don't hear that. I hear ribbit, ribbit, ribbit. But thank you for that.
Well, that's like when I hear myself, I cringe even when I'm not saying something I shouldn't say. I still cringe.
And then when I listen to it on transmission, I'm like, wow, my voice is so soft. I put myself to sleep listening. It takes me forever to get through one of my hours or longer because I do put myself to sleep when I'm listening to it. When I'm listening to everybody else, I can pay attention. When I'm listening to myself, I fall asleep. It's weird.
Well, Douglas and Peter put me to sleep, but it's only because they both talk so long.
Well, the topic that they were talking about the last time with circumcision.
No, they have great topics.
I have some stuff to say.
Yeah, great topic.
Plus, oh, geez, Douglas, how deep you got into the religion of the Bible. And of course I had something to say about that, but
so
next Wednesday will be my last transmission. I'll try to address.
What do you mean it'll
the
be your
stuff
last
that
What do you mean? Are you planning on going out and you're going to get tied up again? This time the guy's going to kill you in the chair?
Yes.
Well, there we go. I could write about that. No, I got to get caught up in my writing. And there's some spiritual stuff that I'm working on. I have some people having me do spiritual work that I need to concentrate on doing that for them. So, and remember, I was supposed to take off 2 months ago anyway. that I haven't yet.
We'll find out. We'll take it an episode at a time, honey. And
no. Listen, if she really wants 2 months off, you've done this to me before, where I've been like, I need 2 months off, or I need 2 months off, and then you call the next week, please. So I'll stand up for Michelle. If you really need time off, I'll just tell him, do not call her until she is ready.
Thank you, Brooke. And I'll let you know.
It's hard to say no to Douglas. I'll be honest.
Oh, also, Brooke, I am trying to find out when my birthday is so you can do a proper reading on me.
Oh, thank you. Please. And yes, I would love to do that for you. And I think you would enjoy just see it and see what you think about it.
I don't know. I'm kind of scared about what's going to be revealed.
I think it'd be fun for you. I think you would like it. So I think, and the older we get, the more you can appreciate it.
Yes.
Because when you're young and you do it, you really don't know, well, is this right or wrong? Although I wish I had known mine younger. But I think looking back, you can go, okay, this is definitely on board. And then you can kind of look at where you're going or where you need to go on some other areas. But anyway, I just think I love it. I enjoy it. So I think you might like it.
2008, when I came back from a near-death episode, there was a friend of mine that he's from India, but he's a Salvadorian, but he studied the Vedas and he's really good at mapping. And he was going to do my birth chart, but his wife wouldn't let him. He wanted to do it for free, but his wife wouldn't let him.
Why wouldn't she let him?
Because she was like, it's $100, and for her, just coming back from the dead, it'll be $300 because it's special. But everybody else was like, no, you should let her just do it because this is an auspicious thing. It was with the ISKCON people, and his wife was like, no, we need $300. Of course, I didn't have $300.
Oh my God! Well, I'm so sorry that happened. Well, I love you
all
both.
Right. Okay, you guys have a good night. I'll talk to you all soon.
That's right.
Yes, well, I guess next Wednesday you'll be here, though, right, Michelle?
Yeah, and then after Wednesday, I'm going to take my 2 months off.
Okay, we'll see. And
no, Douglas.
I'll
if Douglas, you still have to do that conversation with me so I could.
Understood. But you and I will both speak privately. We'll both be speaking privately.
Love you.
You speak privately, and then you message me, Michelle, on Facebook if he's bothering you and saying he's continually calling.
No, he's a good brother. He just needs to. Once he knows what I'm doing, then he'll know.
Yeah.
He won't. He
Wonderful.
won't. Once he knows what
Okay.
I'm doing.
I'll be reaching out
All right.
again.
Love you guys.
All right.
Love
I
you
love
both.
everyone too. Take care. Y'all all take care. Have a
Thank
good
you,
night.
Lorén. Okay.
Right.
Bye for now, ladies. Okay. And with that, we call Peter Moon, bring him onto the show. Let's see if I can find him. And there we go with that. Let's hope there's not another attack. Peter is unavailable. Yeah, it says I gave a missed call to myself, so it probably counts me as having called myself. One thing's for sure, I'll certainly appreciate the break on Sunday. Much love to Vicky Johnson. Hey, honey. So glad you're here. And hope everybody enjoys this ringing sound. Nothing like that ringtone. Oh, god damn this. Then it says Douglas Dietrich, missed call. Weird shit. I mean, like, does it interpret me as calling myself? So Peter, if you're out there, call me, and I hope everybody else can hear me. Let me know how I'm sounding. And now Peter says I'm ready. Okay, that's good. Glad to hear that. Okay. Alright, so Peter Moon active now. Call. Fuck, call me, Peter. If you can hear me, call me, because I can't call you. There we are. Okay, can you hear me?
I can hear you good. Can you hear me?
Okay, I just kept calling and calling and calling.
I thought it was the alarm. I didn't pick up. It was my fault. There was nothing wrong.
Okay. Well, we were attacked in the opening hour, and I got my Skype wiped out, and I had to restart the computer more than once to even get it started. It's been a nightmare already. So, take the stage, please.
Well,
It's just I'm just so glad we're not doing this on Sunday. I'll make the announcement that Sunday I'm not transmitting. All I can say is we've got to give the enemy a break because they're putting all their energy and all their finances into attacking me. It seems to be the only thing the National Security Agency has to do these days, and where we can safely bet it's the NSA as opposed to other intelligence agencies, because that's the agency Michael Aquino was the deputy director of. So they've fucked with my Skype enough where it's just it's I don't even care anymore. It's which is pretty much what they want. So just to give the poor people a break, since I'm sure they're sacrificing time with their families doing this, we may as well take off on next Sunday, which is what we're going to do. I'll be celebrating the Emperor's birthday all weekend. We'll be back the Wednesday after that for what will hopefully be a regular and hopefully more stable schedule, or transmission time. Okay, so Peter, all yours.
Excellent. So I guess people can hear us okay and everything.
I have no idea. I think so. Douglas Mark says loud and clear. Yes.
Okay, that's good. Okay, so wonderful. We're alive and broadcasting. I heard something on the news today, and it was interesting. I was preparing dinner or washing dinner, and I was shocked because they were talking about, I think it was Congress. Mm-hmm. They were very concerned about human trafficking.
Wow.
And they were describing it. What was so shocking to me, though, they were saying these kids are being forced to work in, what do you call them, slaughterhouses, and pay off debts.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
I thought they were talking about kids going to college, and the human trafficking was college students by being forced to pay all this horrendous money for college.
Wow, that would make sense.
Paying it off by working in sweatshops. They were actually talking about organized crime across the border and people being smuggled into the United States, and then literally working, being charged for that, and the kids having to work in slaughterhouses and whatnot. But I thought they were just referring to average college students. So when we look at the colleges in America and how they've abused the education system and kids being in debt, mm-hmm. It is a form of child abuse, what goes on every day in America. The ridiculous amounts of, not only the ridiculous amount of money the kids have to pay, but the fact that they have to pay it, afterward, they can't get a job. So I thought that was just ironic that I thought they were talking about college students, but what's the difference? Well, there is a difference, but it was just an interesting observation.
Yes, definitely. And so, do they have any solutions that they present?
Well, I think the problem was they were basically, I think it was, I think they were saying it was Republicans were complaining and saying the Democrats didn't care. That's what they were saying. It was obviously slanted against Democrats.
Okay.
Well,
I put the hyperlink in your message box, so because of all the problems we've been having with these attacks, by all means, put that hyperlink, share it, please, and that will help spread awareness of where you're at right now, and everything helps with what's been going on lately. They've done everything they could to suppress us, and it just, we've got to do what we can to keep it going. The matter of fact, they'll probably all gather to suppress us on Sunday and be disappointed or shocked that we're not here. Having presented that human trafficking is finally being confronted, at least to a degree, in the government. What else comes to mind? Obviously, America deserves better than a Trump Biden rematch, but what we're going to get is, once again, two old men fighting for the White House.
Indeed. Indeed. Perhaps where I'd like to start tonight, we have a lot of things to cover, and it has to do with, I guess, the existential situation with the Montauk Project, which people write to me and they want to know things. They want to know certain things about Montauk. They want to know certain precision aspects of how people were programmed and, details which are well beyond my specific knowledge of how did they, exactly how did they do this, that, and the other thing. People want to know things. But their knowledge, it's kind of like studying Christianity and wanting to know what Jesus used as a T-square as a carpenter. Except that in this case, he wasn't a carpenter. Yeah, he was a programmer. So what I would impress upon people who study the Montauk Project and or swear by it or whatever, all of the mind control, all of the grisly details, and there's people up there, pontificating. They were programmed at Montauk. They're part of the Montauk Project. This is like somebody coming to brag that they were part of the Night of the Broken Circle. I mean, it's, and that circle at Montauk was broken, according to the story.
Yes. Yes.
What I would try and impress upon people, that the Montauk Project is a grandiose example, demonstration of post-traumatic stress disorder. You don't experience something like that without going through PTSD. And the only, I guess what you'd say, grappling hook I have into that subject is vis-a-vis the experiences I had with Scientology, which itself evolved out of attempts to remedy post-traumatic stress disorder. That's what Hubbard was an agent of in trying to relieve post-traumatic stress disorder, and from people having what he called engrams, moments of pain and unconsciousness that carried forth. And so we live in a world that is replete with post-traumatic stress disorder. The Hindus referred to it as, in their own words, I mean, it was often called samsara or maya or this, but it was the cycle of birth and death, the endless cycle of birth and death, and the pain and trauma associated with it. This was, the karma, the wheel of karma. And maybe later we can get into a little bit of the Kala Chakra.
Yeah.
The Kala Chakra, which is the wheel of time, this is, to the best of my knowledge, and when I studied my research for the Black Sun, this is a Bon tradition of Tibet, B-O-N. It is pre-Buddhism. It's been adopted by Buddhism, but it's more Hinduistic. But Kala is, of course, time after Kali. But this was a doctrine in the Bon religion. And now it's a very fundamental concept, the wheel of time and whatnot. But there's, whether you're talking about, well, the Eastern religions, they associate trauma with the birth and death cycle and getting off of that wheel. That was something Scientology not only sought to do, but bragged about getting people off the wheel of endless birth and death and becoming aware of this stuff. And if one actually did the practice, one was addressing the idea of post-traumatic stress in the human mind, in their own human mind. So there's a great deal of familiarity in dealing with trauma, which is all in the mind. And when you could replicate the trauma that you're experiencing, you could go deeper into deeper levels to the point where would dissipate and relieve stress, which could be noticed on a galvanometer. It's just a skin resistance. They called it an e-meter.
That's right.
So it's like, okay, well, how deep can you go? How good can you go? That's relative. It's completely relative, as Hubbard would say. All truth is relative. So you could have some people who would do a lick and a promise and brag to the world that they were clear, and okay, nobody would take them seriously. You could have another person who might exhibit a great deal of confidence and inspire people, and they would be taken seriously. I'm just talking about internally within the group, because it's all, as they say, it's all relative. But when it comes to Montauk, nobody ever came out of there saying they were clear, exalted, or anything. They were just affected. And sometimes people will claim they have great insight, and sometimes they do. Duncan Cameron had a lot of insight, very opened up psychically, but very compromised and very much a sufferer of post-traumatic stress disorder of a grandiose nature. I can only share that as I began to approach the subject and tried to verify it and get information, the most resplendent of all the synchronicities I came across was the fact that this was taking place where there were ancient pyramids, and there was a family, royal family of Long Island called the Pharaohs, and that some of them claim to have come from Egypt. So this put a whole new spin on everything. And it took years before I would meet the medicine man of the Montauk's, who would then explain to me some of the ancient history, which is in the Montauk Book of the Living, and introduce me to Qigong. Now Qigong is, of course, very different than Scientology. And Taoist Qigong has, when we throw Taoism into it, there are whole bodies of information of Taoism that is partly philosophical, partly religious. It's extensive. And only in the last decade or two or three has it really come forth and been exposited as knowledge, ancient knowledge. There can be great problems associated with this because it's not necessarily what people think or they're predisposed to. Nevertheless, this was a great gift from the medicine man.
Yes.
And it's a great gift. And I'm studying this very precisely. And he gives me this gift of Qigong. Now, why it becomes important? Because some of the people that are getting into Montauk they're relatively young. When I say relatively young, 20, 30, 40. And I'm going through a period where in the last 10 years, I'm seeing a lot of my friends die at early ages. I have a friend right now who has terminal cancer, I heard she's 61. And of course, she only found out about it late on the chain. She had it, but the point is, had she been studying with me and not with other people, she would have dissipated it with the Qigong. Not that she should have been studying with me, because she didn't really know me. She didn't know me, so she has an excuse. Mm-hmm. Not that she should or shouldn't have an excuse. What I'm just saying is, I see people all the time, and they're falling like flies. And the reason they fall is because they have bad habits, and they catch up with you. So what I'm alluding to is, trying to study all the way people have been PTSD'd and done remarkable things and all this and so-called remarkable things. They're barking up a tree that will shorten their lives. And this is the important thing. This was all a gift from studying the mind control, the Montauk Project. You see a higher pattern, a senior factor, the medicine of Montauk. The medicine of Montauk is not people figuring out what frequency will make, a lizard jump. Or a person jump, or a person emote, or, how to do this. It's basically learning the indigenous energies. And the indigenous energies go back to the human breath. Even to the point where the medicine man, one time he was talking to the tribe, and he says, now, Montauk Point, it's interesting. If you go out to the shore and right at the point of the lighthouse, and he looks over at me, like he either said, you'll find this interesting, or he just looked at me and he says, the waves move at the exact pulsation of the heart, the human heart, the heartbeat of the earth. Now, I don't know if what he said was scientific, but it certainly was like, wow, this is the magic. Duncan Cameron had said that it's Montauk, he used to monitor the heartbeat of the earth. That's one of the things he would do. And when I commented on it one time, he was very surprised that I remembered it. Because he would say these things and I would remember them. He's like, wow, yeah, you remember that. That's neat, yeah. Because it was really resonated as truth to him. So the earth energies. Now, what I would also say, and this is a great teaching that my teacher taught me from Qigong, and Douglas, this applies to the trauma you've been through, trauma anybody's been through. Yes. And the remedy said that the solution to madness is compassion. Compassion neutralizes all madness. And you're mentioning that you've been surrounded by a lot of crazy people.
Yes, all my life.
Yeah. And but you personally have an extraordinary amount of compassion.
Thank you.
And I guess if you're not getting it from the outside, you can at least recognize what's inside of you. Yes. And try and resonate with it on the inside. And in the name of that, many of you in the audience have shown a lot of compassion to Douglas, and that's why we promote donating to him. DouglasDietrich.com, upper right-hand corner, and there's a yellow button up there. If you can donate. You can't donate a lot. Donate 5 or 10 because it accumulates and will help him very much. And he has to deal with a lot of madness, and he's giving us a great gift. I've had a couple requests for your new book.
Wonderful.
And I said, well, I'm not taking money for the new book because it's not for sale. I don't want to, and I told one of our listeners the story of William Moore. William Moore is the man who was the co-author of the Philadelphia experiment with Charles Berlitz. And he also is attributed to, he wrote, I think, the book on Roswell, or some book where he releases the MJ-12 documents. Mm-hmm. And he's a known agent.
Wow.
And Stanton Friedman, when I met Stanton Friedman in Burlington, Stanton was talking to me, and he was mentioning William Moore and how William Moore would have money sent to him and he wouldn't deliver the packages. And Stanton Friedman, for the whatever they were supposed to give them, a booklet or a book, and Stanton for all of his malfeasance as a nuclear physicist and as a keen occultist. He said, I tell him, he says, you should, you've got to send us. You can't just hold on to this money. And Moore said to him, he says, I need it more than they do. Such aggressive narcissism and lack of responsibility.
Yes.
So this is so common in the world, and we're not talking about a lot of money. It's just, but nevertheless, he shouldn't take it from people. But this is who he is. So,
I mean, he's still alive?
I don't know. He kind of did whatever he did. He did that. Those two books he did are kind of it. Or he really didn't. He made a name for himself, but he didn't go beyond that.
Jesus.
I don't know, because you never saw him out on the circuit or anything to any significant, not like Stanton. So he
in a sense, he paid a price.
Perhaps, but he seemed to didn't have his head together very well anyway, especially to be acting like that.
Yeah.
Because there's a certain it seems like there was always a problem with agents into spook projects being kind of like mentally off, mm-hmm. not real smooth. Like somebody like Geraldo Rivera comes off, sort of smooth and polished. He can lie and do it with charisma. He has charisma.
Yeah, to a degree. I wouldn't call him smooth and polished myself, but he's smooth and polished for a New Yorker, I guess.
Well, he can fool the audience. Yeah. And not like...
Good way to put it, yes.
Yeah, because he's a media personality. So they want a person with a certain look, but a certain gift of gab. But some of these people, they're just so rank. It's like, why would you have this person representing you? Because nobody that fits the profile of a, polished, decent human being is going to be in that position.
Yes. Thank you.
Some of them can appear pretty good. And this is what just drove people nuts about Donald Trump. He didn't act, like a conventional gentleman. Mm-hmm. He was brash. He was not polite. And they thought, Biden was a huge upgrade. And, Biden is a complete bumbling fool. A complete bumbling fool. And so, that tells you what they thought of Trump. But they think a bumbling fool is acceptable. We'd rather have the fool. It's, so be it. Now, I'm going to go into another into a reading about another fool that is very passable to many people, not everybody, by no means. And I talked about him in the last transmission, Dr. Stephen Greer,
Yes.
who I, call the Rear Admiral. But anyway, and this is an article I wrote in, God, that's that old. It's almost 10 years old. I didn't realize. Summer 2013.
Wow.
And this is an article, volume 4, number 11 of the Montauk Pulse. Dr. Greer validates Montauk legend. It's a lengthy article, and I'm going to read it.
Right.
I touched on it, and it touches on the subject, but this is the article I wrote on it so long ago.
Yeah, just so people understand the context, this was at a period of time when both my parents had died a few years before, and I was still very much in danger of homelessness. So go on.
Okay, that's good. You mentioned the context there.
Yeah.
And of course, as they say, this was 2013. This was probably right before I was to meet Paula, right before the big biorhythm. And it was, I don't think I'd listened to you yet. I don't think I'd heard you yet.
Well, yeah.
But anyway, I could go back and figure that out. It's not real important right now. So anyway, here's the article. Many of you reading this article probably have some degree of familiarity with Dr. Stephen Greer, the founder of the Disclosure Project. Isn't that a great name, the Disclosure Project? A research project working to fully disclose the facts about UFOs, extraterrestrials, intelligence, and classified advanced energy and propulsion systems. Whether or not you like him or his work, Greer has gotten more media attention than anyone on these subjects, and he has created the largest public advocacy for this public disclosure. So when you think of advanced energy and propulsion systems, I'm talking now, not the article, that's Dr. David Anderson.
Yes.
When you talk about disclosure with regards to aliens and extraterrestrials, we have Douglas Dietrich. I mean, what do you want?
Thank you.
But no, you have Stephen Greer out there being railroaded on for 10 years.
Yeah.
And all you have is UAPs, the government saying there's something out there.
And just the word disclosure, how long can a buzzword fucking last? Oh, wow.
I didn't really think about it, but it's old.
Yeah.
And it was going on before this. I mean, I'm writing about it. Now, it wasn't new when I wrote about it. Okay, so this is me talking again in the article. I have paid almost no attention to Dr. Greer, as the UFO enigma has never captured too much of my attention. Most of it is psychological engineering, and there are more productive ways to spend my time than studying UFO adventures. This is me talking before I knew all about Roswell. As can be expected, Greer has suffered a lot of criticism and abuse for his work in this area. He has also received a lot of acclaim and has enjoyed a considerable amount of funds with which to investigate. On April 22nd, a film entitled Sirius, that's Sirius after the star system, which is based upon Greer's work, premiered in Los Angeles. While Sirius has thus far seemed to have made virtually no significant impact on affecting a disclosure by the government, it has caused a lot of tongues to wag in the UFO community and conspiracy community, which are still wagging, by the way. Probably into some strange orifices. What has arisen out of the wake of this controversy, which is medium warm at best, is the release of a document entitled The Dead Man's Trigger, which is referred to by Greer in the opening scenes of the film. The Dead Man's Trigger is a 33-page document that was to be released to the public in a worst-case scenario and is a countermeasure to threats against Greer. This worst-case scenario included Greer's possible death or threats of such that resulted in him being stalked. I was referred to this document by Hillary Raimo, which I don't mention in the article, because it contains a specific reference to the Montauk Project. This in itself This in itself would not garnish too much attention, but it did cause me to scan it. When I saw the name of Jeff Cameron mentioned, I decided to read the entire document. Jeff Cameron is one of the most enigmatic characters in the Montauk scenario. From his identity as Edward Cameron, Al Bielek had memories of having had a son named Jeff from whom he was disconnected. This recollection appeared in the book The Philadelphia Experiment and Other UFO Conspiracies by Brad Steiger, Al Bielek, and Sherry Steiger. Al also believed that Jeff, acting through either the personage or identity of a man named Jeff Smith, set up the introduction between Preston Nichols and Duncan Cameron. There were also other stories that accumulated over the years, most of them centering around ham radio festivals. In these scenarios, Preston would claim to have seen Jeff Cameron at a coffee shop or having been approached by him at a table or some such. When Al would show up, Preston would tell Al, who would then make a beeline to the location where Jeff was last seen, only to be disappointed that he was now gone. This happened so many times that it was hard to take Preston's claims too seriously. All of these Jeff Cameron sightings finally culminated in an event reported on in the Montauk Pulse featuring a shootout at the Bayshore Mall. According to Preston, some kids at the mall saw an SUV with an Ontario license plate pull into the parking lot. Some CIA-looking types approached from more than one location and yelled out, "Cameron!" Cameron pulled out a gun, fired, and escaped with his life. This was extraordinarily high drama, and the description fit Jeff Cameron, who, up to that point, had supposedly been hiding from U.S. intelligence agencies in Canada. Al Bielek just happened to be in town when all of this went down, and he was very frustrated that he had missed out on the action. So, it looked like Preston had been jerking Al's chain for years, and Al comes to Long Island, and then, there was this big shootout at the mall. And all this drama. I mean, it was like, this drama went over a whole weekend. I remember it, because it wasn't, because I was, in the crossfire of it, between Al and Preston and Duncan's girlfriend at the time. All of this extraordinarily high and suspicious drama prompted Duncan's girlfriend at the time to comment to me, "It seems as if Preston is just tormenting Al by playing on his emotions with puppet strings." There is no question that this was the apparency, and when I told Preston this woman's comment, he admitted readily that it was just like that. He did say, however, that these events actually occurred. Personally, I could never believe why Al took Preston so seriously, especially with Preston's track record on this subject. It seemed Al needed the drama or the hope of a son, as he had no family of his own. It gave him something. Now here it is over a decade later, and Dr. Greer brings up Jeff Cameron in the Trigger document. He describes Jeff as Jeffrey Allen Cameron, a top-secret scientist at the Redstone Arsenal and other facilities who has worked with high-voltage systems that resulted in an electromagnetogravitic effect. More specifically, he states that Cameron worked on many highly classified projects as a physicist and engineer using high voltages in specific applications or frequencies of electromagnetic energy, resulting in the alteration of space, time, and very unusual events, such as the dematerialization of objects and rematerialization of objects, the creation of space-time bubbles where time is altered, space is altered, and other things of this sort. There are other details in the report, and I suggest you read it on the internet, but Greer also states that Jeff Cameron had a father he never knew who worked on the Montauk Project. Now, Jeff had a very unusual childhood, and there is a lot of missing information. The father, of course, corresponds precisely with Al Bielek, although no mention of Al is made in the report. As the Jeff Cameron information is peculiar to the Montauk scenario of Al Bielek is so off the beaten track, it is clear that Dr. Greer came upon this information on a totally different track. Like, here is Stephen Greer validating the Montauk Project story, but not to give the Montauk Project story any credit. Yeah. He's just saying he's meeting this weird guy because he didn't expose the Montauk. He wasn't into promoting my work. Quite the opposite. So here's this guy surfacing who seems to be a real character in the MK Ultra residue of secret government projects. Greer was introduced to Jeff Cameron for the purpose of him hiring Cameron to produce an efficient energy machine. As the story goes, Greer ends up being very perplexed because Cameron basically plays his standard drama card, that he is being pursued by hostile government agents, and ends up defrauding Greer of the money that was forwarded to him. Being cheated out of his money by free energy scientists, in quotes, who are connected to the NSA or other agencies proves itself to be a repeating pattern with Greer. My only point in this regard is that it is the first story that is independent of Preston that has ever given any degree of credibility to the Jeff Cameron story. I can guarantee you that Al Bielek would be jumping up and down in his grave if he heard this. Al was dead by now. I should point out that back in the day, the Montauk Project was never a very popular topic with most of the general principles of the UFO field. I'm not talking about fans of the UFO movement, but rather those who are considered experts on the topic and receive public acclaim for their investigations. While I do not have any information on Dr. Greer's past or present attitudes towards the topic, I would not have expected any mention of it from him, especially one of the more bizarre aspects of the legend. As time has gone by and most lecturers have come up to speed on the idea of time travel, the Montauk Project has become much less controversial. To be honest, the topic has literally frightened the hell out of people from time to time. It still does, due to the fact that it is something that people cannot psychologically control. As a result of Dr. Greer's comments, I began to take a cursory look at some of his public lectures. In addition to reading the trigger document, I have a few observations to share about this man I had never previously paid any attention to. Dr. Stephen Greer is obviously a very well-educated and intelligent man who also grasps many of the key paradigms with regard to conspiratorial subjects. Perhaps the most noteworthy aspect about him, however, is his virtually lifelong access to power brokers within the government, the intelligence community, and the military-industrial complex in general. It begs the question, how did he find himself in such a position in the first place? Most UFO investigators would be laughed out of the room if they were even so fortunate so as to gain access to some of these corridors of power. None of this should take away from any factual research or accurate data presented by Dr. Greer. It does, however, invite considerable suspicion by the common man. It is similar to an investigation into sexual abuse by priests being led by someone who has ready access to key power brokers in the Vatican. Like Ted Gunderson.
Yes,
and
indeed.
It would be with the government. In my eyes, however, Greer invites even greater suspicion when he describes his own misfortunes that occurred when he hired scientists such as Jeff Cameron in order to secure free energy for the public's benefit. He admittedly hired people with connections to the NSA or other spook agencies, and then feels frustration and betrayal when they take considerable sums and deliver nothing. Does he have any idea who he is dealing with? Aside from that, it is as if he has no practical street smarts whatsoever. Instead of giving someone money and hoping or expecting them to deliver a device, did it ever occur to him to hire people on an hourly basis and have them work in-house in a laboratory of his own design so that he retains all the technology that's been created? What does it say when someone not only has a valid university education but can talk articulately and demonstrate considerable intelligence, yet has almost no common sense whatsoever when it comes to dealing with the finer or more cutthroat aspects of the intelligence community? Just what a jerk. I mean, this is, true though. I mean, he can demonstrate intelligence. He worked in triage, helping, people with emergency situations in the ER. He was an ER doctor. Whatever Dr. Greer's positives or negatives might be, the trigger document is extraordinary for its naming of names and calling a spade a spade. It appears to be a genuine attempt at reporting on negative elements in the investigatory sector. Greer is clearly frustrated, and this document thrusts him onto the stage in the likeness of a Shakespearean tragedy. To his credit, Greer tries to minimize any acclaim or comparisons to himself as the Martin Luther King of the disclosure movement. If he were to die as a result of this document, however, I would readily compare him to Dr. King, at least in regards to UFOs. It is not that I am a fan of his or in his camp, but he has done more than anyone to publicize disclosure issues. Even if his work is murky, he is a character of strategic proportions. Compounding the complexity of what has just been stated are deeper psychological issues surrounding Greer. Although he has a wife and a family, Greer has suffered much criticism and disdain over repeated reports of him living a secret gay life. In other words, it has been suggested that the man who is leading the Disclosure Project should first begin with a disclosure about his own personal life. While his sexual preference is not a reason to negate his research, it does suggest that he was programmed as one of the Montauk boys, all of whom were programmed with homosexual techniques, inspired by, if not a direct offshoot of Aleister Crowley's notorious 11th degree magical workings. If you study the physiology of Dr. Greer, you might also see an even deeper attribute that is a part of his personal psychology. He looks to me like a hybrid of an alien and a human. And I don't say that jestingly. He actually does. Would you agree?
Yes, absolutely. Yes.
I said, ufology, with Greer certainly in the center of it all, has suddenly become far weirder than it ever was. More importantly, his experience and tell-all story demonstrate that all roads lead back to Montauk. So that's what I said about Dr. Greer, and UFOs, long before I ever met Douglas. And Douglas, of course, has so many other explanations that this is why his stories appealed to me. They just logical explanation, plus you can validate, corroborate.
Thank you.
What he says. And the Roswell deception will help you do that. Because one of my friends had not read the book, sent me, did you know about this? Unit 731 in Japan, which was responsible for all this biological terrorism and warfare.
Yeah, by the way.
Of course, it's in the book.
Yeah. Thank you. I mean, the only reason I laugh is not to denigrate the atrocities, not to dismiss the atrocities or denigrate the victims. I laugh because what people tend to assume is that I'm an apologist for Japan and that somehow I'm ignoring these darker aspects when all I'm doing is exposing the darkness, every bit of darkness, every inch of it there is. Go on, back to Peter, yes.
Well, yes, exactly. So information is information. And people aren't necessarily, because they're so busy being indoctrinated from all of this ridiculous bullshit that goes on.
Thank you.
I'm going to now here. I'll have it in just a second.
Sure.
I'm going to read a quote that the beginning of the book we're working on. It's not what I wanted, but it's okay. When you open the first page of the book, it has a quote from the Tao Te Ching. The Tao that can be told is not the eternal Tao. The name that can be named is not the eternal name. The unnameable is the eternally real. Naming is the origin of all particular things. Free from desire, you realize the mystery. Caught in desire, you see only the manifestations. Yet mystery and manifestations arise from the same source. This source is called darkness. Darkness within darkness, the gateway to all understanding. Darkness, and I put it in there because it ends with darkness within darkness, the gateway to all understanding. And I certainly hope people don't misconstrue this by going off to, spin themselves in by studying,
darkness,
wicked aspects of witchcraft.
Yes.
As one guy had said to me, and he I say he claimed to be a monk. Well, he was a Tibetan monk, a lama. He was an Anglo monk. And I had met him in the park because he was a friend of my proofreader. And my wife and daughter, we went on to see my proofreader, because we'd hang out with her, and she had this monk. So we all went to the park. And I'm walking along with him, and he was very interested in what I was doing, but he said that he studied black magic to defend himself from it. And boy, did it just send off a bell with me.
Right.
That was a justification.
Yes.
I could see it as a justification to defend himself with it. I studied magic. I didn't call it black magic. Aleister Crowley didn't call it black magic because I wanted to know what Hubbard knew. I was under the influence, spell, dominion of L. Ron Hubbard for many years of my life. So I want to see where is he coming from? What did he know that I don't know, and what did he know that he didn't reveal? And it's very interesting because so many people that have seen the connections with Hubbard, they go, aha, aha, aha. It's all this aha stuff, like, ah. So he was fooling us. He was fooling us all. He was, outrageous. He was involved with this evil stuff. I didn't look at it like that at all. Because, he was inspired by the writings of magic. And when you read Crowley, he has a lot of perspective that most human beings don't have. You just look at it, what's the perspective? What's all this judgment pointing fingers? I was very happy with Hubbard personally because he said, you have to deliver what you promise. Yeah. And many people blame him. He didn't deliver what he's promised, but you have to deliver it yourself. Yeah. This is why in the processing of Scientology, you become a solo auditor. You have to deliver the goods to yourself. It's about self-responsibility. If you don't deliver the goods or don't figure out how to deliver the goods, you're still waiting for him to deliver it. And you're, up a tree, it's like you've climbed up a tree with, tigers chasing you, and you go, what, how did I end up in this tree? You're waiting for somebody to come save you. And it just, it's kind of common sense that the world doesn't live this way. And I remember Joe Matheny used to say to me, he was very disappointed with people, he said, who studied magic, because so many of them actually personally believed Aleister Crowley was their personal savior.
Wow.
And it was just like, it was no different than Christianity. And, Crowley was their savior. And it's a pretty wacky psychology. I'm sure Crowley would have been the first to disabuse them of that idea if he had the opportunity. Now, I want to give, unless you have anything to say, go ahead.
Oh, no, nothing comes to mind. I think you've said it all for the subject at hand.
I have some feedback. Mm-hmm. And we're about an hour into the broadcast. Mm-hmm. And I will reiterate for people that, we will not be on April 30th.
Thank you.
This Sunday, because, we'll mention that again, try and mention that again when I go off the air.
Yes.
But we won't be on April 30th Sunday because Douglas will be doing celebrations for the Emperor's birthday. On the Emperor's birthday, which we can interpret as the 28th and or 29th, I will be at Montauk on the 29th with Stephanie South, who's arrived on Long Island. And I think I know we'll have an incredible time together because it's like connections with her are like cosmic. We were last together in Shasta in April, where we thought up the dream workshop that I'll be doing in Transylvania. Now, I'm going to switch directions back to the Chō, or not necessarily the Chō, but we got to keep the Chō in mind. We have to Chō the line. Every fun I can with the Chō, because their influence is subtle, and it's a common presence. When Radu Sinamar writes in his books about the Transylvania being the, place where civilization receded into because it was in a pocket, a protected mountain of the Carpathians, so it was sequestered from the Ice Age, and it survived the Ice Age because it was high, and now keep in mind, and crops continued to grow there. And to the degree they couldn't, so many caves with underground water, it's only 55 degrees. People could survive in that environment. And if it's cold winter, you just go down underground and it warms up from 30 degrees Fahrenheit or below to 55 degrees, where it maintains a constant temperature. If you've also, know how to protect, if you've got fire and water, and, people could survive. They have salt caves there in Transylvania as well. Beautiful salt caves. But he also mentions that Tibet also survived that time period, because Tibet is so high in the mountains, and it's a pretty big place. So Tibet survived the Ice Age as well. So you have very ancient culture, religion, magic, however you want to say. And I think, while I'm mentioning the Chō, I should mention that in my book, The Spandau Mystery, that book was written to get at things I couldn't find out by normal research, and I didn't have Douglas Dietrich to consult at that point. It wasn't even a public informant. And of course, it starts with a fictional meeting with some historicity, because in 1904, that there is a time and opportunity when Aleister Crowley was in Egypt. There was time and opportunity for Rudolf Hess to have been there. And in the story, he's a young boy with his father, and he grew up in Alexandria. So they're visiting the pyramids and the Sphinx that day. They're staying at the same hotel with Crowley, and Noble Drew Ali is there as well, because Noble Drew Ali was in Egypt at that time, having been blindfolded and brought into the Great Pyramid and somehow coming out alive. Right. They thought he'd be dead, and he's embraced by a secret brethren. And of course, Karl Haushofer is there too in my book. I'm making this stuff up, but he had time and opportunity, as far as we know historically, to possibly have been there in a whole rainbow coalition. And when I say rainbow, I don't mean gay. I'm talking about the rainbow, the rainbow, I forget what they call it, the Rainbow Tribe of Tibet, or the Rainbow.
Yes.
I mentioned in there, but it's the secret lodges are there too. Mm-hmm. And what's relevant to this, to that particular book, I also bring in little people into the book. Little people that connect the portals with Crowley. I think Crowley ends up at Coney Island, and because he was in New York. This is later on. I think before, when he went out to Montauk in 1918 or 19, and I forget the story, but he goes down to Coney Island. Now, there was a whole midget colony in Coney Island.
That's right.
But it burned down. Coney Island burned down, and there went the midget colony.
Sad.
They didn't regroup. So it was at this point that I was looking into midgets, or little people, as they preferably like to be called. And I found out that there's a Little People Association, the LPA, that meets once a year in Salt Lake City, which gives them a very suspicious influence with Mormons. And if they were affiliated with Mormons, they're affiliated with Freemasonry. And when I told Elias Bay, he's the one I dedicated the book to, my very first Moorish friend, the Moorish community. I dedicated that book to him. He said that the Templars used to use little people because they had visions. Mm-hmm. The Templars would use them in battle or in war because they could see things. The midget was a tool of, forecasting.
Yes.
Magic, little people, which fits in with the leprechaun theme.
Yes.
So that in that book, I feature this character, this little midget called Chewy. And the reason he's called Chewy is because it's a shortening of Chewy. Mm-hmm. And my friend Vicky, who lives either Jefferson Valley, which is up near Putnam. Now, Putnam County, which I just went through the other day on my way home from Massachusetts. Putnam County is a history of many sightings. I'll talk a bit about those. But she used to say, there's these stone chambers up there. She took me to the stone chambers because she wanted me to meet Chewy. She had a connection with him. She talked to him. Well, she wanted me to bring me up there for a long time. I finally came. Mm. And while I didn't have any, my connection was I wrote about him in my own context.
Right.
And I had him as a little person. And I think there's another midget in there, and he's kind of like accompanying Crowley and in these portals. And so he's like in these portals going from, I think he is also present in Payswick when Hitler goes into his hospital in Payswick during World War I, and he's blinded. Yeah. And there's an encounter with Hitler in there, which is, I guess, what you call gratuitous celebrity. Yes. Fit me putting in you got to put the Fuhrer in, sort of like Spielberg does in the movie about the Holy Grail. Yes. Indiana Jones and the Holy Grail, when he bumps into Hitler and shakes his hand or something.
Hitler autographs his book, autographs a copy of his book.
Gratuitous celebrity encounter. But the little people connection, that now Putnam County is known for the stone chambers, these ancient stone chambers that, quote unquote, nobody knows where they came from. Maybe the Carthaginians, ancient people. I think the topography of the land was very much different in the people. And so the natives that the Pilgrims encountered probably knew these stone chambers as very ancient. And they, used them to whatever end. I don't know. But this area, and I'll go back to when I first moved to Long Island in July of 1983. My wife and I were driving up in my Ford Mustang from Florida. And I'll never forget, we stopped in South Carolina on the border, or maybe it was, I think, just on the border of South Carolina. And she says, "This is a very nice place. I thought you were going to put me in a Roach Motel," she says.
Oh my God. Why would you say that?
Women sometimes expect the worst of you. Just like when Paula was writing to me when she was down in Carolina. She says, I'm staying at a Super 8. I said, you'd never let me get away with putting you in a Super 8. She says, that's true, but it's clean and it's affordable.
Oh my God.
You know, that's how women are.
Yes.
At least the women I've been with.
Yes.
But it was a nice place. I'd stayed there before. I knew it. It was also very reasonable.
Right. Okay.
I mean, this was South Carolina after all.
Yeah.
Which I think was poorer than Florida for sure. But I never forget that. But the point was, we're driving up. We spend the night in Virginia, which was considerably more expensive, and not as nice. But I didn't get admonished for that either. We were glad to sleep. And then we're driving up, and we arrive in her hometown of Huntington. We're actually in Huntington Station, and the first thing we see, I remember this was a place called the UFO Pub. The UFO Pub. What a stupid name for a pub, huh? So what are we? So look at this. And, you know, we're kind of like looking at, what is this? The UFO Pub. It was like, this is like my departure from Scientology. Now, I'd been out of the Sea Org for about 3 months, but she'd just gotten out. And we moved from Florida, and here we are, we move, and the first thing we see is UFO Pub. Then we're staying at her parents' house in Huntington, and I'm watching the TV, and they show on the news outraged people in Westchester, in the town of Brewster, outraged about UFO disclosure. This is 1983.
Wow.
And the people are gathering, and they're wanting to know more. The government's not telling us, because there were a lot of UFO sightings in Westchester. Westchester is north of New York City.
Mm-hmm.
It's suburban. Some of the New York Yankees live there. Many of them live in New Jersey, in the suburban areas. So, they don't live in Manhattan or the Bronx or whatever, because it's suburban and nice and a lot of rich homes in that way. And of course, all sorts of other people live there. But, and I had driven, and I'm reminded of this because I was driving home through Brewster.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the shaman, Montauk shaman, her last name is Brewster.
Oh.
And that's Montauk Indian Territory, all of Sleepy Hollow. The tribe, many of the tribe relocated there from Montauk after Princess Heatherflower had been abducted by the Von Tassel family, of which FDR was a member of the Von Tassels, which were a Dutch family, also related to the family line of George Von Tassel, the famous UFO guy. So here you have the Von Tassel name being connected to UFOs. That was UFO Central in California. Giant Rock.
Yes.
George Von Tassel, who worked with Howard Hughes.
Yes.
Very close to Howard Hughes. It was in the what do you call it? Not the airline business, but they had an airport at Giant Rock because he was into airplanes at that early stage. But what do you call that? An aeronautical engineer, aeronautic.
Yeah.
He was into aeronautics.
Yeah, aerodynamicist was one term I've heard used that I like. Go on.
Yeah, so this was Brewster, New York. Now, my girlfriend Marianne had gone up to Putnam County, Magnetic Mine Road, and had all sorts of experiences up there, as did many people. It's like the veils were thin. My dear friend Maya, the one who I'd seen time travel, she spent time up there. She had experiences up there. She actually invited me, I think, to one of the stone chambers. She said the alien would come out for me.
Ah.
I, much to my own determinism, was not interested.
Good for you.
I wasn't. It's like, well, he's going to come out for me. What's he going to do? Take a bow?
I was about to say. Yeah.
A pirouette? It's like, what is the, what is this? what am I, getting involved in? It's like the Grand Madame will see you now. But it wasn't, the Grand Madame. It was something else. And it's like somebody communicating to you from the other side.
Yeah.
And, this guy from Romania who wanted me to be in this documentary he was doing, or he wasn't doing it. It's like saying, open your heart, Peter, open your heart. What are these things saying to you? And my only problem is, if I could communicate to him, I'm communicating in a human frequency. I'm not pretending to be something other than a human being. Well, I might have capacities that might surpass human beings from time to time, as we all do. I don't put a lot of investment into that. It's sort of like, put it this way. Let's say I was a martial artist, fighter.
Yeah.
And I could imagine myself destroying people with chi and doing all this mental sort of framework. and then you get into the octagon with them, and all that stuff doesn't count anymore. Yeah. I can think you into a molten ball of metal. But then he slugs you with a fist. It's like, no, you've got to play by the physical rules. That way you won't be tripped up. And sometimes people, their mind is so focused on, the other side that they get caught up in the other side. And while it's okay to acknowledge and explore that other side, you'd best beware of, what are the negatives. And this goes back to the Qigong and breathing. Breathing is your best friend if you're going to be alive in the human state.
Yeah.
I had heard some song that was doing a redux on Kennedy assassinations. Mm-hmm. And they had Bobby Kennedy was so blasé. Both of them, both the Kennedys, Robert and JFK, were very blasé about their security. Very blasé. Especially when Bobby Kennedy's announcing the assassination of Martin Luther King. Martin Luther King, he says, what will be next? Who will be next? It won't be me. He doesn't say it'll be me in June 5th.
Wow.
Yeah. So it's like, because he announces the assassination of Martin Luther King very dramatically. It kills the audience. This is in April of 1968. Yeah. And it's less than 2 months later that he's killed. Yeah. And it's kind of like, what? How could it happen? People sometimes don't take obvious physical warnings very seriously.
Yeah.
But people are stuck in this alien paradigm. Yes. So Magnetic Mine Road in Putnam County, New York, north of New York City, is a very hot spot. And this is where my girlfriend Mary Ann had encountered Stephen Greer, because he was somehow attached to the space group. They called the space group, where they would, abductees and people like that would meet and share their stories, people who'd had real experiences. And some of them became part of the Disclosure Network in New York City, which I used to speak at quite a few times. Last time I saw Al Bielek was there. He spoke. I think we both spoke.
Wow.
And Al was the last public lecture he gave. It was a very good lecture, actually.
I was about to ask. That might have been one of his last. Go on.
It was his last, yeah.
Yeah.
And I mean, these people had experiences. There's no question about it. But, and I remember two of my friends there that I really, liked. They told me that they'd been in Washington, and they said, disclosure is going to happen, but they said the problem with it, and they said the big problem with disclosure is there's so many dead bodies connected with it. So many people have been
Oh,
killed.
shit. Yeah. About everyone who died in World War II. Go on.
Exactly. And that's what was holding it up, he said, from somebody who they really trusted and believed. So that told volumes. But anyway, Dr. Greer had wanted everybody to sign a document saying that any of their experiences was like his intellectual property.
Oh, delightful. That's just fucking brilliant. What a piece of shit.
Well, exactly. And of course, she refused to sign any such thing. But this is, this is the type of human being he is.
Or
Why
subhuman.
is it so damn important? Why is it so important?
Yeah, to have total control.
Yeah. It's like he doesn't realize it completely degrades him. But this is Putnam County Magnetic Mine Road, which I have been there. I wasn't, as I say, I wasn't seeking. I mean, I looked at the stone chamber. I went inside. I'd say the energy was a little creepy because I got maybe some sacrifices had taken place there.
Yeah.
It just didn't, move me. But I did get a character for my story about it.
So something came of it at least.
Oh, yeah. It's like, yeah. And I do remember Marianne and I drove up there when I was going through my divorce, and I said, I've got to get away. I said, maybe I want to go move someplace else. So I was going up there to look at real estate, none of which I could particularly afford. But I was dreaming.
Yeah.
That's
important.
Yeah. I remember going by this store in Manhasset when the area called the Miracle Mile, and I stopped and I saw these beautiful pillars. They're made of onyx. They weren't big pillars. They were like a little more than knee high. They were just beautiful. I said, God, I'd like to have those pillars. They're like $4,000. For a couple of pillars? No, I didn't buy them. But I dreamt it. They were very beautiful pillars. Yes. Sometimes it's good to dream. But we were up in, I remember that area and we ended up in West Salem. And I'll never forget, it was very interesting because we went into this deli to get some food. And it was like, I was talking to the woman, and I was actually had a pretty good rapport with the woman who was servicing me. And I said, where do you come from? Where's that? She was Belgian, from Belgium. And I was telling her how the Green Bay Packers used to make Belgian jokes, because there's a lot of Belgians in Green Bay.
That's right.
And I once read a book called Instant Replay by Jerry Kramer of the championship Green Bay Packers, and he was saying how they used to tell Belgian jokes. That was a big thing in Green Bay. Instead of telling Polish jokes, they tell Belgian jokes.
Right.
And this was the first Belgian wasn't the first Belgian I'd ever met, but one of the few Belgians. And if you go up into Michigan, you will meet Belgians. I met some very nice Belgians when I was there last in Michigan. But anyway, Marianne got in this she's a very diplomatic person, but she was just having a time with this woman. She thought this woman was just a classic bitch. And I started explaining to her about the Belgians. And she says, "Oh, Belgians are horrible. Belgians are," and she just went off on Belgians. I said, "You're the only person that's even knew about Belgians."
But by the way, I do want people to know that Belgians are horrible and that the very nation of Belgium is an artificial construct that should not exist. Go on. Yes.
Well, she also spoke fluent French. So they speak French in Belgium. I think she had some experiences with Belgians when she was in France, or maybe in I don't know what it was, but I thought it was kind of funny. And then we drove and we ended up in West Salem. Now, and what was weird about West Salem is the Clintons had been trying to move there. But
wow, that is weird.
The people did not want them. Instead they ended up going, I forget the name of that, Chappaqua, or way up in New York, Western New York State. I think it's Chappaqua. And but they did not want the Clintons, and it was very odd because it was a very liberal area. And although it was very liberal, they also did not want Richard Gere. Right. Richard Gere had been up there.
Ah, well, good for them.
They didn't like him either.
Well, they certainly have taste.
Yeah, well, he was like big on the Dalai Lama.
Well, what a surprise.
Yeah, I don't know what he said, but anyway, so that those were two things that were going on at that time. But what I noticed about West Salem is you'd have an area that was very nice, pristine, like a house or a couple of houses or three houses. And then you'd have an area that was just negative energy. The house would be run down. And sometimes it wasn't always a rundown house. It was just negative energy. You'd have pockets of good energy, negative energy, good energy, negative. It was just like pocketed with, good and negative, good. That to me was an indicator that was something going on. And something of an energetic nature. And then we ended up, coincidentally, at a dolmen, a big stone. This is a famous stone.
Yeah.
That we ended up there by happenstance, taking this road, just kind of roaming around. I wasn't particularly looking for anything. We ended up on this road, and it's called Snoopy Rock sometimes because the outline of the rock looks like the dog Snoopy from the Peanuts comic strip. Unmistakable. And I saw it live, and it's based on, it's got three little stones that are underneath it holding it up.
Wow.
It's like, how did somebody put this huge stone? It's huge. Like it's, as tall as a house. And it's on these three smaller stones.
Wow. Like
it was put there by the people who built the stone chambers or something. So, thousands and thousands, if not millions of years, who knows? So anyway, this was a point. She knew of that rock, but she didn't, we weren't headed towards it. And where I'd first learned of this rock was from a reader who used to call me. And all he kept talking about all these massive dog sacrifices through the state of Connecticut.
Wow.
And this is where this is where my first awareness became of what I call the occult corridor of New England. Yeah. As I told Brandon Young, it kind of runs all the way from West Salem all the way up to Boston. But I realized it also extends upwards to New England as well. I realized that when I was in Massachusetts, I could see it and feel it with all the stone walls and whatnot, in ancient history. That goes way before the witch trials, or before the colonists appeared. And so he told me that there were these massive dog sacrifices that would occur, and they occurred all along these lines. And he says they all culminated at that Snoopy Rock. He even sent me a picture of it. And he just was like really
That explains
Wow.
Snoopy. Go on.
wired into that whole consciousness. And he said Kissinger, it was like he said that all these dog sacrifices happen in Kissinger's backyard. And when he said backyard, he didn't literally mean his property.
Right.
But apparently Kissinger has a home up there.
Mm-hmm.
Apparently.
Right.
Now, I know years ago, he might be too old now, but I can't remember, but in the 90s, if you were watching Yankee games, New York Yankee games, they would often show him in the booth,
Kissinger?
either in the owner's box or in one of those booths next to the owner, the plush or the seats up by where
VIP box, yeah.
Yeah, he often say, "Oh, and there's Kissinger is here tonight." They'd often do celebrity watching. They had showed JFK Jr. just before he crashed, like the night he was at the Yankee game, but he wasn't sitting in those seats. He'd sit in the, front row down by third base or something. He wasn't sitting in the luxury box. The luxury boxes is what they call them. So they're always celebrity. They even had. I even saw a replay of the 1969 World Series with the Mets, which I don't remember if I saw it on television or not, because I'd go home for lunch and watch it, or when I was in Davis, I remember that World Series, and Jackie O was in the audience. They interviewed her.
Oh.
She was there. So I mean, I didn't know she went to baseball games.
Oh.
But anyway, she probably was with her kids at the time. But anyway, JFK Jr. was a big basketball. He had season tickets to the New York Knicks as well. He was always seen there. New York was definitely his hometown. But so much for Kissinger was, where they had all these animal sacrifices. And this is kind of where I'm heading next in the narrative with animal sacrifice or sacrifices in general. Mm-hmm. This is a good time to bring it up, because I don't know if Viviana is listening tonight. But when she was reading scripture the other night, which I did not hear, I think her biblical iterations play a role, and she's played a role in the past with, exorcising, Daniel Arola from the show.
Yes.
As you've described as an Edomite cultist. So Vivian, I want to thank you again, but I want to relay, because we're going to go into some darker areas here, and with the circumcision and stuff like that, the blood ritual, is that I want to relay this story I've told before. When I went to Montauk, which I'll be going again, and I had went with my friend Paolo, my Italian friend, and my friend Lola was talking all about her experience with this Satanist. It was just too much wrapped into her life, and I was listening to it, and it was really not pleasant. And the phone rings, and I said, "That's him." I go, "That's him. This is me being psychic for a Sunday or something,
Yeah.
I go, "That's him." And she goes to her daughter, "Don't answer it." Her daughter answers it and is subjected to all sorts of shit. She says to her daughter, she says, "Sometimes you're such a dumb soul."
Interesting.
And I said that to her last time when I was visiting. And sure enough, she can be a dumb soul. She's a very dear sweetheart, but doesn't know when to cut the cord on somebody.
Right.
Because I said, that's him. And she says, don't answer it. She answers it anyway. And so we, it was as if Satan had been summoned.
Yes.
By my presence.
Yeah.
In this house where I will be spending the night on Friday. Probably, it depends where she puts me up. If she has a cubby hole, I said, you can put me up there. Put me in the cubby hole over that area. She put me in the bed and breakfast, which is right next door, sort of. I mean, it's right attached. And I said, you can rent it out if you want. You don't have, if she has nobody, she'll put me in the bed and breakfast, but it doesn't matter to me. So anyway, the next time I went out there was with my Bulgarian friends, and this guy who was, I guess, a roommate there, and he brought in these 2 Bibles and he slapped them on the coffee table right in front of where me and Lola were talking. And it was, he said, I got 2 Bibles here from Ken. And, Ken was the guy who owned the hotel where David Anderson had spoke. So, they give Bibles to the hotel. He said, and I said, does this guy normally interested in Bibles? He says, no, not at all. So those Bibles came right, and it was 2 Bibles, not 1, cleansed the energy of the Satanism that had been brought forth the last time I was there. And I commented on it to my Bulgarian friends, and I commented on it to Lola. I said, this is what happens. This is the cleansing of the energy. And keep in mind, I'm not predisposed towards Christianity or Satanism for that matter, but it's something one encounters. So the Bibles were cleaning the energy of the Satanism. And just as if Douglas is relating his story of the Night of the Broken Circle, when he got the children's Bible to clean the energy, which had actually tainted him in the eyes of Aquino, made him non-suitable for further indoctrination or attempted indoctrination into the Temple of Set. And, it enabled him to distance himself from Aquino. That was not the purpose of the ritual or of the reading of the Bible. But it effectively distanced you from Aquino, which was good.
Yes. So
what I'm saying is, if you're playing in the National Football League, you play by the rules of the National Football League. Otherwise, you're going to be penalized or thrown out of the game. If you're playing baseball, you play by the rules of baseball. If you're in the Democratic Party, you play by the rules of the Democratic Party. If you're in the rules of the Republican Party, you play by the rules of the Republican Party. They have different rules. So when you're involved in the energetics of Satanism, the antidote is Christianity. One of the antidotes. Doesn't have to be. But so I think Viviana has played a positive role in that regards, because I had heard that the length of her diatribe might have bothered some people. I don't know. I didn't hear it. So, but anyway, Viviana, if you're listening, don't neglect your instincts, because they played a role. Because we're dealing with all this negative residue. And this brings us to the jolly subject, the not so jolly subject of male circumcision as in the Bible. In the Bible. Now, I have some stuff here that one of our friends had sent me in response to it, because he was a bibliophile at one point in his life. He's not now. But he has some interesting things to say about male circumcision, because male circumcision is mentioned in the Bible frequently, voluminously, actually. And it brings you closer to God. And it's like, we're going to go down that pathway. Now, this presents an interesting, paradox And David Anderson, when confronted with people talking about paradoxes in time, he says that a paradox is something that we label with our mind, something that we do not understand. So we call it a paradox. So there's a paradox to me, something I don't understand, because we have the Edomites, who are the enemies of the Jews, the known sworn enemies of the Jews, and the Edomites represent chaos, entropic chaos, whereas the Jews represent
control.
Yes, and control, chaos is complete lack of control. And as I was saying to Douglas this morning, it's humorous because if you watch the TV show Get Smart, the intelligence agency of Maxwell Smart is
played by a pronouncedly Jewish actor, mind you. Go on.
Maxwell Smart. He's Max Smart. Is control, whereas the bad guys are chaos. And order is perhaps a better word than control. But when
I believe that as we disambiguated, order is something positive, whereas control is something negative. Go on.
Yeah, I mean, control can be positive. I mean, sometimes you have to put control into things to make it work. Yes. But yeah, order has a more positive connotation. So what you have is you cannot disambiguate Jews from circumcision and animal sacrifice. They are blood rituals. So it's like, how far can you separate the Edomites from the Jews? Well, how much are they part of the same cloth? And I'm talking about biblical references. This is not, I have a very open mind, but the people who subscribe to the Jewish religion, who are very religious, they do things largely because they've been doing them for a very long time. And they're very subscribed to a pattern of behavior, which is in the Bible. So before I share what my friend has to say, do you have anything to say about this?
Nothing particularly comes to mind at the moment, but I'm sure I will.
Okay. So I said there are abundant references to circumcision. And my friend said he had brought up, and he was a little embarrassed that he couldn't quote the exact number, but he says, what is the connection between circumcision and Hebrew animal sacrifice rituals? Because he brought up that so many animals are sacrificed. Why did Yahweh, he calls him the anti-God. That's not in the Bible, of course. And I don't know if Douglas has ever described Yahweh as an anti-God.
Not myself, no, but I can understand where he's coming from.
I wouldn't describe him that way either, but he says, why did Yahweh command to slaughter 120,000 sheep and 22,000 bulls? 2 Chronicles 7:4-5. Priests waded up to their knees in blood. Ugh. Other passages describe 1.2 million animals being slaughtered. Flavius Joseph writes about it too. Flavius Joseph being the historian who was by history legend survived. The Romans found him and they had him write the history of the Jews. And, he comments, this is about 70 AD or so. And so my friend answers, I'll tell you why. To utilize the energetic blood frequencies, just like a kino staring into the victim's eyes while they were dying.
Yeah.
For energetic vamping. How about the scriptures wherein Yahweh commands the Jews to cut the babies out of the mother's womb? Talk about that genetic warfare tactic. Forget circumcision and animal sacrifice. Let's talk about the fact that the greatest contemporary theologians from any religion state that, quote, the unqualified existence of Jesus and his crucifixion and resurrection cannot be proven, unquote. Now, don't get me wrong, an avatar did show up approximately 2,000 years ago, but that's another occultic topic. To this day, it's all about DNA warfare and blood frequencies. Anyone supporting blood sacrifice, human and animal sacrifice doesn't yet understand who is the real avatar, Yeshua, Melchizedek, aka Jesus, that showed up to heal the morphogenetic grid, the morphogenetic dimensions and bloodlines. He puts genetic in big letters because it's tied to, genetics. No doubt one can achieve results through ritual sacrifice, but this is for primitive DNA species. Again, we are in a genetic war. Yahweh commanded to wipe out certain human species. Why did Hitler take steps to delete certain human species? Thanks. That's his comment on penis circumcision and blood sacrifice show. It's like, and when you circumcise somebody, you're getting the blood. And what I would say, when you're doing a magical ritual, the blood is so important. It makes this psychic connection. Mm-hmm. And because blood is the circulatory system of the human body or the animal body. So when you begin to take out the blood, it's like you're trauma bonding with the morphogenic grid. You're actually trauma bonding it, and you're getting influence. And it's like if you have all these squealing cows in a slaughterhouse.
Yeah.
If you could tap that energy, it's clamoring for solace. If you could do anything to redirect it or play off of it, that's what somebody's doing. So when you cut the foreskin of a penis, you're traumatizing. And in the case of a baby with a high priest, you're making him a Jew. Yes. The minute, snip, snip, you're making him a Jew.
Yes.
There's a trauma bonding. And I suppose it happens to a degree with those of us who were circumcised and are not Jewish. I can't say what it does.
Well, it must work because so many Americans worship the Jews as the master race.
Yeah, but it's like it puts you into bed with the culture.
Well, you were talking about how it brings you closer to God, and I realize that that's a somewhat facetious statement, but nevertheless...
That's what the Bible says, not me.
Right. Well, it brings you closer to God because it destroys your sex life, making you more of a kind of celibate priest, and so you become part of the Yashvate priesthood. But such being said, when Halikarnassus Kiefer mentioned how the nerves in the foreskin lead ultimately to the heart or directly thereunto, it cuts off your ability for romantic love. It basically leaves you dehumanized, cut off from your heart, cut off from your emotions, your ability to romantically relate to the person you're fucking. Therefore, all your sex is just going to be pragmatic, to produce babies as opposed to enjoying life.
Interesting. It's a very interesting observation, and something that is, I guess, observable in many cases.
Yes, thank you.
Wow. So, as I say, I've been writing this book and basically extolling the evils of the Edomites, and who are fighting the Jews. And then the Jewish apocalypse, just the way the narrative is, it kind of positions the Jews as the good guys.
Well, this is what needs to be understood. The fact remains...
I'm not saying they're the good guys.
Yes, understood.
But the narrative, just following the narrative, which I'm trying to convey rather than control.
Understood.
But you're exposing the Edomites, and they're anti-Jew, and they're very evil into and of themselves, and subjugating the whole Jewish religion and taking it over and making it as negative possible. The Jews are default the good guys, Sonia Green, championing their cause.
Well, this is where we come to the reason that Adolf Hitler, for instance, so loved some Jews personally, such as Dr. Edward Bloch, who had taken care of his mother at the time that she died, and protected Dr. Edward Bloch's family, and made certain he got to America to escape the bombing. The Americans did take Dr. Edward Bloch in, and then forced him to write a horrible propaganda work of fiction that was supposed to be passed off as fact, called "I Was Hitler's Doctor." Just a monstrous work that, if you read it today, you would be appalled at the absolute fictive nature of it. That it made things up like, Hitler had a retarded friend. A developmentally disabled friend, the only person he could relate to make him look like some kind of an idiot himself. None of this was even true. They tried to portray Dr. Edward Bloch as a psychiatrist who Hitler was seeing. This was the insanity of it. I believe it was actually why the Americans allowed him in, was that he was forced to agree to do this. And that was how that was the condition on which the Americans let him in.
Intelligence asset.
Yes. Yeah, well, just a propaganda asset.
Yeah.
And of course, the propaganda was so extreme, you can't even use it today. It's just too absurd. The modern public is sophisticated enough or cynical enough where they would see right through it, so they can't use something like that anymore. And yet, so much of their other propaganda is so remarkably outrageous that you'd wonder why they don't. But that being said, the important thing to remember is that you've got this attitude towards some Jewish people that is obviously displayed by Howard Phillips Lovecraft and Adolf Hitler. I have brought up the fact before that Howard Phillips Lovecraft would go into one of his rants about the Jews, and Sonia Green, his wife, would remind him that she was Jewish. And then he would look at her and say, "You are not a Jewess. You are Mrs. Howard Phillips Lovecraft." So I guess there was some attitude that he had that he kind of changed her by his loving meat injection. But since she was a beard for his homosexuality, I'm not quite sure that ever even happened. The statement certainly did. The act of consummating the marriage, well, that's in question. But such being said, or clarified, to what degree it can clarify anything, the point to be made here is that whether it's H.P. Lovecraft or Adolf Hitler, they obviously had a deep abiding love for certain Jews in their lives. And this is because we have to disambiguate from the fact that both of them understood something that would be inexplicable and impossible to understand without following the narrative to its fullest. So the narrative to its fullest that we have to remember is this. When it comes to Herod, an Edomite, Herod was someone who was the epitome of everything Edomite. And when it comes to the Edomites, the enemies of the Jewish people, basically what happened was the Jews learned to worship their enemies and ultimately become them. And this was understood by both Hitler and H.P. Lovecraft. Now, there were some dissident groups that did not wish to abide by this surrender of Jewish culture to the enemy. And Sonia Green's relations represented that. These were Jews from the Ukraine who escaped before the Bolsheviks took over and completed the Edomite agenda in that part of the world. So understand that when the Romans took over Israel, and this was after dealing with what they considered to be the absolute madness of the Jews. Bear in mind that you don't need to take my word for it. You can look up films that were made about this, like Masada. And when you take a look at Masada and what was it about, bear in mind that at that time that the Jews retreated to this mountaintop to be ultimately starved out, placed under siege, and then massacred by the Romans. That really wasn't the story at all. What had happened was not some war of Roman persecution. What happened was that there were what were called zealots, and you can look up the etymology of that term. Obviously, we understand the term zeal for enthusiasm, and it's like a word that has a darker origin. Basically, the zealots were Jewish fanatics who were fighting the Roman Empire through a campaign of terrorism. And they were targeting Roman citizens and their property. And at that time in history, understand that property included living, breathing slaves. Slaves were considered property, albeit ambulatory. They were considered as one who is dead, not alive. It as the walking dead, meant to follow orders. And to damage the Romans, the zealots would slaughter all their slaves that they could capture. It's this kind of attacks that led the Romans to strike back. And then, as true fanatics, they retreated into Masada, top of the mountain, and barricaded themselves in. If you see the film by that title, Masada, that came out in the time that I was in high school. Of course, I didn't go to high school, went to John O'Connell Vocational Institute of Technology. A vocational school is not a high school per se, but at the time that I was in the great equivalent of high school within that institution, Masada was a highly recommended film that made these people look as sympathetic as possible. Now, the Romans did not kill them. The Romans didn't kill any of them. Not a single goddamn one. They all killed themselves. So you're talking about a fanatical group of terrorists, ethnic Jewish supremacists, who decided they were going to fight the Roman Empire, slaughtered people needlessly and horrifically and wantonly to make an ideological point, retreated into a mountaintop when they were cornered, and slaughtered themselves in their fanaticism. Now, we're talking entire families. This is David Koresh's compound at Waco by orders of magnitude times 10. They just decided to slaughter themselves. And then when they made a film about it, they basically portrayed it as these are the good guys. Because, of course, they're Jewish. They can do no wrong. And therefore, all of this, from this rock, freedom sword. That really was the last final words of the film. Like, in print, across the screen, from this rock, freedom sword. I mean, that's freedom. Massacring yourselves, your wives, your children, based on a lunatic ideology. You might say, oh, it's freedom of ethnic identity. Well, I guess that means that rationalizes all of the campaign of murder and terrorism.
Well, I got the impression, because I think I did see it. Yeah. I don't know. I know I saw some of it. I think I saw all of it a long time ago. It gave you the impression that the Jewish were oppressed by the Romans and they would rather die than submit to Roman rule. That was kind of the message I recall. Right, of course. But what you've given a completely enlightening perspective on it all, which I never really thought too much about.
Thank you. And that's what they don't want you to do. They don't want you to think. That's the control factor. So what happened was the Romans said, well, we've got to do something about these Jews. And, of course, do we kill them all? No, they were too enlightened and progressive and liberal for that. Yes, the Roman Empire, the Stalinist garrison state of its day said, well, we don't want to kill them all. So they said, well, let's destroy this crazy culture of theirs, this lunatic culture. So they said, oh, take one of their enemies, one of the Edomites, make him the king of the Jews, because they're waiting on this Messiah of theirs. And God knows, with all the trouble they've started already, if that Messiah ever shows up, then we're going to have to kill them all. So they put Herod in power. Herod wanted to be in power because he wanted to take over the nation of his enemy. So he paid his part, paid his dues, paid money, bribed the Romans, which was, by the way, just so people understand this was a tribute. It was called a tribute in those days, which meant it's legal bribery, open and encouraged. So it's basically bribery, but it's legal, and it's like from a tributary state. So Herod was made king of the Jews. Now, then what happened was Herod was afraid that the lunatic zealots, any survivors, or
Of course, Herod was put on well before the Mossad. Mossad was like, I think, 70 AD.
Understood, but it's along the lines of the, shall we say, the arc of development. For instance, just so people get the context here. The point of that Peter Moon is making is absolutely correct. But look over the chronology anyway, because the details will begin to enlighten you if you do. The point is that Herod is definitely time of Christ, and time of Christ is definitely the time of Barabbas, and Barabbas was essentially a zealot. So that people understand this, Barabbas was not a thief. Barabbas was considered a terrorist by the Roman Empire. He had murdered a Roman legionnaire. So because the man had murdered a Roman legionnaire, he was brought in not as a thief, but as a murderer. There's a big difference here. So when he was brought forth before the Jewish people, and this is when Pontius Pilate said, look, Barabbas, this man is a terrorist, a murderer. He's part of an organization which cares not for human life of any sort on the basis of his ideology blinding him. Many of the slaves he's killed have been Jewish. He said, who do you want to free? He or this man, Jesus, who has done no wrong? Is when the Jewish people said, give us Barabbas. He was considered an ethnic identitarian, someone that was a freedom fighter to them. And that's when Pontius Pilate said, I wash my hands of this. So this is when you had this situation that basically went down in history that was interpreted by Christians from that point forward for over 1,000 years as the Jews killed Christ. And it's not an inaccurate interpretation. There's nothing Judeophobic about it. That's historically what happened. Pontius Pilate's wife had a dream that Christ should not be killed. Pontius Pilate adored and respected his wife and felt her dreams were precognitive. Her dreams had helped him come to power. He wanted to free Christ, quite sincerely. And when he said, do you take Christ or this terrorist? And the Jewish people said, give us Barabbas. He had to follow the law and give them what they wanted because this is what the law allowed. And so Barabbas was set free. There is some occult schools of thought that he became the disciple who replaced Judas after Judas betrayed Christ, in the sense that he realized with the resurrection of Christ what had happened and actually became a Christian. That this is some occult schools of thought, that's another narrative completely. But to continue with the main point of the Herodian insurgency. So what happened was that at the time of Christ, we have to remember when he was a young man, he was known by Herod, recognized by Elrod, to a more correct pronunciation, Orad. Orad recognized that Christ was the heir to the Davidian throne. And because of this threat, Orad wanted him dead. And Orad, of course, gave the order for all the firstborn sons to be slain, which the Jewish scholars today claim never happened. They claim that that was all rumor mongering and propaganda, and that they're the biggest defendants of Orad. Now, the reason why is because when Orad was in charge of Israel, he quite rightly understood that, hey, a bunch of surviving zealots might come around and try to kill me. So he was paranoid to a maniacal degree. Well, we would consider it unhealthy at the least. He was pathologically paranoid by modern definition. So he went on a building rampage. He basically understood that slaves were the economic power of, you put it this way, in terms of civilizational development via its use of energy. In other words, it's industrial revolutions. So today we think of different ages in terms of energy and technology. The steam age, the nuclear age, the age of oil. In those days, everything was the sinews of slaves. Slaves were the electricity of the world. It was slaves that made things move. So the center of the slave trade was Israel. And the human auctioning block was how they enriched themselves and made themselves the OPEC of their age. So with all these slaves going in and out of Israel as the main trading center, then what happened was that Arad takes this over, this economy. And Orad knows a bunch of people are out to off him. He's also, get this, afraid that all of these fathers of all those young boys he killed, the firstborn sons who were supposed to inherit their estates, are out to kill him. I mean, who'd have thought? So he's got basically every father in Israel after his ass. So he builds, using all these slaves, he goes into a frenzy of building fortresses. He wanted a fortress to be within basically running distance of wherever he was at any given time. So he basically drowns Israel in Herodian bunkers, fortresses that are above ground, but siege-worthy. And in doing this, he renders himself the hero of Israel, of the modern Israeli state. Now, understand the Israelis in modern Israel, as Peter Moon well knows, and as anyone who's listened regularly well knows, the Israelis of modern Israel are not the original Jews at all. They have nothing to do with the original Jews. These are Eastern European ethnic rejects from ancient Turkey, an ancient Turkic tribe that had converted to Judaism, the warrior tribe of the Hazars. They had conquered an empire all the way from the Baltic to the Black Sea, which then became the so-called Jewish Pale of Settlement. And these Turkic, Caucasoid, Eastern European Jews, after World War II, a million of them flee to Palestine, and they become a white settler apartheid state, a white settler regime that establishes an apartheid state, slaughters 1 million Palestinians immediately in what's called al-Nakba. It means the exact same thing as the Jewish word, the real Jewish word for the Holocaust, which is Hashoah. They both mean the catastrophe. So when you think about the magnitude of this, the East Europeans who go to Palestine and commit to ethnic cleansing a million Palestinians, this is the equivalent of every single one of them killing a Palestinian. Every single one. Because man for man, woman for woman, body for body, they kill one person each. This is the equivalent thereof in terms of numbers. So 1 million move in, 1 million die. Like, they literally had to kill one to take their home or something. So when it comes to this act, these people need tourism. They set up this white settler regime with an apartheid state, and they have to say, we're the Holy Land. We have to have something people can see, actually see, like above fucking ground. Now, if it weren't for Horod, there would be nothing, and I mean nothing in Israel to see. Other than you're told, whatever it was that Alexander the Great's mother decided was a sacred site, and it's only based on what she said, where she kind of went around and said, oh, this is the Mount of Olives, this is Golgotha, this is the Garden of Gethsemane. All of this is based on what Constantine's mother decided what was what.
Exactly. You said Alexander, but you meant Constantine.
Constantine is what I meant to say. Yeah, Constantine's the Great's mother.
Her name was Helen, wasn't it?
I can't remember offhand.
I think she's Saint Helena.
Yeah.
I believe.
So probably, yes. And I could look that up easily enough. We could all look that up easily enough. But Constantine was the first Roman emperor to convert to Christianity. And he basically did so because his mother had converted. And because his mother said, oh, well, we've got to, give people a solid ground on which to stand, sights to see, his mother went around and decided what was what. So since everybody who's a real archaeologist or a real anthropologist, etc., knows that that doesn't count as real, there's nothing in Israel that a studied scholar would consider real. So the only real thing they got is Herodian fortresses. And so they love Horod. He is the only person who provided sites for tourists to see in Israel. Without him, there would be nothing unless you were a biblical fundamentalist. There's no educated person who would accept what they see in the Holy Land at face value. So because of this, they put Horod's image on Israeli currency. There is some currency in Israel that does have his image on it. So understand that the Edomites are Israelis now, and anyone who cleaves to the Zionist ideology of Israel, in other words, the Helozon ideology that was started by the mad rabbi whom the lovely Sonia Green warned H.P. Lovecraft about in an attempt to encourage him to warn the world, which is what he did. So this is why the true Herodians, the Herodian insurgency, the true Edomites today are anyone who claims to be a Jewish Zionist based on that school of Zionism, which, bear in mind, Sonia Green was a proud Jewess who was not a Zionist. She was a Jewess who understood the true source of Jewish culture, whereas these new Jews, these anti-Jews, these false Jews and Zionists are Herodian. They are Edomite. These are the arbingers of the anti-gods. That's where everything suddenly starts to make sense in the disambiguation between H.P. Lovecraft and Adolf Hitler's behavior towards people of Jewish descent like Dr. Edward Block or Sonia Green and the others that they knew to be otherwise.
Well, that's a very remarkable history lesson and context, especially about Herod. It's incredible. Something that I don't think you're going to get the opportunity to learn that anywhere else.
Thank you.
However, we're still, and there's no, well, that solves one viewpoint, there's also going back because long before Herod, long before Solomon, long before everybody was Abraham.
Yes.
And he, if we want to get circumspect about this, he was the circumciser.
Yes.
He was the sacrificer. I don't know that he was the first sacrifice, but he's kind of the foundation. He's a major foundation point. His Abraham is Brahmic, as in from India, the Jewish tribe coming from the India, in a sense, Brahmin,
Yeah.
Brahmic. But be that as it may, and of course the Hindu is patriarchal. It's almost like I don't know where this ties into Brahmanism. It does in some way, but you've got this horrible, not only ritual of circumcision, but you have blood sacrifice that's just squealing for resolution, rectification. We have similar rites taking place much later in, Aztec civilization, but many places perform ritual sacrifice. It's part of primitive man's. It's not relegated to just the Jewish, but it's, as they say, it's laden with this identification. Sacrifice means to make sacred, and somehow by killing, all of this killing is making sacred. In as the Aztecs have been depicted, which the Catholic Spaniards find quite revolting, less revolting than their own revolting practices. They're clutching the heart out. They're like, man, you're getting the exact trauma, like you're getting that. It's almost like the inversion of a sexual climax, because it's at the expense of somebody's just horrific, and people will sometimes have paranormal experiences taken to that trauma spot. I'm not suggesting it's a good thing to do by any stretch of the imagination, but this is what happens in, the ordinary occultism. So the Jewish religion in and of itself is a problem vis-a-vis the traumatic sacrifice. If we assume sacrifice is here, in this case, is being overdone. We're not talking about, like say in Romania, when they kill a pig, it's a sacrifice. They look at it as a sacrifice. They actually view it that way. But here you have something that is as it's described, is beyond all rationality in terms of, being more than was needed. It seems to be being done for the reasons of compliance. And so that Yahweh will get what he wants. And what he wants is compliance. So as I said earlier, it does not put mankind of that time period, and I'm sure it was not just the Jews who were doing it, but in this incredibly brutal, primitive state. And it makes you question the whole Jewish religion, which has a lot of nuggets of wisdom in it. I don't know if you have any comment.
Oh, you mean, of course. It's obviously there is much that we've inherited from the Jewish people, especially Kabbalah, and that's something that is a profound gift from the Jewish culture. And then we have to take into account that when somebody is speaking of the negative aspects of so much of Jewish culture today, we're not talking about the original Jewish people anyway. The original Jewish people at the sundering, when the tribes dispersed, primarily in their purest form of culture, went to Japan, and led to the Bronze Age Revolution that happened there overnight for all intents and purposes. So it's the inheritors of the true Jewish tradition in its purest form are in Japan. And you'll note, of course, how much of the unhealthy patriarchal perversion that they shed. There's nothing that they retained that resembles in the slightest what had been the cultural norm for the Jews in the desert. So this is not to say, of course, that the Japanese are Jews, quote unquote, but rather to say that their culture was revolutionized by the Jewish emigres, who then essentially then melded, were assimilated into the Japanese population. But there are the Mukuya people of Japan, who are the most purely Jewish. And so they are the Japanese Jewish minority that has been around forever. And they, of course, have their own differences with each other based on some kind of schism in interpretations of the Torah or what they've inherited from so long ago. And they, however, are definitely a connection that is undeniable. The Japanese Mukuya is basically consider themselves truly the lost tribe of Israel. And this is something that, because of their age and because no one can deny they've been there effectively forever since the beginning of recorded history, then what they say is obviously true. It's something to bear in mind. That being said, turning it back to Peter for now.
Well, I would also, you've also said that the Japanese had a profound influence from, I guess, the Pacific, the
Lemurian, yes.
The Lemurian, New Zealand sort of stuff.
Yes.
Which corresponds with other research I've been given by Mr. Ford, the man I call Mr. Ford, concerning the Jainism from the East. But yeah, it's, I guess what you could say is you have a primitive aspect to Jewish culture, or, biblical culture. It's just primitive. And then you have nuggets of wisdom. Now, the Kabbalah, as we know it today, comes primarily out of Gerona in Spain, or today's Spain, near Barcelona, Gerona, which is Catalonia, a language that is very similar to Romanian.
Ah, yes.
The Romanians, will teach you, if you listen to certain ones, that they have the whole tree of life comes out of there. They have their own tree of life, and that it originated there. It's no really different. And that the pockets of wisdom migrated from Romania, or this is what I experienced. They didn't teaching me that it went to Catalonia, but it went to Catalonia from Romania, perhaps by way of Switzerland, where they have that Romance language that's like Romanian.
Yeah.
It's the fourth language of Switzerland.
That's correct.
Recognized language. They've got the main one is German, then French, then Italian, and then this Romance. I don't know how they say it, but
Romanche.
Romanche, and then you'll have the Catalonian language. Now, in Gerona, they will teach you that the Jews didn't originate from Israel. They originated from Gerona, and they migrated to the Middle East and then back and forth. You can argue which came first, because there's always this transfer back between the Middle East, Southeast Asia, or Southwest Asia, the Middle East, and either France or the Iberian Peninsula. And of course, Gerona is right near the water, relatively near the water. So this is so what I'm saying is you have the wisdom that has been, but in the Jewish tradition, where the wisdom really reaches its peak, is under the reign of Solomon. And Solomon is the aggrandized, wise king. And he is given wisdom by God, who also reprimands him. And it's very interesting. This is very interesting because you see all these, contradictions. You see that why couldn't David build the temple? Because his hands had too much blood on it.
There you go.
So Solomon didn't have so much blood on his hands. It's David but so here it is, God's asking for the sacrifice of the blood. And I think George Carlin has done some very, satirical comments on, the God of the Old Testament versus the God of the New Testament. He's going to kill you, take your eye out, take your tooth out. Oh, but I love you. I love you. These are the, so-called contradictions. They're nothing more than the contradictions of the zodiac itself, where you have different forces. And I think one of the problems in interpreting religion and looking through the lens of the Bible only, it's like and I have to go back to my Moorish friend, Charlotte, who I haven't seen in years. Charlotte could never get her act together to come here because she was always strapped down by her kids.
Wow. Sorry.
If she was going to come and visit, the kid would have an accident or something. The kids were holding on to her.
Yeah.
Don't know whatever happened to her. But she told me the Bible, Holy Bible is book, holy, comes from the word helios, sun, the book of the sun, as in astrology. She went on to the astrology of the Bible, which of course, there's plenty of astrology in the Bible. You just have to know how to interpret it. So the zodiac is a complete system with all sorts of delightful contradictions because you have one God compensating for another God. And I think one of the problems we have when we go to interpret things through the New Testament in a Christian Judaic sense is we're looking through a very limited lens. It limits us so that the truths get conflated or convoluted, and even to the point where Manly P. Hall goes into it in great detail how the saints were all patterned after us. The 12 disciples were patterned after the 12 signs of the zodiac. And then they're superimposed over ancient sites or whatnot. It's just it's how things transmogrify from one culture to another, and we're going to have now the leading idea. I mean, if you want to take it to absurd proportions, the Kardashians could become a religion. Seriously. I mean, it could come to such absurd proportions, where you had in the time of Ptolemy a syncretic god being formed. what was his name? Can't even remember his name. Serapis. Serapis. They created a god, a syncretic god, meaning they took from different disciplines and created God to integrate the, all the archetypes together. This is what we have. Oh. It's kind of like, us putting, in a very comical way, taking Biden and Trump and, making them a Baphometic character where you have, Trump-Biden. By-dump. I like by-dump better.
Yes.
By-dump. Where he's got half of Biden's head and half of Trump's head. and that's the United States. And in a way, that is a comedic portrayal of the United States. You've got Biden on one side and Trump on the other. Those two people represent the politics of our world. So I guess that's what can happen. And Judaism also is aligned with very deep magic. When we consider the magic of Solomon, the magic of Solomon. Yeah. And you have all of this, and you have tremendous slavery under the realm of Solomon. What you said about slavery being a commercial enterprise, or the blood, the circulation, the lifeblood of civilization, was very enlightening, because who does work better than slaves?
Thank you.
They're cheap.
Yeah.
They do work.
Yes.
And we can, laugh at it today. Like, in the movie, The Ten Commandments, when Yul Brynner as the Pharaoh says, no more straw. You can't, you can't have straw to build your bricks with, but you still have to have the same quota of bricks. And they go, no straw, no straw. Like the slaves are all upset because they can't use straw for their bricks to hold them together. So it's going to be much harder, but they still have to have the same quota. Like he's making, and all they're doing is kissing the ass of Egypt in the first place. and now they're upset because it's going to be harder to kiss their ass. They'll be happy to just have straw to build their bricks. But we can laugh at that today, but back in then that was, that's like not getting your Social Security check.
Yes.
You can't. You don't get your Social Security check. You don't get your whatever it is, your cable TV isn't working. We live in a much softer time, but back then life was not so grand. And, for all of the misery in the world today, which is not insignificant, we have such a softer, gentler culture in many respects. You can live in a assisted living home and you can amuse yourself with television. What did you do hundreds of years ago? You sat there and looked at the pigs or the sheep. It makes me wonder, what is the gift of life in the last 100 years? Well, what is the gift of life in the next 100 years? You have all these devices you can buy on Amazon. Creature comforts. It seems, on the one hand, it seems absurd and insignificant. On the other hand, it's a much greater joy than living back in those days of the Pharaoh and Solomon. And of course, when we think of Solomon's magic, there's even problems with the whole temple. It's built to very exact, and of course, I don't know how much you've studied it, but they kept the stuff for making the helas on right there in the temple.
Yeah.
It was right there. It's part of the legend and history of the temple. So it's not that, but this slave culture, Newport, Rhode Island, extreme wealthy area of New England. Rhode Island's a little state, but Newport is extremely wealthy because it has an old, rich class. But in history, it was known as Jewport because of the slave trade. That's where the slave trade thrived, where the Jewish interests would bring in slaves from Africa and circulate them. I guess the trade went through New England. Yeah, it went through New England and brought them down. So the history of slave trade in Rhode Island or in Newport, and what it was pejoratively and not inaccurately called Jewport, because that they were the ones that ran the slave trade. And there was once a video that showed how the Vikings were from the Roman numeral 6 plus kings, Vikings, and that they ran the slave trade. They were Jews, the Vikings. And that's the Danube, the Dons, because the Danube River runs all the way from the Black Sea up to, Denmark, and which was called Jutland. Jutland. Denmark, the original name for Denmark is Jutland. So you have this extensive trade, and that's why the Slavs were called the slaves, Slavs.
Yes.
And they were traded as slaves. So you had a huge slave trade in the ancient economy. And it was not, the people of North Africa had slaves. England, for all of its, strange behavior, they weren't big on slaves in England. They had the lower class. They didn't like slaves. They might have profited and benefited from it with the East India Company, slaves in the plantations in the Bahamas or the Caribbean, but they didn't, want to call slaves in England. That was too uncivilized for them. Mm-hmm. In England and Europe in general, in, the more modern world, not going back to the Romans and Greeks. They didn't have, slavery. Instead, you have economic exploitation, which is somewhat similar to slavery, but different. So, wow, it's like, and when you tie magic into it, and Solomon taxed the hell out of the people. That's, part of his historical legend. Mm-hmm. And it was quite a burden to build this temple.
Yes.
And, I don't know that I would feel very good about having somebody build all that for me. I wouldn't feel good about it. But that's just me. And I remember in Scientology, they had this big sort of, not quite a gala, but a gathering to celebrate this movie by L. Ron Hubbard that he'd supposedly written. And then they showed the movie, they had all these people and all these bigwigs, and his name didn't even appear on the movie. And there was the question of whether he'd even written it at all.
Wow.
But what I remember thinking about it was, well, whether he wrote it or not, and it sounded like he probably didn't, they had an awful lot of people making a big fuss about him for no reason at all. In other words, even if he had done the movie, it appeared that he didn't. You see what I'm saying? So they were all kind of having this big event for this great man, and it was like it was all a ruse. He wasn't the one engineering it. But nevertheless, this is the sort of buffoonery that can happen in anything. You know, I remember my next door neighbor, her daughter went to school with me in this European Asian class, and we'd had these trips to San Francisco. So after the school year, she had this big party to honor our teacher. And I remember we all went to Rose's house. There was another girl in the class, and we'd all been together, and the teacher didn't show up. He didn't want to be bothered. Because my neighbor, she was a busybody. He didn't want anything to do with her. But we all showed up, because we'd all taken trips together. It was the end of the year. We knew each other. Whether or not we were friends was beside the point. We were used to doing stuff together. The teacher didn't show up. It was a little disappointing, but I think I said something to him, and he just kind of like brushed it off, like, what's she doing? It's like she's making more out of it than, he wanted or needed. He wasn't on call to, students or mothers after the school year or whatever. But that's sort of the thing is, it's like, okay, you build up a bunch of enthusiasm for somebody who doesn't really care. Or, can't answer the bell. And so like you build this great temple to God. Solomon builds this tremendous temple to God. It's one of the most extravagant construction projects, esoteric construction projects in the history of mankind, because it has all these attributes. And then it goes away. It seemed to have a lot of magic in it, regardless of the things I've been saying. I'm sort of giving a disparaging lens to it. But, it also seems to have some magic tied into it, including the elements of the Helazon. It's got the Shekinah, it's all built according to prescriptions. It's got the Ark of the Covenant, which is this powerful tool. And then, it disappears almost as fast as it was built. Because I think it's Solomon's son, where the diaspora occurs right after that. You have this apex of wisdom, and then it's there for a fleeting time, which is kind of interesting in itself because it's fleeting. It's kind of like that's symbolic of power. Like, let's say, take an athlete who will have maybe his moment of glory, a peak period of his career, and then he begins to get old and degenerate. If that's how life is, it has a peak. It has an ebb and a flow and a peak, and then it recedes. It seems like for all of Solomon's magic and God's alleged help and the jinn, it hits a peak, and then it recedes. I would say, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, Aquino's peak seemed to be the creation of the Vox Arca itself, was it not?
Yes.
And then it kind of degenerated. He seems to have lost interest in it to the point where he wasn't using it or watching it, and then you absconded with it.
Yes.
When he had his attention probably on defending himself in one way or another.
Yes. That's true.
Which you kind of got the ball rolling on that too.
Yes. Yes.
Anything you care to say about that? In context of what I just said?
To me, I don't want to relive the horror right now.
I mean, I don't know if there's anything you can comment about it without, you know.
Let's just put it this way. I think you know enough of, and the listeners. Well, we always have new listeners, and there is always new people exploring these subjects. But certainly, what Peter has done is he's articulated the general parameters of the situation quite well. It was when I think back on those times, there's so many memories that come back that I can easily get lost in them, and it's not a pleasant thing to be lost in. So I can say that Peter's expressed it well enough, and he's certainly
I
helped.
appreciate that you say that, and I think, you know, we don't always, in the listening audience, don't always associate it with trauma, because when you render it, you just go into it and you give such a fascinating account of it. We don't appreciate the accompanying trauma because it's not traumatic to us.
Right.
We didn't go through it. Nevertheless, it's as enlightening as hell, or informative or interesting. So, you know, that might be for another time.
Yeah.
Because it's like, you know, he experienced a, you know, what amounts to a full takedown.
Yes.
And it took him a while to figure it out.
Yes. Yes.
And he was so damn clever.
Yeah.
But he wasn't clever enough.
Yes. Yeah.
Wow. That's we went into some pretty interesting places tonight. Magic as a subject, the whole idea of it, as expressed by Crowley, is to get something to conform to your will, to execute your will. And of course, the trick about the will, it's where you're coming from. You're supposed to be coming from the highest place. In the most exalted definition of Crowley, or as he would profile himself, or as other people might profile himself, in the most exalted way, he was the highest expression of God because he was embracing the very negative we're talking about and trying to reconcile. You know, that this is one attribute that's been, you know, and he's coming forth in a much more honest way than, say, the priest, who's teaching you one thing and feeling you up on the other side. Mm-hmm. You know, that's, and I'm not giving him this attribute, but he has been given this attribute by various people. Nevertheless, the whole point of whether that's true or not is what is the will, which he assigns as one of the powers of the Sphinx. The will to know, to will, to dare, and to be silent. And silence is very powerful. To will, but what are you willing? Are you willing the highest aspect of yourself? Are you willing to get that new car, that, you know, new washer, dryer, whatever the hell it is? You know, what is the will? When we think of the higher aspects of the divinity, what is the will with Solomon's temple? It's like he's building a reference or witness to God himself or herself. And that God herself is the Shekinah, building in the physical plane a conduit between the God force and the physical plane that's being regulated, controlled, ministered, or acknowledged by a priesthood. And but it's, as they say, it's fleeting. It's fleeting, but the magic of Solomon has all these attributes where people can get it and play with it to do all of these different things. And it all comes down to what is the purpose of it. And then God, it would seem that God's biggest problem, if we identify God through all of the different lenses from perhaps the Judaic reference point, is God is a fractalization or fragmentation of a universal consciousness that wakes up in all these little bitty pieces, which we know as us. And it's like trying to get back to the garden, is trying to get back to a reconciliation of all these places when we were all together. One of the most moving statements to me in my life is many of the old timers were leaving the Sea Organization of Scientology. One of my friends said, Lynn, she said, she was a very close friend, and she says, we'll all be back together again.
Wow. And
it was very sentimental. And we never really were. She did come with her husband and visited. We had some nice moments together, and we did visit with some old friends. But it wasn't the same. Right. In other words, that unification, we'll all be back together again. It sounds nice. And as I've grown older in the last few years, I really have no great desire to get back with any of those old friends. Some of them who were pretty dear, but it's like, it's over. It's done. Would I be against seeing them again? Not necessarily. But what's the purpose? You see? Yes. What is the purpose? What is the future? What is the purpose? What I would also say at this point, it's like we all have things to live for. If we have children, we want to see our children do well. We all have things that we live for. Because of my career and what I've done, and with the work with Radu Sinamar and with David Anderson, there's this almost obligatory pathway for me of having some great ignition, or what would I say, cathartic encounter or moment with either one of them. Not necessarily with them or the technology they represent. A cathartic experience, a transcendent experience that takes me and exhilarates my already colorful career. And this seems to be the grist for the mill that I'm playing with. Mm-hmm. It's like, it's sort of a given. It's like, okay, I've been doing this, I've been doing that. So-and-so pops up, so-and-so pops up. Oh, it comes all to here. Let me say, if I compare that to Scientology has all these wonderful blueprint to cross the abyss. Well, okay, I got whatever I got out of that, and it was all wonderful for me. And then I go off onto this new career, which has been, certainly I couldn't write a book about Scientology and have it be as interesting as my own writing has been, because it wouldn't be. It's just not as interesting. I think I remember one only one person said it, but they read my Montauk Book of the Dead, which goes into my Scientology experience. She said, that's the deepest book you've ever written. Mm-hmm. Okay, it's fine. And it is, but maybe perhaps, but the thing is, it's, what is interesting, but on the same token. So anyway, I get out of Scientology and before my career even starts, I'm reading Crowley and saying, wow, this makes sense. That makes sense. This makes sense. And then my adventures turn into a whole activation of my career, activation of my original goals, which is what you were supposed to achieve in Scientology, was your pathway in life. So I guess what you'd say, the exaltation one was hoping for in Scientology, I experienced in another way by, kind of living out my dream to be a writer. But it took a while. And so then I'm doing that. And then it's kind of like, wow, well, the dream is to actually see time travel or to experience time travel or to surpass time, which is represented by David Anderson. And then Radu is the gateway. And I'll never forget when I ran across in my Black Sun research, the tarot card that Aleister Crowley calls art, that the normal tarot deck would call alchemy. And Crowley explains why they're interchangeable. And art might be a better word, because alchemy is a little heady. It's transmutation. Art is how you conduct it. Everybody has an art to life. But anyway, at the top of the card, it says vitriol. And my friend Chelsea says, this is very important. Very important. She just really highlights it. Vitriol is an acronym in Latin for visit the interior of the earth. And by rectification, thou shalt find the hidden stone. Visit the interior of the earth. And of course, I didn't know I was going to be deeply involved with the literature of Radu Sinamar, which goes into the inner earth, and ultimately to Shambhala, which is the ultimate reconciliation. It's a different lens, and it's a deeper lens. It's a different universe where everything is harmonious. And it's almost like, say, when I think of Shambhala, I get far more, I guess what you'd say, resonance or sentiment than I would with meeting up with my old friends. Because the old friends are like memories of old times together. And I'm not yearning for those old times. Not yearning for them at all.
That's the healthiest.
It's not that they were bad times.
Yes, I understand.
But they're over. Okay. They're over. Yeah. And sometimes it's good because sometimes we can't get over things.
Right.
We can't get over things. I always wanted to return and live on my old neighborhood block until my friend Greg died. Yeah, don't want to live there anymore because he's gone. Just to be close to him again was always the thought I had. I would always like that. But when we think of Shambhala, okay, that's really good. But my point is, being Capricorn ruled by Saturn, which is pragmatic and down to earth, I sometimes think that when I get to the it's almost like suppose I get shown into the underground chamber in the Buchej Mountains underneath the Sphinx, and I end up in this old basement, and it's a box from Radu Sinamar, and Radu Sinamar slept here, or maybe it has a nugget of pyrite, which is fool's gold. It's like, or or I see David Anderson and he's in a straitjacket or something, kind of like, it's like, in other words, don't expect much. And I think that's, if you don't expect too much, you won't be disappointed, and it might be a lot better. Some, of course, like say, I never expected somebody like David Anderson would come into my life, nor Radu Cinema for that matter, and plus what he has to offer in terms of his exotic literature. So it's like, wow, don't ask for too much, but nevertheless, it's like there's a component to life where you're left holding the bill. You have this incredible dinner, and then, oh yeah, you have to pay the bill, and everybody left. or whatever it is. In other words, and this is how life ends for people. It's like life ends. It's like it's not always so pleasant. Joe Matheny told me, he used to have the phone number to William Burroughs, mm-hmm. and he used to call him now and then. He had his phone number, and William was in Kansas. Mm-hmm. And this is a guy who, was part of the Beat Generation. He, studied exotic subjects under R.H. Barlow. Mm-hmm. In Mexico, he was involved in adventures down there, including shooting his wife, which probably wasn't so fun. But he was...
I personally think it was completely intentional, but go on.
Well, he did, he was a junkie, yeah. Living the life of drugs, playing with words, playing with cut-up method, doing exotic consciousness exploration, enjoying his sexual escapades in Tangier. He was definitely an international character. He did clear in Scientology and some of the operating Thetan levels. He lived a very colorful life ranging from, as I say, Tangier to France to Mexico to New York. From the Burroughs adding machine family, the Burroughs adding machine. Mm. And he ended up in his later years in Kansas, saying how dreadfully boring it is there. Nothing. And you look out, you look at the wheat fields. Mm. I mean, seriously, if you think about it, and I'm sure Kansas has its hot spots. It would have to. But, it's basically farm and I guess cattle. But, when you think about it, for somebody like that, it must be incredibly boring.
Why of all places did he go there? To die, no doubt.
I think it had to do with money.
Oh, there you go.
In other words, it wasn't expensive.
Yeah, there we are.
And he was on a limited budget. This is what happens. People, he wasn't working. You just become reduced to the lowest common denominator in terms of survival. Or there's a place where, you get reduced to, okay, this is your room, this is your toilet, wow, and this is you, yeah. This is who you become in many cases. Yeah. In when old age hits, it's not, somebody doesn't come and usher you into it and say, all right, this is now when, your family's only going to see you so often. They're going to come by to humor you. They love you. You're not gonna spend too much time with them. You're going to be better off playing canasta with the lady in the next room. She's your friend, for 6 months until she passes away. It's like,
Jesus.
I remember my grandmother seeing her, and then I met her friend. Oh, it's nice. She has a friend, and they were very friendly with each other. And then I think I went there one time, and the lady was dead. And she didn't look like she was going to die. And then the next thing you know, my grandmother's on the respirator.
Yeah.
It's like, but and you're just kind of watching as a kid, and grandma doesn't have too much left in her, but you don't really, you really can't relate to it on any sort of deep level.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas if I did now, I would talk to her with a lot of compassion, but knowing her, she wouldn't have been able to receive and reciprocate that compassion, because that's not who she was.
Right.
So,
So what I did was I sent you 2 messages in the message box, and you'll see that one is a PDF, which you can safely download. Trust me, I've downloaded it myself. So this is the PDF of the Magazine of Horror. Even though it says 1966, that's not the case at all. This was more like from the 1920s. That what you can see from the magazine's cover what year it was and date it was exactly, but it contains the short story The Lair of the Starspawn, which was essentially written by Mark Schorer, and I put a link to his images. He died in Oakland, California, right across the bay from me at the age of 69. So he was the man who was the gay lover of August Derleth. During that tumultuous summer they spent together in a cabin, shacked up with each other and churning out short stories for the pulp magazines, and then broke up acrimoniously as Mark Schorer realized the true extent of August Derleth's evil. It was when he learned of the Chōchō from August Derleth. He credits him as co-author, though August Derleth had nothing to do with the story, which a person can tell if they compare it to August Derleth's other stories, is written very differently. And so he credited him because he was afraid of a lawsuit, which August Derleth, like Michael Aquino, was infamous for as a bully. I think that Peter can wait till Sunday if he wishes, but certainly he might treat us to reading out the conclusion of the story because it's I think basically really carries the tone of the inhumanity of the Chōchō. So whatever Peter decides is the best place to start off with as conclusion, it's up to Peter, of course, but I feel certainly that when I take a look at the story myself, I myself feel the conclusion starts with page 26, when the narrator staggers to his feet. And but that's basically the Chinese scientist Folan saves the world by wiping out an entire ancient city of the Chōchō, and that results in a stench that overcomes a great deal of Asia, similar to a wildfire. The Indonesian wildfires choked everyone in Asia for months. So this was something similar, except of a more putrid nature.
It makes it sound with the smell that it smelled like the residue from the Helazon.
Yes, there we are. That's it. I knew you would immediately see something of relevance. That's important, and it gives us an insight as to what Mark Schorer learned from August Derleth. Now, if August Derleth had written the story, he would have written it where the Chōchō won. So that's the important thing to note, is the difference there. Despite everyone mistakenly saying that August Derleth was trying to turn this into a good guy, bad guy, parallel to Christianity in terms of the quote-unquote Lovecraft mythos, which is a term Lovecraft never used, that was invented by August Derleth, and to make it sound like a mythos in order to get people to disbelieve it, as opposed to understanding the reality behind it that Lovecraft was trying to convey. Would have been conveyed fully if Lovecraft had lived to write his American Mein Kampf for Charles Augustus Lindbergh, titled New America and the Coming World Order, which might have been a cumbersome or bulky enough title where it might have gotten shortened to something like Mein Kampf, more applicable to Charles Lindbergh. Probably would have been My Flight. Now that I think of it, that would have been perfect for it, or something like that. But so with that, I don't know what impression you get when you look at Mark Schorer, but I'll tell you one thing: if I were gay, I wouldn't want to be sleeping with him.
I did have an impression of him. I think I
kind of like what's his name? Bogart. He looks kind of like Bogart.
Who did he remind me of? He reminds me of a bit like Rudolf Steiner.
Ah, okay.
Because I had, somebody was musing on why Rudolf Steiner didn't have any kids, and I said probably because he, I think.
Look at how he looks.
Hey, this guy counters. What's your reference? He wants a reference, and of course he has to say, yeah, well, it says he was gay. Well, just because he had 2 wives doesn't mean he wasn't gay. He was also part of the OTO.
Yes.
So, in other words, esoteric people and secret society people are commonly gay. Not all of them are.
No, but it is quite common. That's for sure.
So, it's just, I don't, necessarily, it's just common. People are wired that way, and it goes back into history. So be it. It sounds like.
Yeah. And let me find a cover here for you to give you a good illustration of something. Let me see if I can get this larger. This is a lousy image of it. So what I'm looking for now is the cover of the book in Lovecraft's Shadow, which is very important because it was published as by Arkham House as this kind of how would I say it? Just like I guess one last defensive attempt to rationalize a legacy of pure, unadulterated theft. And
but I would also say that this book, Magazine of Horror, is a very recent publication. It says here 1966, 67. I think it's older than that.
Well, it's reprints. It's reprints. It's reprints. The original story. You can look up the
reprints they are old, but it's like selling for 50 cents. 50 cents.
Yeah, there's some kind of time.
Mad Magazine sold. I remember when they upgraded Mad Magazine from 25 cents to 35 cents.
Thank you.
Oh, I guess this could have been 67, 68, like it says. It's got zip codes, so then it's at least in the 60s. We didn't have zip codes in the 50s.
All right.
We had zones. Would you put on that thing Zone 6, Zone 5? We didn't have zones in L.A. that I ever saw. It was more of a New York thing, zones. So, and then they came out with the zip code. I think that was in 1963 or 4, the zip code.
Right. Okay, so I got it. And let me see if I can find the back of the cover because it does speak quite well to the situation, so to speak. Okay, there we are. That's the best we can do for a back cover. Oh, wait. Here's something that looks like it might be the original illustration. Okay, let's see if this is something that's large enough to actually fucking...
You're sending it on Facebook?
I'm going to put it on the Facebook, yeah. And it's, but it's, it looks like I'm not going to have luck with this one. Let me send you this one first. So here's the link that I will put here in the messenger. And this will give you an idea of the sheer hubris. If you click onto that and then enlarge that image. Now, this was published in like 1998. And August Derleth had died in 1971. So the first thing I thought of when I saw that cover was that's definitively August Derleth, because that's what the artist, I know the artist. I have personally...
It looks like Jack Palance.
Yes, yes. Now, I've personally met the illustrator. He was actually one of my mentors. His name is Stephen Fabian. And Stephen Fabian was, he was like, I originally based some of my illustrations on his technique. He was one of the contributive technique masters that I learned from. So when it comes to Stephen Fabian, he's someone who I admire, but he was contracted. He's a contract illustrator. He was contracted by Arkham House to basically glorify August Derleth. So when he did this, glorified August Derleth, he obviously favored him, in other words, flattered him, dressed him up like he's an old-fashioned kind of country gentleman, as opposed to the kind of occult diabolist that he truly was. Now I can give Peter Moon here the other illustration. This is on the back. This was on the back half of the cover. I'm going to give you this. And now the woman. This is where the mystery comes in, because Stephen Fabian was never would answer the question. I said, is the woman there just to make, if you click on that link, then you'll see the back of the cover, which is H.P. Lovecraft. So the wraparound cover was that basically H.P. Lovecraft. If you go down further, the fourth illustration.
I see the back cover.
I'm sorry?
I see the back cover with Cthulhu in the background.
Yes, that's correct. And so it's like H.P. Lovecraft is obviously this figure of tremendous influence. But bear in mind, August Derleth had stolen everything Lovecraft. He died in 1971. This book got published in 1998, just before Arkham House probably really started shutting down. And but when I was talking to Stephen Fabian, I said, is the woman there to insinuate that August Derleth is heterosexual? Or is that his daughter?
That's the impression I got.
Yeah, and I said, or is that his daughter who took over the publishing house? And he pretty much told me, he pretty much said, I will neither confirm nor deny your suspicions. Something along those lines. He wasn't unfriendly about it. He was just contracted and apparently had been told to keep his mouth shut. So that gave me an even third impression, which I did propose to him. I said, that gives me a third impression. Did August Derleth and his daughter have an incestuous relationship? Because that doesn't look like the normal daughter pose near her dad. It's very like a supplicant. It's a supplicating female, like the kind of female you see at the feet of Conan. Basically the lady's literally at his feet. Again, he just laughed and said, basically, I'm not at liberty to say. That's pretty much what it came down to. So the thing that I want to emphasize here is that this cover exposes so much because it was a final print of all of August Derleth's stories that he claimed he had written with Lovecraft, these posthumous collaborations, which, no one can posthumously collaborate unless he's at a Ouija board and using it like a circuit board and has Lovecraft on call. You can't posthumously collaborate. You can posthumously try to reconstruct a person's work or kind of, finish his unfinished work, but you can't call it, there's no such thing as a posthumous collaboration.
I think that is a distinction that belongs to August Derleth.
Thank you. Thank you. And with his practicing of necromancy, he may have been convinced that he was talking to Lovecraft. It was probably a coterie of demons that he was raising, quite seriously. And he inspired himself to think that, it's Lovecraft or better. But the book, in terms of this reprint of all his posthumous collaborations with Lovecraft and, basically works he stole from Lovecraft and reprinted as his own under his own name, etc. This was like the last gasp of Arkham House before it totally lost all repute, before it totally lost everything. Everything was coming out because of the lawsuits from the other co-author who had sued them and eventually won in proving that Lovecraft's works had all been stolen by this man and claimed by him under his estate, with no evidence whatsoever to back up his claim, no letter to prove it, like he had bullied people with all those decades. Then that man, as soon as he won the lawsuit, died, which in itself is highly suspect. But when it comes to, I don't even bother to remember the other author's name now, but I could look it up. But when it comes to this, the cover says it all. It's kind of like with this final wraparound cover, it's kind of like they said, well, here's Lovecraft, and August Derleth is really his student, his like acolyte, and is honoring him. Like this was like the final rationalization, and I think, on consideration, that's supposed to be his daughter who inherited the publishing house, and maybe they thought that this was going to give him one last go at it. And all the illustrations were done by Stephen Fabian, who was contracted to do them. But the cover one just takes the cake. It's the one that really made it personal for everyone involved, and kind of like a personal affront for anyone who knows the backstory. So it's this outrageous piece of offensive crassitude, but in the end, it's valuable because it exposes so much. It betrays the ultimate situation. But that being said, wanted to make certain that Peter Moon had all this as food for thought before I went into my weekend vacation for the Emperor's birthday. And certainly when we return on Wednesday, we hope you'll all join us, and we'll discuss this further, and we'll discuss impressions Peter got from the Lair of the Starspawn and other things he might have found out at that point in time. Other questions he's welcome to write down concerning the Chochoa. And anything else you want to bring up, Peter? Anything that comes to mind?
I've got my next step with the book is to review everything I've transcribed on the Chochoa and start writing the chapter. You know, this will add to that in one way or another. I don't know what sequence I'll go in, but I'll have a busy weekend at Montauk, etc., or whatever I do. So anyway, thank you for this. I do get it. I do get it. It's almost a refined. Requires. Yeah, it's refined trolling. Yeah, well, but also understanding who this man really is.
Yes.
Because I never heard of him until you introduced me to him, and it's like I don't know how many. I think probably he's more revered than reviled by the Lovecraft audience, I would imagine. I don't really know, or if people are just disgusted by him. I really don't know. But I would imagine he's held in reverence by Lovecraft fans.
I think that he's held in reverence by Edomites, but Lovecraft fans who are not true cultists are just members of fandom. They've done a lot to expose August Derleth because they proved that he had basically, when he published all of Lovecraft's stories, he had intentionally misprinted them, meaning that he had censored out parts, added in parts. They were full of intentional misspellings. At this point, like in the essays that I sent you, amongst the normal crowd, if any reader of Lovecraft fiction can be considered normal, August Derleth's name is mud. As
okay.
Well, it should be.
I'm glad to hear that. I'm glad to hear that. I didn't know because, I think the only Lovecraft thing I've ever written is the Houdini story with the, beneath the pyramid.
Right. That's right. And this is something that I'm glad to report good news to you in that regard. And it's because, of course, this is why Arkham House died. It's why Arkham House died. In the old days, since they had a monopoly on Lovecraft stories, they were able to keep themselves running for years and years on that monopoly. Because they throw out new shit like his letters, let's publish what letters we have of his, those that Aquino wasn't buying up or Aquino hadn't already acquired, whatever they had, they'd publish them. They'd publish, various other memorabilia and stuff, and they'd go on with that. And that would be like their meal ticket. And so when things slowly became understood and revealed, like the lawsuit did a lot to help that. The lawsuit and the fact that his the man who was suing Arkham House, the former co-founder of Arkham House, was suing them, and the fact that he won his case, that did a lot to break open the dam to exposing the reality behind their literally criminal operation, because it was criminal what they did. And then after that, they just kind of began to fade, and they faded quickly, and now they're dead. So, and of course the daughter's dead. The daughter's dead, and nobody's taken over. So with that, we love you dearly, Peter. Feel free to say anything else you want. Stay as long as you want.
Say good night. Only thing I want to say is remember to donate to Douglas at douglasdietrich.com. Yellow button in the upper right-hand corner. And we won't be with you Sunday because, as Douglas said, he'll be celebrating the Emperor's birthday. And we'll be back next Wednesday, which I believe is the...
Oh, let me look at the calendar. It will be the 3rd of May.
3rd of May. Okay. Wow. May. Okay.
Yeah,
great. Okay. I'll see you then. Okay. Good night, everybody.
Love you dearly. Take care. Blessed dreams. That's Peter Moon. So what we're going to do now is we're going to call around, see if anyone's willing to jump on. And, of course, we'll see who can or cannot resist. I can't resist the temptation myself. We'll give a little call to someone we know, if she decides to respond. Very important call. Everyone's favorite hit lady. Basically being told that people are going to kill her and loving it.
The person you are trying to reach is currently
so
unavailable.
She doesn't seem to be in the mood. And with that, we'll try another favorite lady, see if she's in the mood. And I remember violently interrupting her Thor love story from Marvel Comics Universe. Thor love story. His lover's disintegrating. Tell us what's happening. Oh, did she answer? Did she go on mute? She just so pissed? Did I interrupt another love scene?
Maybe you did. Maybe I just wanted you to think Skype was down. I don't fucking know.
I really shouldn't do this. It's bad for your health. I feel so guilty. But then I
can so tell. Yes,
you're right.
Your guilt is over fucking flowing.
Yeah, I'm too sociopathic. I don't have any guilt.
I know. You have a soul, but guilt I don't think is a very, it's not a strong point of yours.
That's right. It is such a burdensome emotion. Now I'm going to poke around, see if there's anyone else who will join us, and then I can refresh myself.
But wait a minute.
Yes,
I'm going to say anything. So, is there anyone in your life that I could kill and it would be your fault because you said something that I told you to never say? Like if I was never say my dog will die or something stupid, and I was like, or this person will die.
Did I say something? Who did I say would die?
I'm asking you, could you feel guilt? So if I told you to never say, I don't give a shit what I told you to never say, but I was like, if I told you these particular sentence, Thor you're watching, don't call me during Thor. And I said, if you do, I will kill this person. Is there anyone in your life that I could kill that then you would feel good? You'd be like, fuck, if I hadn't called Brooke, Peter'd still be alive.
The illustration that I produced of your two children, did you notice I gave your son a little Thor's hammer?
Oh my God, no, did you do that? Yeah. Oh my God, dude, this is how you change something. He's such a Libra. This is how he does it. That's why I love him, man. Sometimes, oh my God. So, did you really look at that?
Take a look. Yeah.
I want to have it printed either way. And I can't believe you really drew that.
Yes. Honey, I'm a professional illustrator. Or was
I
once.
know, but I just assume it's some X that you did and you just threw it to me.
They wouldn't have a son with a Thor's hammer. So that's proof. I did
oh
it for
my God, you did.
Yes.
And I look like such a fucking queen bitch, like I fucking am anyway. Like
Yes, honey.
I need a gut. Like if I could just kill somebody like, one time.
Yes.
Which I've asked to be part of your little group that you will not allow me. We won't talk about that.
We'll talk about that. I mean, I'm happy to talk about it publicly to a degree, but try to understand, honey. I mean, I'll talk about it now. Even look, I mean, I killed a fly while I was listening to Peter Moon, so I've got to wash my hands eventually. But
you're such a fucking murderer. Like, I feel worse about killing a fucking fly or a spider than I swear blowing some idiot's brains out.
I wouldn't kill a spider. I wouldn't kill a spider, but flies are awful.
No, you would kill. Okay, there's two. I don't kill spiders anymore. They're my biggest fear. There's two things you will kill in the South, and they are Carolina bugs, which are cockroaches, but they're like huge black cockroaches.
Prehistoric fuckers. Go on.
Yeah, they're huge, and you hate. And here's the thing: you hate killing those because of the exoskeleton and the horrible mess it's going to make. But you got to kill it.
Thank you. They squish. There's the gelatinous internal organs, especially if they're pregnant with an egg sac.
Oh, and there's that's what I always say. Like, I think blood, like we do say about blood, and like the thing about the Bible, like there's certain things I go with, like the blood of life. Like, because when you squish one of those fuckers, they're so big, and you see there's not even red blood coming out of that fucker. Like, and whatever's in there, like whatever made that was not like good. There's no reason for that at all.
Thank you.
And the other thing is a wolf spider that we get here. Like black widows we get, but like they're outside. You don't get this in your house unless I don't know, like you're crazy and just let spiders breed in your house, I guess. But a wolf spider.
By the way, it's everything to degree of shall we say to degree. Oh, it's like this priest I know used to say. He was actually a monk, really. He was just so people.
You knew a monk right before you killed him.
Yeah. No. And just so people know, he wasn't Catholic. I know that people have a lot of issues with that. He was Serbian Orthodox. I wonder if I could remember his name. But he said vice is virtue taken to excess. So anything that's not to excess is a virtue. And basically allowing spiders of a certain species, the harmless species, to live in your house is a virtue because it really represents a healthy home environment. They do clean.
Oh, that makes me feel better because like I've lately I'll try to catch them and get them out, but like I've seen like a few webs, like especially in the winter, like you'll see the little like the house spider and they're not that big, and I'm like, you know what, he's not. Like, if anything, he's probably catching something else coming in, like some other little bugs.
Absolutely. And also know that house centipedes are harmless and they eat all the other...
Okay, no, can't handle those. That's the other thing. Centipedes, you're talking about those flat fuckers that look like fucking prehistoric fucking shit that
House centipedes are kind of fuzzy and have legs that
They're flat, and they have tons of legs, and they look like a flat feather going across the ground. It's scary as fuck. And the first time I ever saw one, I didn't know that was a centipede, and this was in the last 10 years, because I thought a centipede was apparently a millipede, like in the woods where you get those long, basically like a caterpillar with a lot of legs that can sting. That's what I thought a centipede was. Yeah. And I freaked the fuck out. I saw this feathery looking thing with tons of legs come out from under my goddamn couch, and it was going fast.
So, honey, these are house centipedes, and actually, believe it or not, these are ones that are helpful to the home. They actually eat all these other awful insects, even though
this one didn't eat shit because I fucking killed him. And then I called my mother crying because I was 30. I mean, this was less than here. I was like 30 fucking 5, 34. I was like, Mom, this thing, it came out, and I'm describing it like I'm to you now, and she's like, it was a centipede, and I'm like, no, it's not a centipede, because I remember hiking in the woods. I grew up in the lake. We had a lake house, and I was like, I remember, but it was a millipede is what I have been exposed to, the millipedes that have all like thousand leggers, that look like they look like basically a caterpillar, but they have a lot of legs and they can sting. This thing, I didn't know. I literally thought fucking Satan into something in my fucking house. I called her and I was like, I don't know what the fuck this fucking shit is.
See this? It says, generally speaking, They feed off nastier bugs such as termites and cockroaches. In a sense, they are the good guys. Now, of course, there are scary centipedes and shall we say, harmful centipedes. Let's look that up. You won't be seeing these because these are like from Madagascar and shit.
I don't want to see any of them. So whatever.
Yeah, these
that's
ones are.
not in
You don't
my
want
house,
these.
No,
See,
it
notice the
freaks
difference?
me out.
What's that?
So I've had past lives. What I can tell you is one of my past lives, I definitely died in an ocean. I know that for a fact.
Yeah.
No question asked. Body. I don't know if I was male or female. I just know there's a body probably in like the Mariana Trench, but somewhere deep, because like my fear was of the ocean but my second apparent fear is apparently I died of fucking centipede. Like somebody just put a bunch of centipedes, which you're talking about, those stupid whatever the fuck those are.
See that? Yeah. These are the Amazonian and Thai kind of monster centipedes. Now, just to add some nightmare fuel here, there was a wonderful trilogy of books called.
You know what? I was watching a movie. I'm gonna hang up. You go ahead and call someone else.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. So we'll change the subject completely. I'm so sorry, honey.
Do you know what the fucking spider was? I was fixing to tell you about those.
The wolf spider. We can look that wolf spider up. Yeah, tell us about that.
No, because we just had to kill one because there's fucking chickens and goddamn ducks and I'm on the fucking porch.
Holy
Apparently,
shit.
the wolf spider decided to come in, and my son. Actually, I should be thankful, I guess, for the chickens because they probably came in the porch either way.
I mean, these are what you have. These are God, they're fucking scary. God, look at the babies on that one. Holy shit!
They hurt. Here's number one. They hurt badly if they bite you. I've never been bit. Yeah. Lola's boyfriend, after I was telling him the one we killed, and
they're disgusting.
Look at. He said, he was out running when I was a kid, and he fucking stepped on one. He said he had never had so much fucking pain from a bite in his life. Because wolf spiders don't hunt, so wolf spiders are the only spider that I know of, maybe other than tarantulas. Yeah. They hunt. Unlike other spiders that build webs and use their poison, they actually go out hunting.
Yeah, it's search and destroy. Yeah,
so they're a searcher and destroy. So what happens is, I tell my son, this was one of the last times the chicken and ducks were in, and thank God I said, "Hey, check on them." I'm sitting right here in the living room. He's like 5 steps away in the kitchen, and you can look on my sunroom where they were. And I said, "Check on them. Are they okay or something? Or give them water."
They're fucking hideous.
And then
I
hear him yell. I hear him just go, "Mom." He didn't even yell. He's actually gotten better. He used to freak the fuck out about like the Eden's all like a little like the stupid Carolina roach things. Those things we're gonna occasionally get those in probably about 5 times a year because when it rains they like to come in, and they're horrible because they're big. But a wolf spider, no. Like he'd never seen one, and he gets freaked out on little spiders. I remember.
Yeah, well, hopefully he never sees one pregnant. Do you see these pregnant ones with all the babies on them?
No, so that's what I was about to tell you. So let me finish the story. So this didn't happen on this one. Well, what happened was he says, "Mom." He just goes, "Mom," very slowly, and I go, "What?" I'm sitting on the couch. I'm like, "What?" And he's like, "There's a spider." And I'm like picturing it because the last time he ever called me for a spider was upstairs. I went upstairs. It was under a towel. It was the size of my fucking fingernail or smaller. Okay. So I'm like, "What to do with it?" And he's like, "Mom, it's huge." So I'm like, "Oh my God." And then I knew he wasn't going to fucking be able to deal with it. And I'm going to have to get up because I sleep downstairs anyway. So I should probably see the spider at least. And then I go and look. And then I'm like, I've never seen in my life, to be honest with you, a wolf spider that fucking big.
Oh my God.
And he goes, and here was the thing. 2 weeks before that, we had it was raining, and fall and winter especially, like those Carolina roaches, whatever the fuck they're called, they will come in during rain. And so for whatever fucking reason, and that's the only reason I have cats, because I never ever had to fucking kill one ever. I would find a dead one somewhere. And if they come in anyway, they dry out. If you don't see them, you're just better off not to see them because they dry in your house up. You don't find a dead one. But the cat would catch it. You hear the cat crying in the middle of the fucking night, and you're like, "Shut the fuck up." And then you realize it caught a fucking huge Carolina bug because it was pouring rain and it got in under the fucking door. But the thing is one had gotten in 2 weeks before that, and Noah had called me. Same thing. He was going to the dining room to get a bottle of water, and he said, "Oh, there it is. There's one of those roach things." So I was like, "Oh shit!" So I went and got the Swiffer. I used that to kill him, Like I just try to get something flat where I don't have to get near them. So a Swiffer's great, right? So, but I missed.
Oh!
And because those roaches are fucking fast, right?
Yes.
So he just is yelling, and he's like, "I'm going the fuck upstairs," and I was like, "Oh, fuck you!"
Oh my God!
So
He never had a father figure. That's the problem. He never had a father figure.
I'll be honest. No, he did good. He's gotten so much better, and there is a story that I will tell you that shows you that actually he will man up.
Okay.
But he didn't just immediately go upstairs. He was just like, it ran, and there was nowhere. It went under where there was no way. I even tried to pull out this huge cabinet thing we had, and we looked, and it just wasn't where we looked. So he didn't immediately run. And just a side note of him, he was so scared, like I said, the spiders. And this is back when I was with my ex. I had stayed at her house that time, and my daughter got one of those same fucking bugs in her fucking room, and she really freaks the fuck out. She calls Noah, who again at this age is still scared. This was like what, 2 years ago, 3 years ago. He's still scared of a fucking spider smaller than your fingernail that you would cut off, right? But she called him in, and I wasn't here to be able to deal with it. And she was so proud of him because he fucking, like, it ran up under the shit, and he got up on, anyway, he handled it, okay? So she was so amazed by him because, and I was amazed. I was like, like the Noah I know would have ran out of the room and been like, fuck you, deal with this yourself. So the fact that he helped, number one, it wasn't like his mom being like, you have to do this. It was his sister, like she went, and it was older sister. It wasn't like, fuck you. So he did it and he handled it. But that's what he said about the spider. So now we're looking at this wolf spider. Now imagine 2 weeks ago, I missed the roach, and he looks at me. I went, at this fucking Swiffer. We're like whispering. We see this fucker. He is so fucking huge. He's just sitting in the middle of the fucking floor. It's fucking bigger than my fucking hand. It's like tarantula almost. And I'm like, oh. And he's like, do you want me to get it? And I remember and I look at it. He's like, you missed last time. Talking about stupid roach the other week. And I looked at him, and what went through my head immediately was like, no, because here's the thing. On the spider, I fucking knew. Like, this was life or death for me. Like, I have sleep down here, and I don't know if you've ever seen those things where, like, somebody's, like, their whole house is burnt down, but they're, like, the spider's dead. Like, I would not have slept. Like, or knowing a roach is crawling around, you're going to be dead in a fucking week or a day, 2 days, and you can't fucking really bite me. Like, it'll be horrible if you fucking get on me, but that fucking thing, no. I just knew it was like me or you, bitch. And so I was like, no, I got this. And like, I came down with that Swiffer and he was gone. But here's the thing. Thank God he did not have what you were saying, because my aunt had the exact same fucking spider. I was a kid, like fucking 10, in her fucking garage. Like, you go into your garage where you park your car, and had got on her. My mother's there with her and was like screaming, knocks the fuck off of her, and then they hit the fucking huge ass spider, and 5,000 babies popped the fuck out of it. Like, you never heard two grown women, first of all, just the screaming about the spider on her, then the fact they were able to kill it, and then 5,000 babies just going everywhere. They could make a movie on wolf spiders, like The Nightmare. I don't know why they make those stupid bird movies. All they need is one wolf spider movie.
Oh my God.
Anyway, that's all true. That's sadly, and sorry I took so long to tell it.
No, that's fine. That's fine. I think it's delightful. Honestly, definitely there's a limit. There are certain spider species you cannot tolerate in.
I just couldn't. Like, there was no way. Like, I would be like, hey, bitch, if I had been, because you know me, like, I'm sitting here with chickens and ducks I'm not even that crazy about, right? But I'm sitting here spending $700 on them. Yeah. Okay? Yeah. I'm not going to be like, and then letting little house spiders live in the house, right? I get this funny, but I'm not going to be like, it was like either I'm moving out. If I can't kill you, I'll just move out. You know what? You can have the house. You're right. You deserve it. Probably your land first. You're probably Navajo spider. I'm out. I'm out, bitch.
Oh my god.
My fucking Cherokee, you're a Cherokee spider. It's okay. Like but there was no sharing the house, is what I'm saying. Like there's not going to be a sharing of this fucking house.
I totally get it. It's honestly, I know I've got some brown widow spiders that are loose in the crypt. But you know, I leave them alone and they leave me alone.
Now those brown widows, luckily I don't get those in the house much. You're talking about, not talking about brown recluses. You're talking about the brown widows. That look different.
Like brown widows.
Yeah,
brown recluse. No, fuck no.
Those will kill you. You don't want those.
Yeah,
but the brown widows, I had those, and that was the only time I had an egg thing. I go out on my front stoop to smoke a cigarette one day, right? Yeah. And I had these two like green bushes sitting there, and I'm kind of looking at the webs because I knew the spiders built the fucking webs in these green because they're evergreens. Yes. But like, you know, nothing fucking is really coming out, and they did. It was tons of these brown fucking widows. That's what I fucking learned that they were.
Oh my god!
Because they just love buying them. Well, here was the problem. I'm sitting there smoking a cigarette. It was fine because I knew I could blow. If I saw one come out, they'd fucking run back in. And I wasn't close enough they could jump on me or anything like that. Right. And nope. And then I fucking saw one, and I saw 1,000 fucking babies again. Like, he just fucking had it. And they're tiny. Don't get me wrong. So like, I didn't like freak out, like, but I got the fuck up and out. Like, it was like, oh my god. Like, how do they have that many babies? Like, I don't even know how spiders are not taking over the world with the amount of babies that they have at one time.
Oh, because so many people keep killing them. It's basically it.
They're pretty fucking fast, though, man. I mean, they're faster than most snipers. So I'm pretty sure these spiders and ants should be taking over the world.
Yeah, well, there was Colin Wilson, the individual we exposed as an Edomite cultist. He wrote a series of books called Spider World, in which he posited just that. There's another horror story. I can't remember the name.
It's a horror story. Don't get me wrong, but I'm just saying I don't know how they aren't. I was just watching this, I love to watch comedy, so I was just watching this guy. Anyway, he was talking about, he loves to do comedy, but he does it the way I like it, or because he throws in humanity, and it's, what's his name from The Daily Show, the black guy, I can't remember his name, fuck. Anyway, he's talking about, anyway, he was going on and he was saying, you know, like, I realized we were fucked. He's like, you realize people show up, you know, he's like, you know when people really show up for each other? When there's a fucking, like, a weather event, a huge bad weather event. He's like, that's when people show up for each other. He was like, you see fucking, like, you know, the 1,000 fucking people floating from their home or what the fuck ever. Everybody's like, oh my God, I gotta go down there. I gotta send money. There's fucking Red Cross. There's everything. He's like, we got 2 million homeless people, but just because they're spread out, nobody's fucking doing shit about that, right? He's like, if I was homeless, this is what he says, like, if I was homeless, I'd be just watching the Weather Channel and be like, where the fuck's the next fucking event? And I'd head there, and I'd lay under some rubble and wait for somebody to fucking come save me and be like, I lost everything. I'm a veteran. But he said, you know, but on the ant thing, he said one thing he realized, he said he was watching a stupid documentary or something. He's like in Houston, or they had a huge flood shit. And these red ants, man, they fucking, what they do, now they're being flooded out of their own flooding, okay? What they do is they all congregate and hold on to each other.
Yes.
Right? Yes. And they float. He said he sees them floating, and they take turns, like the ones at the bottom will take turns go into the top and vice versa, putting some at the top, some at the bottom. They'll continue. And they're floating, and he said, and then they're just floating down this fucking street, this huge pile of red ants staying alive. That's how they did it, because they knew to stay together, right?
Yeah.
And he's like, that's when I realized humans are fucked. we're not ever gonna do that. Like, we're fucked.
Well, if humans did that, in all fairness, they would all drown.
If they all I think what he meant is just coming together. I get it.
No, I get the metaphor. I get it. I appreciate the metaphor. We have our challenges. It's of course I'm not wholly human, but I appreciate the sentiment. Yeah, humans, they definitely.
Are you any part human at all? I mean, I know that you think your mother. I'm just pretty sure there's not a human part at all.
Love you dearly. So about about the estate. So try to continue with my explanation here, so that the
Oh
listen.
yeah, when am I coming?
Honey, look, a prospectus will be presented to my son, but it's one of these things that, first off, understand there's so many things that are involved here. The nuances of this, the estates they're basically not a world that almost anyone is allowed to enter. It's basically the employees, the staff members,
Which is why you would invite me, because I'm pretty much not anyone. As we already figured that out.
It's, oh my God, I wish. It's definitely, it's not a world that's very open.
There's no estates. He's lying. The whole state thing is fucking lying. No one's seen it. You dated several people. He's not fucking inviting on the stage. There's no estate.
Honey, it's you have to understand. First off, we're dealing with a situation.
I'm dying.
In which young boys are being raised.
Week. And you'd be like, if I'm dying, would you feel guilty? If I said I had colon cancer and I was like 1 week to live, and it's like Make-A-Wish Foundation, and my Make-A-Wish was the fucking estate, would you fucking make it happen?
Probably not even then. Understand the.
I'm going back to watching Thor. Sorry, good night.
darling.
No,
like I
you
said,
even said not even then. I'm not. No.
Your prospectus would be presented, but I wouldn't have any hopes. As the Buddha said, happiness in life is no expectations. That's no expectations. You got no disappointments. Hey.
I'm very bad at that. I'm very bad at expectations, but I gave them up recently for somebody, and I feel so much better. Like my relief on expectations. I won't vent ever anymore, but I gave those off, and that whole anger went away. So you're right to not have it. As a matter of fact, there was a time tonight where I was watching, I won't say what or listening to who, I would just say point where I started to feel sorry for someone for a second. And then I was like, no, you do that. Well, then what happens is, for me, because then I start having expectations of the person to be a certain kind of person. And then if I'm watching this person or listening or whatever, then I might like you said, the expectations would then take me back down a whole road that I'll never go down again. Of them being a good person. Then this was, like the Thor movie. I mean, I'm not talking anything that you would know about, obviously. But I just mean, like, if you have expectations, you're right. But I do think when you care about someone, and I do care about you, and I feel like you care about me.
Yes.
And I feel like I should be able to have some expectations that I was fucking up. You would give me the fucking.
But honey,
my Make-A-Wish.
I
feel like I should have those.
Boy's blood is not going to help you.
I don't want the boy's blood. I don't care. You could take me there and be like, you can't even thought. You can just have to sit here. We'll chain you up. I just want to see the fucking estate and see what the fuck's going on. It sounds fucking fine. I want to fucking experience something different than South Carolina dogs and chickens.
Oh my God. It's of course, the only reason that I am in the peculiar situation that I'm in is because I used to be my son's husband's security for a period of time. Then knowing what I had to know about him being his security, I had to know a lot more about him than most. There's a sense of, you could almost say empathy. I don't want people to misunderstand this.
That's not even a word. You fucking know what it means. So don't use a word you can't feel.
I almost can't get the word out.
I know. It's what I said. Like, that's like vampire. You can't say that word. You don't even know what it means.
Intimacy. There's almost a sense of intimacy. Not that I mean that to be mistaken for physical intimacy, but there's almost a sense of
that's what I'm trying to say. Did y'all hear that? He couldn't get the word empathy out because that is not a word that he can even say without like God coming down and being like, you don't even know what the fuck that means. You're not allowed to say it.
Oh my God.
Empathy.
And it's like, it's just the same reason that people aren't allowed to casually come into daycare centers. You got a lot of young boys being raised in a rarefied environment.
I'll tell you, you're stupid as hell. I'm in South Carolina. I can walk up, and maybe because I'm a white woman, but I don't know. I'm pretty sure I can walk in any daycare center. I'm like, hey, I'm not like, oh, well, we just stop her at the door. I can walk in. I can walk in the fucking 3-year-old room at the fucking church and be like, I'm here to keep the kids, which I did all the time because that's what we do in Southern, all the churches. They don't even know who you are because you're the volunteer, and you volunteer once every 8 weeks. And they have zero idea, this is a mega church, who is keeping these children at all. And they just drop them off.
Oh my God, that is so frightening. That is so frightening. I'll let you know that.
And here's the thing. It wasn't women, because when I did it, I made my ex-husband do it with me. Yeah. So we kept together when we were doing this in the mega church, kept the kids once every 8 weeks. And we would just walk in, and there was like, nobody knew who the fuck we were. And I was like, we're just fucking throwing around fucking 2-year-olds or 1-year-olds, depending on the room we were in, because I didn't want to do anything above 3. Even though diapers are under, I usually did 2 and 3-year-olds. Those are my favorites. And I don't mean that in a sexual way. Like, 3-year-olds, they're fun. They can interact, but they're not like, I don't have to hold them all the time screaming, wondering what the fuck's wrong with them. It should be like, you're being a brat. Shut up. I'm going to spank you. And then they usually fucking get it. But they let us in, and my husband, like, he's a man, and there was never a question.
Oh my
and all
God.
people would come drop their kids off with us who had never met us.
Oh my God.
We could have walked out with any of these babies. I could have fucking 40 of them.
I mean, that's so frightening. I mean, I'll have
had
you know.
I known adrenochrome was so fucking popular and I could have made money, I
when I was a much younger man, and it was like I was probably in my, I don't remember exactly how old I was, maybe in my 20s, but I was maybe younger, but I was like having to do something downtown, and basically as a pedestrian, even in San Francisco, which is, just so people know, and I don't know if Brooke heard me say this already, but San Francisco is the second most congested city in the United States, next to New York City, which means San Francisco is one of the most congested cities.
I haven't ever heard you say that. Okay. But you know what I do concur, like, that you were basically, what you're saying is I'm also one of the stupidest people in the world, even with my intelligence level, to still live here.
I'm not going to argue with that. That being said, the financial district, this was years and years ago, obviously, because I was much younger, and COVID was no reality whatsoever. Nobody could even conceive of such a thing, but there was still...
No, they were still working on HIV then.
Yeah, that's right. But there were still vast tracts of downtown financial district in San Francisco that were just, for all intents and purposes, impenetrable. And so I was looking for a place to make a phone call, and I did not have a phone. Of course, this was in the days before we even had cell phones. In fact, this might have been in the days before we had pagers, or around that time when pagers were out.
Oh my God, remember when you had a pager and you had to find a payphone? My kids have no idea. They don't know what a landline is, much less my old MEMĽ-Dy rotary dial. It was like 2, and you spin it all the way around.
One of my biggest regrets is that Edomite cultist Lorén Ann Fenton missed 500 pounds of 2 tons of fun all in one, all rolled into one. She convinced me to lower my bills by removing the landline. So I got the landline service cut off, and of course I regretted it ever since. Now I have no way to call anyone in an emergency, which was exactly her intent, except by my cell phone. So
that's it. You're whining and crying, and get your landline back. Shut up. He's
we'll
cold, and he's fucking poor, and he's old. Fucking, he needs one. Give it to you for free.
Yeah, we'll speak about that in the future. Yeah, sometime soon. At any rate, honey, so what happened?
Actually, they don't give it to you for free, but my parents are hilarious. They're like, we have a landline now again, and then they were so proud.
Yeah. You feel human
and
again.
I was like, yeah, and that's what they were like, and I was like, who the fuck wants a goddamn landline? I don't answer my cell phone
because during a power outage, that's the only link to the world.
During a power outage is the only time I have an excuse to be like, I didn't answer you, and there was a good reason. My phone was dead. I was probably watching YouTube with a battery, because I buy battery packs, but I could tell you my phone was dead.
Oh my God. So, it's hard to keep the cell phone charged all the time, though I do my best. So, aside from that, so I was in the financial district, and then a place that had people on the front floor. It was a daycare center. And so I knocked, and the woman stuck her head out. It was all glass, by the way, so you could see all the kids in there. That's how I knew it was a daycare center. All these kids playing. And so I knocked and I says, "Oh God, I need a phone." And she said, "You can't come in here. This is a child daycare center. We can't allow an adult male in here." And I said, "Look, it's just an emergency. I have no intention of harming anyone. I hate kids. not like that, where I'd want to hurt them."
Were you cross-dressing at the time, or did you have your double long gun on you?
No.
Like,
just as innocuous as you can imagine, I assure you. Looking just like a straight cisgendered male. But
the gun wasn't there.
No, I swear. Though there are times when I had that on me, I probably at that time could have barreled my way through claiming I was an officer or something. But no, which I did a few times. I had to do a few times. And, it's one of those things that I'm not afraid to admit. That all these situations are gray areas, many of them. But, but she wouldn't let me in. So I had to find another place. But they were, so there you go. They were adamant.
That's hilarious. Like, all you need to do is come out. Like, I hate to say this. I hope there's any child molesters listening. But if you want, just come to the South. If you need some adrenaline. Just volunteer at a church to keep the daycare. They're desperate for daycare. First of all, the churches now are losing people anyway, so they're desperate for humans, period.
Oh my God.
Much less for humans to keep the kids, because the people having tons of kids are the people in the church.
Yes.
So,
yes.
Yeah, they need you. And, you could probably walk out with 5 or 6 babies and they would never notice. You'd just be like, "I'm taking it to the bathroom." They don't, I swear to God, I could have left. I could have kidnapped a kid and come back 8 weeks later, and they'd have been like, they'd have let me in the room because they wouldn't have known who the fuck I was, because this was what we call a mega church, which in Texas and San Francisco, that would be a little bit different. But it was a huge church for us, like a huge church in the South, one of our first mega churches. And so it was so big. I mean, nobody knew anybody. That's what I'm trying to say. So you just went up and you're like, "I'm volunteering for this room." "Oh, go there. You should go in this room." And there's like fucking, there's already 3 fucking rooms of 3-year-olds just for 3-year-olds or 2-year-olds. And then you just walk in and you're one of the, like me and my ex-husband, we're keeping these kids apparently. Wow. And there would be like, we usually have about 8 to 10, and we were running around. I mean, I could have just walked out and been like, "Taking this one at the car. Looks good. It's blonde. Looks like Hitler would like him. I'm taking him."
Yeah, that's so scary. And so now it's not like we have a situation that is that analogous on the estates, but we have young men who are being tutored. And part of my earning my keep is I tutor.
Shut up. If you're going to defend anything about me not coming on the estate, you just need to shut up. There's no baby on the estate. There's no one. Tell me something. My 115-pound ass can fucking walk out with one of those people with nobody noticing, with also the security wrap? Seriously? Are you telling me? Are you telling me this man's so poor that he's so worried about a 115-pound-year-old girl that's offered to even be drugged to come on the estate?
Oh my God. It's not that simple, darling. We have to protect his identity.
Where's the simplicity now?
You can't allow people to find out who he is.
I don't know where I am, where I'm going. You have no cell phones on me to be tracked.
No, but what if you saw him? What if you saw him?
If I saw who?
My son's husband.
They're Chinese. They all look like to me. I don't know if you're Chinese or Japanese. I don't fucking know. Korean. Only difference I know is Koreans look like they have Down syndrome. I might recognize that, but I'd still be like, "What Korean is he?"
I hate to say it, honestly, I do want people to understand.
I don't mean to be racist like
that. No. I was just going to validate what you said. I just, I hate to say it, but I want people to understand that even Asians sometimes have a hard time distinguishing other Asians.
I have a hard time distinguishing other white people, period. I mean, like, I'll be, but I mean, every now and then, like when they're fucking, you're like, "Oh, you're the redneck in the truck with the Confederate flag, with the Confederate shirt on." Like, now I recognize you. Like, but, unless he's displaying a big shirt on when I meet him with his name and everything he does, I have no idea. It's a Chinese man, old, young, who the fuck knows it? And why would I give a shit? I am here to fucking...
Yes, but that's not how he would see it. That's not how
he needs to also understand he's Chinese. I would never recognize him again. It could be 40 fucking... It'd be like a lineup. It'd be like, pick him out. And I'd be like, I have no fucking idea. And that wouldn't even be not to get shot or killed by him. I would literally have no idea.
Oh my God. At any rate, honey, It's several factors I'll also tell you about privately later. I do think that it's important
Yeah,
that you get.
that's what he's going to come up with. He's got to come up with some more factors. He has nothing else to go with. I have said I'll be drugged. So I won't know where I'm going.
I think it's understandable. First off, there's multiple properties, and believe me, there's been a history of this.
See, I didn't even know there were multiple. See, you're giving away more details than I
and because of
fucking
me,
knew.
believe it or not, and this is a fact, people heard this years ago from me. Because of me being exposed, ultimately.
You mean when you first made the estate lie up? Because obviously.
Anyhow, some elements of his properties were attacked and burned down. It likely
because of you. Oh my God.
Yeah, we think. It's what we think, yes.
I know, because everything has to be about you. I can be like, it's Mercury retrograde. I can be like, my phone didn't work for 2 years before I fucking met you, on and fucking off. And
By the way, I appreciate profoundly the texts you sent me on the cell phone. They were very logical, very well thought out, very well argued. I think that it was a professional level prospectus on why.
But what I have to look at is, I'm not saying that we don't have what we talk about with those people that are talking, but at the same time, let's say before I met you, right?
Yes.
So like just the southern, unless the people in the church that I was keeping those 3-year-olds, unless they were like, oh, I think she spanked my 3-year-old, and I know she is, and I'm sending all these cultist shit to her, and that's why my phone quit fucking working for 2 days or whatever, randomly, twice or 3 times a year. And I'd be like, it's an attack. It's a fucking attack. It's fucking, now there's a fucking damn pigeon in my yard and it's fucking digging up holes or what the fuck ever. Like, I could be like, it's an attack. It's not all a fucking attack. What I am saying is, don't give them credit, even if it fucking is. Fuck them.
No, I understand your logic. Of course, what I take a different approach only in this, because of a different kind of background than you have. What you say is the way it should be.
Yeah, I never blew 2 dogs' brains out at the same time.
I'm sorry, what? I'm deaf in my right ear and this microphone's not the best.
I never blew 2 dogs' brains out at the same time. And you know what's hilarious is I hold that one against you, even knowing what the dogs did, and you told me the horrible story.
Yeah.
And then I'm like, when you told me about your murders and killing and slitting necks, and I'm like, oh my God, that is so sexy.
You just wish you were there.
Yeah. I want to be there. But it's
do it yourself. You want me to show you how? Yes, here, take them.
But I'm like, just don't kill the fucking dog, man. I don't care. If the pit bull's coming, we will handle it. I will handle the pit bull. You let him. If he tries to kill me, don't shoot him, bitch. I will handle this. Yes. But all the rest of them,
I believe you that you would be like that. I believe you would be like that. Believe me. Well, one way that we've used to distract dogs in the past, guard dogs, is to throw in a bitchin' heat behind the fence. And that's
a smart move. Most people do steaks or whatever, but that's a smart that's a really smart move.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's really smart.
That kept them occupied. They weren't guarding anything after that.
Because once they're in, they're stuck anyway, even if they want to come get you. But in the Chihuahua I have, should have seen him. I told you, Noah called his daddy, and I was like, I don't know what the dog's doing. He's supposed to be fixed. He was neutered. But apparently, when you're neutered, you still have hormones for about a week. And then the dog was like, he's embarrassed. And the dog turned around. They were then ass to ass, but still stuck together because the Chihuahua that I have, he's embarrassed to be caught rolling in the grass. Like, did you see me rolling? I'm not. I am so serious. I'm a serious dog. I was not rolling around. So, like, when he was fucking this dog and then he wanted away, like, he turns ass to fuck. Like, so they're ass to ass. He's wanting out of the dog at this point, I assume. But he couldn't get out. And it's like, and then Noah is like fucking like, what are they doing? And I don't know. I'm like, well, let's call your daddy. He doesn't do bullshit. So let's ask him, because I don't feel like explaining this. And Lola's just laughing. And that's when I said, his dad, that's about the only thing. I'll give him credit for like 1 or 2 things in my life. And that one, it made me laugh because I wouldn't have come up with that fast. I was like, your son has a question for you. He answered at work. And I was like, Ford, who he knew was fixed. And we brought Layla in, who wasn't in the Chihuahua, and she was going out within 3 days, but apparently she was in heat. We didn't know. But regardless, if we had known, it didn't matter because Ford was fixed. I just said, Ford is apparently he's neutering and fixed it. He's stuck in my lap, and your son is sitting right below me, and he would like to ask what's going on. And I didn't even give him like a second. I just handed the phone to Noah and had him on speaker, and he goes, "Daddy, Ford is talking to Layla. They're stuck together. What are they doing? They're stuck. We can't get them apart."
Oh my God.
And his son goes, well, son, what they're doing basically is they're playing a game. They're playing a game called Hide the Winky.
Did he use that term? That's disgusting.
He used that term. And I know it sounds gross, but to be honest, like that's what we call, because when you have a son, like a little kid, you know, like you learn to call, like my little daughter, when she was little, we'd be like, wipe your cuckoo. That's what we called it in the South. Like, wipe your cuckoo. That's what we called it. So like when he was little, like we would be like, you know, don't keep grabbing your winky, because boys at that age, like keep your hands on my winky. So you're like, he's playing hide the winky. It's just a game, and he's hiding. I'm not saying it was the smartest thing, but this is a man also who, I mean, doesn't support his own children at this point. So,
and uses food stamps to buy you apple pie for your birthday.
Right. Oh yeah, exactly. And left it on the, not even cooked, a frozen one, left it on my chair. So, but I'm saying, when I say the best of him, I mean, it was, I laughed because I don't know that I could have come up with something quicker and better. And it was funny to me at the time. It probably was not, you know.
What's this?
Still playing Happy Winky with some girls, but I don't know.
This is Brendan Zoget, honey, the man you're supposed to talk to privately at some point in the near future.
Douglas.
Yes. Yeah,
Oh, okay.
we're live.
I was just making sure who it was because
Could you?
I just had my headphones in and it was just saying, it was like this AI voice saying numbers at me, and I was like, what the fuck?
I don't know what you were listening to. That sounds like last week. And what's her name coming on?
Brendan, tell this young lady,
Yes,
Brooke, about you know, when, I don't think she's heard this part of the story.
Yeah, how you play hide the winky. How do you play hide the winky?
Well,
no, I don't mean about that.
There's...
No, I mean when the swastika ring fell off and your car got sideswiped.
I already know this whole story.
No, you don't. You don't. Tell her you reviewed the footage and there was nothing on the film. Tell her that.
He told this story.
I'm
pretty asked Brandon.
So you did hear that part.
Ask him. You were fucked up apparently, because he told it last week or the last time he was.
So you heard about the footage? They reviewed the footage?
Yes, that's what he said.
Oh, okay. I didn't.
Yes.
Yeah, I did say.
Yeah. Do you remember me being on when you told that at all, Brandon?
Oh my God.
Yeah, I said it a couple times, but Douglas is just. He was probably like smoking drugs. Or something.
No,
he wasn't near us.
He was going to drink his Coca-Cola.
Which is what I'm going to grab now. I'm going to grab some Coke now. And
you'll remember nothing. You probably remember nothing before this conversation. But
by the way, shout out to Ariana with her own YouTube channel, Nancy Toulouse in Mexico, who called Peter Moon. And I actually emailed him with her concern about my drug habit.
And she also, I'm sure she emailed him also about how horrible Brooke is, but whatever.
If she thinks it's bad now, she should have seen it a couple of years ago.
I love Brandon. I love him. Oh my God.
Oh my God. Yes. See, Brendan's so good about this. It's
and Brendan also is the one that got me. Well, you told me to, but I don't have the ring, and I actually do want to find the ring, so I do need to talk to you about that. But I did order the
tunic?
Horse. What do you call them? The horse. Because I don't want to call them
the Hawking Cross.
Yes, the Hawking Cross. But I did the one with the symbology that actually had like the at the bottom, like it has the eternal symbol, you know, like the 8 eternal to the left. It's basically like a Tibetan symbols at the bottom, so it's the Horton Cross at the top. I'm like, I figured like you would know it.
And the Om. I saw it, the Om and the
Om. Yes, the Om. Yes, I may have sent it. Did I send it to you? I may have sent it to you.
Yeah, I saw it. Yeah, that one is very beneficial. Benefic.
Excellent.
Well, I thought I was only ordering 2, but apparently Amazon's so easy to order on. I ordered because they come in 2 packs. I ordered apparently 4 packs, so I have 4 of them. I was like, maybe I should throw one in my daughter's car, especially after my father threw into the rear of it. I was like, I probably should have done that with this Mustang.
Yeah,
I told y'all that
he,
story, right?
he probably didn't tell you this. Brendan was at one point, one of the creeps who everyone pretends they are when they call you Salmon Shake. At the time of the Salmon Shake
Oh,
controversy.
he's the Salmon Shake person that called me? It doesn't sound like him.
Oh,
He was
no,
not
it's
the
not
caller.
Brendan. No, I'm
No,
talking about
definitely not.
that the others misrepresenting themselves as Salmon Shake. Salmon Shake apparently is their patsy. I discussed it with Peter Moon. He agrees. But when it comes to he was Pakistani, and so there was already this kind of weird Pakistani vibe going around. And then our man Brendan was in his car, found himself surrounded by all these Pakistanis who just basically heard him. Won't break away from his car. It's kind of like the zombies, except they're not pressing their heads against the window. They're just doing the next best
They
thing.
were like throwing their kids under my tire practically.
Yeah. It's like they're
And
throwing
just
their
staring
kids
at
under.
me.
Yeah, forcing him back until he basically has a damage to his car that costs $3,000, or they want to charge him $3,000 at least. I mean, hey, tell you what, he's gonna tell you this story and relate other things to you while I get my Coke, honey. Is that all right?
Yeah, no, and not unless I'm going to the estate. Am I coming to the estate? No.
Brendan, tell her you wanted to come to the parties at the estate, and I told her the twinks would
Tell
be
him-
all over
No,
you.
wait a minute. Let me clarify. I didn't say I wanted to come.
Yeah, that
I know
was
what goes
Douglas'
on there.
dream. Exactly.
Douglas, let's be clear. I said
No,
you
he
gotta
wants
hook
to
me
come,
up.
but he wants to come in the right space. It's the, within the right
All I
receptacle.
said was you
Well,
owe me a
if
hooker
Douglas
for
ever
all
wants
this
to come
work.
in the right
That's all I
fucking
said.
space, besides the fucking bitch he's paying right now, he should probably invite me to the estate.
It had nothing to do with the Blood Boys. I was just trying to get a free hooker.
Oh,
from you
yeah.
guys.
He didn't want nothing to do with the Blood Boys. No, really, he didn't. No, he
I
wanted
don't
to
even
check.
care about the Blood Boys anymore, because you're right, I got to think about it. Probably the blood would make me sick. I've even told him, dive me in a chair the entire time I'm there. Just let me fucking watch what's going on. Like, it just seems interesting. I'm bored. I'm in the South. Like, I need a fucking vacation. And if I have to,
I know a lot about Silicon Valley. You don't want to even go there. It's
Yes,
not worth
thank
it.
you.
You're gonna go there for 5 minutes and be like, "This is the lamest shit I've ever seen." Douglas just makes it sound cool.
Then I know I never want to speak to Douglas again. Because if he has me tied to a chair and it's the lamest shit I've ever seen, everything he's doing, again,
It sounds
no
like James
reason to
Bond,
be
but you
fucking on
go
the
there
show.
and it's like,
or it'd be a good story. Like, I was tied to a chair, and let me tell you how boring Douglas is.
Oh my god.
all of that sounds like a liability. I could see why they wouldn't want that.
Friggin' shut the fuck up. Can
I'm
you
just
hang up
saying,
now? You're
like-
not helping at all. Fuck you and your fucking Goose Crawl spring shit.
You gotta
Take it off.
understand, these people are like, they're scared of everything as far as liability because
It's
they
true.
could just get sued and like
Yeah,
lose
they
everything.
also don't realize they're Chinese, and I could not tell 40 of them in a room, and I'd be like,
I mean,
don't
you're
know.
just
It was
assuming they're
one
Chinese.
of the 40. Wait a minute, that one looks a little taller. So it's one of the 39.
But by the way, just to explain to people, there is a weird confluence here where both Peter Moon and Brooke Gibson have gotten the impression from me that my son's husband is Chinese. Now, I will neither confirm nor deny that, but it's an interesting confluence that they both came to that
Because
conclusion.
I'm pretty sure you fucking said it. You said he's a Chinese billionaire. Maybe you were lying, but I didn't make. We can go back and you know who can tell us this? We could get Ian West if he wasn't fucking at work or fucking his sister. Because he's been putting up tapes. Because I'm pretty sure you said
I don't even know why you bring it up.
he
Douglas.
married,
You're
my
you're
son
too high
married
to
a
bring it up.
Chinese billionaire. That's what you said.
Good point. His point's what I tell you. I'm too high for this, honey. I'm going to leave you with these two gentlemen, Brendan
I don't
Zogi.
even know why your son. That's the thing. Your son should be like, you know what? I will allow Brooke on the state. Unfortunately, you're not allowed on anymore because you're too fucking high. You already gave away his Chinese billionaire, and I can't trust you to not give away the address. Like, you shouldn't be allowed on the state. Like, that should be the thing.
There's other reasons, honey. Another reason.
It's
Or
not
for
as
this.
cool as it
Northern
sounds. I'm
Yeah,
gonna
yeah.
stick with that.
Yeah,
It's not as cool as it sounds.
Yeah, I do want you to know this, darling. One of the things that Sugar Daddy is concerned with is saving endangered animals. And believe it or not, among the
Well,
wealthy...
then he has something in common with me.
Yes, and among
because
the wealthy, the way that they save a lot of these endangered animals. Now, we're not talking, I will confirm this, we're not talking large animals here. We're talking things like there's certain sections of the estates that are just kind of like
Can
you would
he
find...
get a sloth? because I'm just gonna tell you right now, I will be afraid of like us. I want to meet a sloth so bad.
In his case, believe it or not,
We can just go to Costa Rica.
Yeah, believe it or not, in his
cooler.
case, it's mostly lizards and insects. It's mostly lizards and insects. that he's
Oh,
been-
if he wants a fucking big ass spider, I can bring him that too, and a couple of fucking Carolina roaches.
And so it's these areas of the estate where they're kept in very confined areas. By that I mean, safe areas. Safe areas. They're not unhealthy confinement.
Are
There's not
you
much.
just giving me a whole new reason to meet this sucker? Or
But no,
at
the
least-
point that I'm making is this is illegal.
give
It's
me
an
money
illegal
to
trade in
open the
endangered
501
animals to breed them and prevent them from going extinct. But that they're not
Okay,
something people
so
should
he's
see.
also got enough money to bring him a voice. You know what he does have enough money for? Even if he never wants to bring me there, I already own 26 acres. I need somebody to fucking just help me build so I can rescue the fucking dogs, cats, and maybe bring him a couple of sloths if I can.
Oh my
Yeah.
God.
I mean,
He
that's a
doesn't
good
seem to have
reason
that
why
much of an
rich people
interest
don't
in
talk
that.
to people.
Yeah, well, maybe
Because then
he
that
would.
ends up getting brought up.
I don't think you've ever heard me talk. Like, when you first met me, you didn't like me either. I'm pretty sure I can interest him in them when I show him the pit bulls and how they're being not just dying, but being chained up their entire life.
Actually, believe it or not, I actually did some investigations into this when I was working in security. It wasn't for him, but believe it or not, it had to deal with the puppy breeding mills in Texas. So at one point I was involved with a private security firm where we actually dealt with that, and people have no idea. These dogs are bred out until literally their insides fall out, as breeding, brood mares for these puppies that are created for all kinds of disgusting things.
Anybody that buys a dog, that's what I tell. First of all, I tell people, if you buy a dog from like a store or something that's like a purebred dog, like you're not just contributing to the horrible welfare of animals. Like you think, oh, I just bought this fucking dog. Like, that's another story. Actually, Viv got a great story today, but I will not go into it right now. Maybe later. And a guy that just hit on me because Viv and I were talking about how I literally went in to pick up food for my kids. Were going out for the birthday last week on my 18th birthday, so they were going out the night before and to eat. And so my son went with my daughter and her boyfriend. And so I said, well, I'll just pick up something on my way home. They're like, I thought we could be good for my stomach. So I stopped and got like a place that has mashed potatoes and something. So I called it in and I walk in and he's like, we're packed. And you know, and you walk in, it's like a restaurant and there's like a bar area. That's when I told you I had the Bloody Mary. And I was like, fuck it. I ordered a Bloody Mary because he's like, it's going to be another like 30 minutes.
And he was saying, we're so packed. That's why I got to get close to you, honey. And he's basically...
No, the bartender didn't do that. Here's what's sad. And there were, and I didn't sit near, like, I was at a shared space between me and the next guy who happened to be actually cool because we spoke as I'm waiting. And he was from Asheville and had a wife and kids and was on sales call, but like we barely spoke. But this guy walks in and he's like 30 years old, looks about to be right around 30, muscular build, right? And he walks in carrying a fucking puppy French bulldog, okay?
Right. By the way, the sound you hear to our listeners is George and I mixing drinks for Brendan's Ōgata. These guys have got their own party going. I mean, fuck Silicon Valley. I mean, these guys got transatlantic mixology down. Go on, honey.
Fuck this. My story.
Drinking's against my religion, but
You'll never get a guy worse than this guy. I've been alive 45 years, and I've never met someone so desperate. So I think, okay, you walk by. First of all, in South Carolina, legally, you're really not even allowed in the restaurant with a dog. Like, you're supposed to sit on the patio. But he has his puppy he brings in. Apparently, he comes to the bar a lot, I find out. And he brings his fucking puppy in, and he has a bed for it because he sits the bed down by his bar stool. So he's like one down with the next guy. And I just hear the next guy, the guy I had spoken with, say, oh, you know, like a dog, what kind of dog? And then this guy goes very loudly, oh, it's a French bulldog, I paid $5,000 for it.
Yeah, that's how he's trying to pick up chicks or something. What a loser.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Number one, the dog was there to pick up chicks, like he borrowed a baby. No, it was. I realized that because even I fell for the dog. I was like, "Oh, it's the guy, it's so cute. I want to pet it." And then he's like, you know. And then when I walked down there, I have heard the 5,000, and I thought that's really high for a French bulldog. And I also don't respect people that buy dogs, to be honest with you. But
Right,
I'm not
that's horrible.
not pet a puppy, right? Like I'm not gonna not like I can't not pet a puppy. So, like, I still fell for, like, I gotta come pet the puppy. And then this fucker goes, oh, yeah, well, my sister has the blonde one, and it was $10,000. And I never asked him, where did you get this dog? How much money? I'm interested in buying dog. Like, I even said I do, because that after he said this, he went, well, my sister has one that's $10,000.
I thought you were going to tell something like an Ian West story where he said, yeah, I got my sister to fuck me over this dog.
Well, no, should have, because when I said I do rescue, but I wasn't going to put him down. I was not in one of my show moods where I'm putting, that's what I told them. I was like, I was so opposite of, like, what you see me on the show, because I just wanted my food and to be gone, right? So I had no interest in the fucking person. I didn't realize who the fuck he was. He was there trying to pick up a bitch. He saw me, a hot 40-year-old bitch, and he thought I'd be an easy fucking target. I didn't realize that. I said I do rescue, and I go back to my chair. But as I'm going, he's like, oh, I respect rescue. That's awesome you do that.
I love that.
He starts talking.
I bet.
I go to the car. I'm like, I got to go. Like, my food comes. And he's like, I go to randomly. He needed to take the dog out to piss as I'm walking out with my fucking food. And then he's like, hey. He's like, could I get your number? I was like, no, I don't know you. And he's like, and then I pet the puppy again. I had to pet the puppy. He was there.
Still couldn't resist that.
Couldn't resist that. But then I'm like, I don't even know you. Like, no, you can get my number, dog. And he's like, well, I work for TD Bank. I'm the executive of the branch of blah, blah, blah.
Wow.
The executive.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Okay, now this guy's like early 30s. Right?
Tell him, Brendan.
And then, no, that first of all was bullshit to begin with. Like, I read through, like, a fucking, you'd have to be
He's
dumb.
a branch manager of a failing bank. What a guy.
Yeah. But then he goes, I went, oh, what, TD Bank? I was like, oh, you work the TD Bank, the branch manager of TD Bank? And he's like, yeah. He's like, well, I mean, honestly. And now this is me not asking any questions. There were no questions asked. He goes, well, I mean, honestly, I have 3 degrees. I have my accounting degree, and then my criminal justice degree, and my psychology degree. And
what a waste of time.
I then actually did say, you don't have 3 fucking degrees. That's what I told him. Wow. And he was like, why are you saying that? And I was like, because you just pointed your car out to me where the dog is pissing, and that is a 97 2002 Mustang. I was like, my ex-husband had one when we met. And I was like, and his convertible. So what are you doing here? And then he was like, well, I just had the car paid off. And I'm like, my car's also paid off. Also, by the way, when you were in the restaurant and the guy asked you if you live close, you were like, yeah, I live in these apartments. You know, so I was like, so you live in an apartment and you fucking drive this car? And he's like, how dare you judge me? I'm just
classic.
Like, well,
he started it by opening his wallet, so to speak, and showing his resume. Yes.
Degrees, and I also fought in the military.
Oh my God! Even worse. Even worse. Compounds the felony.
So then I'm just like, I didn't even.
Might as well just hit all the red flags at once.
Yeah, all of them. And so I didn't argue. I was just like, gotta go, fucking go, right? Like, gotta fucking go. Like, not dealing with this stupid asshole.
I'm surprised he didn't say, I'm a MAGA man who supports Donald Trump.
I'm sure he would have. What he couldn't get through is that I apparently broke.
No, he's an Andrew Tate supporter.
Yeah, Andrew Tate. He's an Andrew Tate student.
He was.
Student.
But it was bad.
Hustler University. So Hustler University degrees, baby.
That's where he learned his hit-on girl skills.
That's exactly what I was dealing with. That's exactly what he fucking was. But you know what bitch fucking broke him? Me. And do you know who honestly helped me break him? Me. Because I had ordered the food to go, and then when I left that Bloody Mary, I didn't fucking hand my card back over. And they had my phone number from me ordering. So they called me. He goes there often enough. I should actually have called him and fucking been to the manager, but it wasn't enough to me. Give a shit. I get a fucking call from them when I get home, and they're like, hey, you left a tab for your, you had the Bloody Mary. Is it okay if we charge? I was like, yes. Do you still have my card number? Can you charge the card? It was like $8. I'll just charge the card. And then 5
your drinks are cheap
later,
out there.
I get a phone call from this fucker. He was like, why do you not believe I have these degrees? And I was like, oh my God. I was
Wait, you gave him your number?
No. The bar did. That's what I'm trying to say. I
because they're
literally
friends or
should
something,
have, because he apparently goes in there all the time.
Right,
So
they're
what
like
he
friends or something.
So he was going on, and like, to make a long story short, he was just like not going on. I didn't.
So he's a
even
predator, basically. Is in other words.
He kept saying, "I don't understand."
That
what
almost
you're saying."
dignifies him to call him a predator. But go
He
on.
was like, "Well, he said you sound angry, and guys, y'all."
I like that.
sound
Yeah, I
angry.
got your number without your permission, and you sound angry. You like
Right, and y'all heard me actually really sound angry, and I didn't even sound that angry to him. Like, he hadn't even really heard angry yet, right? But he has not heard it. He's just like, I don't understand why you're being hostile, why you're being angry. And I'm like, what do you call, like, and that's what I'm trying to be like, where do I go from here? 3 degrees, like, there's nothing about you that should be calling me, like, but so I literally, said, there's not even fucking possibility. I think that's actually when I mentioned the apartment thing. I didn't say it out there. That's when I said, by the way, I was like, you don't, because I didn't want to insult him there. I actually didn't. That's right. I didn't insult his car or his fucking apartment till he fucking called and he had my number. And I was like, how did you have it? And he's like, the bartender gave it to me. And I was like, okay, well, let me tell you something. You don't have 3 fucking degrees. And then we're in the military. And he's like, why you got to do that? You said fucking do. And I was like, because you're driving like a 97 to a max 2001 fucking Mustang. I was like, and then you're living in fucking cheap ass apartments. I was like, what are you doing with your money, dude? What are you doing with your life? And then he's like,
he spends it on dogs. Because
that's what he would just turn it around and go, you're just angry. Why are you being angry? What are you being angry for? And
I'm surprised he didn't say something stupid like, what you really need is some dick. But go on.
He said, I don't understand why you don't believe me. And I said, I don't understand why you're so hostile. And I said, you want me to tell you why I'm so hostile? I was like, why don't you tell me one thing real about you? And he's like, I've been said real. And I said, no. I was like, how about this? Because I knew the fucker wasn't going to be, I don't have 3 degrees in my...
Wait, what was the real thing he said?
No, I knew he wasn't going to go there. So what I said was, I don't even know how I was thinking this fucking smart, but I went, we all have shadow sides. Why don't you tell me what the worst thing about you fucking is? Because he wasn't going to be able to go with, I'm a liar. So I was like, what? Or maybe he would have. So I was like, what is the worst thing? And then he, like, at first he tried to avoid it. You're just being hostile. And I'm like, I hung up the phone twice. By the way, the guy called back. And I answered.
Oh my God. That is so, that's almost, okay, that's getting disturbing. When So
here's what then happened. No, this is the best part. So I answered one, or maybe I answered one. And he said, I'll tell you. My worst, I guess, is I am a, he didn't even use the word player. That's what I would call it, as a player. But like, basically, like, using women for sex. Like, that's.
Oh my God! I think he's flattering himself. I think he's
flattering.
He wishes. He wishes he was a player.
Here's the thing. That's what he couldn't fucking handle, and that's what I told DJ. Like, and what was so obvious is that I was like, okay,
like picking up some barflies a couple times a week ain't really much.
That was his goal.
I don't think he even does that. Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I'll be honest with y'all. Now, this guy didn't look bad. And first of all, if looks attracted me, I'm not, for a man especially. I'm not attracted to like a stereotypical 30-year-old muscular guy. But he was a stereotypical, I work out at the gym, not too big. Like, so he didn't look bad. I'm not going to give him that. What I would say is, the only people that would fall for your stupid fucking lines, you have 3 degrees, we're in the fucking war, and you're coming in with a puppy, would be a 20-year-old, also stupid. They're not just an 18-year-old or 20. They'd have to be stupid plus be that age. I was like, you picked the wrong person. And so then I just hung the fuck up. This motherfucker called me 3 times. I have a message from him. I'm at the like, this is how desperate he was. I'm at the Waffle House. Would you like to come have breakfast? Like it was like 11:30 or midnight, right? And he's like,
you wrecked him so bad that he just went back and got wasted.
And so then, not only that, did I not reply to any of those messages or answer the phone ever again. The next day, I get phone calls 3 times from the same person, and he was just finally like, God bless you. He so was hurt by the fact that he thought, oh, I have this woman and she's 40, she'll totally fucking go for me. And I was like, no, you're a little piece of shit. You're see-through. And he like totally got his soul broken, I think. Like,
But he needs that.
Did.
Good God, that's a growing experience for him. If he has the brains to.
I think he told himself the next day, like, how do you call somebody again? Like, he was like telling himself, her phone must have been off. She must have fallen asleep. I'll call her 3 or 4 times.
He's probably telling his friends he lost his mojo, like fucking Austin Powers again.
Yes. It's
something happened.
It's funny. Yeah. It's So George, I want you to introduce yourself to our new listeners. Before I grab my Coke, because obviously I have my limits in terms of my ability.
Absolutely.
To.
He can't stay awake if he doesn't put a straw in his nose. He and Ian West have a few things in common.
Yeah, so the doctor was saying, the prednisone steroid that causes people to stay awake and lose sleep, and it's like a paradoxical effect for me. I slept like a fucking baby ever since I started.
Right.
Oh my God. I will tell you this. You've seen me angry. Like literally, I took prednisone. I took 2 pills of it for one day. Yeah. And you've never seen me like in fight mode more. Like you could have given me 4 bottles of vodka, which my mom always said vodka would be, I was always like horrible on when I drank when I was like 18 or 20 on vodka. But like fight mode.
I told her she should have taken her son on his birthday to the Evil Dead Rise, because the mother gets possessed and she tries to kill everybody in the family. And when I was watching it, I was kind of turned on, and I said, "Yeah, it's Brooke." I said, "It's so Brooke." And her son, if he had seen that, he would have been crying. "It's just like you, Mom."
Fuck you. But sadly, on prednisone, there's 3 things I'm like that on really bad, which I already have anger issues, obviously, but I'm working on them. I admit my shit. I'm not trying to deny my shit. I'll work on it. I'm trying to work on it. But I'm saying I can't drink vodka, and I can't take prednisone. Prednisone is very bad. Like, it's horrible because fucking at least vodka you pass the fuck out. Like, there's no like prednisone. I just was like, I was like the Hulk. I was just like, I need to hit something. Like, I need to. Like, I was like clenching my jaw. Like, oh god.
So George Knight, you've taken steroids. Is prednisone different from the steroids you took?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I don't think that will have any anabolic uses to it, Douglas. So, yeah, certainly
he's correct on that. But you're asking him before George goes into his long spill, and I'm not meaning to interrupt you, but while you ask him, I want to say this. I'm not stupid about anabolic steroids and understand the fact that, God forbid, that's my point. Can you imagine me on anabolic steroids? Because I took medicine. That's my point. Yeah, like whatever it did to me, I was just so like my muscles were tense. I was clenching my fist. I was just like, just like tight. So I can't even imagine if I took metabolic. Like I might be the Hulk. Like you could call me the Hulk if I took metabolic steroids, and maybe I wouldn't be that big, but I'd probably punch through walls.
Oh, honey, just see Evil Dead Rise. You'll know what you'll be like. The mother says, "I just want to cut you all open so that I can go inside of you and we'll all be together forever."
It's so funny you say that, but I've always told my kids, if one of them dies, they're both dying. Like I've always told them that. No, and they were scared forever, and now that they're older, I've told them it's okay. But they had a huge fear because I could not lose one of my kids, and I truly believe that I couldn't live without my kids. So when they were like 4 and 8 or whatever, right? So I'm like I'd be telling my 8-year-old, like, be careful, because you understand if something happens to you on that bike, right? Like, I'm gonna have to fucking kill myself, and I can't leave your brother without a fucking mother, so I'm going to kill him.
I love it. If one of you dies, you both die.
As I got a little older, and they were like, you really wouldn't do that. I'm like, no, don't worry, I'll come up behind you and shoot you in the head, but like, you won't know. Oh my God. But no, like, we all die, which actually, even though sounds horrible, it gave them I'm sure it's given them nightmares. It's also given them appreciation for each other's life. Because I still say it to this day. I just don't say I'll kill my other child anymore. But I do say, you do realize, like, if my kid's in a car, like when my son's riding around with his friends, I say, you realize if something happens to you, it's not just your life. Like, it's my life ruined. It's your grandparents' life. It's your sister's life ruined. I don't say anymore I'm going to kill them, right? Because I don't need to worry. Like, his sister can decide if she wants to kill herself or not. I'm probably going to kill myself. But either way, lives are ruined. You have to accept consequences. I wanted to put that out early, maybe a little too early. I did, but say I was going to kill him. But at the end of the day, to understand that when you're a child and you have parents, like, you don't realize a lot of times that if something happens to you, like your parent, like, I don't know if your parents, some parents will go on, but either way,
many
like,
do
your
not.
life
It's
is
effectively the end of
completely,
their
it's
lives. By the way,
over.
just to give you an example, Brooke, next door, what happened was a Chinese man married a Vietnamese woman, and their cultures were different enough where they fought violently, and then the Vietnamese woman's
See,
brother
this is where
came.
you should take me to the estate, because you could tell the guy right then. Brooke can't tell the difference in Chinese and Vietnamese.
And then the Vietnamese girl's brother came in and killed the Chinese husband, and then the mother turned it into what we Asians call a spirit trap. She kept the house exactly in the same condition as when her son died for the next 20 years. Where she would just come in every day and cry and then go home and leave it. And then, of course, it got to the point where she was just haunting the place. And one time when my gang brother Beaver was driving me and my mother home, and then he looked up at the window and saw her face looking out the window like a ghost, and he went,
Scared him. But, I don't even find that funny, because as a mother of a child, like, I've lost a husband, like, as a mother of a child, like, I just, like, it's something, I think there are parents that have lived through it, obviously.
Yeah, no,
And
I mean, definitely
I
there's that.
believe God doesn't give you anything you can't handle. So I do believe that. And this is what I've always told God, or at least I was raised that way. When the Southern Baptist religion said, God doesn't give you anything you can't handle. And I'd be like, well, God, but after I had kids, I thought I was fucking cool with everything. And then I had my daughter. I didn't even fucking want to be pregnant with her the entire 9 months. I was like, I'm never going to love her as much as the fucking dog. And then I had her. And then I was like, I do love her. I still love the dog. I didn't think I could live with the dog's death. But I was like, God needs to know I'm weak. Like, I see people lose their children. Like, I hope God knows that I didn't sign up for that one. Whatever I signed up for in heaven before I came down here or wherever we're from, I didn't sign up for that. Like, I can't. Like, I'm not. And I seriously mean it. And you've heard me say that when we had some issues before. Like, I just don't. Like, you take my children away, it's fine. I won't live long. The people that are wanting to kill me, take my children away, it's fine. I will probably hunt you down and kill you first. But then,
no, just so that let me see if I got this right. By the way, we do need to find out how long George has with us. How long do we have with you, George?
Oh, sorry, Douglas. I was just on mute. I've got about a good 40 minutes or so. Thank you so much.
We do have to give him a chance to talk, honey, but I do want to bring up something that reminded me of, the parents not being able to live with their children gone. I'm trying to remember who the blonde girl was. Maybe Brendan can help me here. There was a blonde girl who did some famous films that were and then she died. Both her and her husband died after they began
a blonde girl in famous films. You so narrowed it down. Thank you. I'm sure Brendan knows exactly what you're talking about.
Okay, what was the one where they were all playing Valley Girl? Valley Girl, I think was it. Valley Girl. Her and her husband, young guy, they began investigating child sacrifice in Hollywood. And so when it came to and then they both died. They were basically both essentially murdered in a foreign country, and the authorities just said, "Oh, they got sick." Yeah, they got sick. So it was Megan Sayer, maybe. Might have been Megan Sayer. So I'm gonna try and find out later. But at any rate, no, it wasn't that. That wasn't.
Sorry,
her.
I mean, I'm old. Like, I did say I'm 40. Like, I was older than a 30-year-old, but I'm not that old. I have no idea.
Yes. And I'm not quite sure I even got the right films. It was the one in which they were all just dressed up in clothes. No, that doesn't help. Legally Blonde might have been it. But
the only movie, you mean the only movie you've watched where people have clothes on?
She got me. Okay, look, I'll leave you with these two young gentlemen, but before I go, because our dear George hasn't had a chance. So, George, I take it you got the private message from Our Lady Brooke, right?
Oh, yes. Thank you very much, Douglas. Yes, I have.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
Wonderful. Okay.
Sorry, I was just boiling my kettle.
So
do apologize
about that. So are you working today? This is your morning, right?
Hey, Doug.
Yeah, exactly.
Private message. Private means private.
Yes, of course. Yes, honey. Yes.
Sorry, go ahead, George.
Yes, and Brendan, I want people to know, Brendan, how long do we have with you, Brendan? How long are we gifted with your presence?
Until I can't stand it any longer. I don't know yet. I'm not gonna give it time.
Thank you. Oh, delightful. So George, is there anything you want to say before I go grab my Coke?
No, please, you carry on, Douglas, and I'll let everyone else speak for a moment. I'm just going to boil my kettle, get some more refreshments.
Yeah, don't be afraid to speak up a bit. There's certainly things that we've got to, educate people about, as we always do. Our duty in life, yes, our purpose on earth, yes.
Exactly.
What type of tea are you drinking?
Yeah.
I want myself, Brendan. I've got coffee. I've just got
it's coffee. It's coffee.
Normal coffee. Yes, just to rehydrate myself and caffeinate myself for the day.
Cool. Do you put sugar in it? Cream?
No, black? Just black.
Just black.
Just straight black. Yeah.
Is it at least
a
sweet coffee, or are you talking what are we talking here?
It's just it's just a Nescafe Gold Blend, Alta Rica. That's just what it says on the label. Just standard. Yeah.
So the regs. Yeah, here. Yeah,
exactly.
In California, we're a bit more snobby about the coffee. It's like all organic and.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Blah blah blah. Here's what y'all need to be asking Douglas: which you use the right nostril or the left nostril?
Anyway. Well, there's a reason my sinuses are inflamed, darling.
Yeah, exactly.
I'll be back. Got to tend to that, They got to have that straw put in front of me so I can reflexively inhale. And I'll be back, darling. So I trust that you can behave yourself in the company of these two young gentlemen and not scar them for life psychologically.
I'm sorry, you trusted Joe Ty.
I think I'll survive.
Your trust is not very good for anybody,
right?
But I will keep my mouth shut.
I can handle Brooke. I grew up with all women.
Yes. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Cool. And Sammy Romero grew up with all women. That's how he can stand Brooke. Yes. So okay. Delighted.
Fuck you little bitch. That was a rude ass comment.
Latinos also have a different vibe, the women are very strong.
Yeah, the other day Brooke was like shocked that one of our fellow members on Team Dietrich, another lady, said, I remember you said you were an only child. Now, granted, this lady was taking notes or something, but Brooke was like, kind of like, oh my God, her attention to detail. And I said, honey, anybody who spends 5 minutes with you knows you were raised an only child.
Yeah.
I could say some other things. I'm going to keep my mouth shut, especially about you, Douglas. So why don't you just go and take your cocaine?
Yeah, I'll do that, darling. I'll be back. Love you all.
At least if I ask King George to send me some fucking innards or whatever they're called, he would mail them to me.
Haggis.
Yes, he'd probably mail them. You, on the other hand, keep your cocaine and shit to yourself.
Wait, what are you mailing to people? Haggis? I thought that was Scottish.
He's not mailing it because I haven't asked for it because the fuck I don't want it. But I'm pretty sure if I was begging him, he'd probably be like, "All right, Brooke, I'll give you some haggis." I don't think he's that stingy.
He would give you the shirt off his back, darling, and he'd autograph it as well. He really would. Okay, I'll go mute.
Take your time, Douglas.
You're the one that wants to see his shirt off his back. I mean, let's be real.
Thank you, George. Very funny, Brooke. Delightful, as always.
I'm so sweet. I love y'all. Okay, bye.
Yeah, so I just made some tea. It's a special Ayurvedic kashayam that is consists of like an herbal blend called Triphala, and also holy basil, which is called Tulsi. And I also added some ashwagandha for some other support that I needed. And it also has some St. John's wort to help me heal from my recent sickness, my illness. So I've got this like blended kashayam, and then I boosted its effectiveness by adding some monatomic gold ormus 50/50 purple dragon blend, which is a type of ormus mixture. And
I'm not saying
ormus
you're not educating people, but you're trying to sound a little too intelligent at this point. Like the words you've used are there's a lot. There's a lot.
Yeah, people say that to me a lot, but it's like to me it just sounds cool. Like it's more of like a personal thing. It's more of a personal thing.
I made pine needle tea today in my crock pot. It was proud of me for doing
Oh, very good. Actually, that is very beneficial. I need to get some because I'm having trouble restoring my smell. And pine needle tea is really good for decoupling like spike proteins and different kind of madness from your system. So do you make it yourself, or did you purchase it?
I made it myself. No, I made it. I went and got the pine needles and the I did grapefruits and lemons and some oranges and some vitamin C complex and then some beans.
Wow, that sounds delightful. Very nice.
It doesn't smell that fucking great, man. I mean, it's not beneficial. It's not like I'm looking forward to it the way I would look forward to a Starbucks. So everyone knows when you make it. Like, it's delightful in a way to heal yourself.
Yeah. So I prefer homemade stuff. Like, and taste isn't like, I always like when I was younger, I was like one of those people that was like, oh, it doesn't taste good. But the last 10 years or so, like I can't stand it when people are like, but it tastes bad, and it's like, well, that's not the point. Not everything has to be like fake pleasure all the time. Like you can just have something that's beneficial. Like it doesn't have to taste good all the time.
When you're dying, like I have been, you don't give a shit. I didn't care at all how it tasted.
Yeah, exactly.
Matter of fact, it's the same reason I drank the bleach that Ian West told me to drink. But I'm pretty sure George would agree because George eats haggard, so he would also agree with taste are horrible.
So. Oh no, I don't eat. I haven't actually eaten haggards for a long time now, Brooke. I'm afraid.
I know you like the taste, man. I don't get it.
Is it because you like it, or are you trying to get like the benefits of like the blood pudding and the protein or something like this?
Yeah, that was all, Brendan, to begin with. It was just to try it, see if I liked it or not. And I've had it several times, but it's like I eat meat every single day. I don't have to eat meat every day, but I do. And I know both of you don't eat meat, so I do have to apologize on that part, but I do try.
No one apologize, but
yeah, it's fine.
If I'm going to eat meat, I'm going to get a filet mignon, man, not haggards. To be honest, like maybe a sirloin, like the innards
first of all, a filet mignon's not the best cut, but let's not go there.
We can argue on that. It depends on what you're looking for. You can go with a filet mignon. You can go with a New York strip would be my two.
I'm pretty sure New York is the highest cut. I think
filet mignon's actually the highest cut, but it depends on what you're looking for. But New York strip is.
That's not what the butchers told me, but it's like I don't even want to talk about. I don't like killing cows, so I don't. Really
so I agree with you. I don't either, but anyway,
It's just the most tender cut. That's all. Yeah.
Anyway, I'm not getting into that. I shouldn't even know that much about it.
Right.
Either way, both of those are the two. People that are ordering a sirloin, or freaking whatever, they're poor, okay? People that are ordering haggards, they're from England, and they just don't have taste buds.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, George. I'm sorry. I
it's Scottish.
them like the innards of a
Does it actually have taste? Like, is there like salt?
Yeah. Yeah, it does, and they blend it with oatmeal as well, so it's got various ingredients mixed in with it. So, but it's all the hearts and it's the organs that are not used. So it's all the waste that people. So it's reused. So it doesn't go to waste, and that was the whole idea behind haggis to begin with. And it's a Scottish delicacy. It's a Scottish trait.
I do respect that, but that's the joke that I've always told. Like oatmeal already looks gross, and then take a bunch of innards. It's like. How can we make oatmeal look worse? Or
It's like you
groceries.
got to imagine like this is like back in the day when like it's winter time, you don't have that much
Yeah, like
like
my kids
agriculture.
are dying. I have some oatmeal and I found a
Yeah,
rat
that's
in
all
the
you
house
have.
and cut their
Yeah.
innards out. I mean, I get that, but George
That's
isn't
all you
living
have.
in that nightmare.
Yeah, Brooke. Another thing, Brooke. Everyone's got their own
I give you a
individual
hard time,
preferences.
George.
Yeah, every
I
single person's different, so not
I know,
everyone in
honey,
this
you're
world's
taking
gonna
it
like it.
personal. It's an easy thing to make fun of. It's just the way Ian takes my stuff and laughs at it. Like, you have to understand, this is just too easy as an
Yeah, I mean,
American to make fun
I've
of.
met Scottish people that say that they hate it, so it's like it's just like with any food, you know, like.
But yeah, it's like with anything. I'm happy to try anything. So yeah,
Who hates pizza though? Do you know anyone that hates pizza? That was like,
I don't like pizza. I don't
You
like
don't
pizza.
like pizza now, but did you first bite of pizza that you ever had? And you're
Oh
like,
yeah,
oh my God.
I used to love pizza, yeah, so much, but
So I don't eat pizza much anymore either. I'm not a big bread person at all. But my point is, there's not been a person that's ever been like, my first taste of pizza, oh God, that was horrible. It was like getting haggard now. It's just not a thing. I just love to get George. George, it's too easy on the haggard. I'm so sorry. I will never bring it up again. Okay, you're taking it personal. It's not.
You
You're
can
calling
talk
it-
about haggis.
you're calling it
because
haggard,
it's nothing.
but
Haggis has nothing to do with me. I'm not
Yeah.
associated with haggis at all. It's just something I've eaten a couple of times in my life, and like with anything else in this world, like with pizza, I eat pizza maybe once every 2 weeks.
have you ever heard of Merle Haggard? Because you're like making him sound like haggis.
Yeah, no, I haven't.
Brooke?
I can
Brendan, no.
totally see Merle Haggard eating haggers.
Yeah, it's an American's name. Yeah, I know who he is. Yeah. I literally, my dad had a truck back in the day that used to be Merle Haggard's truck. I've driven in a truck that used to be
Are
his
you
old truck.
serious?
I'm not joking. It was an old, it was like a Cheyenne, 1973 Cheyenne. It was a brown short bed.
Yeah,
And
I know what you're talking about. They almost look like this other. I know what you're talking about anyway.
And it was like this mythical truck that like it was owned by Merle Haggard, and like no one could confirm it, but like we knew it was.
That's a cool.
Yeah.
That's actually a cool fucking story, man. Merle
Right.
Haggard. Like I know that some people in here don't know who he is, but he's like like a Charlie.
Back where
Daniels.
you're from, people know who he is. Because
Yeah,
he's
they definitely
famous.
know who Merle Haggard is. It's that back
Mhm.
here, exactly. So I'm
In
surprised.
California,
Where are
no
you
one knew what it
from,
was.
by the way, before we need to let George
I'm
talk.
from California.
So how do you know who Merle Haggard is? So that's like.
I just told you I was in his truck.
But I know, but like that's what I'm saying. If there was a truck in California, I don't even know how you would be like, I know who Merle Haggard is, and this is his truck.
Because we got it somehow. My dad he did trades and like different things, and like we knew people from all over, you know, like the East Coast.
Yeah, Merle Haggard went. Yeah, that's right.
And then I was young. I didn't know what the hell. I was like, who the fuck is Merle Haggard? And then I had one of those old guys. He's like an ex-Hell's Angel or something. And he was just like going off about it, like who Merle Haggard was and all this shit. And I was like, oh, okay.
Do you know if you would get your dad had kept that truck and you could inherit it, you could have some serious money because you'd probably be able to prove at this point because of documentation. You'd probably be able to prove it. That would have been some good money for you.
Right. Well, yeah, that's the problem. I don't want to get into that, but I could have had a lot more money than I do now, to say the least. Like my father had all kinds of stuff like numbers matching Z28, 1968 code matching, fully restored, like stuff that sells in auctions now for like 90, 100,000. He had all of that stuff when I was growing up, and more.
That's awesome.
But it's like, yeah, the universe isn't so linear. Like things happen, you know.
Well, I believe we choose our parents, and we also are like, hey, I can do this, and I'll come in and I'll be the brother that doesn't inherit shit, and I don't give a shit, and I'll be the most successful, and I'll never be sad. And then you're like, I might have overbet myself a little there, because when you're not there, it's like I believe you have guardians, angels, or beings that are like, hey, sure you really want to do all that? And you're like, I'm gonna take it all out in one life. It's fine.
Let's just put it this way: I don't regret anything. It is what it is, as they say. And then,
I only regret meeting Douglas. That's pretty much the only thing I've ever regretted.
I agree with that 100%. But let's not get into it.
Oh my god! All right, I'm sorry. I will shut up and let y'all know.
But yeah, it's like that. How is the weather in the UK? Might I ask, Mr. Knight?
Oh, hello, Brendan. Yeah, sorry, beg your pardon. It's yeah, fair. It's fair at the moment. Yeah, a bit overcast slightly, so I'm hoping it will, stay that way. I hope it doesn't pour down with rain today.
Has it never not been overcast in the UK? Do y'all have a sunny day?
Are you up north or?
Is there a day in the UK that's sunny? I'm just sorry, but I have to ask that because I've never.
Oh yeah, they had 100-degree days last year, recently.
Yeah, I got heat stroke. Thank you, Brendan. Yeah, I got heat stroke because of course my job tells me going up a 12-meter pole, and then the degrees are slightly higher when you go above the ground level. Yeah, so I was going.
You guys had record-breaking heat a while back recently.
Yeah, it was about 42 degrees. Yeah, 42 degrees on the ground. Yeah, it was extortion.
But there's no.
That's California weather.
Yeah, I'm going to be about 5 minutes, guys. Just to hold the stage, please, and then I'll be straight back. Thank you so much.
Yeah, it's no worries.
So I was just thinking when he said, first of all, I was saying there's no global warming, back to that. And then I was thinking about the reason I said that about England is I think it runs kind of like Rupert Murdoch must run things, because I talked to someone in Australia who listens to the show at one point when I first started. And he was telling me how great that Trump was, not just because of his political views, because I'm not going to get in politics, but how great that Trump was for bringing our country together. And I said, what? And he was like, well, because I'm not pro-Trump anyway, but I was like, bringing our country together? And he's like, yeah, y'all are more together. And I was like, no. We're more divided than that. I was like,
is he talking about America? He's saying that Trump brought
America together? He's talking about America, and this is what he's seen. Yeah,
he doesn't live here.
Yeah, and that's when I was like, what are you in? I went in, and then that's when I finally was like, you're fucking a nutso. Be like, well, I don't know what you're watching, but we are not together.
Yeah, no one's on the same page. Even in California, people think oh, everyone's a communist. It's no, definitely not out here. No one's on the same page of anything.
Yeah, but he was like, no, aren't you Trump is he brought your country together. He was also the person that said I was like, I'll take you to he said he was coming to America at one point. And I was like, you know what, when you come, I'll take you to a Trump rally and you can see how together everyone is, right? And he said, I've already met Trump. And then this is when I actually got him off, because he said, I've already met Trump. And I said, you've met Trump? You've been to the US, or how have you met him? He was like, oh, no, I met him and his son in my astral travels.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, and then he told me how Trump's youngest son is predestined to be the next Jesus Christ. And then
there's all kinds of
oh, you bitch, right up my nose. Yeah. Oh,
yeah. A little extra coke right up the nose. There you go. Anyway, so that's exactly what he said. It was predestined. He even sent me some videos on his some preacher that he thought was perfect.
They're basing that off of some book from the 1800s that Trump named his son after, and it's there's a whole. They're all occultists. I wouldn't trust any of them.
Oh, I don't trust any of them. But here's the thing: I didn't even know about the book. This the guy who's just I'm on drugs and I'm astral traveling. He's the next Jesus. I don't need you to introduce me to Trump. I've met him 3 times. I met his son twice. He's next Jesus. And then I was just I don't even whether he had said he had read a book or not at that point wouldn't have been mute point to argue. Right. You're fucked. Whatever drugs you're doing, I might like to try them. But
they're so fucking stupid. With his Australian accent, all he had to do was talk about pleasant things like fucking flowers and dingoes.
Yeah, if he had just talked nice stuff. He had a bird. When you showed me the bird, that's how I was like, oh, it's nice, it's cool, this cool bird, man. And then he just had to go off and do his Trump shit, and I was like, all right.
And of course, he's living with his mother. He's living with his mother.
Yes, and living with his mama. And putting down his twin brother. He had multiple brothers. And
I don't doubt that.
His twin brother was horrible, even though his twin brother was married with 2 kids. Somehow his twin brother was the bad one, while he's astral traveling with Trump.
Right. I was going to say, as if he's the saint. If that guy's the saint, that family's problem.
Yeah. He was like, my brother puts me down. He makes me feel bad about myself. And I was like, I was like, oh, that's
probably because they don't have enough money to send him to medical treatment or a sanitarium.
Oh, you son of a bitch! Jesus fucking Christ! Do you people time this? How do you know when I'm drinking? Jesus.
Because we know you're drinking or smoking or sniffing all the time, bitch. If you're not talking, you're talking, sniffing. Here's your thing. You are either talking, sniffing, smoking, drinking, snoring, or sucking on a clit, or maybe something else, I don't know, blood, right? Like, you're all the S's, right? And it's happening. Other than your talking would be your T. You go S S S S S S S S T.
By the way, George, thank you so much for explaining to this young lady when I said, I can't suck your son or fuck your daughter, and when she promptly got angry and agitated and righteous, then you explained
George
to her.
George is not even here.
He's here. Right?
What, is he back?
I do remember that being said.
Oh, he's back. He said he was going on break. Sorry. I didn't know he was back yet.
But I know what
you explained it to her. You explained it to her. He means your son's blood, Brooke. And
yeah. That's it.
Thank you.
No, I do.
I remember that being said. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you, George. I do appreciate you explaining
And
that.
I have to.
Douglas, why don't you tell George why I would think that it would be something different?
You're gonna suffocate me. I'm gonna drown like this. Oh, you bitch. It burns too. Yeah. Fuck.
There was a lady I used to work with. She used to always say, whenever you said anything, she would say, "Well, I said it, but you thought it," and that was her response every time. Yeah, that's a good one. I like that.
Yeah. So,
I love hearing George talk. I miss hearing you talk, George. Like, I love your voice, so I do miss it.
That's right.
I'm happy to go in any direction.
It's nice to hear a great voice that's almost, to be honest, almost as good as Australian. My favorite is South African. South African, Australian, and then English. But South African obviously came from England since she took over the country, obviously.
Well, South African's very different because it has a strong Dutch influence. So
So anyway, it's my favorite accent, but you're my third favorite accent ever, and probably my second now after talking to the crazy Australian guy. I realize now at least you don't say crazy shit.
Yeah, no, and I hope we've established the the difference, the disambiguation between the North and South. In England, it's the opposite to what it is in the United States. So the
right,
opposite.
that's what I was asking.
When I was growing up, my older cousins would always refer to the Northerners as Northern monkeys, and they would always refer to the Southerners as Southern fairies, being soft. And so the disambiguation between
you established it when we first met. Now you're going back to a good argument. So you established that when we first met. The problem was not that I didn't understand that Northern there is different for Southern here. The problem is that you're basically comparing your Northern monkeys to us Southern monkeys.
Well, that wasn't his intent.
It's the reason the terminology was used is because dehumanization and degeneration. So they're degenerate. So that was the reason why the Southerners always referred to them. Now, I never understood that concept.
You're right. I'd rather be called a degenerate than a Southern monkey. You're right.
And
Brent's
closer to
I know you're not doing that, George. I do understand what you're saying. I'm just making it kind of funny. But yeah, I mean, I know you. I don't think you may think that of me. Who knows? And I don't care.
It's important to talk about it because that's all part of the British culture. It's all embedded. It's part of the condition that when you're growing up, this is what, and it's not used nowadays. It's not so frequently used because of political correctness, and so you don't hear of it. But when I was growing up,
I mean, don't you think really that's what we've done? As I would ask you, because you and I used to get in some good conversations. What we've done is humanity, and you can look at that in any country, like what you're saying, what's happened in England there, as far as North and South. We've done that in the U.S., North and South, and then, of course, Republican, Democrat, and then India has their system that, caste system. I mean, I think it's been a thing, just humanity has just tried to completely be like, I'm one up than you. I'm one up than you because I've got more money, or I'm one up because I'm from here and I'm related to this person. It's just, to me, it's a thing that we, as humanity, we have to get past, right?
Yes, and in Britain, it's very much a where it's the wealth that is governing, and the wealth is in charge of the rules. So that's certainly correct, Brooke. I completely agree with that, and that's how it's been.
To compound the complexity in England, in America, the class system is much more economically based, but in England, there truly is a caste system where you do have people who are privileged by dint of birth. So take it from there, George.
Oh, I mean, I know. I kind of wish I was in England with you, Douglas, because because I know that I would have at least been higher, no matter what I said or how many fucks I said. I would still be like, well, she's better. She's better. Yeah. I'm kidding, obviously.
Dear Brendan, tell us a bit about. I don't know if you've encountered any of this at work, but do people have a kind of snobbish class attitude that you have to encounter and deal with? You don't need to share anything if you don't want, but I was just curious if that might bring up some memories. And if he doesn't want to share, that's fine.
Was that to Brendan, Douglas? Sorry, beg your pardon.
Yes, that's. I mean, I'm like the lowest on the totem pole, so it's like, yeah, I definitely deal with that all the time.
Oh my God, that's got to be awful. How do you deal with it?
Yeah, he thinks of you because he thinks there's one person
he knows
advantages. Worse and lower, and it's Douglas Dietrich, and he's like,
yeah, you should see when I tell people I'm like, yeah, I know a vampire, like I work for a vampire, and then they just like
asked me for a job reference. He said, hey, Doug, can you give me a job reference? I said, yeah, well, if you think that a job reference from the cross-dressing vampire son of Adolf Hitler is going to get you hired.
Imagine me trying to tell my daughter the podcast I was on, or anyone for that matter. Well, what do you own? And it's like, well, they talk about history.
Well.
And then it goes into the ways of vampire, but half, he's
renegade military historians are good brief one.
It doesn't go well, Douglas. We don't explain you well. None of us come out looking great. No, I mean,
I just wanted to say something on the accents, though. Apparently, the Southern accent was actually a highbrow accent that they got from England as a way to show that they were cultured compared to the Americans.
That's quite true.
So it was villainized later on, but originally the Southern Belle accent was considered you would be more cultured and more associated with aristocracy and all of that.
That's yes, cool. Sir, and that is why. Yes, sir, you are correct, and that is why. If I was back in England, I would totally be above Douglas, and we would, in the fields, I would totally also be above our even King George. So I don't mind going back to England if I need us all to go.
At this point, you'd be above even King Charles himself. Like everyone hates that guy.
I talked Southern enough, right? Oh, the fuck yeah, I would. I like you, Brandon.
At this point.
Oh my God!
I'm pretty sure all of us would be above King Charles. I don't think no one should not be above King Charles at this point.
Right? How is it out there, George, with that? Because I've noticed that they're like so in denial. They haven't even changed like the tip tree jars of like jam and shit. It still says Queen Elizabeth.
No.
It's like they don't even want to change it.
By the way, no forgot my middle name. I shouldn't say this on there because I already have stalkers, but who cares? They probably already know my middle name. It's Elizabeth, just so you know. No, sir, if I was there, Elizabeth Queen.
Yeah, Brooke Elizabeth Gibson. There we are. Beg, B-E-G.
Yes, and that's when I told you that little black girl told me in middle school, she was like all cool and shit, and we were in gym class, and she's like, that bitch ever fucks with me, I'll carve my initials in her forehead. And I was just this little stupid white girl, but I was like, I still had that brain in me. Like I tell you, I still want to go kill people with you, right? So at that point, I had it, and I was like, that sounds fucking cool. And then I imagined my initials carved in a bitch, and I've done that ever since. And I'm like, those are some cool initials because not only when my initials are carved, they're permanently. It's my initials. You have to remember who it was, and everybody's going to see "beg" across your fucking forehead. I mean, either way, you're fucked.
Oh my God! But one thing I do want you to know, George, is that later on in monologue, I will be addressing how fucking Rishi Sunak is really dithering on, especially, of course, the issues that Britain has to confront concerning war preparations. But, before I get into that, I do want you to kind of respond to these people.
What is that worthless guy even doing out there?
Yeah, answer that.
Yeah, sorry, Brandon. What was the question? Sorry,
George was saying, what is that guy even doing out there? Rishi Sunak, I believe. I mean, Brendan, feel free to say it again.
Oh, Rishi, yeah.
Yeah, I said, what is that? What is that idiot doing? He's like a space holder that's just failing at his job, like being a fucking lump on a log.
I mean, what
Yeah,
are
he's
you
very
talking
much
about? Spain,
detested.
England? Or are you talking about the king of every fucking country in the world?
Oh, we're talking about the yellow house
Rishi.
nigger who was groomed.
Yeah.
The other day I said, like, raised in Stanford. He was groomed at Stanford, California. But take it from there, George.
Oh, any like an Indian, I think, or he's Indian?
He's something, all right. He's
By
just
origin,
Yeah.
by ethnicity, yeah. But he's like,
Yeah, I don't think
he's
the
a
Indians would
mix.
claim him at this point.
yeah.
Yeah, God.
I mean,
knows
it's
what
kind of
he's
like none of
actually
us are claiming Britain anymore. So I guess anyway.
Yeah, oh God, I don't even have to elaborate any further. There's nothing positive to
Right.
say about the individual, nothing at all.
Right.
And at the moment, what's going on with the crisis in Sudan at this point in time, what they're doing now is they're trying to bring back all the nationals. So there is this effort, this mobilization of retrieving all the British nationals from Sudan back to Britain. And so I think they deployed the first aircraft yesterday, or they received the first influx of nationals back in the UK. So this is, at the moment, that's what's been going on at this point in time. But yeah, they're certainly mobilizing for a war effort. They've been testing the new latest high-tech drone technology in, I believe, in Britain itself. They've been testing these unmanned drones that could deploy these specific. These are what they call precision target. They're precision target radar controlled missiles that they're radar locked. And so I saw footage of that. They're testing out these new high-tech drones in Britain.
Wow.
So I think they're fully, preparing for a war effort.
Well,
So,
I mean, here's
otherwise-
the thing: you don't have to
and-
worry about it because until Douglas Dietrich's taken out, you got to be concerned. We need to all take fucking cover, okay? But I do have a serious question. Was it not Sudan? I may be confused. Sudan, was it not Hillary Clinton involved in that?
What
Benghazi.
you talking
Benghazi,
about
Libya. Libya, honey.
That was Libya.
No,
but-
Yeah,
Libya.
Libya in
That's what I was thinking of.
2011,
Libya. I'm sorry. Yeah,
No worries.
You're right.
No worries. Honey, no, Americans. God
But if you
invented
wanna see the
war so
future of
Americans could
Sudan,
learn
then you could
geography.
look at Libya.
Go on.
I was just saying, if you want to see the future of Sudan, just look at what they did to Libya. Then there's your answer.
I talked to not V today. I almost said V. I talked to today. I almost called her V. Why did I say V?
Interesting. I find
That's
that
very
that's
weird.
nice. It's interesting.
I didn't talk to V. I talked to.
I know. I understand.
Anyway, whatever. No, I'm never gonna say anything again because I'm saying wrong.
What's interesting, Douglas, I'm sure you hopefully knew this, but the situation in Sudan, even before it was split between North and South and all that shit
Right.
happened, it actually has had the biggest drone command post in the entire world,
Wow.
ran by the Americans.
Yeah.
And then the Chinese went in there later.
Yeah.
And also formed the second biggest, or the even bigger, like, drone command post. So that's what's going on there. Is there's two huge, like, drone airports, for lack of a better word,
Rival drone
in
bases.
Sudan.
Go on.
Yeah. So that's part of the problem, and people seem to blame the government, but it's like they're so corrupt. I mean, who knows how much foreign involvement really is happening? You know.
Yeah, no, definitely. It's just a appalling situation. Just so people know, that was, of course, Sudan was once. I mean, it's enormous. It's just the land area in Sudan is. You're talking about the majority of the Nile River, and Egypt's just this kind of corner at the top. And Sudan once was home to the Dervish Empire, which was, of course, just this incredible caliphate that was run completely under Quranic law, and it was it was a black empire of these were the true ascetics. These were like people who didn't believe in any material wealth at all, but they fought this incredible war against the British Empire. But
Yes.
yeah, ultimately, we'll see if any other caliphate like that arises, because that was a government under which the man had the balls, the audacity to declare himself the Mahdi, the Messiah of Islam. And so he started this empire among the illiterate peasantry of that area of the world. And so it was imagine that level of power and audacity where somebody could claim that they were the Messiah and therefore rally the basically Black Nile, the black people of the Nile.
Who are you referring to again? You're not referring to MEMԷ-Dy.
Oh gosh, could you say that name again?
MEMԷ-Dy or Musa,
You're not talking about a current leader, are you?
Oh, Mansa Musa definitely is nowhere near this guy.
Okay.
No, that's what I'm saying.
Mansa Musa was a ruler from Mali during
He was like
the ancient
basically
times.
history's richest man. I talked to you about him the other week.
Yeah,
okay.
this
You're
is a
talking
totally
about the black
different
guy, the other
level,
guy, the black guy who was
This is
Yeah, but
pre-Islam.
he
That's when Africa was not Islamic.
that was more pagan, cosmopolitan Africa. No, this guy's name was Muhammad Abdullah Hassan, but he was known formally as Sayyid Mazamad.
Right, but I'm trying to change the story because that's just negative shit. And what I'm trying to go back to is the fact that what Mansa or whatever his fucking name was like the richest man ever to really have lived ever.
Yeah.
As far as when we look at economies, he bankrupted fucking Egypt because he wrecked their economy going through it.
I would like to correct myself. He was the first Muslim ruler, so he was just like an early iteration of the Islamic rulers.
Right. Okay.
You're talking about who I'm talking about, Mansa.
Mansa Musa.
Yeah,
and
I
don't get into his religion. What I do know, and I really don't care about your religion. It's just like anyone else I've talked to. Like religious beliefs are going to be personal, and obviously, I think religion's stupid anyway. I think it should be spiritual.
But in those times, it was everything. I mean, that's not.
Yeah.
But what he did was something different. What he did is before everything came in and took over, as far as our economy, our the fiscal economy that we have now, as far as the way we rule things. What am I looking for? And I know Douglas is going to know it.
So Our Lady Brooke is trying to articulate the fact that the economy was different enough at that time where one man could make or break nations based on his...
Just passing through them. He would pass through.
Yeah.
Literally. And he could literally make or break because he would take his gold and his wealth with him, and he would give so much of his fortune to just people that at that time that it basically, when he went through Egypt, it broke their their economy. Right. Because they worked on an economy similar to what we work on.
He did that. I mean, he did that as a devout Muslim, actually, is why he was giving away money to the poor. It's one of the pillars of Islam, and he was on the Hajj.
Well, but you don't have to be a pillar of Islam to realize that what the fiscal system that we have is screwed, right? You don't have to be like, I believe everything.
Well, I'm just saying he didn't really think about economics. He was just doing it as religious.
Right.
He was giving, right?
Yeah. What Brendan is referring to is known as Zakat. Zakat is the third.
And was killing people. And, I don't know. Like when we talk about Muslim religion, then you start getting into just like we can get into the Catholicism. Like, are they raping little boys? Like the Muslim religion has a lot of negative connotations as well.
So Brooke's trying to emphasize something that she feels is a bit more positive, and that's understandable.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's appreciated, and I understand that. And
I just don't understand why we're going to take it negative, because what is it like? Yes, we have to learn history. To know not to repeat it. Right. But at the same time, the whole also point is, where are we going here? Our financial economy is breaking down. And obviously, Brendan, more than anyone would know that with the astrology, like it's been breaking and it's going to continue to break. So the systems are breaking.
Right. Oh, that reminds me of something. Okay. So yeah, honey, no, that's great. And obviously, as you're predicting, we're going to have a lot of breakage. When?
I do
basically now,
tropical astrology, but I mean, I started with Pluto through 2008, and then that would be ending in January to February was when we would see Pluto's last breakage, and that's not a last breakage, but what it means is you're going to see another huge something crumble, just like we've seen all these crypto things go down. In 2008, when came in. We saw the entire financial real estate crisis. This was just in America. We've seen things throughout the world. We're seeing France right now in the middle of it go down with their economy. I mean, not with their economy, but with them arguing over their social security. So it's a continual thing. It's just a
by the way,
blanket
just so people know, France is in a state of insurrection for all intents and purposes. So go on, honey.
Yeah. So it's a.
Yeah,
it's
they
a,
were building
so,
walls on the motorway and all that.
yeah. So I mean, every country's doing it. It's just a worldwide thing. Pluto affects you personally. Unfortunately, Peter, Moon, and I were affected very personally because we have Capricorn in our chart very heavily. But it also affects you, and I don't say unfortunately. For me, it was unfortunate. I just say I went through a lot of shit. May have actually been great. But what it does is Pluto comes in and says, I don't give a shit what you are. Whatever sign he comes into, he's like, I'm going to break it down.
Pluto's associated with Shiv, the destroyer. So it's just a very cleansing energy.
Yes. He's not like Saturn, who comes in as like, if you do good, like Saturn's a timekeeper, Saturn's also kind of can be a maleficent planet. Maleficent. The fuck word I just said. I can't even say it.
You said it right, malefic.
So honey, so what I've just done is I've sent a private message to everyone. I will send it to you now. So this private message is basically a cut and paste that this young lady sent me. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to share screen and then take you to the page of this young lady whose birthday is coming up on the Emperor's birthday. So at any rate, so I'm sharing screen now. Can you all see the
fucking estate? But you can know somebody. It's another girl's birthday.
So can you all see the cursor moving around?
I don't care.
So
is it the cute blonde girl that you were like, oh, I don't believe in aliens, but for you I will?
Yeah. Yes.
Hey, I would have done it too, man.
Yeah. Thank you. Okay, let's see if we can go to the right timeline here.
At least George has that British, like, he keeps it to himself. He doesn't say it out loud.
So for all of you,
he has some class left.
This is the young lady in question, and so she's the one that was feeding possums, honey. And so
oh my god, I love possums. By the way, can you tell your Chinese man that that's the other animal I want to rescue is possums, and maybe he should care about some possums because possums get a bad rap and they can't carry rabies, and people down here are killing them with fucking like mops and brooms because they fucking think they're like.
So she's also up for your biosire too. It looks like.
Yeah. Nice. That's what she wrote. She wrote that. Right. Can you make what do you make of that?
What are you talking about?
Well, you've got it in your private messages, honey, but our man Brendan is going to read it and make some sense of it.
Yeah, read it, because Brandon, I'm looking at his live. I'm not going to go to the private.
I might have to get back to you on this privately, Douglas.
Okay. Hey, by the way, here's her possum.
What are you doing?
Look, honey, can you see the possum?
Oh my god, I love the possum.
It's adorable.
Possums are known as heartbreakers because they literally will, like, especially when you rescue them, young, they're like children, and they will eat out of your hands and like grab their food just the same way a child will. They can send it here, like they will grab it. They're so sweet, so loving. They're also potty trainable. Because they only want to go in water, so they're trainable as far as potty. Unlike my stupid dogs, because I was trying to save a fucking robin or cardinal outside, they were like, I was like, I can't let you out right now, and they were like, well, then we'll just shit in the fucking dining room right now.
By the way, she's feeding him pork chops. Okay.
But she shouldn't really be feeding him that. They actually like she should not be feeding him that. But regardless,
You're so
they will eat bugs and things like that. But they're fruit. They like.
And you said you can't get rabies from them, right? You said they can't.
You cannot. They can't carry rabies. So their blood temperature level. They're the only marsupial we have in the United States, and their blood temperature level is too low, like for 98.9% of them, to ever be able to carry rabies, because
You're
you have
so
to have
cute, buddy.
because rabies to survive has to be in the blood level, the temperature of the blood has to be so high, so they can't carry. Unlike a raccoon, which raccoons do carry. And people get freaked out. Most raccoons don't have rabies, but yes, if you have a raccoon running up to you like it's a screaming maniac, it might have rabies. But most don't. But the problem with what it is they associated these possums with raccoons because they knew raccoons could. So what a raccoon does is it first plays dead. Try to play dead a lot of times, but they don't usually. If you corner them, they hiss. Their hair stands up almost like a cat, and they do this hiss, and they show these little pointy teeth. So it looks scary. And then people, stupid fucking rednecks in the fucking South, especially, I'm sure all over the fucking world, they fucking just think, and they start hitting them with a broom and killing them. Oh. And they're doing just like, what would you do if you were cornered by something like the Hulk, like something 10 times your size? That's all it's fucking doing. And, they're the only marsupial. They carry their babies in their little pouch. A lot of times if you see them hitting the road, you can still save the babies if you get out, if it's early enough, because the babies are still alive. I've gotten out and done that and saved 3 babies. So they're the best, but they're called heartbreakers because you will fall in love with them the way people fall in love if they have a pet like a dog, or a lot of people like a child. Like I won't compare children exactly the same way, but
animals are actually lovable. You can't compare two children to them.
You're right. Like my dog can be a bitch. So regardless, they only live like 3 to 4 years.
Oh.
And so they eat out of your hand, and you're a best friend, and they can sleep with you, and they don't shit and piss because they want to use. They only want to go in water. So it's you can minimum case just have a fucking sink. You can train them a litter box, but they'll go in a sink, right? Because they want to go in water to go to the bathrooms. You can train them and anything like that, but you don't have to worry about them ruining your carpet or your floor. And they're gonna grab a grape out of your hand or your carrot, and they just will cuddle. But yeah, they will die in 3 to 4 years. So they're called the ultimate heartbreakers. Ford is not the ultimate heartbreaker. He's a little barker. It's like, I'm a chihuahua and you've left me on the ground.
George, you have any impression?
I don't know why you showed that, by the way.
I'm sorry?
I have no idea what the point of that was.
What, honey? Oh, you mean showing
the
possum?
What's the point of showing her? Because now Brendan tried to be all secretive. We'll have to talk about that.
Yeah. Because, honey, he's I'm sure that he would speak about it with me and George.
But you just said that you sent it out to all of us, so I can go read it right now, and then I would be like, Brendan, what are we talking about privately? Because I'm reading it.
He might talk to you about it privately too. What he's afraid of is that if we speak about this sort of thing on air, this girl might be put in danger.
Okay, got you. Okay.
Yeah.
I haven't read it, so I didn't know what he was talking about. I just thought he meant your Chinese guy didn't like possums or something.
Oh my God. So, with that being said, George, any hint as to what's going on with work that might be of relevance socially that comes to your mind? How are your workmates doing with any new information?
No, absolutely, Douglas. I've been having great conversations with Eric. I'm more than happy to share those with yourself and on there as well. But it's interesting to note that one of the questions I got asked is because me and my wife were going on our honeymoon in 2 weeks' time.
Oh, great!
And we had to apply for our visas.
I'm so happy. I'm so happy about this development. So go on. Visas to.
Yeah, thank you.
Are you going to share some of your destinations, or is that going to be private for security reasons?
Oh yeah, I don't mind sharing, Douglas. But a couple things. Do you remember when we last went on holiday? The last 2 times we had
George,
we had the worst flights.
You were coming to South Carolina, so just.
They're heading towards South Carolina for a swingers party with Brooke. Yes.
Unfortunately, George might get left out of that conversation.
I'm sorry.
I wouldn't go to Southern Carolina unless you had to, man.
That's what Sammy Romero said.
I've been there. I'm not just saying this to be rude.
Southern California, you mean? Don't go to Southern California.
Well, that too. I'm definitely not defending SoCal, but I've been to Southern Carolina, and I'm not really keen.
First of all, it's not. First of all, you haven't, because nobody's ever in their life said Southern Carolina. That'd be something George could get away with saying. Southern Carolina. If you're from America,
I do it deliberately to piss off
Southern
people
Carolina. No. No,
Oh
I'm
my
not from
gosh.
Southern.
So-
No,
so-
I don't know where Southern Carolina is.
So
Honestly.
George, your nuptials, where will they be enjoyed?
Yeah, we're going to Cape Verde, which is by Spanish time, so we're going by Spain time. And I was just going to note that the question was asked, well, how come we have to apply for visas? And I said it's because of Brexit, because we used to be part of the European Union. Yeah. And so I had to briefly explain, but this is what people wanted. This is why holidays are so expensive, because now you've got to apply for visas. Anywhere around the European theatre or centre, you have to apply for visas now. And it's all because of Brexit. And, you know, these are some of the ramifications of people wanting to, you know, to be dismantled from or dismembered from the European Union, and this is what we're suffering from. This is just again.
Oh, welcome to George Bush's world, because we didn't vote to Brexit out of fucking like visas, but I used to be able to go to Mexico without a visa, and then suddenly we had 9/11 and fucking there's nowhere you can go without the visa and the passport. Like, you know, I used to be able to go with a driver's license.
Wow, that's amazing.
Do you remember that? Like, you went to Mexico?
What were you doing going down to Mexico? I mean, what were you dealing with?
My heroin dealing, of course.
I thought she was going to say something more exciting, like, well, I was selling my body out to the local narco-terrorist drug lords, of course. The cartel.
That was only while I was the 2 or 3 days while I was getting the heroin there. I would get high and then I would sell my body out.
Yeah,
but the rest of the time I was just trafficking. I went to Cancun several times, actually, and Cozumel.
Yeah, that's what Sammy Romero would say is just an extension of California when it comes to Baja. Are you talking about Baja? Forgive my ignorance here. Cancun, is that
No, Baja is not a dog.
Okay.
I'm so thankful there is at least one thing that I know that I can at least map in my mind that is Baja is toward California. You're
Yes.
right. It is on the west coast of Mexico. But no, Cozumel and Cancun are basically islands actually off of Mexico, very south of Mexico. So you're in a
Well, they're on
totally
the
fucking
Yucatan.
place.
They're like attached.
Okay,
but
whatever.
They might as well be
I'm
islands.
so sick of you. Every time I say something about astrology, you go, well, but then. Whatever.
I
Okay?
didn't say anything about astrology.
Just
What you
saying, I
said
have
was
some
correct.
self. Thank you. That's what I need to hear. Have very low self-esteem. I need that.
Yes, honey. There's no.
What
reason
you
to
said
be-
about Saturn was spot on. Yeah.
Yeah. No reason to be insecure.
Also, what I said about Douglas and it being like the only thing that you and I both regret ever doing.
I don't think he was here for that, but yeah.
Yeah. He did agree with me on that, Douglas, by the way.
Yeah, well, look
Was
what
like-
he's
he
been
was-
through. He's been through fucking
I
hell.
think Douglas already knows. I've told him to his face, or as close as I can get.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
sorry to interrupt. Douglas, thank you for having me on.
Yeah,
Thank you. It's
George,
been a
George,
pleasure.
we were so
Lovely
glad.
speaking to you.
Yes, we're so glad to have you on. And
George, I think Douglas and I guess you'll just either pick Brandon or me, but you're sending 2 more tickets so we can come watch your honeymoon and your remarriage, right? So I'm going to assume you're going to pick me over Brandon, but like, whatever. We'll wait for the tickets.
It's lovely speaking to you all. Thank you so much.
George, he maintains
Yes,
that
have a
polite
good
veneer. George, I want you to know that I'm taking Sunday off to celebrate the
Yes,
Emperor's
got you.
birthday. So did you know
Absolutely.
that? Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. Because I always resubmit the posts I do every year with Emperor Hirohito.
Excellent.
So yeah, this is coming up. Yeah, it's coming up to his anniversary. Yeah, so of his birth date. So yeah, I'm looking forward to that.
Wonderful, and I will.
Absolutely.
I'm hoping you'll be joining us on Wednesday thereafter.
Perfect, Douglas. No, thank you so much. Yeah, no, really appreciate that. Thank you.
Excellent. Well,
So I'm not counting on I'm getting the ticket, but it sounds like
It's been
Douglas
wonderful
is getting a ticket to the wedding.
Speaking to you, Brendan. You look after yourself, and Brett, you too.
Yes.
And we're
Much
already married.
appreciation, George.
No
Thank you
ticket,
very
no
much.
ticket,
Look
George.
forward to
Thank
speaking to you all.
yes.
No.
Yeah, look forward to speaking to you all Wednesday. Thank you.
Yes.
You take care. Bye bye.
I'm looking forward
Thank
to
you.
meeting
All my
my
love.
ticket. Thank you, George.
Bye. Yes. Oh, he's so polite. He's so.
He's so polite. He said that was boring. He could have at least responded like, "Bitch, I'm not sending you a ticket. Okay, I don't like you."
He
Like
can't say
something
that.
instead of just ignoring all of it and being like, I'm pretending like I don't hear
I think-
anything you're
I think it's for the best that he just Like, no.
He just does what he does. Yes.
Yeah, you're right. You're probably right. I'll give you that.
I should have given
right.
him more of a chance to exposit on the differences between prednisone and steroids. It was because that's fun in its own way. But honestly, the fucking prednisone, it's, you know, when the doctor's warning me about all these potential negatives, like, you might feel like you're really irritated and having a psychotic break. Of course, that may have manifested after the last transmission, before tonight. But that, yeah.
Why? What happened on the last transmission?
Yeah, it was after transmission. Like I said, it was just, oh my God. Well, I'd been, you know, at that point, I just had been, it's just too much. Too much was going on. And I was just trying to handle too much at once. It was just awful. It was the transmission day from hell. And the worst of it was after transmission. But, you know, hopefully it's all stabilized now. I think we've...
Glad I'm not a part of that anyway.
Yeah. I'm not going to respond to that. That's Brendan. See the frustration I have to deal with? This is like, oh my God. This is like, you know, the man pulls you into an alleyway, rapes you repeatedly, you get pregnant, and then he says, I'm not part of that. It's like that.
That's fine. As long as he raped me repeatedly and it was like a good rape, like I wanted to, like you tied me up in that chair, you know, like the right way. And then you raped me and then I got pregnant, it's fine, because I'm going to drop that baby off at your fucking doorstep. And be like, your problem, bitch.
Oh, that's adorable. Yes. But she keeps the ducks. She keeps the ducks and she spends thousands.
Hell yeah, because the dogs, they don't turn on you. And especially now, maybe the first baby I kept her so, right? And I don't want the second one to be the only child, but I get pregnant again.
You said you already got eggs? You said you already had eggs?
No, man, but I didn't know how many eggs I'm going to have. Do you understand how many eggs I'm going to fucking have? I can melt eggs to everyone in this podcast times 45 every fucking week. 12. Like, this is going to be bad.
Are they chickens or ducks?
I got 2 of each, so that's the problem. I got duck eggs and chicken. I didn't know ducks were going to lay that. So the ducks each are going to lay like 200 eggs a year of each one. Mm-hmm. And then duck eggs are apparently twice the size of chicken eggs.
Right.
And you've got the chickens, which... Stupid. No, I'm not saying stupid, but Josh, like, what do you call him? Josh? What was his name?
Diddler.
Diddler. Yeah. So when he first saw him, because he was raised in, when I first showed him a picture of them, because he was raised in, I don't know, on a farm, fucking in Illinois. So he's like, I think you got, like, roaster hens or broiler hens. So they won't lay that many eggs. And I first was like, I didn't even buy them for eggs, first of all. But I was like, well, that broilers, I guess that's even better. I saved them from being broiled, because that's truly what it means, is those are the hens, those are the chickens they broil. Like, those are the big KFC hens. That's what they fucking want. And I was like, well, that's fucking fine. And then I sent a picture of them after they've grown. And he's like, oh, no. Oh, you definitely got laying hens. And I was like, what does that mean? He's like, oh, those are going to lay. So then I look up the numbers on my 2 chickens and then the 2 ducks. When I'm like, I told him, I'm too stupid. I'm like you. I'm like, no, remember how you were like, no, how do they lay without a rooster? They need a rooster to lay, right? So I told him how stupid you were, right? And then he's like, well, you know, the ducks are going to lay eggs. And I literally said, no, they can't, because they don't have a male. And he's like, you realize you just said they can't lay without a male, but you said, like you told Douglas that he was stupid for not understanding that they, and I was like, so but you're saying dogs lay eggs like that? He was like, yes. And I'm Googling it while I'm talking to him, not believing it. Like, you know, like I'm doing like, you're stupid, I'm gonna Google this stuff. And then I'm like, oh, fucking A. It's like 200 eggs a fucking duck, man, or 200 plus, like a fucking year. Like, I don't know. I'm going to have to go to the farmer's market or something, or just start throwing eggs at people's car.
Now, you're a vegan, so you don't eat eggs, right, Brendan?
I'm not a vegan, actually, I'm vegetarian. So I
don't eat eggs, no.
Yeah, he's a vegan. I'm vegetarian. He thinks he's classier than me. It's kind of like
you could still only eat so many eggs, right?
Yeah.
Well, no, like that's why I'm a vegetarian.
I wish I could fry eggs, but I know. If you send me one of those electric grills where I can fry it electronically, I'll take your eggs. I mean, you know, a number of them.
Yeah, like fried eggs are that's my only egg that I really want. Like I hate scrambled. I love the fried egg over medium.
Well, I like soft boiled too. You know, the soft boiled eggs, but they say that's dangerous.
No,
But
not soft. I want hard boiled egg, but I want it fried over medium, where the white's done with that yellow, and you pop it. Oh my god! Put it on some toast with some lettuce and tomato, some mayonnaise and onion.
yeah, well,
Fucking
I like
eggs.
soft boiled eggs. I like soft boiled eggs. So
I don't know why it's soft boiled.
I don't know, but they're hard to make, right?
I guess because I'm trying to
You just gotta
do
time
a
it right.
hard boiled, and mine come out green because I do extra heavy boiled apparently because I don't take them out in time. So then the yellow's green half inside. It is apparently an overdone hard boiled egg.
And so like I'm stuck with mostly frying. But yes, I mean with those
I
electric.
just don't understand though why you would if you had somebody to cook for you. Right? So, like, if you moved here and I was like, hey, I'll feed you to the pigs or you can fry me a couple of eggs every morning.
You couldn't do it.
I couldn't do it. Not well.
Maybe you could do it at night. I'm just saying, like, I don't have a time frame. Like, you can do your sleep schedule. Like, you can do it at 3 a.m. I just want
No, I get it. I get what you're saying. It's just, it's like Brendan's right. I wouldn't do it well. I wouldn't do it well. I would be like, after a while, you'd just start whipping me and shit. And
yeah, or I'd just show you the pigs outside, and then the body that they've just eaten. And I'd be like, I think you should probably go fry some eggs.
Oh my god! And so at any
I
rate,
just watched that. Did you not watch that? Like that fucking lady. There's a guy on YouTube. He does these great stories. He's great. He's a Marine, by the way. You wouldn't like that part of it. But he is ultimate storyteller. Let's tell you, like he just started telling stories online, but true stories. Mm-hmm. But he does it in a way, basically the opposite way of the way I tell a story, meaning people want to listen. And he does a story, but it's true. And anyway, the last, like what I just recently heard was this woman that was in San Francisco of all places. And obviously you could tell after I saw her real picture. She was, and let me just say, as a woman who was very, at least bisexual, at minimum, I mean, like other women for sure, but this was one of what I would call it true, what you would call it, a dyke. I mean, like, the old-fashioned dyke, like very big bone. She decided while she was in San Francisco, she wanted to live on her own.
No one would live with her. Yeah, go on.
Yeah. Oh, you can tell from the pictures at this point when I saw them later. But she tells the story great. And she bought some land up in, I want to say either Oregon or Washington State. And so she bought land up there and she moved up there. And when she moved up there was pretty much nothing on it. And so this shows you how fucking big she was. She bought off some wood and she was building her own shit. I mean, there was nothing on the land. Like she didn't buy a house on the land, right? First of all, but she hired people from the fucking whatever small city, like transient people, to come work on her farm.
You mean tent city? She hired people from the local tent city.
Yes, in Oregon or whichever city it was. So that's what she did. She got some pigs, some chickens, what the fuck ever. I know there were pigs and chickens. I don't remember what else. She had pigs and chickens for sure. And the reason why I know she had pigs is because she had hired some people, plenty of come work there. They would leave. She was great. That's how she supported herself. She would sell the pigs to the market when they were big enough. And then suddenly one of the people that had gone to work there had a little trailer, like tiny $10,000, $4,000 probably trailer you haul behind a truck, right? And he didn't contact his kids for a few months, and they just happened to care just enough about him, more than my kids probably would care about me. But they decided to drive out to where this fucker was because he was showing this. It was like, well, let's find him because he hasn't contacted us. And long story short, ended up being that they found out with the police. And she was like, I don't know. He got drunk and he left in the truck and blah, blah, blah. And then the police were like, and they were like, well, we can't track him, dear kids, because he was transient. I mean, he was kind of an alcoholic and he drank, and we really can't track him. And they're like, oh, we do know how you can track him. He had an EBT card. Who the fuck knew an EBT would fucking take to somebody? Because
I got Brendan said try for food stamps. I tried for them. I got them. I still haven't activated the card yet. I've got but most of the food.
Mail it to
Nice.
me. I'll send you some eggs. You can buy the eggs with your EBT card. Just mail me the card.
Holy shit.
That's
Anyway, but
they started by giving me remunerated pay, so the COVID expenses they gave me
how
300
much
something.
did you get a month?
But it's only 27 a month. Yeah, from that point forward, I'll
$27?
Yeah, I'll try and get it raised by telling them how high my rent is. Yeah, but
No, for your EBT, how much did you get?
yeah, it's $27 a month, but I got the back pay for like $357 or $375, something like that. But almost all the supplies
I get $400 and something a month for my EBT since I applied in December after I'd quit my job and I finally applied for it.
Oh my God. Well, good,
Yeah.
good. I'm glad.
It's different for when they see man on the fucking application, they give you like percents.
Yeah.
That's bullshit. It's because
I think the
fucking
max
kid.
I've ever gotten was like 200.
Wow.
And that was when I was homeless.
Yeah, do you have a child? No, I don't think
No,
you do.
I
You have
don't.
17-year-old eats you got a house and home. I'm pretty sure not. So shut the fuck up.
No, well, I'm not saying I disagree with it. 'Cause
I'm saying
otherwise, then
I will
all these
give
actual
the
homeless guys out
eating
here
bill
would get
over
money
to
for free.
Douglas. Douglas will pay for Noah's food bill. He can have my entire EBT card, but he just has to pay for whatever Noah eats.
Oh my God. And so
Hey, $27 a month, that's enough for your soda addiction. I mean,
That's a
No, it's
horrible
not.
amount. Like,
No,
I don't even know
it's
why they
not.
gave you that. That's like I don't even know. Like that's like we know
Hey,
you're a vampire and
something.
the son of Adolf Hitler. Like we're just giving you this to show we hate you.
That's something.
That's a horrible amount. It's like
Yeah.
we want to acknowledge that we hate you, and if we ignore
Yes.
you at all, there wouldn't
Just-
be any way
Just
about it.
go in there and tell them you're black. You'll get more, Douglas. and-
Actually, my understanding
That
is
is so fucking racist. Fuck you. Fuck that.
It's San
Not dealing with
Francisco.
that.
They were
fuck
trying to
you
get
for
hey,
that.
honey,
5
no, wait.
million
In
people.
all fairness, San Francisco, they were overcompensating by talking about $5 million
Right.
reparations for each
Oh,
black
I
person.
think they should. I totally think they should. I think they should do it, and I'm going to find some black heritage in my own family.
Yeah, exactly.
Go get it. So I think y'all all need to shut the fuck up and just let the reparations come on.
Oh,
If the government's gonna get if the government's gonna give money away, our government's fucked. We're in so much debt. I don't give a shit if they make black people rich. I don't give a shit if I can find the black in me or not. Give the reparations. They built our country, brought them over here. Maybe we didn't. I don't know. I'm pretty sure we did. But I know San Francisco.
I'm not
what
commenting on this further.
But we're fucked. Like, you think we're going to get out of any debt we're in? The dollar is fucked. We're fucked. Like, we're either going to make it up or, I mean, obviously, as Douglas says, China can't take us over and Russia can't take us over. So we should probably give reparations to first black people. Then we should give reparations to Navajos. Then we should give reparations to vampires. And then we should give reparations to
I mean, the
people that
Native
rescue-
Americans should have
and
been
then
first on the list.
people
Yes.
that rescue dogs. I
Yes.
think rescue dogs should get fucking a couple million. And yeah, and then like anybody else that fucking wasn't related to fucking Tesla dude should get a few million. And, Like at that point, then we're fair.
Yeah, Native Americans first, then African American. I mean, if quite honestly,
Yeah, that's fine. We can't argue. You're right. Native Americans should be first. Okay,
Yeah.
it doesn't matter. We just need to
but
give
we
away a
all
lot of
we
millions
all
of
to a
dollars.
degree deserve reparations at this point. Just to fucking
Yeah.
it would just what needs to happen is wealth redistribution, and that's what you were trying to articulate about the black man
Yes.
going through various countries through his observance of Zagat.
That's what he
the
was
third-
doing. That exactly.
Yeah,
Thank
wealth
you.
redistribution through his observance of Zagat, the third pillar of Islam. He was redistributing wealth to such a radical degree that he shattered economies. But you see, the way to combat that, in my infinite wisdom as Führer, as this young girl puts faith in me in, and I don't understand why you
Oh
can't
yes,
be
there's
like
so
that.
much faith. Can everyone feel the faith that I have in him?
Yeah, I'd like it if you felt that faith, baby. And so he, basically in my infinite wisdom as Führer, I would say that we have
That's still you still live in San Francisco. You're limited. Like you're gonna have to limit that faith. But go ahead.
At any rate, we have an SS. We have the Secret Service, which is in charge of counterfeiting, which is meant to prevent inflation by keeping track of counterfeit money. We should expand our SS, our American Secret Service, and give them the symbol of $2 signs instead of the 2 Siegrunen on their collar tabs. And this would represent, of course, that their job is to beat down anyone who tries to inflate prices. And after that, distribute millions of dollars to all of us. We should all get $5 million in reparation. The economy would soar because the SS would enforce no inflationary policy. And this way people would be buying, people would be selling and spending, and the economy would soar. Now, of course, you would have to allow raising of prices to a degree, but that's what the SS would monitor. So there would truly be a monetary police.
Like, are we going back to Hitler? That's what you mean, SS?
Yeah, yes, of course.
Not Schutzstaffel, the Secret Service.
Yes, yes.
Okay. So, but the bigger problem we have with, I believe, with the U.S. dollar, and where we came into a huge problem with it, is what is the one that raises interest rates? The Fed, our Federal Reserve. Yeah. So our Federal Reserve is where what fucks.
Yeah, you'd have to just execute those whole guys on the spot. Yeah, you did that, Douglas.
Thank you. I mean, they should be like, if you were gonna execute anybody, like, I'm not saying to.
It's unfortunate that they're all Jewish, but that's just coincidence.
I'm sorry, this is horrible.
Is Ye listening? I need some money, man. I'm telling you, I agree with you.
I don't think it's like it was religious based at that point. It's just kind of like, they just have all that shit.
Yeah, just oddly, like, also everybody running the fucking that like got caught in the scandals, like what was it, the woman scandal? What was it called? The Me Too movement. And there just happened to be like every fucking guy that got caught in that, like Wendell guy and whatever. I was listening to that night, and what's his name, like Weinstein or whatever, and several of them, and they're all Jewish, but it's like, he said, the one that fucking got out of it. He's like, who got out of it? What was his name? That was the head of Playboy.
Oh, Hugh Hefner.
Hugh Hefner. He's like, he got out of it. He's like, did you notice he fucking died few weeks before the Wendell whatever started to come out? He was like, they came to him and was like, hey, these bitches are coming down, they're saying some shit, and they were like, he was like, go get my coffin, like, right. You take him to like, and they were like, no, we can probably help you out, and then the joke on this, he was again a comedian, and I'm not great at retelling jokes, but he just said, I don't know why I still try, but he said, like, death is everything, like, timing of your death is everything, man. Like, he took it, like, I mean, he said, because you die, think about it. Like, if you die and somebody accuses you of some shit after you die, he said, look at you right here in this room. Like, right now, like, all of us talking. If fucking Douglas fucking dies tonight, or fucking I die tonight, right? Be like, she might have been kind of a bitch. Like, whatever I did negatively on there. But if you find 12 dead bodies in my fucking house, she'll be like, but she worked out taking those dogs, man, and she's good. Like, it was all after my death you find the fucking all the bodies buried, right? But if you find them out alive, I'm going to prison. There's gonna be a trial. Look at her, she's a horrible murderer, right? Like, same fucking thing. It's like timing of death is everything. And fucking what's his name went out. I'll be honest, for a Playboy dude, like, he went out the right fucking time. Like,
Yeah, I mean, if looking at his track record, it's the best idea he's ever had.
Yes, thank you.
I have no doubt that he fucking had something. He knew it was coming down. He's like, give me some extra pills. I'm going upstairs, get the coffin ready.
I mean, it's a good point. Your point's well taken. And the comedian who was satirizing.
Yeah, the comedian deserves credit.
He was onto something. Yeah, he truly was. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab another liquid Coke. I'll go mute for a few minutes.
The fact that you have to say liquid is like the guy that was like, I have a $5,000 dog in 3 degrees. Yeah, so, if it was just a Coke, you wouldn't say liquid.
By the way, what branch of service did he claim he was in for the war?
Like, I'm telling you. Like, I didn't even give him the shit I give y'all. Like, I wouldn't even give him half that shit. I wanted out of there. I didn't know. I was, like, not paying attention. I was, like, I just heard military, and I was like, okay. And then I thought about it when I got home. I was like, how the fuck is he like 30 years old and he's been in the military in Afghanistan and suddenly got 3 degrees? And then I was like, and driving a 97 Mustang.
Yeah, there's no way.
Yeah, living in an apartment building, but the head of the bank locally, and but you need to brag about your $5,000 dog, and you're like, which is not, by the way, a $5,000 dog because I know dogs. Also, anyway, I just like that's why he was so I think just completely like so used to like 20-year-old stupid or drunk women that were like, oh my god, it's such a cute dog.
That's so
you work for a
upsetting.
bank.
That's so upsetting that someone is that, that somebody.
You know what you need to do? You need to have, oh my God, I should go fucking back in there. You need to have a video broadcast where everybody can see it, and I'll go in there fucking undercover and let you fucking watch this motherfucker. And, like, I'm gonna exaggerate. It's gonna be the best show you ever fucking have. People will replay it forever. It's like to watch it because he doesn't fucking bullshit. He's like, oh, I have to do this. At one point, he says, when I went, you don't have 3 degrees at all, because that's when I said that with the car with him. He was like, this is what he said. Now, this is a guy who says he has a psychology degree. He said, I know what you're trying to do. You are trying to, what do you call that? Reverse psychology me.
Oh
and I said, do you understand?
That would require he has a brain, a mind.
Right.
That's when I was like, you just said you have a psychology degree. I was like, do you
No
understand?
one with psychology degree would ever say reverse psychology out loud.
Thank you.
First of all, yes, number one, exactly. Number two, if you had 3 degrees, you wouldn't come in. Like, if you have money, you wouldn't be coming in bragging about it. Like, none of that was all, it was all fake. But my point was, even if you were stupid for all that, you should know what reverse psychology means. And when I'm just saying you don't have this, that's not reverse psychology.
Right.
I'm just saying you don't have it. That'd be like me saying, Douglas, you're an asshole. And you'd be like, you're using reverse psychology. No, I just said you're an asshole. Like, I don't know where the reverse psychology is coming in. If I'm just saying out loud that I thought you were an asshole, and I don't, Douglas, think you're an asshole. I'm just saying though, but like,
I don't mind if you do, but
well, I mean, every now and then you are, but
Oh
anyway, yeah, that's what he said, and I remember that's actually when I got up, like, and she'd given me my bag of food, and I just walked out, and then he follows me with his stupid dog, like, oh, you need to pee.
Right.
Picture.
And you didn't know whether he was talking to the dog or you, right?
I knew he was on the dog, but that was the bad thing. This dog was so cute that that's why he was able to talk to me longer, because I spoke to him at first, obviously with the dog, then ignored him and like tried to avoid him, like when I realized he was an idiot, waiting on the food. But then when he walked out with the dog, and even though I knew he's already an asshole, like, the dog was cute, right? You know me with animals. Like, I don't give a shit. Like, fuck. Like, all I was thinking was this poor dog. I'll be honest. At that point, I was thinking this poor dog. Because it's young, and he is using it to fucking pick up women. And I really wanted to take the dog and run. And to be honest with you, I walked over to pet it. And I considered it. That's what I was doing. While he's talking, I'm considering, can I legally, and then I'm like, he'll get my tag number. I'll go to jail. Like, I've already had, like, so I was like, but that was my thought process of like, I went back to pet because he was
but
like,
by the way, before I grabbed my liquid Coke, my thought process was, I find it interesting that in Brendan Zogit's case, the security camera footage didn't catch anything, even though his car obviously got damaged during that period of time. And in your case, the gremlin shows up. So both of you have had automotive incidents in which there is camera phenomenon, in which, in one case, something that should be there does not appear. And in another case...
By the way, I talked to the police again yesterday. And they were supposed to call me back today. Because this is my third call, went down there once. And I've asked for the sheriff each time. And got, the first story was that he was not there after 3. The second story was she couldn't get his secretary, but that great lady was really nice, and so I'm going to have somebody call me. The third one, I bitch again. I just decided, I was like, fuck this. Like, the reason, I don't want that report was so fucked, right? Whatever that was, whatever happened, that report was fucked. And I was like, that's bullshit.
Yeah,
So if I
it's
ever
definitely
needed to call,
malevolent. There's something going on there that they're covering for this individual.
yeah, whatever it is. And that's so the third time. So I called yesterday was my third day. Like, and I wasn't feeling good. But I talked to you. So I was like, called them, and I talked to this woman again, who actually was the sheriff, because I called early enough. It was like 11. And she says, that she was the sheriff's assistant or whatever. So I made the mistake. Well, the first time I made the mistake saying secretary. I didn't think she didn't like that. So this time I was like, administrative assistant. Can I speak with the administrative assistant? Which I get that. That's fine. And so I spoke with her, and she said, yeah, I'll have the sheriff. She wanted to kind of know the basics of what it was, just the case number. But she didn't have the sheriff call me back. And I won't say the name of who she had called me back, but it was the head under the sheriff. I have his name. Mm-hmm. And I went through the whole story, and I kind of went like when you guys do hear me tell a story, because he was like, I answered it like I was half asleep, because I like literally was needing to go to the doctor, and I was literally falling asleep waiting to go to the doctor. Mm-hmm. And then he called me, and so I was like, hello. And then like my voice changed as soon as he was like, this is blah blah blah. Mm-hmm. And I was like, oh yeah. And so I went through the story with him. He's like, are you wanting to press charges on her? Like, you stopped me halfway through. And I was like, no. I was like, here's the thing. I don't care about pressing charges on her. I don't care about her. Because he's like, has she harassed you again? Is that what you're saying? I'm like, no. I'm like, this is not about her. I was like, this is about the reason this report was written this way. I said, because, and basically, long story short, I had gone through all the details with him. And I said, if this report was written this way, I said, first of all, it needs to be rewritten, because if I call the police, number one, if I was to ever have to call you again, I said, you have a report. I said, even though you have me as the victim, I said, read your report, because he was reading it because he said he had it up. So I knew he had it up as I was also reading it. So he said, as you can see, that like it says, she never left the area. So I never left the area. I was like, so you have a 911 tape of me flying down 85 to get away from someone when I was going 2 minutes to a gas station and back.
So what did he say to that?
And, well, so he's just listening at this point, because I'm not stopping. I said, and then at that point, I was like, so by the way, I said, so at that point, and then
what he was saying to himself was, I know how Doug Dietrich feels on those transmissions. Go on.
Exactly. But what I actually did was say, you should have those 911 tapes, because they should not be deleted. But I did say, and I have gone to the QT, although that was between me and you, hopefully police aren't listening. Like, it was like 3 weeks ago, month ago. They still had the tapes, and they should still have them. They said they needed a report, but that's what I said. And then I said, you had your own, the officer wrote up that I went to the QT. Like, I didn't leave the area, and then I followed this lady. I was like, this woman wasn't there, and you have tapes of that as well. I said, so everything is verifiable, number one. I said, number two, I gave this woman the story. Number three, my daughter was there, and she said from the second, even my own daughter said, this woman doesn't like you. And I said, I'm not perfect. I said, I hit a parked car in my neighborhood back in 2020. And back in when I was 17 years old, I did some other
Yeah, but you never ran into anyone trying to kill them like this girl did.
Exactly. And even hitting a parked car that was parked in the road got, like it wasn't, yeah. And it was parked, and I got the ticket, basically a speeding ticket charge at the end of the day. But at the end of the day, I said, if she had pulled up and just thought, okay, is this crazy? Like, was I drinking? Because I was drinking when I hit that car. Let's be honest. Like, that was the end of the relationship I was in, and when I've come out of everything that I've been in, except for the medical shit. So I was drinking then. So I wasn't drunk.
Actually, your excuse for drinking was at this point you were into Douglas Dietrich, and your whole life had gone downhill after that.
No, actually, no, my life had gone downhill before, and then I got better, and then I physically got sick when I met you. So that's the whole problem. Like, there was like this great 6-month period of like me being well, and then I physically got, yeah. But anyway, that's another story.
So I'm gonna grab that Coke. I'm gonna go mute. I'll be right back. But keep going. You're doing great.
No, your lesbian bitch basically wrote that
So
story.
there's no way it's liquid coke. You would have had to gone to the bathroom at least 10 times.
And you wouldn't say liquid coke all the time. Like, no one says that. Have you ever heard somebody be like, I'm going to get liquid Pepsi. I'm going to get liquid Sprite right now. Like, I'm going to get liquid Sprite.
Honey, I have to say,
if I had said that to the bitch that pulled up, because this is what the cop tells me. This is the end of the story. So he's supposed to call me back today, and he didn't. So I'm calling tomorrow. But he goes, I'm going to research all of this. He's, what do you want out of this? I'm like, I want the report changed. I want the report changed. I want it corrected. I want you to watch the videos, listen to them, the report corrected. And I would also like to know why the officers did this. But more importantly, I would like your sheriff and anyone over them, like yourself, to understand that your officers are doing this, because if I'm a white woman in a good neighborhood and I'm calling and this has happened, can you imagine? I said, and I told him this, I said, and don't get me wrong. I said, I know, I appreciate what you do every day. I exaggerated a little, did a little Libra shit, like fucking you've taught me. I was like, I appreciate what you guys work hard every day, put your lives on the line.
See?
And I am thankful for that.
You're
I
so
said,
lucky you know me. Of course, I'm the reason you suffered this, but go on. Truly, ultimately, I'm the reason you suffered this at all, but go on.
Yeah. So, but I went through that bullshit, which, to be honest, it's not the whole reason I could say that, because I was in sales too, so I was selling him. But I was just like, I appreciate your shit, because I got to give you nice shit before I'm about to tell you. But as you know, the reports that do come out in the media that are negative about police officers, I said, those things also take precedence. I said, so what would this say right here, where you have a white woman that has obviously not only been the victim, which you've said is the victim. Now I've got three things that, this isn't like you wrote a short report. Like, I would be fine if that's what I told him. I said, that'd be fine if this report was just short and they just cut out details. But there are actual details that are complete lies. In addition to that, she asked me what I wanted to do. She was rude the entire time. My own daughter had to speak up and say, I think my mother just wants to feel
every
safe.
Police report. No offense. I'm not
She
trying to
just wants to
discount
feel safe. And at the end of the day, this police officer knew that this woman had hit a woman intentionally with her car and tried to kill her, or at least bodily injure her, and had.
But by the way, you can't control the level of injuries on that. It's basically an attempt to kill her. It's
right.
They might not wind up dying, but it's not like you can just decide to clip somebody and say, I just didn't mean to kill them, I just meant to bruise them, because there's no control over how
with your car.
Yeah.
Right. So this officer had access to that information, and that's what I said. This is why it needs to be corrected. Because number one, what if I call the police? You've got something that doesn't look right on me. I want mine corrected. Number two, what happens when you've got a 20-something-year-old girl? I said, she's done this. She's hit someone with her car. Now she's tried to kill me, running me off the road. I can tell you, and you can hear it on the 911 tape. So if she does this again, I'm pretty sure this needs to be reported correctly. And that's when Mr. I won't say his name is like, what do you say? I'm going to look at deputies over there. I'm going to look up the body cameras.
It's like they must know that it's a cult. Nature, because they don't want to touch it. It's and that's why they would misreport it.
Oh, and that was the other thing he said. He tried to ask me, he tried to play it off. He said, well, why has it taken you this long to call? And I said, excuse me? Yeah. And I said, it hasn't taken this long to call. I said, I came down there a week to maybe a week and a half after it happened and got the report. I said, and after I got the report, I called the exact next week. I said, obviously, I said I had a job, I don't have but it doesn't matter if a job fucking night. Like, I don't have day and night to call you. Plus, I called you 3 times. So I told him, I said 3 to 4, and I knew I'm pretty sure it was 3 plus the time down there. So there's 4 fucking attempts, right? Don't tell me, I'm just waiting to call. I suddenly decided to fucking call you. So I told him, I was like, and I have the records of me calling you. Not who I spoke with. And luckily I work for the cell phone company, so I know I can get those records if I need to, to prove that I called. But at the end of the day, that pissed me off. I've been in there. I drove down there to get this fucking report. I literally couldn't get that report that day and had to call the next day for them to email it to me. So actually I did make 4 calls. And probably 5 because I had to call to find out how to get the report. But then I made 3 calls after the fucking report. 3 calls. And every time it's a callback. And guess what? He was like, I'll call you tomorrow. Did he call today?
They ain't gonna call.
No.
Hell the fuck no,
they're
he
gonna
didn't
call.
call.
The fact that he said he was gonna research something was already like that.
Yeah,
That's how you
sketch.
know they're not gonna call back.
That's fucking sketch. I mean,
Here's
you know,
where he messed up. If I am better, and I'm not going to say for what, but I've been feeling so much better today, thank God. I'm not going to say why or what I think it is. But
it's the
if
straw. I put it in front of your nose and you reflexively inhaled.
I told you not to tell anybody. Shut the fuck up. Regardless, if I keep feeling better, I'm putting my fucking heels and my skirt on, like when I fucking worked and when I was working outside sales, and I will be down there in my little business suit, and I will be meeting with someone, and it will be like I will call you back. I will be like, no, we're dealing with this. It's a different when you do it that way, and I know that. I just haven't felt like doing it. I mean, I haven't felt good, but God, give me a few days of feeling good. Fuck them, they're gonna be fucked.
Yeah, yes, that's right. So I'm going to grab that Coke now. And at the estate, I have to clarify, disambiguate, so that people...
You know what? I'm so goddamn sick. I almost forgot about the estate, at least for 10 minutes.
Oh, God, why'd you bring it up?
And now you brought it up. So now I remember. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if I get the police to fucking fix this. I'm not invited to the estate, even though you supposedly care about me. Fuck you. Fuck your estate.
It's not as cool as it
And
sounds.
fuck Brandon for fucking taking up for it. You don't want to be in Malibu or fucking Silicon Valley or wherever the fuck. He apparently knows because he's been there. Maybe you were sucking his blood.
I do. I know people that work for those kind of things, and it's just not. It's not what you think.
That's right.
Brendan, have you lived in South Carolina? Have you owned 4 dogs? Have you got 2 kids? Have you given birth?
No.
Do you know what that's like? Do you have 2 chickens and 2 ducks outside your yard, and then had a cardinal that just gave birth to 3 eggs, and then 2 of them fucking run off, and you try to keep your dog inside his shits? Do you know what any of it's like? I don't think you know my life. So don't fucking tell me that a fucking trip to a fucking estate might not be fucking better than fucking... a dog that ate the other dog's shit and then threw it up.
All I'm saying is you'd be better off flying over that area and just going straight to Hawaii.
Yeah, he knows what he's talking about now. I'll be back. Just let me go mute.
I don't even want to speak to Brandon, so he's gonna be talking by himself.
Yeah,
I'm about to go to sleep.
No, Brandon,
You
no.
should go to sleep. You
Please.
should. Totally done with you.
I'll need
Don't
both
tell
your
me.
burning bandwidth for a few
If
minutes.
Brandon's gonna fly me to Hawaii,
Yeah.
you know what? I don't want to be in Hawaii by myself unless there's gonna be a great comedian there.
Yeah, that's Brendan. Brendan's it, man. He'll show you the durian
So,
comedian.
Brendan, good. Then you go on. Brendan's flying me to Hawaii, and he's going with me. Come on, Brendan. When are we going?
Yeah, I usually end up by myself anyways because I have a durian. So.
Tell her about that. Yes, and Michelle Carmela Saldana was giving him recipes and shit.
I
Yeah.
don't know what the fuck a durian is. Is that like a fucking chochoa?
It's something like
No, it's a fruit.
Carmela
It's a fruit.
Saldana was saying. It tastes so much better when sperm is ejaculated on it and shit. I don't know. It was just
What are you talking about?
She was saying to mix it with other fruits. That's what she was saying.
Oh my god. Which
Oh, we were
man?
talking about
But that's
chochoa,
what
like
that's
a
what
little
you
person.
heard.
Like a midget tastes better if you fucking ejaculate on them or something.
Okay, I'm gonna go mute. I'll be back in a few moments. Please hold steady.
Is there a fruit called chochoa? What the fruit? What did you just say? It was just ejaculation on what kind of fruit?
No, so it's a durian. It's the spiky fruit that grows in Southeast Asia, and it's one of the most delicious fruits in the world. It's like a delicacy out there, and it's called a durian. If you look it up, you can find a durian, what it looks like. And I had like a real.
Oh, are they red with the
one.
spikes on them? They're like reddish purple, red with spikes.
No, they're like yellow, greenish yellow, and they're like jackfruit. They're like smaller than a jackfruit, but they're similar looking.
Okay.
More spiky, and they're very smelly. Like it smells like
This
some
sounds
people.
so great. A smelly, spiky fruit that you need
Right.
to ejaculate on to eat.
No, you don't have to do that. You can just wait for it to ripen, and it just opens up on its own. You can just cut it open. But it's one of the most delicious fruits in the world, and I got kicked out of where I was staying because of it, because it smelled so bad. And
Yeah, that doesn't sound good. Like, that's like saying one of the most delicious things in the world was when, my feet, I didn't wash them and I wore the same shoes without socks for 2 years. And I licked the bottoms of my feet. Like, that was the best. Like, how do you say there's something that smelled so bad is the best tasting thing ever? Do you know how you do that? I'll be honest. If it is the love of your life, you'll like their own stinky smell. So maybe that fruit is the love of your life.
I think so. I had a weird obsession with it. But the durian smell has been compared to smelly gym clothes, rotting flesh, even raw sewage.
Yeah,
But that's not what
I'm
it
not
smells
going to
like.
Hawaii
It
with
smells
you.
like
it does not sound fun.
well, this grows in other countries. It's not from Hawaii originally, but they have local ones that they grow on the Big Island, and I managed to get my hands on some, and it caused like a huge fight. Yeah.
I can imagine being in Hawaii with you and being like, let's go to the beach. Let's enjoy the room. And then you're just like, let me make this stuff that I said smells like dead, rotting flesh. Smelly gym
It's not that
clothes.
bad. People are over dramatic. It's just like really pungent. It's more like a pungent smell. It's like, it's like it smells like a fruit, like it's actually fruity, but then it has like this really like dank undertone of like sulfur.
I'm just saying though, like, like when you go on your first date, like you're going on a first date, right? Say you and like you met a girl.
If I went on a first date and they ate durian with me, I would like marry that person probably.
I know, I have no doubt you would, but that was not my question. That's a problem. Yeah. My question to you is, if you go on a first date, meet you online, like think hot, we're like kicking it, vibing it, right? And you're like, okay, going to the restaurant, we're meeting, right? Like, Italian's usually a nice place. People meet at an Italian restaurant. Now, let me ask you, do you order extra garlic on your pizza and your pasta with fresh garlic? Do you do that?
I still would do that, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, so then you're not probably going to get kissed at the end of the night.
Yeah.
You understand that? So you're setting yourself up for failure here. Like, I eat fresh garlic, but I need you to be like 5 dates in, realize how fucking hot I am, how great a fuck I am, and then you'll be like, I'll deal with her garlic breath. We can eat garlic together. You don't do it on the first date. You don't bring durian or
See, that could be my problem, because I read this article recently that was like, according to this study that they had done in this article, it was like a case study. They were feeding people garlic, right? And then they had a control group that didn't eat garlic. And then they had these other, they had some chicks like in like a blind test, like rate the smell of the other person. And like it was like sweat or something, or like their shirt or whatever.
Oh, because you can sweat. You sweat garlic out. Yeah, you don't
okay.
you sweat it out.
But according to that study, the most attractive smells were the people that ate more than 3 cloves of garlic a day. So then I went to the garlic capital of the world, which is out here in the Bay Area, and I bought a braid of garlic, and I just kept eating garlic.
First of all, you need to stop reading stuff that's done by somebody that's on this channel. I'm not going to say their name because I don't know whether their study was like this stupid. That's a stupid study. I don't know where that study came from.
Well, everyone said it was stupid, but it worked. Like, I got more action that week than I'd ever had. Well, maybe not ever, but in a long time, since at least 10 years. But the problem was
garlic is great for you. It's healthy. So Viv and I were talking about this day, like how healthy it is for you.
Yeah, it's extremely healthy. But the problem is like you're saying, like you can't break the ice because you just smell like garlic to everyone, and it doesn't work. Like they're attracted to you initially, but then like you can't seal any deals because you just smell like garlic.
So there was this man that so Viv was telling me about garlic because my stomach, and we were talking about it, and she's like a little clove of garlic, and I was telling her when I was in Chicago, my Cuban ex-husband's family, they had a guy who lived behind them, and he's Italian, right? And he didn't eat a clove; he ate an entire head of garlic every day, and he swore by it. He ate
That's
the
what
entire
I was doing.
clove. Yeah. And they were talking about him, and they cook with garlic. They were Cuban and my ex-husband's father was Cuban, 100% Cuban, and then his wife was 50% Mexican and 50% French. But I'm saying when they cook with garlic, right? So like there wasn't like they had an anti-garlic thing. The point is they cook with garlic, and they were like, when this man comes over, like when he sweats, like it's bad. Like they have to like he starts even sweating in the summer, and their summers aren't even southern in Chicago. Like it's so bad. And so I can imagine kissing him. And then I went through this phase, and that's what I was telling Viv, that even though I'm unhealthy now, there was a time, so from 2016, 17 to 2019, all I ate, and when I say ate, I didn't eat. I probably ate one solid maybe piece of food twice a week. I had a bad problem, and people kept telling me, and I didn't give a shit because I fucking loved what I was doing and I felt great. But I was addicted to Starbucks. I have an addictive personality. Like, it doesn't matter what I'm eating. Like, if I go on a pizza kick, I'll eat on a pizza kick for a fucking week.
Oh,
like,
God, Brendan, tell her about your mother and
but
Starbucks. Starbucks was her life.
So Starbucks was bad. But Starbucks, let me tell you, Starbucks was
so much of my life. Until she got diabetes from it.
Oh, shit! A diabetic nurse.
So mine wasn't diabetes. So here's what happened. Literally, I stopped coming at one point. I just decided to quit. Here's the thing: I quit going, and I went so much. I went 3 times.
Quit, I think. Yeah.
I quit, but I went 3 times a day minimum.
Starbucks.
Yeah. Okay. They knew me. Everyone knew me there. Drove through 3 times a day, and usually at night I got 2 drinks. So I was drinking 4 white mochas, white chocolate mochas.
How did you sleep?
With an extra, because if you know anything about caffeine, it doesn't affect, like, you need it, like, when you wake up. If you're addicted to caffeine, you won't feel good if you don't wake up with it, but it doesn't keep you awake. At some point, like, it's just like anything else. I could fall asleep drinking it. But I just love the taste. So I would get an extra shot of espresso in the drink. That was my dinner. Yeah. Point is, I found out when I went to the dentist one day, there were like 3 fucking cavities, 2 need a crown. He's like, fucking, it's gonna be like fucking $2,000. And I was like, what the fuck? He's like, do you drink a lot of like tea or something or soda? I was like, no, I don't drink tea. I was like, I don't drink tea or soda or anything. He's like, well, that's when I usually see that, because it's all in between your teeth. You got the cavities right in between them, like drinks. And then I went, oh, I was like, oh, and then I knew what it was. So I quit, and these people, I went through one day, literally through the Starbucks, like randomly with my daughter after not having been there a year. 2 people ran out and hugged me and said, we thought you died. They literally thought something had happened.
They probably were talking about it, yeah.
Because I usually, like, every day you're there for 2 or 3 years, yes. And so then they just thought I had died. But the other part to that is I felt good during that time. Now, granted, teeth obviously didn't go well, but I felt good. I didn't go on the whole health food fucking kick when I started eating. I'm like, okay, well, then I'm going to eat healthy. I'm going to eat, like, avocados and fucking lettuce and fucking tomatoes and onions and all the fucking shit and eggs. I do eat eggs and just, like, and then it's like, oh, no, my stomach's fucked as hell. Like, I'm like, maybe I should just go back to the fucking, like, maybe I just need to go get some dentures and fucking just drink white chocolate the rest of my life. I don't know. No, I don't want to, I'm not saying that. I would pay for money. Like, I'd sell my fucking house and pay for real teeth. But what I am saying is I felt better than I do now eating healthy, trying to eat healthy. And obviously that could have to do with COVID or just something else. Who knows? But Viv and I were talking about that, and so we were talking about garlic, and then that's what led into the guy, and and the fact that I will remember the whole purpose of the story. Now I remember it. I used to love salsa from the Mexican restaurant, and during those 2 or 3 years that I never thought that salsa was garlicky. As a matter of fact, I thought that salsa was fucking plain. And my daughter brings it home one day, and I had not been eating anything but this white chocolate mocha for 2 or 3 years. And I dip a chip in this salsa, and I spit it the fuck out. And I was like, oh my God, that salsa is so garlicky. It's pure garlic. It's horrible. my daughter was like, Mom, this is so like you ate when like you grew up, like you took me there. Like I'm like, no, it's horrible. And I tried it, I kept trying it. I was like, I cannot, like it's garlic, it's pure garlic. So because I had gone on this sugar kick, number one, but number two, not eating garlic ever really at all. That once I tasted even the hint of the garlic that they had put in the salsa, which again, now I can eat that salsa, I can taste it. I don't even taste garlic in it. But that's the difference in taste buds. Like when you go a year or 2 or 3. So again, I mean, you're right. Like, I don't know if the women are attracted to the smell. Maybe it's just the women that are eating garlic. Who the fuck knows? Mm-hmm. But whatever you said.
I don't know how that. Yeah, I don't know what the study was like. How they came up with that conclusion, but. I mean, as a guy, it's beneficial to eat garlic for various reasons.
It's beneficial for a woman as well. I mean, it's great for your blood. It's great for your a lot of things. So I'm not disagreeing with eating garlic. What I was just trying to get to the point of that is how strong it can be to people that either hate garlic or just like certain people that hate onions. And then they're like,
it does keep away vamps or people that are like on the lower side.
It obviously doesn't, because I've been eating heavy garlic since fucking October, and it has not kept away the fucking vamp at all.
You got to do certain things with it. Like it's not like in the movies where you just throw it at them. You have to charge it up and stuff.
I've tried all kinds of things. The only thing the garlic's doing for me is keeping me away from the States, apparently.
Yeah.
Hey, just so our listeners understand, she is referencing myself, but understand that I'm only a 4th vampire. I'm what's called a damnfire. I'm very down.
Oh, he's like, what's her name? What's that fucking that
his
woman?
Chinese side trumps the garlic loving. Or
I'm talking about what's her name? The liberal woman that says she's 1/10 fucking Indian.
I forget. Oh, some politician. That politician that.
Yes, that politician.
Yeah, that Trump called Pocahontas.
Yes, and even though I'm not at all pro-Trump at all, I didn't think that was funny. That's me saying I'm 1/20th fucking Navajo or what the fuck ever. Shut the fuck up, please.
By the way, technically, it's if you're 1/8. I forgot now. Fuck, it's been so long. But because if the government's got to make it really down the number about what percentage you are Native American to count you Native American, because there's just too few Native Americans left.
I don't know why I didn't start claiming that shit when I was fucking born. Why when they put what race are you? I was stupid to just check white. I was why? Why?
I never checked that. I always do 2 or more races. What are they gonna do?
Yeah.
I'm fucking checking every fucking one of them.
DNA testing?
And also every sex as well. I'm just gonna check it all. Dog, cat.
And the crazy part is they put Arabic under white and Caucasian.
Yes, that's right.
They don't even give you your own. So I was like, fuck that. I'm Southwest Asian. Fuck you guys.
Thank you. No, excellent point.
Well, I'm just writing in vampire from now on. Is what I'm fucking doing.
Right, 2 or more races. They don't have to know which one.
No, I'm writing.
Subspecies.
I'm right. I don't want to just do 2 or more. That's bullshit.
That's
I want the IRS worker to see the extra checkbox that I have clicked. That didn't click any of them, and I just clicked vampire, and I wrote it in.
Oh my god. Okay, so I finished this liquid Coke. I'm going to get this wanker out of my eye. Another eyelash fell in my eye.
Oh my god, can you quit calling it a wanker? Because apparently in England that means I'm about to jack off. Which I found out the hard way.
I mean, I think there's other meanings, but yeah.
Yes. Well, an eyelash, it falls into my eye. I have this. Yeah, everybody knows my issue with that. So I'll be back in a matter of moments. I'm going to go mute for a few minutes, but when I get back, then we'll see.
I have to go to sleep as well.
I understand. Oh my god!
I have a fucking
Good luck.
Too. Fuck you, Brandon.
Wait, Brandon, you can't stand a few more minutes.
I have work in the morning, and
God.
I have to take care of some things.
So do I. Have to talk to a police officer in the streets.
Brandon.
They've turned your case into the occult section, so you ain't getting anything out of it.
Yeah.
I didn't tell them about the gremlin yet. I should show them the picture when I go down there, and then they'll see it.
then they'll really just do everything they can to avoid it. These people are.
No, that's why I didn't mention it. And while I won't show them, I just want it rewritten. Honestly,
understood. Yeah, these people are they're assholes from the word go. They try to avoid doing any work whatsoever. That's their whole purpose in life, is to avoid doing any work whatsoever if they can help it.
It's called a police officer.
What happened to the call?
The same guy tonight, the comedy guy, I will tell y'all both, though I think you'll agree with this. He said this, and I can say it very shortly. He said he was a black guy, and he was going on about him. But he said, what we need to really do with the police officers? He was like, we need to pay them more. He was like, you can't do this. He said, what we need to do is start offering them $100,000 every time they fucking snitch. And he's like, because each fucking city's paying out, and he was talking about the millions, and he had the numbers down, the millions of dollars that they're paying out for their bullshit fucking reckless shootings and all the bullshit they do. And he's like, you fucking offer them $100,000. He's like, you can't offer people they're not gonna do this shit job. He said, how many people do you know that do the right thing for the right reason? He said, people do the right thing for their fucking self. He's like, this cops, you're not gonna break that thin blue line. We're just being like, oh yeah, just do the right thing. Just don't just turn the other guy in. He said, you offer them $100,000 a piece. You offer $100,000 to turn somebody in, to snitch on somebody. He said they won't make it out of their fucking, what do you call that, in the morning when they do their little roll call. He said they'll make it out of a roll call. They'll be like, Lopez. It'd be like, I'm arresting Lopez. He did this. And I need $100,000. They'll be like, fuck it, I need $200,000. I'm arresting myself as well, Lopez. Put the checks on me. I thought about it. I was like, it's not actually a bad deal. He's like, we need to turn snitching into being snitching good again. And then he said, it's like we need to make snitching in America great again. And then he went, well, that's probably not the best line. We're going to need to rethink about that line. Snitching, make snitching in America great again. Obviously referring to Trump, but yeah,
So
it's a thin blue line. That cop knows that those cops fucked. Yes. That's not right. It doesn't matter.
Well, they all close ranks. They all close ranks and protect each other. It's their code of silence. So what I'm going to do is I called all kinds of people. None of them responded. If Brendan winds up dropping the call, honey, do me a favor. I won't be gone long. It'll just be a few moments, a few minutes. So, I know that you have this gift of gab, honey. You're my babbling
If Brendan dropped the call, I'm coming to steal his fucking ring.
Yes. Yeah. And
Brendan, did you drop the call?
No.
I'm back now, but I should have just left it closed. It just shut off randomly.
I know where you live now, so that ring will be mine, and you don't need to be missing it. You just probably keep talking for a few more minutes.
I was thinking about actually maybe making them because they're so hard to find.
That's right.
No one likes the Hakenkreuz, so
right.
I don't know. We'll see what happens.
That's actually a really good idea. They're saying people need to start doing that anyway. With the government, or not the government,
but Brendan truly makes jewelry and pottery and stuff. Tell her, Brendan.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, a side business. You need side hustles now because you don't know when the companies are going to lay off or what's going to happen with everything going. Just looking at astrology. I'm just looking at astrology. Period.
Well, I work for the state, so it would really have to be catastrophic for them to fire me.
Oh, it's going to be fucking catastrophic, bitch. I'm gonna agree. Right. I'm not calling you.
I don't doubt it. Yeah. I don't doubt it.
And by the way, I don't mean that's an insult. Douglas at one point got mad at me for saying bitch, and I realized I don't mean it in that way. It's just a word I say. But I just think that the government. I think it is going to be catastrophic at some point. I don't know how, but I wouldn't be like I work for the government, so it's we're definitely going to be all safe unless you're getting paid to.
Well, no, I'm just saying I couldn't get fired, or they wouldn't just lay us off because it's I do such a terrible job that no one else wants to do it. So it's in that way, it's
what do you do? A rep? Oh, so you're a cop, basically.
I can't say. No, I'm not a cop. Definitely not a cop.
You said a terrible job. No one wants to do.
Yeah. I clean toilets.
You clean the toilets of the cops.
No.
That would be the worst job, to clean a cop shit.
No, actually, believe it or not, I've seen those buildings, and those are the cleanest buildings because they're all they're just like always out, and there's no one ever goes to the sheriff's
they're
office.
shitting in the fucking ghetto, man. They're nobody
Right.
fucking.
Yeah, they're never there, and then the people that are there are just like office workers, and like they make sure it's clean, and there's no like public. And like even when the public comes in, they don't destroy the cops like the sheriff's building. Like it's not like a school where everyone hates on it.
They're gonna destroy. Although I will say, I don't know if Douglas told you this, when I went to get my police report, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm very sensitive to marijuana. Can't smoke it, like can't at all. And the smell, you immediately recognize it. Cannabis cannot. It just makes me very paranoid. Like I can't do it. And so I walk in, and there's only to get the report, and you go through the whole thing, and there's only one guy in front of me. He's like an old man with his wife, and he's like the cane. But I'm just immediately got hit with this huge cannabis smell. Like it was just, like it was.
He's like coming in with a joint on him or something.
Well, no, that's what I fucking thought at first. I'm like, how is this guy standing here getting a? Because he's
Right.
at the report window. Like how? Like I'm not even understanding how they're not arresting this man for this smell. Because the longer I stand there, the stronger the smell.
Oh, it's still illegal out there. Yeah, that's right.
So it's illegal here, yes. Yeah. So I'm not understanding it. But then he goes and walks by me, and I'm just looking like they don't look like fucking. They don't like that pot smell. They certainly don't look like this was like a Snoop Dogg. This was like Snoop Dogg and his whole crew smell. Like that was about.
It's like loud. They call it loud. Like
well, the problem was it wasn't. Everything. It turned out it wasn't him because I walked up to the window to get the report. When I hit the window, the smell was still hitting me. And so I assumed it still was this guy. And I look at the guy about to give me the report through the window. And I say, do you not smell that? Because like I was literally having to then put my nose into my sweater. Right. And he goes, I said, like, he's like, what? And I was like, the like pot, it smells like pot out here. It smells like marijuana. And he goes, oh, yeah. He's like, twice a week we burn it. It comes down through the vents. He's like, it does it all day. And then I realized
they're all high, basically. They're all
he's high as shit. The guy I'm getting the report from is like, if you want to get a free high, if you like cannabis, I'm like, get a job as a person at the police station. And like, I'm sure the police know those 2 days a week they can sit in there and just get high.
Yeah, they're all stoned.
I had to literally like, and I'm not exaggerating this. Like, I kept my nose in my, because I'm sensitive to like over, and I'm not sensitive to a lot of smells. And I'm not like my mom's like, I can't smell perfume or whatever. But I just knew like, I was like, like, I don't know what you fucking got. I honestly think, I'm thinking now, like, I probably should send my son down there to sniff some in, right? Then be like, get the report for his mom, then send him out, then fucking have him do something stupid and get pulled over, and then be like, hey, were you at the police station?
Right.
Did you fucking like, oh, you were high from the police station. I'm pretty sure I should sue the police station for your own cannabis exposure. Let's do a test in here. Like, it was so unbelievably, and the guy even was like he was just so nonchalant. That's how high he was. Because
he was high, yeah.
Well, it was 4:00. Yes, he was just like, yeah, we do it. We burn it twice a week. It comes down through the vents. I mean, like, he was that high. They're
probably just smoking it in the back room.
If I like cannabis, I swear I would just go to the police station. I find out what those 2 days were and just sit down there and be like, I'm just here to visit. I don't know.
It ain't no 2 days. It's every day, honey. They're just sitting in the back smoking that shit all day long.
Probably. But no, this was stronger than even a smoke. Like a smoke. Like, that's what was so strong. Yeah. Like, it was when I realized that's why.
I've had cops, like, they'll take it and they'll be like, that's some good shit. And then they just pocket it. I've seen it happen many times to us when we were younger.
They do that. And the police pocket money and stuff all the time. But no, I just thought about this as Greenville. I know we're South Carolina and I know we're stupid, but we're not that stupid. So you want to tell me why you're burning shit still, but you're making it, but you're making it come down the vent systems? Like, we have a back. Like, I'm pretty sure because in Greenville, we're not like limited to space. Like, y'all have a whole yard out there. But somehow you're burning the pot and it's coming through the vents?
Yeah, they have to be funneling that shit.
It's because they're high. That's,
they're purposely getting high. That's what I'm saying. You're burning that, and like, whatever you're doing, you decide. The sheriff was like, you know what? We should probably move that incinerator for the plastic. the plastic we're burning, we should definitely move that outside. It's just unhealthy. How about the marijuana? No, you know what? Let's keep burning that inside. Let's keep burning that right where it is. It's coming down nicely.
Oh my God. Yes, it must be horrible to live in such a state of corruption, honey. Now you understand why Brendan and Sammy and I are all afraid to visit you. The cops south of the Mason-Dixon line will
You're
burn us.
not afraid to visit me because of the cops. You're afraid to visit me because of me.
Yes, that too. Yes. But
although if you are, I don't know that any of you are. I don't think Sammy would be afraid to visit me because of me. I think you should be. And I'm not.
Well, you
sure
got
about
my
Brendan.
life insurance after all. Of course I am. Oh my God.
Well, you just didn't say you'd fry me eggs every day, or just take me to the estate. You had two choices, man, and you just chose the pigs. Like, I can't help it, dudes. Everyone listening, you chose the pigs. Anyway, that's where they found the body. That guy, the EBD, they turned out, she was like, I don't know, he left. And then I didn't finish that story. And then they said, we're like, well, we looked at his EBT card at Walmart when it was last used, and it was you using it. And then she was like, anyway, and then she's like trying to come up with some story while the sheriff is in there interviewing her. And he's like, oh, well, yes, I did use this card because he told me to take care of his dog when he left. Which, first of all, this would be a stupid story. The guy didn't go into it. He's going to make a story. Because I can tell you from having an EBT card since December, you can't buy dog food on it, first of all. Okay?
Oh, that's too bad because that shit's more nutritious than some of the other shit they process.
No. I literally, my dog, so somebody called me the other day, like, fucking that stupid Joshua was like, wait, I was like, I cooked a pot roast. He's like, you don't eat meat. I'm like, yeah, I don't eat meat, but I can't afford dog food, but I can afford a fucking London broil because I have an EBT card.
That's what you're feeding your dog?
Yeah, some London broil with some fucking rice, brown rice.
Damn, they're spoiled.
Yeah.
Oh, my dogs are very spoiled.
To say the least. Jesus Christ, honey. You may as well be having sex with them.
Well, I would, but then, like two, well, they're all fixed except for one. Well, I don't know, Bill, Ford's still doing one, but
yeah, it's getting late for me a bit.
Yes, it is. We're so sorry we kept you up this late, but we love you.
I couldn't even come up with a good joke with that one. I don't even know. There was no joke there. Other than being at the estate, and you could still tie me up and be like, there's 4 dogs fixed. They're all sitting there. And I still said, take me to the estate. And you still won't. You could be like, there's just 4 dogs and they're sitting there and they're all fixed. They're just boring. And I'd be like, that sounds like more fun than watching my 4 dogs on
the estate couch. Is just like, it's just like a shack in the Tenderloin.
Can you shut up? Have you been to the goddamn estate, Brendan?
No, but we all know it's shenanigans.
Well, you haven't been there, so there's either no estate.
It's just Douglas
and he's
shenanigans.
A liar, or either there's no estate and he's a liar, or there is an estate, and how dare you keep me from it when I'm telling you I want to go? I may be dying, Brendan, and you don't even care that it's my last wish. How about the Make-A-Wish Foundation? You ever fucking hear about it?
I mean, if that's the case, then there are better things to, like, evolve yourself than to go to, like, some vampire ranch.
That's your opinion. Maybe Douglas should evolve himself to not drinking blood. Maybe you should evolve yourself to fucking... I don't know what I could tell you to do. But that's telling someone what to do. And I learned from the last time why I apologize to Viv. Like, we all have our own belief systems, and we shouldn't push them on anyone else. And you're pushing your belief
But there's
system.
like an objective reality of like what's right, and that's...
Yeah, no, there is a objective, and what's right is I fucking might be dying, and I'm asking for this, and he has the right to give it to me, and he's not, and that's an objective reality.
Oh, honey, it's such being said, our dear man Brendan has to work in the morning. I mean, imagine that poor bastard. He has to earn his living, and it's very unfair because he didn't need this. His father could have.
You know what? He doesn't need it. He doesn't need it. I will say his mom was I'm sorry. I don't even know. I can't know if I'm supposed to say that. But his mom is a nice person.
A cunt?
I don't think. Yeah, if I'm allowed to know that, like, your mom is not a nice person.
and his dad.
I'd be the first one to admit it.
Yeah. Oh my God. I mean, his dad had the car collection, the house. I mean, Brendan could have grown up.
And you wonder why he's attracted to Douglas and is befriended you, because like when you meet somebody, like you raise with somebody that's a horrible person, then you end up meeting horrible people.
That's true. I can't argue with that.
Yes, the cycle of abusive violence just goes on. It's terrible. But he's had worse, honey. He's had the fat chick. And the fat chick said, "Eat, Brendan, eat."
He didn't. He did not have that fat chick you're talking about.
No, he had the fat chick, and she forced him to eat, and then he gained like.
Not the one that killed what's his name.
No. It was a different fat chick, but they're all the same.
This is just a horrible situation that I put myself in that situation.
And because he felt sorry for her. And he kept saying, "Oh, it's fat people are supposed, nobody gives them a chance."
I was also homeless and had nowhere to go, but that's a whole nother.
Okay, I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt, BOD here, but at the same time, I think you should give me the BOD and not be like, "Hey, Brooke, I'm going to tell you what you should believe, and you shouldn't want to go to the estate because I didn't fucking get homeless and fuck a fat chick or whatever the fuck, get sat on by her fucking fat ass or whatever."
Right. I was about to say nothing really happened because that's what happened. Yeah.
So I'm not going to the state to get sat on by a fat ass. But if I do, then you can then say, "Brooke, I told you not to go. A fat ass sat on your face." Until then, shut up and quit telling me I shouldn't get to ask to go.
That's fair. You can think whatever you want.
He's getting sleepy. Honey, he's getting too sleepy to deal with this. We got to let him.
I love you, Brendan. No, I did enjoy talking to you. I did enjoy it. It's been a good conversation.
I appreciate that.
Yes, we
Thank
love you, Brendan. Hugs.
And I think you should make the rings because I will buy one. I'll be the first one to buy one.
Yes.
I'm going to work on it, but I don't know what my market would be of like Hakenkreuz wares. Like people would get
dude,
pissed.
You'd be surprised. I mean, look at the young lady who wrote me what she did.
Right. Well, true. That's true. What's funny is I was taking a ceramics class a while back and a couple of years ago, and the teacher was like painfully Jewish. Like she was like one of those people.
Yeah.
She was a nice lady, but she was just like super Jew. Yeah. And I was taking this ring and I was like stamping all my work with like Hakenkreuz, but no one ever said anything. A couple of my pieces just disappeared.
I don't understand why you wouldn't think you wouldn't have it. Here's the thing. People that even don't understand the difference in the Hakenkreuz and the actual Nazi.
I mean, people understand now. Like a lot more people have come out with the information, but it's like they just have this visceral reaction.
Marjorie Taylor Greene and every Trumpite almost out there, 94% don't. So you can just market it two ways: market it as Hakenkreuz, and then you just market it as fucking, I don't know, just still put the Hakenkreuz, but make sure you just maybe throw the word Nazi in there and just don't put your name. Like, you're gonna sell a lot of rings, bitch. Like, you got a whole fucking 50% of the 49%, let's hope, of the population of America that might buy it.
I mean, yeah, that's a good point.
I'd use a different marketing tact myself. I would say it was multicultural and say this is multicultural. Yeah. And
you could do that, but here's the thing, and then no one will sell as well. What you could do
it's
is
a Hindu.
originally
it's a Hindu symbol. I mean,
yeah, that's fine. You want to be good. Here's what I say, dude. Do it that way, right? And then do a side campaign, right?
Yeah.
With the Trump, like you know how Trump came out with his cards, you know?
It depends on the clientele, you know.
Yeah.
Because the money you make, here's the thing, the money you make, you can use it toward good. Take it from the evil fucking people that you think maybe are bad.
I mean, let's just be clear. If they're buying a Hakenkreuz, I wouldn't consider them evil.
Thank you. The majority of the evil people can't.
If they're buying what they think is a Nazi cross because they hate
honey. Just to put this into context for you, the majority of people who are buying a Hakenkreuz on
No, you're not understanding this.
I understand what you're saying. People who are buying it simply
Trumpites, they don't understand the difference. Just like you gotta explain it to me.
Like those people are retards. That's fine.
Yeah, if I can make money off the retards, take the money off of them, and then use it to your own for the good of whatever you want to use it for, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying. I mean, you can just even call it a Trumpite cross. Fucking call it that.
He would probably find that offensive and then start a campaign against him. You can't do that because he would sue. God knows. I mean,
he would only sue to get rights to it to fucking then sell it himself.
Good point. Yeah, touche. I mean, honestly, America deserves better than a Trump-Biden rematch. But we're gonna see two old men fight over.
Can we not? Like, I swear to God, I just want to go on the ring. I hate Nikki Haley. Nikki Haley is from South Carolina, so God forbid she ever get up there. I'd rather see the two old men. But other than that,
she seems nice. Yeah.
You just want to fuck. You'd rather fuck her is what the only difference there. You don't know Nikki Haley. She's a sellout. I'd even rather see it, and everyone knows how much I do not like our actual senator, our fucking Lindsey Graham, who can't even come out of the closet like some people. But I'd rather see Lindsey Graham up there because he at least.
I mean, all these people are suspect in criminal.
They're all suspects and sellouts. But I watch.
At this point, I take Palin, whatever that crazy Alaskan chick, you know.
I mean, I just would rather.
At least she was honest.
I would rather. Here's what I would rather. I would rather China drop one of their white balloons in the middle of the fucking like the middle of the desert, and whoever the fuck it lands on, that's our president. You know, like we'd be better off.
It's
like some homeless man in the middle of fucking New Mexico. That's our president. He's not even fucking American. He fucking came over the border. I don't give a shit. Like we would be better off.
Yeah.
Oh my God. So
yeah, I mean, whoever's running the show now, I mean, is like not even a real person.
Yes.
I mean, I'm not one of those people that believes that.
Yeah.
Well, that's what you're gonna see break down though. With I mean, obviously Capricorn started it, but you'll see it over the next, obviously starting in next year. But
they're doing a great job. Whoever's trying to keep it stitched together.
No, they're not. It's gonna be. It's gonna be.
I'm being sarcastic.
Yeah.
Okay. I was like, wait a minute. What are we thinking here? I thought you were getting really tired, Brendan, for a second.
No. I mean, they're already. I don't know. Have you guys ever seen the film A Scanner Darkly?
Tell us about it. Now, that's almost like an animated feature, right?
It's animated, but it's like they have these suits in there where it's like a technology they have that like changes your outside appearance.
Uh-huh.
And it's like they use it for like recovering drug addicts and different things in that film.
Uh-huh.
But it's like it could be used, like if that technology was real, it could be used for like what they're using it for now, where it's just like
the reptilian shit, like what Ian said.
They're just putting people. No, not reptilians. They're just putting people in suits, and then it's the outward appearance looks like the beings they want it to look like. It's just like, that's the level it's at, and people have seen like where they're like itching their neck and the fucking, you could see the skin suit come up a little bit and it's like clear, like it's a mask and they're just using technology. It's not like clones.
First of all, you're starting to sound a little bit like Ian West, but
just watch the film.
I'm about to give you some credit.
Yeah.
Toward Ian West.
No, the difference, Brooke, is that with Brendan Zoget, he has a background in the Vedic culture and tradition, which acknowledges that there are different species that are sentient and sapient.
Yeah, I know.
And reptilian is not like it's not a good term. It's Naga. They're Nagas and different beings and like. Yeah. Even jinn and stuff like can shapeshift and like.
I mean, those are different to me, and that's where I guess I get a little bit.
The real
when they say reptilians, of it, where people say angels, people are like, "Oh, I don't believe in aliens, but I believe in angels," and I'm like,
I mean, they are
believing in a different being from a different realm.
Right.
So can we
just?
Aliens, You're just talking about words. Yeah, they're words. Yeah, you're using a different word.
And by the way, just so you know, we were talking about the hashtag #MeToo. Tucker Carlson, the evidence is emerging that he got fired because he's in the midst of now a sexism lawsuit. And he kept referring
Did you see his last episode, though? Did he not?
Eating bugs. You told me he was eating bugs.
Did you see that, Brendan?
No, I don't follow these people.
I don't follow these people either. But
I was happy that him and Don Lemon can go have a date. They can go on a date.
The only thing I watch, I stay out of the media now because I just think they're both so biased. But I watched The Daily Show. Used to be Trevor Noah as my man thinks I named my son after, which was not. I named him after biblical Noah. But that was my, animal thing. But anyway, Trevor Noah. So the Daily Show is just a funny comedy show, but they do news report, and they were just obviously dying.
Satire.
Yeah, the great satire of him getting fired, but they do enough realism of it, and they show. I don't watch the show. Like, his last show was Friday, right? And his show was he ended it. This show was eating bugs, about eating bugs.
Did he actually do that?
Oh yeah, it was the whole fucking show.
Oh, because they're obsessing over what
they
Klaus
think
Schwab
that
was
liberals are gonna basically, because they're saying we can't eat meat.
Well, they're saying
I don't know.
It was from Klaus Schwab. He was saying that everyone needs to eat bugs to save the environment, and
whatever.
And now that
yes, exactly. So he was going into the eating bugs thing. So he ends it about eating bugs, but he's like, "And I'll see you guys Monday," and I loved it because they were like,
won't.
"No, you won't, bitch."
They did that to him on purpose. Yeah, obviously.
And that's what I told you, Douglas. What's his name that owns the Fox News?
Rupert Murdoch.
Yeah, I was like, I don't like Rupert Murdoch.
Is that bastard still alive?
Oh, God. Unbelievable. He's getting married. He got married again.
Again?
Yeah.
Again?
Yeah.
Jesus,
I don't care.
He needs to go the Hugh Hefner route.
Yeah.
He should end it, and I give him no respect. That's what I told Douglas. Like, there's no respect, but I mean, you do have to give a little respect's due. And like, if you're gonna fire somebody and you've got that much power, he let him end it on eating bugs.
Yes.
I'll see you Monday.
Yes.
And then it was like, "You're done, bitch." Fucking, and then he let her. Like, I loved it. Like, they even told another thing. Rupert Murdoch. I will say this. When he came in with the lawyers, when they were interviewing, like, with their $1 billion lawsuit, right, with the machines of Dominion, that's the other thing. Another thing Rupert Murdoch did. The lawyer was like, "Oh, he didn't get you or whatever," and the Rupert Murdoch turned around to the Dominican lawyer, and I can't remember exactly the words, but it was like, "Yeah, no, I think he did," and the Dominican lawyer went, "Yeah, you're right." Like, that. It was like Rupert Murdoch. I will say this, like, he may be a horrible person, I don't know, but he has a few hardcore respects that I have to give him, as far as like being able to be like, "Man, no, you fucking got me." And this fucker, Tucker Carlson, is going, and I'm gonna fucking forget him out fucking right way. I don't know why I ain't got Hannity out or the rest of them, and I think he's a piece of shit, Pierce. Like, he did all this, but if you would have to read exactly what I'm saying to get the humor, because I am the worst.
I get it. I get it. He really made Tucker go out looking like an idiot, and he has a certain sophistry, a kind of sophistication in that regard. I mean, it comes from being evil. Yeah, it's Aquino-esque. Yes.
Yes, he's like, he has no heart. He's like, "I don't give a shit if you do, like you gave your whole life to me." He's like, "You're going out, bitch, on bugs, and I'm not even going to tell you till Sunday night."
Yes, that's right. And Tucker
Carlson, here's the only place he can go now, because I didn't even know Tucker Carlson had been on, like, I don't know if it was CNN. He'd been on MS. He'd been on 2 other major news stations before he came on Fox News, right? As a smaller person, he got fired from both those. Then he got hired by Fox News. So now, pretty much the only place he's really, like, they're everybody's guessing he's going to go to, like, Newsmax or whatever, News Nation, that one that's the other big right wing, but YouTube News Nation, I believe it is, or Newsmax. They're guessing he may go there if he gets offered the job. Which it was hilarious.
I mean, there's so many alternative, like,
yeah,
Daily Wire type.
Well,
but I think here's the best alternative. I have come up with it. I need to brand it as the fucking Carlson or Tucker Lemon Media. Lemon got fired the same fucking day, right?
That's what Brendan was saying. He's glad that these guys can go butt fuck each other now. Yes.
Well, no, Lemon went so fucking right, although he got in trouble for saying something female. But Lemon
he was
also
calling his female superiors cunts. That's what was going on.
He did some bullshit, but then Lemon. This is what I don't like about Lemon.
I was talking about Carlson, but go on about Lemon.
No, I'm talking about Lemon. When Lemon got in trouble, he called one person. I think it wasn't Nikki Haley. He said somebody was out of their, it was a female, and they were out of their, like, the age bracket, but the word he used, whatever. That's why supposedly he got fired. The way he said that. So Lemon got fired the same day on Monday. And so you have Don Lemon on CNN getting fired. You have Tucker Carlson. And I'm like, this is exactly what I keep telling everyone. We are fucked on each side of this equation. And if I could bring Carlson and Lemon together and get them to shut the fuck up about their right-wing and left-wing shit and be like, hey, you want to bring the world together? Why don't you fucking agree? You two agree on air and maybe the rest of the world could fucking agree. Like, show the world. Should be a Lemon fucking Carlson fucking Lemon Tucker fucking newscast.
As if they didn't have enough money to just do that. But I mean, they don't care.
Yeah, I don't think it's worth the effort. Yeah, to say the truth. It
is worth the effort. Here's the problem. They both have agents and they're out for the money. And so unless you had the money to bring them in, like I could do that. Like I'm a salesperson. I can talk them in any day. I know y'all don't hear my salesperson speech, but when I want to be professional, I can. But my point to that is then I have to be, and then we're going to bring in this much money because the agents are going to be like, well, what do you have to invest here to do this? Yes, these two men have enough name power. And if they get enough money, I could get them to fucking agree online. I'd be like, hey, Tucker, why don't you quit being so right? You're like, oh, my name bugs. And why don't women quit being so freaking left on like, oh my God, everything is so horrible about the right. Like, how about we just agree to like each other and we start just bringing stuff back to where people really want to be, which is, hey, not hating each other. Like that would be pretty much where we would like to be. That would be the goal. And I do think they could do it, to be honest. Those two people, or any of them, anyone who could do it that had the name power. But then you've got to have money. And guess what? There is no one out there that I know that wants to back that financially. And the only person I thought of was Elon Musk. And I am pretty sure that my guy right now is about to say, you're an idiot.
Yeah, well, he would know. He's just going through all the motions of self-destruction. So all that being said, so Brendan, take care, stay safe, and be well. I'll probably start going into some.
Good evening.
Yeah, good morning. Oh, say good morning to all our listeners.
Good morning.
Yes.
Your turnout's pretty low. As of late. I don't know what's going on.
Yes.
Well, I started
and it wasn't just us. I think it's just maybe people are busy.
No. What happened was I was sabotaged at the beginning, so I couldn't start the program.
I see.
That kills the numbers for the whole night. So it was just they've been just attacking us relentlessly lately. And so I just said, fuck it, give them a break at the NSA, and I'll take off for this weekend. So you do know I'll be on.
I think somebody was also mad at you. Like, was it me? I think I was mad at you, and I didn't forward your post because usually when I forward it, it gets tons of people. Someone did it, and I'm not sure what the link was. Anyway,
okay. That might be it. Yeah,
there's probably other people we shouldn't mention.
Well, they'll be mentioned eventually. There's I'll share with you, the clowns keep calling up Brooke Gibson under Salman Sheikh's name because he's their patsy now. They all keep saying they're him, but it's not him because he can barely speak English. And
I know it couldn't have been him that actually phone called me because
it's not the language skills, it's the mentation skills.
But the typing, he also swears wasn't. So I don't know.
Yeah, it wasn't him. He wouldn't type like that. The guy he can't even write. I mean, the guy's like yeah. And by the way, Viviana Sanchez has joined us, honey. Mwah. How are you doing? So
I'm
good
sorry.
Evening.
I want to come up and say hi to everyone. Hi, Brendan. Hi, Brooke. Hi, Doug.
Good evening.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Hey, Bill. I'm so glad Bill joined. I was about to hang up and then this comes on.
Yeah.
And I'm like, now, you know what, Douglas, you can go off for the rest of the night.
I was about to say, thank God, now I can relieve myself. I mean, my
no, you can just like go off for the rest of the night. I think I
might do that too. I might do that too. It's tempting.
We're just hijacking the transmission now. Thank you. Just kidding.
But any donations we get for the next 4 weeks are coming to us as we're female. We get one time.
And God knows. Yeah.
I just popped up to say hi. I wasn't gonna stay for long because I know you're gonna go into transmission. But
But no, stay for a little while, like about 15 minutes at the least.
Oh my
Brendan,
God!
you can transition
How
Brendan
many
to
lines
sleep.
of code do you need to do?
Yeah, no, really. At this point, I just need to take a pee. So,
Yeah, I have to go. My phone is at like percent.
We love you, Brendan. Stay safe and be
Thank
well.
you. I did enjoy talking to you, Brendan. Thank you for everything.
I wanted to talk about the Northern Lights, but they're coming down pretty far south. But I'll have to get into it.
You want to talk about the entire shift of the planet? We can talk about Northern Lights. We can talk about the shift of the entire.
Yeah.
Another time. But
Yeah.
many
Hey,
blessings,
Kali
everybody.
Yuga. Don't forget, Peter Moon wanted us to talk about Kali Yuga. There you go. Yeah.
Oh, we talk about yugas. We can talk about a lot of yugas there.
Yeah.
I mean, we're in the ascending Dvarpara, but it's another matter.
That depends.
But Brendan's pretty sure. Brendan actually, he actually compared and contrasted and cross-referenced before he came to his conclusion very carefully, right, Brendan?
Well, that's great, but
there's plenty of reasons, and
I would like to
related
hear those
Joseph.
reasons because there's people that are literally, and I'm not saying you're wrong at all, and I would love to hear.
Yeah,
it.
it's like
I'm just saying that's such a huge argument on the
it's not
Kali
4,320,000, 432,000, 4,332,000 years. Like, whoever made that theory that said the Kali Yuga lasts that long is obviously on the side of Kali the demon. So. But we'll not get into that.
So I agree with that too. I don't think it could last that long. But
no, it's not. I mean, just look at the last 100 years. You think this would go on for another 100,000? I mean, like,
no.
Like, look at
I
the
can't
fucking.
even imagine going on for another 12 hours with Douglas. What are you talking
Exactly. So, but I'll get into it another time when I have some. When
I
I'm
do
away.
like
when we
that,
have
yeah,
actual an
when
amount
I
of listeners.
studied I would just say this, Brendan. When I studied the Kali Yuga originally, that's when I kind of pulled back because I was like, this is.
Yeah, the Yuga cycle was tampered with. It's been tampered with by these beings that work for the demons, and there's reasons.
I was like, this is way too. This doesn't make sense to me. It's just too many hundreds.
No. If you
thousands.
look at Srimad Bhagavatam, it's 25,000 years divided by 12. It's like 2,500 years apiece, and it fits perfectly. But I have to get into it another time.
But the 12,000, no, we'll talk about another time. But I'm glad to hear that. But go get. I know you have to work, so.
Yeah. Good night.
And before you go to sleep, the one guy I was talking to about the Kali Yuga, and I said, what about if I'm writing a science fiction story about the year 44,444 AD? Oh, he said, we will still be in the Kali Yuga. And, so I guess that's all bullshit. That's pretty much, that's what I thought.
Yeah, that's a totally crazy number. I can tell you exactly how they misinterpreted it and what mathematics they did. Like, I can give you literal details of how it was done.
Okay, well, can you put that as a reminder next time you come online with me? Because I would like to hear that. And if I'm not online, to just tell Douglas.
Yeah, I can. Yes.
Yeah, I could love you to hear that.
Yes.
Excellent.
Yeah, I'll take note. Yes.
Excellent.
Thank
Okay,
you. All right,
we love
good
you,
evening.
Brendan. Blessed be thy
All right,
joy.
many blessings.
Thanks, Brendan. Thanks.
Yeah.
Okay, so everyone can hear my voice is gone. I'll leave these two lovely young ladies to stimulate the men who are listening. This is the closest they get to phone sex. They love you both. And I'll go mute.
So do you want me to go get my vibrator while Those are the lessons to do? Because I'm pretty sure, I shouldn't do that online.
Oh Christ! With the stuff we've done on here, it's amazing. We've done pretty well considering that we've gotten away with murder. But all that being said, they've had some purges in the past, and but YouTube. I always call it Facebook. YouTube's very much changed, and it seems like they've really gotten a hold of some of the unreasonableness that they've done. Of course, when people are conspiring against you, like they did Viviana, then they just got, it's just been awful for her. The experience has been terrible, but I'm so glad that she rebounds and comes back.
Oh my God, I'm not saying on here. You only have fucking 10 people watching. I'm out. This is fucking boring.
I told you before, the numbers are multiply that by 10, and that's the actual
Yeah, but I
number.
still know it's always higher. Like, this is bullshit. You should not have. I told you to get a new computer. I don't care.
It's not the computer. I told you. No. Definitely, they did something with Skype. It's like it's beyond my control. The most I can do is next time I'm going to just leave the computer on and asleep. It's just there's no point in trying to turn it off and give it a rest and then getting back on, even though that's supposed to be more secure. So that's what I'll do next time. But it was, and I have slow internet, which I had to ask for because I can't pay the higher bills, and that.
Well, no, I did give you that, and you were supposed to call me this week. I told you get $30 now that you're just even your $7.50 a month or whatever you're getting on EBT because you're free EBT. Yes. You get $30 free from Biden.
Okay.
From the government toward internet, and it doesn't matter what internet.
We'll talk this Friday about that. Hopefully this Friday, early Friday. I mean, comparatively
you
early.
You just send the link. You just apply for the link, and then you call the internet company and you give them the code. That's it.
I know. I'll consult you for some adult supervision first. You're 3 hours ahead of me. And so she's an angel, right, Viviana? Is she not?
Right. Yes. Indeed.
Yes.
Oh, did you know Rick and I talked today? We talked all about you forever.
Delightful. What did you say?
I'll never tell.
Exactly. That's my girl right there. She doesn't tell.
Well, nevertheless, I'm delighted. And
you should. I'm not so sure you should be.
Ladies, I will.
No, we actually talked about so many wonderful things, and it just kind of was a great conversation. And Brooke's a wonderful conversationalist with lots of self-realization, and I was pleased that we were able to bury the hatchet that started to brew at the end of your last transmission. So.
No, I'm so glad too. I'm really ecstatic about it. I really want things to be copacetic between the twain of you, and that's wonderful. Team Dietrich is this way. It helps.
Hey, then how about this? Don't put two women to sleep, keeping them up all night while you bring other people without self-realization on. But regardless of that, I'm not. But then you put them to sleep, and then you wake one up 30 minutes, and then one up 5 minutes, and then you bring back into your religious talk.
Oh, yes,
and you expect it to go well. No, you don't do that. It's not how you host a show, Douglas. Maybe we need to teach you how to host a show.
Yes. I'm open to that. So I do want Viviana.
I'm just kidding.
No, okay. That's fine. I do want Viviana to know that when it happened was when I went on my Lucifer trip, and then I told her, look, you can respond later when I'm done with the monologue, and then when I went back to her, and she still seemed to be on the call, and I said, please, now go ahead and respond, articulate what you feel needs to be articulated. And apparently she had fallen asleep. I thought she was too angry to fall asleep, but apparently she had fallen asleep. Then when she woke up, then that was the time that what happened. While Ian West was going through his meanderings about, we found Godzilla in the Marianas Trench, isn't he scary? And I don't know whether he's serious, whether it's the drugs.
That was a lizard. It was an iguana.
Yes.
It was like just an iguana. Yes. It was in Florida. They have iguanas fall from trees, and literally, and I'm not even kidding. In news reports here, I'm talking about these spiders shit. Yeah. There are true news reports in in Florida, yes. And they will literally put on their weather report, if it's freezing.
Yeah.
Why? Iguanas falling.
Yes.
Because iguanas fall from trees.
Yes. But just so people know,
I get this was a big iguana, but it wasn't that big.
No. In all fairness, and I could provide other footage. I can provide other footage of this. These are Galapagos lizards that actually have evolved to drink salt water. So what they do is they dive into the ocean and they swim very incredibly, exactly the way you saw Godzilla swim in the movie.
You're just explaining bullshit. It did not look like Godzilla. It was
when it swims, honey, when it swims, I swear to God, if you do see the motion, I know why he said what he said. It's still ridiculous, but it's this cute little lizard that does swim like Godzilla. It's the way they showed it in CG when they showed Godzilla versus Kong, and Godzilla's coming up from under the aircraft carrier. These lizards swim just like that. And what happens is they suck in all this water, and then they come up to the surface and they spit out all the salt through their nostrils. They filter all the salt out so they drink the water. So in other words, they have their own desalination system where they desalt the water so they can actually drink it. It's incredible, but they can't live in captivity.
So this is all on the internet now that we have the internet.
Yeah, it's all true. It's
which
all
is
on
what
the
I
internet.
continue to tell Ian.
Yeah, and yet
can you research shit before you push it out?
Thank you. But no, Ian looks at it and he gets it from some stupid site where they said it's Godzilla. And he just takes, it's like if somebody came up to him and, and told him, they just give him a pile of dog shit and said, it's chocolate. He'd go, it's chocolate, tastes like shit.
And here's the things I'm gonna pick up for Ian right now. Ian did tell me to drink the bleach like a little teardrop in water. And I have done it, he said, every 4 hours, and I felt better today than I have.
She's on a bleach high, people. She's on a bleach high. It's incredible.
I may be a bleach high, but what I am going to say is, because of the, I don't know, it could completely be, because I did go buy some other stuff from the, I spent $800 at local health food stores. But what I will say is, there has some science to that, what he did, and here's how Ian actually saved me, because I called him and I was like, man, pretty sure this bleach is too strong. You said a fucking drop of it. And he's like, yeah, a drop. And I was like, how big a drop? Because I just opened the bleach bottle and poured some in the cup.
Just turned it upside down. Yeah, that's
no, I know I didn't, but I poured it in a cup of water, just like it's really fast, like a really fast drop, like a fast drop out of the bleach. God. And he was like, a teardrop. And I was like, whoa, what do you mean a teardrop? I was like, a tear is like a tiny drop. Like, I mean, my tears are pretty small.
And he's like, yeah. Say, it's like a pre-cum drop, like what comes out of the slit of my penis head before I ejaculate. Yeah.
No, it was actually trying to save my life, because I was like, I'm pretty sure I'm coughing like worse than I ever do, and I'm like, nah, I'm dying.
Well, definitely, you sound better. It's a miracle worker. Yeah, I mean, holy shit. But Viviana, go ahead and take it. I mean, both of you ladies, take it from here.
Bill gave me a lot of great things. So today I actually went and bought some garlic and some stuff that Bill told me to buy as well. So I don't care what gets me well. I just want to get well.
Yes.
But what I do want to take up for Ian on is, because I give him hell on everything.
Yes.
That I did do it, and I thought about it thoroughly.
Yeah.
And because of the biofilm, if you look up what biofilm is and what it does, which he didn't even know what biofilm was, but basically, what could bleach really do for you? Okay, if you're doing a teardrop, unlike me when I tried to pour none. But I put my babies in the pool, in the public pool, they're the neighborhood pool, right? And then that's bleach is what that water is cleaned with, right? And we're letting our kids swallow that in droplets in tons. So if I'm swallowing one droplet of bleach every 4 hours, which is all Ian West told me to do, then he's not trying to kill me, at least. He has no insurance policy on me, so he shouldn't be anyway. But regardless, I was like, it makes sense on the biofilm, which is also what Viv and I talked about today. And, we went into deep conversation on some of that as far as biofilm. But there's just enough with, whether it's COVID or other things, there's something out there. I don't know, man. I'm just telling you. I've never been this sick in my life. And I'm just like, if Ian West and I have to agree that I drink bleach and it cures me, or I have to eat garlic and drink bleach every day, like Viv said, I should blend the bleach up. I mean, the bleach up. She didn't say bleach. I'm sorry. You did not. Pure garlic. I'm going to also smell like garlic and bleach, apparently. But regardless, whatever, when you're that sick, it doesn't matter what someone says. When you get to the point of that doctors can't fix it, you have to turn to something else. And being in pharmaceutical sales, I know what that, there was just enough that doctors don't know out there, because they're not paid, because unless they can make money, because the doctors are only, unless they're naturalists, they're only getting the information that they didn't get out of school from the pharmaceutical companies, which are only giving them that information because I work for them, if we can make money on it.
Right.
Yes. No,
That's
I
all.
understand. So what I'll do, I'll go mute.
I know, you'll go do some cocaine. Mexico, America's all making money on that.
It's honestly, no. It's seriously, I'm just going to relieve myself, and I'll be back soon enough. But you lovely ladies have got this covered, and I adore you both so much for it. So I'm going to go mute. I'll be back soon enough, and then eventually meander into monologue. But believe me,
Yes, because I've got to go. I know that she's got to go to bed, and I've got to go to bed.
Well, I mean, both of you, don't be too anxious about it. We'll get there eventually. So, I'll be back.
You said that before, and I'm still not this.
Well, you still sound energetic. You gotta give me that. You still sound pretty energetic.
I said you said that before, and I'm still not at the estate.
Oh, that. Yeah. Honey, we'll have more private discussion soon enough, but you get the general messages. I mean, Bren Zoget says it's not what you think. It's all shit, man. Yeah, you heard him. Yeah.
Okay, well, show me the pictures of Brendan there, and then I'll believe him.
Yeah, I took him to a dump and said, "Here it is, man." He was like, "This is it." And I said, "Yeah, that's right. You're not on enough drugs to appreciate it yet." Yeah, he was going, "Oh, man." And, and I said, "See, money doesn't buy everything." Yeah. And,
is that what you did? You're just going to bring me out there and give me some LSD and then take me in your fucking rundown apartment with all fucking crammed up and be like, "You're on the estate now. Do you see it? You dosed me with LSD from the airport. It's gorgeous." Okay, next door. I'll meet the Chinese man. You meet me the fucking werewolf. You take me next door.
Oh God. Okay. So all right, darling. I'll be back. And Viv, yes. Help Brooke accommodate her with the with conversation, and we're set.
Indeed.
Yes.
Very well. I'm so glad that Dutch Sense is back live streaming.
But who is?
Dutch Sense.
Is that one of the names you gave me today?
No, Dutch. He's just an OG earthquake. He does earthquake forecasting.
I don't know him. I know the one that does the the thing about I don't know who the fuck his name is. It talks about where you need to live and all that. No, I don't know that one.
No, he just forecasts. He just proved science and such that you can predict earthquakes, and he developed a map of the fault lines and talks about pressure and how you can. Pretty much, he does 2-week forecasts sometimes, and he usually hits it pretty much all the time.
Oh God, please send me that name, or put it on the chat. Put it in the live chat.
Okay, I will. It's Dutch, and I can't say it. Dutch Sense.
Dutch Sims?
No, Dutch Sins. I'll just.
S-I-N-S. Yeah. No.
I think it's. Yeah. Anyway.
Well, does he talk about the Inner Earth moving, or just because I'm also interested in the whole conspiracy or not conspiracy, who knows, about the pole shifting?
Oh yeah, he talks about it a lot actually.
Yeah, so that's one thing that I was watching on about the pole shifting, and so I'd be interested to see.
Yeah.
So a lot of people say that when we had the Noah flood, that's when the pole shifted. When the Noah flood of the Bible, which is also in Gilgamesh, there's multiple stories of the flood, a great flood, right, that destroyed our earth. And that, whether you say Atlantis went down, and then in the Bible, we talk about Noah's Ark, right? And Gilgamesh talks about the flood. The book of Gilgamesh, either way, you've got just so many stories that talk about a great flood, that was roughly 12,000 years ago, if you look at it, which, you know, what's his name, won't like the name, but they're calling it the Greater Dry Ice at this point. But regardless, I'm just interested in what is looked at as the shift, because regardless, most have agreed when the timeline was 12,000 years ago, 24, that was a huge shift in our poles. And that's where they're coming. It seems to be that I've heard enough scientists either admitting it or not wanting to admit it and admitting it. The poles do shift. And, you know, that's been going on for a while that they've been discussing that.
Yeah. He does talk about that, but if you ask me how to explain it, I could not. So it's interesting.
Yeah, the inner Earth, like, we just had a major core shift, it was weird. It was a few months ago. And so they played it down in the media. So, like, it was registered on basically, like, what you talk about, the earthquake, what I would, I guess, call earthquake. Like, I don't know what they have for different Richters or what their terminology is. But basically, yeah, we registered an inner Earth shift. And so then you have one of the huge scientists that comes on, one of the Japanese scientists, and says, it's nothing that happens, blah, blah. Although what's so weird about that is playing it down is that that's nothing we've ever said happened before. And so that's the only thing that I called on to. It was like, I was like, I trust the scientist the same way I trust the guy that told me to wear a mask and take the vaccine. Seems very legit. But then why have we never ever heard of this before? But people have been saying the inner Earth shifts. Like Einstein was even going into this, but he was trying to figure out how it would exactly happen. And now we're understanding exactly what's in the core of our Earth and how it can flip within like a day or two's time, which would then go back to the stories of Atlantis, where you heard of the actual like world islands like sinking within a day, because those things can happen. Now, I'm not here to promote that or not promote it. I just think it's something that people should look at, because I've read enough about it that it is something that there's definitely not been disproven. If anything, it's been more proven in the last 5 years than disproven, if anything, or 10, and especially 5. Definitely proven to make Atlanta seem real, like where we thought there's no way an island could go under, and now we're proving, we already know that our poles are shifting. I mean, they've shifted to the point that we've changed our runways. You realize, like, we had to change our runway degrees because the planes were landing in the wrong places, because what we call the North and South Pole is different than what the actual North and South the words that are actual North and South, true North and South, meaning, so the true world's North and South. So since that's changed, the planes had to change it. It's changed that much in the last 10 years. The airports had to change their degrees, otherwise they were having problems with planes landing, either hitting each other or not hitting the runway. So that's happened that fast in 10 years. So then you have to look at, okay, well, could some of this other stuff be right? And that's all I'm saying.
Oh, I see. Interesting.
So just where we say God sent the flood, God could send a flood like you believe in the Bible, right?
Yeah.
But how did God send the flood? He didn't say he didn't do it through shifting the poles, right? Because God made the world. So my point is, both two things can be true at the same time.
True. That's true. I think that I think the water poured forth from the inner Earth and from the heavens as well.
Okay.
Some people say.
Yeah, I just got back.
But,
yes. And so
back.
are we talking about the floods? Like in a biblical sense or something?
I just brought up that Judge Sims is back live, and I think he got a little frustrated at the whole science community and YouTube always taking down his channels and such, and but he keeps proving a lot of stuff right as far as how to predict earthquakes. And then Brooke went in on how there's evidence of pole shifting and how that may be relevant with the biblical flood.
Okay, thank you. And so yeah, there we go. I could bring up what comes to my mind, which is that certainly the one thing we do know is that the pole has shifted at various times in Earth's history. We're talking about a very long term of geologic history, and
I'm sorry. How do you know the exact term? Can you give me the time frame? I'm sorry. How do you know it?
no, I'd have to look it up.
You're not. You know who you're agreeing with that says that? The one person that you say you hate.
Yeah, honey, he's basing
The dry
that,
ice theory guy.
he's basing that off real scientist research.
No, he doesn't. And that's the whole point. Like that's why you should like him, because that's why I don't get why you hate him. Because
okay, go on.
I mean, I buy a pizza. But shut the fuck up.
Yeah, okay, she's chewing.
Every person that you're like you're the fucking outcast of your fucking group, man. You fucking stand up. You know what he's the outcast of? His fucking group. His fucking archaeologists, 90% of them are like the government. They're like, no, that's not the way it is. Just like you're like World War II, and they're like, no, that's not the way it is. So I think you might should
there's
relook.
a profound difference here. No, there's a profound difference.
No, you're so determined to be the only person that was ever right. I know.
No, honey, I'll explain it to you. The profound difference here is this. In terms of Graham Hancock is someone who is impacting the archaeological world, where he is forcing research to change. This is not a positive. So I don't know if you.
Oh my God!
Right, I don't know if you've read. Wait
I
a
would
second.
like
Hold
to
on.
force the political community to change. Why would you not want to force things to change?
Hold on. In terms of the difference here is that he gets an enormous amount of money. I mean, literally, he's made a fortune. So it shows already that he's sponsored. So because he's sponsored, he gets wide publication, wide circulation. Okay, mine is the total opposite. I mean, I can just make friends like you, and you're instantly terrorized. This happens to everyone who's affiliated with me. None of this happens to him. And I'm suppressed. I'm even attacked in terms of Skype shutting down. It's like this is like ceaseless and endless and constant and forever. And and no one will ever interview me. The interviews I do are incredibly few and far between. The people who are interviewing me on the 1st of May, because they called and said, it's got to be the 1st of May or we won't be able to get this done for another several months, are the Bulgarian guys, one of them named Milko, and who I think actually wants to remain kind of as anonymous as possible. But you're talking about people in Bulgaria who are interviewing me strictly for a Bulgarian audience. It's going to be given subtitles, and it's going to take them forever to get those subtitles out, because we're talking about hours and hours of interview that they're conducting with me. These are the only people who have ever paid me for an interview. Ever. Graham Hancock gets paid hundreds of thousands of dollars. So there's no comparison. This man is obviously supported by a huge wave of fundraisers who basically promote him, have marketing. I have none of that. So the difference is profound. And basically, as I explained to you before, when it comes to what he is saying, the reality is that I've pointed out that the Earth is got a reflection of the heavens that is profound and obvious. You remember the general parameters of it. But when it came to just the way that our Earth is set up and how it reflects the constellations in the heavens, he twists that. And so he has malevolent intent. So when it comes to his intent, the most profound thing that I can emphasize is the constellation of Orion. And so, as I pointed out before, my own latent sainted mother, she showed me, of course, the profound workings of the earth as reflecting the heavens based on the ancient teachings that she had received from her vampire heritage. And so when it comes to that, all of this is based on taking a polar projection of the earth, as they call it, And then when you take that polar projection of the Earth and you overlay a map of the constellations upon it, everything becomes quite plain once you make the proper alignment, which is basically, of course, that you have the Pleiades as on the center line, the noon line of that map. Understand when it comes to the other important aspect of this is that at that point, when you have that kind of reflection of Earth as in the heavens, then the map makes it plain that the polar star, the North Pole of our heavens, as opposed to just our Earth, has the Big Dipper, as we call it, the Ursa Major, the Great Bear, orbiting in the heavens, in the proper direction of the Hakenkreuz. You've seen this projection that I've shown people before, and so what happens is it creates a swastika in rotation. Yeah.
Well, let me know when I'm
sign.
ever allowed to speak.
I'm sorry, honey. Yeah, honey. I'm sorry. What did you say?
You just are going on and on and on. I don't even know where to respond because you're not allowing me to, and I'm not trying to argue.
Well,
but
I mean, it's not.
There's no
necessarily
argument, but I can't. You're going into so many factual details
Yeah,
that I would like to just respond before you go further. You can't sit there and say that the Hakenkreuz or the swastika, which was seen at this amount of time, let's say 1,000 years ago, right? Let's go there, right? Mm-hmm. Like whenever you want to say the first swastika was there, at that time, where the constellations were at that time, you cannot then turn that around and say that this is not possible, because at the same time, or like let's look at Egypt at the Sphinx. Are you saying that you don't believe that the Leo was aligned over the Sphinx when they did the Sphinx?
You see, this is the point that when it's coming to my main point, and if we get into specifics, there's a certain amount of specifics that I can articulate. If you start getting into the changes of time, then the answer to that is that the constellations have changed over the years with the changes of the orbit of the Earth, as the Earth has changed its orbit over time. And
obviously, that's why India has kept up with it, and that's why Vedic astrology and tropical astrology argue a little bit, because you've got a slight difference there on Vedic meaning in the way that time, in the way the constellations have changed. But it's a very slight difference. That's why some people use Vedic and some people use tropical.
It changes enough over many millions.
It changes every year, and it's continually changing. And yes, we've searched for now. But you've had enough.
It doesn't change that. It doesn't change that extremely.
You can go to Vedic, and actually the man that we just had on, who is much more knowledgeable in Vedic astrology than I myself am.
Yeah, and he would back up everything I'm saying. Believe me.
I'm not saying that he wouldn't back up some of it, but I do not think that he would back up the fact that you're basically saying that the Vedic astrology would then not be true because so much has changed, and that's not true.
No,
they've been keeping up with this for thousands of years. So then my question then is, if the astrology is true, you're going a year or two off. But I'm asking you, where's Leo?
You're not listening. You never read my article that I wrote on it.
I did read the article that you were angry on. I replied back and told you were too angry in the article, if you remember.
Well, you think of it as angry. A person needs to be emphatic. A person needs to be emphatic because we're dealing with
really, because when I'm emphatic, everybody says I'm angry. You were writing angrily about the anti
if I were to write angrily, then that would imply that I'm like cussing and swearing in the text, which I'm not doing.
Okay, I disagree, but you're right. My mother would agree with you, because it's an age range of like, if you say the F word or you don't. But I do think whatever you say, regardless if you say fuck or not fuck,
there's no swearing in the article.
That doesn't mean you were not angry and completely obviously angry.
To point out to our listeners, so they understand what we're talking about, because they'll need to hear this, is that when a transparent northern hemispherical star map of our northern constellations as seen in the northern hemisphere, though they are also visible in the southern hemisphere, they align with the northern hemisphere of our planet. So when the northern hemispherical star map, a transparent one, is superimposed over what's called an azimuthal equidistant polar projection map, meaning just the polar projection map that they use on the United Nations flag, which someone like Ian West would say is proof of the flat Earth.
I mean, you just said United Nations, right? So then you're half the time you're not believing in that, and then you're going with this world. So my point is, you're not proving
honey. See, now you're just confusing the issue.
When I talk about the United Nations as a honey, do you realize we had a solar eclipse, but it was in the southern hemisphere and you couldn't see it? So why is everything imposed in the northern hemisphere? Question.
Listen up here, because the fact remains that this is where the Hakenkreuz.
That was a true question. I mean, it's a true question. I'm asking.
I'm giving you the answer. So this is where the Hakenkreuz is seen. The Hakenkreuz pattern is a pattern that cycles with the seasons.
When was the Hakenkreuz first ever documented in history?
It's through all recorded history.
No, when was the first Hakenkreuz?
No, we're talking about the one in the heavens is through all recorded history.
That's not what I mean. We can sit there and say
again,
that
just to finish this up for our listeners, basically
I can't ever allow it.
When you impose the northern hemispherical star map over the polar projection map of the Earth, then you use the Stella Polaris. That's the pole star. You place that over the terrestrial North Pole. So then at that point, we have a celestial clock, a celestial clock making one revolution daily. Now, this revolution is what through the seasons forms that perfect Hakenkreuz symbol. So this is important because it's been known within the occult schools that the stars are not right for the anti-gods. The stars are not right because the elder sign is in the skies, and the elder sign is the ward against them that binds them. It's the elder sign that binds them and prevents them from re-emerging from their prisons. So even if they're summoned, they are still bound due to the Polaris and the revolution around it of Ursa Major, the greater mother bear.
We could stop right there before we go into any more astrological terms. Like, you just got into something that I believe Viv and I could talk about as well. But
I'm sure you could go to town on different.
But you just said anti-gods. You just went anti-gods, and you went bound them, and that in itself, right there. Let's stop there, because what you're saying is you bound an anti-god, which I would like your definition on an anti-god, and then I would like you to define bounding, and then who created the anti-gods and where did they come from?
Okay.
Those are my questions.
Okay.
Who is the anti-god? Where did they come from? And what binds them? And why?
And as succinctly as possible, basically, I was asked by a young lady named Amy, who I thought was Amy Komu, and I found out was not her, asked me, Douglas, what is the difference between the Hindu swastika and the German swastika? Are they both defenses? Who actually are the anti-gods? So understand that our universe is finely balanced on a razor's edge of divine symmetry. Now,
I'm sorry, you and I are talking right now. There's nothing balanced in this. The Trump is there, and we've got the world going to hell in a handbasket.
You're speaking of very finite or
I know, I was kidding about me and you, but I meant in the world in general is what I meant. If you think this is balanced,
I'm talking about the universe in a cosmological sense. So in a cosmological sense, there is a new hyperphysics that they're only now rediscovering. In the occult, this was written of in poetry as thy fearful symmetry. So this is known as that which can be manipulated to manipulate physics. The ancient occult term for superphysics that people can look up, has been around forever, is metaphysics. Metaphysics was developed before there was physics. Metaphysics was far beyond physics as we understand it. Metaphysics is the physics of the divine. So understand that metaphysics is considered by conventional physicists to be philosophy. But in reality, once they have basically entrapped themselves or opened themselves to the new physics.
Who's they? No. You guys define
physicists. So when physicists open up to the symmetry with which the universe can be manipulated at an almost occult level, then what they are dealing with is what they would call a kind of hyperphysics, a kind of hypersymmetry. And so this term is coming back into vogue only now. And that's because they're just now realizing the repercussions of a lot of things that were done with experiments in science starting around World War II. But just to kind of give it to you in summary, as briefly as possible.
Everything didn't start in World War II, and that's where
World War II is when a lot of discoveries were made because of the urgency of the times. And this was...
And I don't agree with it. There were things discovered then. I'm just saying that we had people here for thousands of years, and if you're ignoring like the Vedic culture,
well, as I said, I also used the term rediscovered. Many things were rediscovered in World War II. So understand that if certain natural forces varied in their values by the tiniest fractions, not even stars could exist. And in fact, in a number of other possible universes, those values are different, and stars...
But you don't believe in other universes because you've already...
No, I've never denied
told
other
me
universes.
there's... Well,
in fact, I've been the first
to
to insist
you believe in
that
other universes, but there's
exist.
not possible life forms out there.
Let me continue. So in this infinite number of other possible universes, which are effectively real, those values are different, and stars cannot exist. And that renders it literally physically impossible for...
Then how do we see the stars on the newest telescope? You're saying, are we doing it Ian West, that was all made up and fake?
No, we're seeing stars in this universe.
Okay, so but there's stars in other universes that we can see. Universes out there.
No one is saying we're seeing stars in other universes.
No, they are. They're
talking about a hyperdimensional projection in which they are calculating the potential for stars in other universes.
No, that's not what... I just, like, literally, there was the whole thing that came back from the entire, like, this fucking last 6 months or a year, where it came back, like, they sent that whole mission out there, so either you're saying that's fake,
No, honey, you're being querulous. Are you not understanding what you're talking about?
I'm really not being querulous at all.
Let me take a look at this. Are we seeing stars in other universes? I can look this up.
Yes, I would appreciate that instead of arguing me at least. Please.
Believe me, this is not going to.
I don't mind being wrong. I don't mind being wrong.
Look at this. This is what we're saying here. Are there any of the stars we can see with the eye alone, and then they go to...
Not with the eye alone.
I get it. I'm looking at what first came up. Now, let me see what else comes up. Nothing is coming up because no one's seeing stars in other universes.
It just came back. Like, there was an entire thing that literally was on every news channel in the
you
last
misread
year.
It. You misread it. It couldn't have been what it said. Then find it. Strong claims require strong evidence. The onus is on you, not me.
That's fine.
Because
that's fine. I agree.
My stance is based on conventional science as well as metaphysics, and in conventional science, I can tell you, no one is claiming. No one of any repute could possibly be claiming we're seeing stars in other universes. No one could be saying that. There's no way they could see them.
Okay, so I'm just gonna type it myself. And
trust me on this.
I'm not saying. So the Space Observatory revealed 6 massive galaxies that existed 500 million, 700 million years ago.
In the past, they can see stars in the past that are long dead, because the further away we look, the further into the past that we're seeing.
Yeah. Well, you're talking about light years that we're looking at.
Yes.
But then at that point, then I would go in. Then we would have to get into another discussion about time
but that's not
and relativity.
That's in the end. Don't take us into too many tangents because it doesn't serve our purpose. But the point is, just so people understand, the closest star we have, aside from the sun and aside from the officially unacknowledged binary star in our solar system, which is a brown dwarf star named Nemesis, the closest star that we have is Alpha Centauri, and we can only see that 4 years ago. That's 4 light years away, so we only see Alpha Centauri as it looks 4 years ago with the naked eye. As we use telescopes, we can bring it more into kind of a focus, but you're still seeing it in the past. And the reality is we're looking back in time the further away we look. So the further away in space you look, the further back in time you look. That's why space travel is also time travel. unavoidably, if you're traveling through space, you're traveling through time. This is the same on Earth, except we do it so microcosmically, it doesn't count, not to our experience. So when it comes to, however, other universes, they do exist. However, we also know mathematically that the values are very different, and because of that, the stars don't exist. And because stars do not exist in other universes, life cannot possibly exist.
They've shown the stars. The problem with that is what you're saying is time. So then we're getting into dimensional time.
No, don't distract. The times are, the fact that things go on in the past.
The telescopes, what they've
further
sent
away
out
we
does
look.
show stars.
Yeah. Well, the telescopes are looking back in time. The telescopes are looking back.
That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
So now you're getting into an argument of
I'm
I'm
not.
does that mean
if you're thinking I'm getting into an argument about the Big Bang, I'm getting into the argument about the Big Bang only as it's relevant. So when we do look into, the further away we look, the further back we look. So the attempt is to look back towards the Big Bang. That's not the main point of what I'm saying right now. But understand that in those other universes, because it's impossible for stars to exist, life cannot exist. So these are empty universes. The overwhelming majority of the universe.
It's not empty. So our star, our sun, which I looked up again, is 93 million miles away from us. Okay,
Yeah.
that's our sun. That's our closest star.
Yeah, but these facts are not necessarily relevant to your question. These
lies
facts,
no, it does. Let me finish.
But honey, the more you bring up, the more you're not going to get the answer.
4.3 light years away. So where are you saying light years stop existing for the star? And what do you say?
I'm not saying anything about light years stopping to exist at all. They don't cease to exist at all.
Okay, then why is Centauri true and others not? Is what I'm saying, because you're saying it's further
stars in
light
our
years
universe
away.
are subject to physical laws where the further away they are, the further back you look. That's the only point to be made.
Again, which would be light years, which is further back.
Well, light years would be the unit of measurement that you're using.
Which is what I'm saying.
To try and make sense of what you're saying.
So somehow you're saying 4.3 light years is like your cutoff.
That's not what I said at all.
Well, that's what you're saying, because that's what Centauri is.
Honey, you're just being querulous.
I'm not.
It's not even logical.
Saying Centauri is 4.3
Honey, what is it that you feel that you're defending?
I don't even know.
You asked a question. You asked a question, but to get the answer, you have to listen. So you do have to do that. You can't get the answer if you constantly interrupt, because when you interrupt, you're not really bringing up anything relevant. What you're bringing up is something simply for the sake of you're trying to stop the answer.
I'm not. You brought up galaxies that you believe exist, and then that we can see stars in
galaxies. We've got trillions of galaxies in this universe.
When they define the galaxies, what do you think they're defining them with? And do you think that they're not seeing stars in these galaxies?
What are you talking about? Those are all comprised of stars.
That's what I mean, but you just said no. That's what the galaxies are.
I'm talking about in other universes. Are you hearing anything that I'm saying, Viviana? Are you getting this glitch where are you not understanding what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm hearing you.
Yeah. So Viviana, what am I saying as you understand it?
You're saying that the possibility of seeing stars light years away is possible, correct?
Not only that, but we're doing it. We've been doing this for years. And the further away you look, the further back in time you look. But that's not relevant to the question that's brought up by tangents that are thrown out by Brooke.
I don't know what question you just think I asked that is not relevant.
You asked me, what actually are the anti-gods? You asked me about the anti-gods.
Okay, so then you went into a light star thing.
Before I go into anything else about the reflections of the heavens upon the earth. Right?
Yeah. So
I'm going into it. So you can't keep interrupting or you're not going to learn.
Going into that and saying the galaxies weren't real took us off into
That's not what I said. Viviana, did you hear me say galaxies and stars
are
not
the galaxies
real?
weren't real, but the stars in those galaxies weren't technically because of the light years, certain light years, because they're so far away that technically they're not there anymore,
That's
right?
not what I'm saying. Oh, well, I'm saying physically, yes, that's quite true. There are many dead stars that we are seeing only as ghosts because those stars have died many hundreds of millions of years ago. And what we are seeing is we're looking back in time at them. That's a physical fact. Any physicist or astronomer would tell you this.
Not arguing that. You haven't gotten to the anti. Here's the problem.
Well, how can I get to the anti-gods if you keep interrupting?
You haven't even got to it.
Viviana, help me out here. Am I not being reasonable?
Well, yeah, it does interrupt the question answer process. It's just that it's jumbling around, so nothing is processing.
Yes.
So I didn't need all the star stuff, is what I think I'm trying to say, for you to answer the anti-God question, is what I'm saying. Like, you went back into
I can't go to the anti-God question if you keep interrupting. So understand that we are covering two different subjects here that I am forced to converge. This is something no conventional scientist would do. A great example would be what happened to Mae Brussels. Just to give you an example so that you can understand this, because it's an example of people claiming that they want to see, say, for instance, the Vox Arca, which is basically my dead man switch, what keeps me alive. It's what keeps them from assassinating me. Which is, of course, what people ask. Well, how are you still alive? What power do you have? How is it that they don't take you out? And basically, this is based on a kind of technology that is occult in nature. And when people ask for proof, it's the stupidest question in the world, because the kind of proof that an engineer, a conventional engineer, could provide them would be nothing. A great example is what happened with the Jewish American conspiracy theorist Mae Brussels and the Nazi relative of Martin Bormann, Frank Borman. He was the CEO of Eastern Airlines. He was an astronaut. You're talking about one of the highest trained people on Earth. So the former astronaut, Frank Borman, ran Eastern Airlines. What happened was, because he was a Nazi who was affiliated with the Nazi Unterland, Michael Aquino tried to destroy him. And what happened was they planted a bomb that took down the particular flight, Flight 401, and it crashed. And when it crashed, what happened was Michael Aquino sent in his agents into the Florida Everglades, where it crashed, and they recovered as many of the parts as they could. They cannibalized them. They put them into the other planes in the Eastern Airlines fleet. And then, over a period of years, everyone began to see ghosts. The ghosts of all the passengers who had died, especially the pilot and the flight engineer, telling people, "Get off the plane, it's going to crash." Now, the crash happened in 1972. Eastern Airlines began to lose all business over a period of years. Frank Borman gave the order that if anyone talked about these ghostly images, especially of the two men who were bleeding and covered with open wounds, their guts spilling out, telling people, "Get off the plane now," he would fire them. Then what happened was, I called him and I told him, "Michael Aquino made certain cannibalized parts from the crash plane. We're putting the rest of your fleet. Distribute it throughout it. Get rid of those parts." He sent his engineers in to remove all of those parts, and all the haunting stopped. This is occult technology. It is based on ectoplasm. It's based on forces that are metaphysical. They're not understood by conventional physicists. They're not understood by engineers. Any engineer who took a look at those parts, a conventional engineer would say there's nothing wrong with them. There is no connection. What Douglas Dietrich is saying is wrong. But I saved Eastern Airlines. I saved Frank Borman's company. All of this is based on my understanding of technology that a conventional engineer could never begin to comprehend. This is the understanding that when people die in a terrible situation quite suddenly under great trauma, they are bound to that vehicle that they died in. They are still forever on that journey until someone actually takes the trouble to free them. A necromancer like Michael Aquino can bind them. So what happened with Mae Brussels was she began investigating Michael Aquino, and she was a Jewess. And then what happened was Michael Aquino ordered a soldier to kill her daughters. Now, in December of 1970, Mae's daughter, Bonnie, 15 years old, was in a car along with her sister, who was driving, and a soldier from the United States Army at Fort Ord in California, who went absent without leave. That means deserted, which is an executable crime. That means that he should have been executed for what he did. He crashed into the car deliberately and killed one daughter, crippled the other. And the other daughter was wounded to the point where she was told she would be paralyzed for life. Broken neck, face injuries, broken nose and arm. Barbara Brussel was her name. I don't remember how old she was. What happened was the dead daughter, who was 15 at the time of the death, she started haunting Mae Brussel. Now, when it came to the soldier himself, he was given total immunity. When the authorities arrested him, the U.S. Army called up and said, "He's cool, let him go. Touch him, and you'll pay the price." And he was let go free as a cockroach. Now, Barbara Brussel, her daughter, kept appearing to her, telling her, "I'm in heaven, but I can't be happy here until you kill yourself to join me." And she finally was at the point where she was going to kill herself. Took a gun, put it to her head, was about to blow her brains out when I called. When I called her, I said, "Have you got parts from the car in your home?" She said, "Yes. I would never part with them. They're, reminders of my daughter." I said,
How did you know to call her?
Because her phone number and all of her stats were available to Michael Aquino, who I worked for. He was terrorizing her.
What made you think I need to call her?
Because he was bragging about how she was going to kill herself. Understand, this is a necromancer. He bound the daughter to the parts of the car that were in her home. It's not that difficult to do. The soul's in trauma. It has no concept of where it's at. You can manipulate it like a puppet. It appeared holographically. It was enhanced by satellite technology that he was using to make it so. And it wasn't a projection. It's a holographic manifestation assisted by technology to make it more visible, but it was her daughter's soul. This is occult technology. This is what your government works at the level of. No conventional engineer could analyze the parts of these machines and see anything that would tip them off to something supernatural.
You're not arguing. I'm not arguing with you.
But
on these
understand
points.
what I'm saying here. When it came to Barbara, and she ultimately healed, the surviving daughter, Mae Brussel, decided not to kill herself. She got rid of the car parts, and she never saw her daughter again. And I said, "You've got to put your daughter to rest." Michael Aquino had bound her soul to those car parts. You've got to have them destroyed. See that you consult a spiritual specialist, your rabbi, whomever you trust, to perform a guidance to help her stay on the other side and realize she doesn't need you there. Eventually, they killed Mae Brussel anyway. They parked a van outside of her car and pumped microwaves at her 24 hours a day till she died of cancer. But I gave her another half decade of life at least. In terms of this kind of technology, this is supernatural technology. The Vox Arkham, a dead man's switch, is comprised of this kind of technology. Any conventional engineer who takes it apart is going to find nothing remiss. They won't even understand what the mechanism is for. To them, it would be an insane mechanism with no sane purpose. But the supernatural consequences of taking it to its full capabilities are beyond human reckoning. It is the occult equivalent of the nuclear football, where you press that button and everything blows. This is what I stole from the United States government. It's why I'm still alive. So when it comes to this kind of technology, when I'm talking about physics, I'm talking about both conventional physics and metaphysics.
Well, you don't get to go there with me without telling me how you stole it from the United States government, because I have not heard that story.
Honey, that would take hours to go into. Certainly you don't expect that to be a simple story. Please. We're not going to go into that tonight. There's too much involved with that. That would bring me back through memories that are too traumatic anyway. Understand that when it comes to this level of espionage, people have to die. There's only so much that I can talk about without exposing too many other people who would also be put at risk of death. There's got to be a reality there that you have to comprehend. I'm sure you do. So when it comes to what I share with you privately, someday we'll talk about it. Understand that every one of our conversations are always tapped, wired, certainly listened in on. So it has to be a private conversation face to face before I give you any real details in that regard. But the reality is that with this kind of technology, think of the physics involved when we're speaking of cosmic reality. When it comes to cosmic reality and the kind of binding that is done with the anti-gods, which we'll talk about the binding in a moment, far more important than would be to speak about what they are. As I've said, there are multiple universes. I understand that you've had a very bad experience with religion. And the person I was trying to remember when I was speaking to you privately was Richard Dawson. Richard Dawson is an MD who feels that there is a God part of the brain, that if we simply surgically remove that God part of the brain or turn it off using biochemicals, perhaps some kind of prescription drug, then what we're going to do is we're going to eliminate the need for people to believe in God at all. He feels that God can be surgically removed or chemically suppressed, that of course God is a delusion to him. So when it comes to the kind of work that he does, it serves an evolutionary purpose.
Actually, we did discuss that, and you did bring that name up, and yeah. I went into it, but I do believe, and I'm familiar with Richard Dawson's work exactly. I do believe there are other scientists that have gone into this and believing that not that we that what the problem that one of what he may have been emphasizing. Or looking into, the other scientists have looked into, is the need for humans to need a higher power, right? So when I am like, if I'm sitting here right now and I wake up in the morning and I'm feeling really depressed, right? Mm-hmm. And I'm like, I feel sick and I've been dying, and I can pray and be like, I know there's a God out there that's going to save me, right? If I just say the right words, right? Mm-hmm. Whereas I still believe there is a creator, which is like where Viv and I agree and disagree. I do believe in the creator, but at the same time, I look at it as we are a part of the creator. Like Jesus said, if you look in the Bible, he said, you want to look in heaven, you want to look for your God, look inside yourself. Yes. That's where your God is. So all the power is within you. And so we keep wanting to look outside ourselves, and that's the problem. And that's where I think maybe Dawson didn't or wasn't there yet, but I think what he was looking for was truly that part of us that is trying to look outside ourselves, when creator, not the part of us that we really need, is all inside.
So, honey, yeah, back in security and mercenary work, we used to have
agree or disagree on that. You just went honey, and I hate that. That's just so disrespectful. You don't just go honey and then just go and keep going. Either you can go honey, that's wrong.
I don't agree. We're not in an academic environment where you're facing me as a doctor to a fellow doctor.
I don't mean it that way. I don't mind the honey and that. I don't really mind honey. I like honey. You can call me honey sweetie. What I mean by that is when you just ignore what I said and continue.
I didn't ignore what you said. I'm going to reinforce it. So you go into this presumptive mode where you feel everything is an attack. It's a sign of a great insecurity. No one is arguing or insulting what you're
expressing. Not a sign of a great insecurity. It's a sign of the opposite of you, which you're a great mediator. I have the opposite with South Node and Aries in my emotions,
Understood.
which are our
warrior.
It's an honest warrior aspect, and I work on that.
If you're
I don't disregard it.
If you're knowledgeable of that, then then
to
do me a
working
favor
on
and try
something
to
and be. Oh my God!
try
Then I
to.
can just not ever talk again because I
No,
cannot.
it's not. No,
I'm me. I
that's
was
totally
born
unfair.
me. I don't know why the creator made me
Yeah,
me.
yeah,
I
no,
wish he had.
you made a point of my saying honey, you know, and of course
I didn't even mind the
my
honey.
rebuttal
It
to
was
that
the
has always
honey
been you get
and
50 grand if I pop off.
continually.
I think that gives me a right to call you honey. But okay, that being said,
Yeah, I didn't mind you
okay,
really calling me honey. I honestly didn't. What I meant was I felt like you were just like honey and then
I
going
didn't
into
mean it
another
that way.
conversation.
I didn't
Like
mean it
into
that way.
another,
And
just
don't
like whatever you said.
automatically take it that way. Don't automatically take it that way. To reinforce what you're saying, in mercenary and security work, we had a term for this. There is what's called a transceiver. A transceiver is a combination of a transmitter and a receiver. It's the microphone or radio or walkie-talkie that goes two ways. So as for the transceiver, we all have that in our brains. That is the God part of the brain that Richard Dawson is talking about. And when it comes to our ability to hear God, in other words, feel God, vibe God, the divine, the spiritual force that created us, the creator of our universe, when we can vibrate with that, resonate with it, then we're using the receiver.
We're in receiving mode, which is what people now start talking about, which has gotten so big. If I just to agree with you, like you will hear people talk about being in receiving mode, which is that's where you hear about people trying to meditate versus pray, because praying is going into I'm looking outward to asking, and it's really hard to be in the receiving mode because you got to cut that brain off, man.
Yes. Yes.
You know, most people can't do it, like, or it's really hard to do it.
That's the point.
Just shut
That's
it
the
down.
point. So when we're praying, then we're transmitting. When we're attempting to talk to God, we're transmitting. Now, there's a phenomenon in this kind of work, which becomes more important in security and mercenary work than anywhere else, where it's
That's
like
so scary. Just the fact that you even said that.
Yeah.
It's scary.
Well, it's like this. It's like the Indian talking stick rule. The Indian talking stick rule is whoever has the talking stick talks, and everyone else listens until the talking stick is passed to them. And that if you break that rule, you're dishonoring everybody involved. So it's
Okay, like, can you imagine it's me and you on a show with a talking stick? I don't know if it would ever get passed.
Yeah, we'd be physically fighting over the stick. Yes, of course. But that being said, when it comes to this kind of work in combat, when somebody suddenly, they call it steps over. When somebody steps on somebody else who's transmitting, who's trying to communicate, and then somebody else comes in and transmits over them, then that had better be an immediate emergency that is going to impact us all, or that person will suffer severe punishment for something of that nature. That is a breach of communications that impedes communications, which are all important in combat or security work. So when people are basically spending all their time talking to God, they're doing all the talking, they're not listening. They're never in a receiving mode.
And I think that's my problem with so many religions.
Well, that's what you get with the Ayatollah Khomeini. The Ayatollah Khomeini and those kinds of fundamentalists are spending...
But it's not even Ayatollah. Like, even we Southern Baptists, like, we were never taught to listen.
Of course.
It was just you pray, God heard you, you'll get your answer. And if you don't, then you must have not done something right.
Yeah. It's an emphasis on talking.
Like, if I prayed for a bike and I was like, dear God, give me the bike tomorrow, please, or don't let it rain. And I prayed and I did everything and I was nice to my mom and then it rained. Right?
Yeah, you're transmitting instead of receiving. Yeah. If you had been in a receiving mode, you might have heard God tell you why it has to rain.
Exactly. That's my point about religion. That's my whole thing, is that I can't see a religion that teaches receiving.
I understand that you have an issue with religion. So that being said,
you tell me a religion that teaches receiving mode.
At any rate, well, Buddhism, Taoism,
I'll give
Shintoism. Yeah, these are all receiving religions. You don't see...
I will give you that. But I mean, in hugely in Christianity and Catholicism and Judaism the largest religions that we have, especially in the Western Hemisphere, they seem to teach just there's no receiving mode. And so then when you get into receiving, you always have to be like, I'm spiritual. And then again, I will also look at some of the things that also are indoctrinated to me, or not indoctrinated to me, but I believe that the Bible's just like anything else. We're not like, everyone's like, the Bible would never have been touched. Every word in it is exactly what should be in there. And there's not a possible word that could be wrong, and nothing was left out. The book of Enoch was not left out. And like, there's not a man that could possibly touch it. And where did those words came from? A man. The words that said a Bible couldn't be touched, and that the book, there was no book left out, and that the Holy Bible of the Christian world was never touched, came from a man.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. No, it says that man would be cursed.
Yeah.
With the plagues of the book.
Yeah, well, I'm sure there's a lot of men cursed because the Bible was touched.
Yes. Yes, one is the Vatican Church.
Well, all such being said,
I agree with that. I agree with that one. Dib and I at least completely agree.
Well, of course, you're both Protestants.
No, the Vatican Church is definitely cursed. I'm not saying Protestants are much better in some ways, because they're breakoffs of each one that are humans. Once humans touch something, that's what we came here for.
Yes, I look at things differently as a historian, and I look at age and time. So understand, this is the point I was also going to make just in passing, so we don't fall into that trap as I progress.
Yeah.
When it comes to the my own perspective on this, we can wait to discuss my perspective on Catholicism at a later date. But the point is that one thing that Our Lady Brooke was under the impression of was that I pick and choose my cosmology. That's not the case. It chose me, that I was born into this cosmology.
No, he picks and chooses. I'm telling you, when there's a 20-year-old good-looking blonde that believes in aliens, he will suddenly be like, you know what, Pleiadians might be real. I don't know. What do you show me your pussy?
Yeah, that's how.
Yeah, and everyone that can hear you speaking now knows that I'm telling the truth on that one.
How dare you impugn my integrity? I've explained before that what that young lady revealed was the fact that she had undergone trauma, and there's no point in
the woman interviewed by Linda Moulton Howe that you would just definitely disregard Linda Moulton Howe. You were like, oh. But Linda Moulton Howe's a little too old for you to bring on and be like, I would love to hear your pussy story.
Linda Moulton Howe has never approached me for help. That young lady did. So
okay, well, if I let me ask you this: if I can get Linda Moulton Howe to approach you, we'd be as open and be like, you know what, that might be true. You know, everything you're saying. I mean, open my mind a little bit, Linda.
This discussion is beneath my dignity, Brooke. So we're going to continue with the other subjects. When it comes to Marina Sarin, what was going on was that, of course, I'm just trying to do my best to cultivate a sense of empathy. You should be encouraging. You should be encouraging such.
Actually, I'm pretty sure the anti-gods and God both, all of them have said you're not allowed to use that word because you don't fucking know it.
At any rate, we're going to move on because this is no longer, we're going to move on to other parts of this discussion because this part of the discussion is not a rational discussion. It's
actually probably the most rational we've had because it's easily proven. At least I can prove this part.
No. What you're demonstrating is your jealousy, your envy. And
I'm so envious of her. You're right. I'm so envious of her. You know, actually, I love her because you know what she said? She said the opening for the God portal has to come from her, the Pleiadians, which comes through the Capricorn. Which, guess who? The two people you know that are Capricorns, born on January 15th. You're two devils.
Yeah. Okay, moving right along. So
there's no entrance to God. So I'm saying you either get to God through me or through Peter Moon. But either way, we're both apparently just spiritual leaders.
Yeah. Such being.
So you are a vampire, so you need some spiritual guidance. Peter, you're not helping.
At any rate,
I'm just a replying what Marina said, that your girl, which, by the way, what was that page she had on that other channel? What's that place called, the other website?
I don't know, some fans only page. You should start one. You'd get some money incoming pretty quickly. I don't know why,
That's what fucking Ian West keeps saying. He's like, I was like, fucking A. I was like, you should start a fucking fans only page.
I mean, there's a logic to it. I mean, you want money coming in quickly. That's the way to do it. I mean, it's not a dumb idea or a,
I asked him, I said, can I put another face on my face? Because the last thing I fucking need is fucking, I have enough shit coming back on me already, knowing you. And that's the thing I need is like suddenly like my daughter getting married and then the fans only page being displayed at the wedding.
At that point, you just tell people to stop being such fucking, prudes and stop being so judgmental. And that, I just tell them I had to make a living to support my daughter and times are tough. So, suck it up.
I can't help my pussy looks really good on the camera.
And besides that, tune into the goddamn page and pay for it yourself. And if you pay for some time, then you can make a judgment. Yeah, there. That. Now, when it comes to these, so my point that when it comes to the metaphysics and the physics, now understand that we are sticking with conventional physics for the first. And when it comes to conventional physics, it gets pretty unconventional very quickly because conventional physics cannot explain. It can explain only so much. So because it can explain.
That. I was raised Southern Baptist. I was raised in faith, as Viv was. Okay. Raised in faith means true. That's why so many people literally love faith. But it's because you believe in something that you can't see, right? And so we all need that, and that's part of the God complex, which I don't necessarily believe is untrue. I know that there are things that we can't. I know for a fact.
Well, my thesis with that, the point to be made about that is that when it comes to atheists are simply people whose receiver is not working. Their receiver is defective.
Yeah,
or they've shut it down.
That's a great way to put it. Yeah. I like that.
When it comes to believers, their receivers are open, but then you get the problems that some receivers are always stepping on the mic. They do all the talking. And so the receiver...
That's the first time you've ever put something in good words since I've heard you talk in 7 months.
Thank you.
No, I'm just kidding. It's not. But I do like the way you worded that.
Thank you. So the important thing in belief is to understand that you are transceiving and that you have to be open to receiving as well as transmitting. And prayer is a form of magic. You are transmitting at that time, but then you have to be open to reception. In fact, you should always be open to reception if you're a believer. Now, yes, for the
atheist. That's the problem with our world, I think. And I'm not even saying our world, like even me, it's hard. Like being receptive is so much harder.
Yes,
to shut down those thoughts.
This is why the spread of Buddhism and Taoism and Shintoism would help immensely. And you might notice I didn't say Confucianism, which is a totally different philosophy. And that's an entirely different lecture. But so when it comes to various forms of shamanism, these are also somewhat in that area, but they're not, that can be warped or perverted.
Okay, but don't you think then that's where I get into the religious aspect that where you said we got it back like in World War II, or we got things back, where I say that things got warped with religion, that where we can say Jesus and Christ consciousness, that these things, even before Christ, like they were warped by humanity and then they turned us into something that really wasn't a receiver, like we did, like I believe we were receivers before, that we chose more receiving. We could get into that mode. And then whether for whatever reason, we could get into that later, but it was chosen for different power structures to not, like, it wasn't to be a receiver. It was just, tell them to worship this, pray this, sacrifice this lamb, or, pray this prayer, or say these many Holy Marys as you went on, and you're good. but it was not taught to, well, wait, or there was no receiving ever taught in any, both in, I think, Catholicism and in being raised in a Southern Baptist church. The receiving mode was not taught. It was not taught out of our Bible, and it was not taught.
I mean, certainly everything you say is true. How did that relate to World War II again?
Because you said, well, World War II, some things came back in as far as like
rediscovered,
rediscovered. Yeah. And so what I'm saying is like things like people talk about Atlantis, if that was real or not. Like we get into that argument, whatever.
I'll try to explain what was rediscovered that would be relevant to what we're talking about.
I'm not questioning relevancy at this moment. What I am, like, as far as what you're saying, or I am and not, is World War II. Let's just drop World War II for a second.
Understood. But basically,
I just mean in religion in general, I believe people used to be more in receptive mode, and we lost that.
Well, this is what I've tried to point out to people. For many years, I've let me see if I can dig up that chart, that infamous chart that I had showed you before. So if I look up that infamous chart, this is just a brief interlude here, and some would argue that we shouldn't go into this at all because it's a distraction from the main point. But it is rather irresistible. It depends on whether or not I find the chart conveniently. Certainly, Brooke Gibson herself.
Are you talking about the timeline chart?
Yes. You once spent hours looking at this particular one, the chart on belief systems.
Yep.
And it's an important chart. And as I said, this man was Richard Sparks was brilliant, and his character assassinated because of his brilliance. He's an individual who did for sociology what Einstein did for physics, really. And he did this all before the age of computers, miraculously. Let me see if this is one of the ones that I can make larger. This is not the one that I can make larger. And so let me see if I can find the one that I can make larger. And that will help immensely. Here we are. This is it. And so that'll take a little while because it's so much information. When I gave this to George Knight, it had so much information in it. He could never.
You gave it to me as well.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying.
And you had to look for it. You had to look for it online because you couldn't. It was too much information to.
Yeah, it was too. Yeah, I had to actually find it online, and people can't. And it's a very. That was one of the first things I had told you that we agreed on with that. Like I was very interested in it, and I believe that it was an amazing chart. So definitely not arguing any of that at all.
So it helps to present something that so when we're talking about just went to another chart. So when we're talking about, I'm doing a screen share right here, and so when we're talking about and if you want a copy of this, I'll send it to you, Viviana, happily. All three of the charts that he did. This is what I use as my teaching tools for the Blood Boys. So when it comes to the ancient fertility cults, these are the original religions of the Aryan culture. And nowadays they are forbidden to use that term. They use the term Indo-European. Whenever you use the term Indo-European, you mean Aryan. The important thing to note is that the Aryan culture solidified before Judaism. Very important point. And Hinduism is born of it. When so all this stuff about Christianity sourcing from the Jews and all the rest of that is put to the lie quite visibly. Jesus of Nazareth comes here, but it is literally around the time of the Greek lyrics. We're talking about they're talking about the Greek Zeus, Pater, Latin Dies Pater, God of Heaven Father or Heavenly Father, or Jupiter, Teutonic Zu. Basically go back a little further, and with the Egyptian religion, what is shown here is that here we are, the great thaw and floods of Hebrew and Chaldean culture. These great floods were part of an enormous change in consciousness. And so Aryan culture and the languages developed. Basically, what had happened was that in the early days, going way back, man was a pure receiver. In the early days of pure reception, when you read Julian Jaynes's book titled I I think it's The Birth of Religion in the Breakdown of the Bicameral Mind, or The Birth of Consciousness. The Birth of Consciousness in the Breakdown of the Bicameral Mind. Our original processing was bicameral. In other words, we have the left and right hemisphere of the brain, and the corpus callosum bridges them. And during this period of time, one half of the brain would literally talk to the other, so everyone heard voices in their head. And they initially took this as the gods or their dead ancestors or spirits speaking to them. None of this was viewed as abnormal. This was the norm. At some point, as man became time-binding around the time of the dawn of Aryan culture, as man began...
Or maybe around the time of the Anunnaki. I'm just pointing out. It could be a possibility.
Yes, without degrading ourselves by bringing in
Oh, I'm not sexy enough. I mean, the bitch is, but I'm not sexy enough for the Anunnaki.
Honey, that's just wrong. That's just wrong.
How
dare you imply that I think
I'm
with my dick?
I'm not invited to the estate. Everyone's heard it. And on top of it, it can be like, Anunnaki might be real for fucking 25-year-old bitch, but
oh God.
Pretty sure the 30-year-old guy was like, I'll date. I like you. Like, you need to shut the fuck up and invite me to the state or believe in Anunnaki or something. Just pretend.
At any rate, on a higher level of thought, yes, around the time of the dawn of Aryan culture, the great thaw and the floods of Hebrew and Chaldean culture was the time of the birth of a time binding, when man began to chronologically understand that time was passing. Then
you know what that's called? When they they also did that when they had the fall of the Babylon. You understand the fall of what was it, the temple? Was it not Babylon? What was that temple that fell in? They would know it, but you would know. That fell, that basically divided all of us. You know, we were building the fucking
Tower of Babel.
Tower of Babel. I said Babylon. Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Yes. So I mean, that temple right there. I mean, everything
not necessarily
is
related, but it's certainly a good metaphor. There may be reality to it. It's not particularly my specialty.
There's some great metaphors for Anunnaki, and I can give you more information as soon as you want to know about it.
No, let's not go there. Oh Jesus, you made me shrink. Look at that. I'm shrinking because of you. She's made me flaccid. I'm talking about the chart. The chart kept going.
Don't shrink too much. Your boys will get upset.
Yeah. So.
And I mean the ones that are worshiping.
So Douglas, may I interrupt?
Yes,
please?
honey.
So you're saying that the time constraint came after the flood, in which now this would this massive shift between receiving and transmitting was what deadened?
Yes, to a great degree. Yes, that's correct.
So God decided to flood the world. We were completely in receiving mode, is what you're saying. And then God was like, I'm going to kill everybody.
Originally, yeah.
But then you're saying then there was a flood. That God said, I'm going to kill everybody because they're in receiving mode.
Now, hold on for a minute before you go too far with this and just
I'm asking
just run wild with it. Let's look up the bicameral timeline.
That's a simple question.
Well, I'm really interested in this, so.
Yeah,
and I think she is. So I think it's a simple question. So, are you saying we were all in receiving mode and then God decided to flood the world?
No.
Simple question.
No, I'm not saying that because you're oversimplifying it. So,
okay,
hold on for a second. Timeline. So let's take a look at the origin of consciousness in the breakdown of the bicameral mind. Okay, so when it comes to that, let's look at the date that is brought up here. So if I look at I know what to do. Julian James's bicameral mind theory, the origin of consciousness in the breakdown of bicameral mind, by the way, is a unwieldy title, but it is absolutely required.
You've also heard about, just like you keep talking about, this bicameral mind. While you're talking about that, let me just mention you've heard about the reptilian brain part of us that they believe.
Yes, now that is real. Yes, that is real. Okay, and what will you force me to do now? Let's see if we can look this up. Okay, maps of the mind. Here we are.
Something right
Hold
now.
on
It
for a
would
second.
not be
Maps of the mind. Okay, now, all right, now let's see if we can find the PDF. Okay, this is what over there.
would force you to buy a new computer. I would force you to shut up and be like, Brooke, you're right. You're so gorgeous. And you're prettier than that 24 or 5-year-old. And you're right. I should worship what you say. That's what I would say you should do if I was forcing you. They'd be like, Brooke, I'm so sorry for being like, I'm okay with her Anunnaki shit. But, I've also put you down for ever mentioning the word and acting like my dick shrunk when you said it.
Okay. Obviously, I'm going to ignore that. So because I'm above that, and what we're going to do now, I'm sharing screen. So this is also required reading. Maps of the Mind, Charts and Concepts of the Mind and its Labyrinths. This is one of the most important books you will ever read.
Oh my God, he's showing a picture of Da Vinci. Shit.
Okay. Now, let's take a look at important things here. When it comes to mind splinters. All right, Psyche, and where are we with Korzybski? Here we are. There we are.
You just make up words, Korzybski. That sounds like so
many. It's a name. He invented the term time binding. He conceptualized it. Okay, Maslow's hierarchies of needs. Holographic mind. This is Dr. Carl Pribram. He's the guy who worked with holographs that were responsible ultimately in part for the Dietrich Artilect. Gregory Bateson.
I think your name should be Douglas Korzybski.
And no, that's Polish. Yes.
I know, but I'm just saying it would just be so much more fun to call you Douglas Korzybski. Like it'd be like Korzybski.
Here we are. By Associating Mind of Arthur Koestler. The man who exposed the 13th tribe, the Hazars, as the Jews. Here we are. God's Voices in the Bicameral Mind is on page 90. Now let's see if we can make it to page 90. Shit, it's a limited preview. Fuck.
I'm like fucking Ian West.
So how to use your free account to borrow this book and gain access to all pages. So you've got to help me do that right now. Log in and borrow. Okay. Okay. All right. So, print disability access, log in and borrow. Come on, you're the adult here. Help me with this shit. How do I?
I'm not helping you. I'm not fucking doing anything because you literally put a 24-year-old idiot in front of my fucking ass. So fuck you.
Honey, you've got to outgrow this pettiness or you'll never find enlightenment.
I'm a woman. There's nothing not petty about the man that I'm talking to being like, oh, I think that when she says it, it's sexy, but when you say it, it's not. That's not petty. That's fucking truth.
Okay, how do we log into this?
I don't know. You should call the bitch in Italy or where the fuck she is.
Spain. Fuck.
Yeah, you know. God forbid you forget that.
Unless they've got this on a separate. Okay, log
go
in
on
and
to her
borrow.
OnlyFans. I go to her OnlyFans right now. Maybe ask her. She can help you.
Help me out here.
Okay, I really don't know. Maybe she can help you. I don't know how to
sign up. Here we are. Sign up.
There we go. Okay.
Jesus Christ.
Are you doing this on purpose? She's doing this on purpose now. Brooke.
I deserve it, man.
You are doing this on purpose. I can tell.
It's like the guy that brought in this fucking puppy. Like, oh my God, I have a $5,000 puppy. My 30 degrees. Let me show you what I can do.
Did you tell everyone that story today?
I told a little bit of it. I didn't talk quite as much detail as I gave you, but yeah, I gave the basics to Douglas. As a matter of fact, I told him, I was like, he needs to get, because he never does anything on video for his fans. I was like, if you would do a video thing, I would go live into that bar because apparently he's always there in the restaurant because he's allowed to bring in a puppy with a bed. And so I would love to have him on video so that people could actually see what I am speaking of. Like, this is the live version of what did you call him? The guy that was arrested in not Bulgaria, whatever the fuck that Romania.
Andrew Tate.
Yeah, he's like the live
Romania.
version. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. He's the Andrew Tate of your local bar scene, yes.
Yeah. But he was literally, and like Viv said, like he was so destroyed by the fact that I wouldn't take his calls, and like he was like, what, like she must have just missed my, kind of like you now. You're thinking I'm accidentally not helping you, and so then you call the next day, and then I'm accidentally not taking your call.
Okay, I'm going through the stupid verification process now.
Oh, great.
I'm just talking to fill time for people because Doug was breathing heavy. He's about to go into his PTSD. Calm down, baby boy.
Well, he is a teacher, and we are here to learn. And I'm just saying, like, the interruptions can tend to, like, completely, like, throw off the vibe or the line set. So I think that, in order to prosper, we need to also support and allow that voice to be heard because, and I'm not trying to be rude. I'm just saying, okay?
Okay, log in to continue. All right, so sign in with Google or, okay, got this email address, password. All right, keep me logged in, log in. All right, so we're logged in. Now let's see if we can go back to where we were. Books. Okay.
And to be honest, I really wasn't not helping. I can't help you unless you were to give me access to your computer. Like I can only do shit like that when I'm actually have access. Like
That's
I don't know
nonsense. Okay, so we're screen sharing again. Okay, go back to books. How to search the archive. Okay. Oh, search. Maps of the mind. Search. Let me see if I can get maps of the mind, and get back there.
Can you breathe for a minute and just go do a line of coke or something? Because you're making me nervous.
Page 90.
Okay. Thank you, honey. See?
Okay, well, I'm going to hang up. I don't get it. No, it's not that I don't care. I can't see this shit. I'm on my phone, not a computer. I don't think you understand the size of an iPhone. There's not like I can't zoom in and see your shit.
For 14 days.
Okay. And now you know going to say that you have to pay for it?
No. It's okay. They're enabling borrow for an hour, borrow for 14 days. I'm going to borrow it for 14 days. And what I'm going to do this time is at some point I hope to find the time or make the time to screenshot.
Okay, well, pay for it. You want a credit card number? I can text you that. Just fucking pay for it.
Okay,
but
so we
got I can't read it.
Okay, no, I will read it for you. Okay, so here we are. Now can you see this? Can you see this?
Yes, accuse me of fucking up.
Now, let's go. Okay, we're going to go to page 90. But you can see the importance of this when I stop by. It's just a few of these maps.
I can see the pictures. I can see the pictures.
This is the yin and yang, the philosophy of Tai Chi. Yin, dark, yang, light. Yin, female,
Douglas,
yang,
Brooke.
positive. I mean, male. Positive and negative, but not negative in the negative sense. Negative like in negative charge. Passive, aggressive. See, these maps say it all. Okay.
But that's Libra and Aries. I try to tell you that all the time. With you and I have the exact opposite chart.
Here we are. The tree with poison fruit. St. Augustine and others. The tree of knowledge of good and evil. So one tree in the Garden of Eden. This is another map of the mind. So these maps are so important for your understanding. The cross and the prison. Psychotheology. So see, you can see back at these crosses here. Mind, body, fitness, infinity. Dispassion.
So I was telling Bev about the third eye and the raising to that vibration and talking about
yes,
not
my third eye is between my legs myself. That's why I can see the value in Marina Saren that you don't see because you don't have that third eye I was born with. That's why I have a certain evolutionary advantage. There. I mean, that, right? Right. At any rate, we're going to go to page 90.
shadow.
Yeah, this was,
That's
here we
cool.
are, the views of Henry Murray and David Backen, Psychology and the Image of Satan.
That was me driving away in the car from that idiot that was trying to get my number. That was what I was doing. He was driving the fuck away. Like, there's no point in talking to you in your 97 fucking rental car in your rental fucking house.
Yeah. So, honey, yeah, superego, preconscious, unconscious consciousness. Now we're getting, repressed. Yes, defenses of the ego. Oh, yeah, this is
Why
relevant
does that
to
look
someone
like
we
a
know.
penis? It
Yeah.
looks like a penis.
Yeah, preconscious would be the reptilian cortex. Yes.
Okay, there we go.
Yes. Now Jungian, persona, self, personal unconscious, consciousness, collective unconsciousness. Animus or anima. These are the male or female root, the inner world, yes. Okay. And Eric Fromm, different
I'm
maps.
saying, like, let's just say we're talking about two people born the same day. Like, what if you were to be like, what if one person recognizes their bullshit and is working on it, but not
Is
great
that
at being
trauma?
perfect? And then another person doesn't ever recognize any of their problems. Like, which one are you? What if those two?
False self, as opposed to true self. Unembodied. False self is embodied. What they're implying here is that the corporeal or the bodily is an illusion, and that our true self is disembodied. Patient, theory, therapist, false perception, futile action. Different maps here. Interesting. See this push. Three phases of schizophrenia in early adolescence. Good, obedient.
Oh God, they're describing me there.
Yeah, no shit. Yeah, a bad, rebellious child. We've got you. Yeah, a mad child oscillating.
Actually, that's probably true, right?
Yeah.
And then it's split.
Yeah, mad child oscillating between the extremes of good, in quotation marks, the false self, and bad, the true self. Yes. That's.
Does that mean I'm schizophrenic?
Yeah.
Is that what that says?
That's why these maps are so important. They help you map yourself. See? You get all this without Scientology. Yeah. Okay, so I'm trying to get to page 90, trying to struggle there. Now, these are the great raveled knots, the anatomy of the brain, okay? Temporal lobe, cerebellum. The reptilian cortex would be down the root of all this, frontal lobe. Okay, here we are. Oh, the sensory homunculus. See, if all your senses were proportionately represented, as sensitive as they are, your body would look like this.
So it'd be popping off everywhere.
That's stupid.
No, because your lips are sensitive. Your eyes are. You see everything with your head. You have a big head. You're sensitive with your hands.
Oh yeah. Well, that's like I was actually talking. Viv and I were talking today. So her mom is deaf and blind now, right?
Yeah.
And so when she ate her food, like she was like, it was almost like an orgasm. Like, and I have a thing.
Yeah.
She just like loves the food, and she can really enjoy that sensory.
Yeah.
And I was like, you actually need to get her a vibrator because I bet she can enjoy that. And I was kidding, but I mean, not. But I just meant like the sensory of, if you think about, you take away your like certain senses, your other senses are heightened.
Yeah.
And so that's kind of why men just think with their dick, because they really don't have any other good senses at all.
Yeah, that's what this is missing. The sensorial homunculus for a man would have an enormous penis. This has truly been modeled. As a matter of fact, we can look at that as a 3D model of the
First
sensory.
of all, I love how you said that for a man it would have an enormous penis. For most men it would have a tiny penis. The woman's like, it's like, oh God, it's so tiny.
No, but I mean in terms of sensory perception. In terms of
what
sensory
the man
perception,
believes.
the penis is everything. 3D model of...
That's the problem, though, and that's what I was telling you today. So there's new... I know you don't keep up with the newer stuff because we won't stay on
Here
World
we
War
are.
II.
Images for 3D model homunculus. This is what the homunculus would look like if we were balanced sensorially, but this is mistaken because obviously they're doing this because this is on fucking child accessible internet. But the reality is the accurate models of these homunculi are made with, basically the thick lips, the tongue, which we sense everything with, the hands. Eyeballs.
Oh my God! Can you go back to tongue again?
And yeah, right there. And then the penis.
No, I mean, can you just tell me about how the tongue works?
Yeah. See, it'd be like this, except the penis is all wrong. The penis would be like really.
I think we need to leave the penis out for the one. Just talk about the tongue.
Yeah, and. Well, I mean, you see it. I mean, you see
it.
There's
a reason. Here's the thing.
These are our senses in proportion.
There's a reason, and let me just say this. You may know everything. There's a reason God gave all humans tongues, right? Because, you can please me with your tongue, Viv. I can please Viv. But your penis is just you're pleasing yourself.
Right, but this is our body in proportion to how our brain senses the world.
You should also learn how to use your tongue, is what I'm trying to say.
Right, but the penis would be of such a size the homunculus would be tripping over it. He'd constantly use his hands to pick up his penis to walk.
All he cares about is pleasing himself and not the woman with his tongue.
That's right. But he would actually be using his hands at all times to hold his penis so he could actually walk. That's the important point to me. This is all scientific.
And women would be better off because we could have killed them all off and then been using our tongues to please our fucking selves. Kept one you alive for sperm. In fucking China, they killed all the female girls.
Your cynicism aside, what we are actually trying to look at is the fact that let's see if we're still transmitting here. Yeah, we're transmitting, and so what we're trying to look at here is the fact that we have someone like me working with Marina. It's where I'm using my penis to develop a sense of empathy. That's what you don't understand because of your cynicism. It's tragic.
You working with Marina. Let's call Marina and see if she would let you work with her at all. Let's just do that first.
It's now let me see if I can find my way back to the book of
she might not. She is on the pay-per-view shit.
Okay, can I just say something for everyone that can't see? The image depicted exactly what how do you say it?
Homunculus. Sensory homunculus. Sensorial homunculus, yeah.
Yeah, it literally looks like a monkey man with the large hands. It literally depicts the same part of that organ right there that we're looking at.
Yeah. And so in terms
and which
of
said it's the balance, correct?
Balance? Yeah. It's in other words, the penis would have to be lifted so the individual could walk. That's right. The homunculus. Yeah.
You were fucking wish, bitch.
Thank you for that.
Yeah. Sensory.
And I mean bitch by him, not you. I mean he wishes he could have to hold his penis up that big.
So men spend half their time metaphorically holding the penis in their hands just so they can walk. That makes so much sense now. Why they can't think straight? Because they're just walking around thinking that they're holding. My son, that's when he was 1. Then 2. That's the first thing the little boys do. They put their hands in their pants. That's why I was saying. We told him. It's like an antenna. It's like an antenna. So you see, with Marina, I'm using my antenna intellectually and empathetically, honey.
Fuck you and fuck you and fuck you again. Call Marina. I'll tell you what. You're not gonna be on Sunday. You call Marina Wednesday. Call her the next Sunday. If Viv, if you want to come on, that's fine. Just remind him why I'm not. Tell him, say, you remember you're calling Marina because.
Yeah. Now, honey, look, see how your brain sees your body. Sensory homunculus, motor homunculus. So, this is,
Tell you how my brain sees my body. Not as a stupid 25-year-old selling it online. And also not is what you see it as is not worth fucking the fucking, I believe in for the Anunnaki for your 25-year-old ass. You know how great I am for fucking, like that 30-year-old man that's fucking dying for me, and I'm not even selling myself. I don't have an ass anymore at all. It's just flat. But I'm telling you, fuck you right now for what you have said
this
about
is just
Marina.
pure hostility. This is hostility. So here we are.
Oh, it is completely hostility. It is the Aries moon and the Aries south node.
Now,
And
by the way,
you've
here we
actually
are
got-
with the,
you
here we are
You've
with,
got triple Aries here.
now,
The
honey,
thing is,
honey,
you've got Viv on, and Viv's an Aries sun.
honey.
You're just
Honey.
lucky.
honey, look, see?
Honey,
This is
I
the,
got toys
here we
in
are.
the room for you. Come over
This
here.
is what we're speaking of. The Papez-McLean theory of brain evolution, lying down with a horse and a crocodile, the neo-mammalian brain, the paleo-mammalism, the limbic system, and the reptilian. Here we have the reptilian is right here. And that's the limbic lobe, basal ganglia.
I know.
There we
Yeah, I
are.
know. You can watch this, and you know who else talks all about this? The people that believe in the Anunnaki. I can give you all their videos, and they talk all about exactly what you're
Honey,
saying
I
right
would
now.
never dignify that with a moment's attention.
Unless they were a 25-year-old girl that had a sex page.
That's
What-
completely different. What I'm acknowledging respectfully is her trauma. And I should receive praise for that. I should be praised, not condemned, because I'm empathetic, and therefore I have
I
obviously.
think every time you even say the word "I'm empathetic," like you get struck for another lifetime with me. Just remember that.
Oh, honey, that's cruel. That's just cruel. Okay.
That's what I'm saying. So you better be very careful using those words.
So here we are.
There's-
Neocortex, man, chimpanzee, monkey. For those of you who don't know, they're different. Monkeys, the chimpanzees are, monkeys are not chimpanzees. And then the cat, then the neocortex.
Oh my God! Can you explain the difference between a cat and a dog and an iguana and a lizard, the like lizard on the deck? Because I thought they were the same.
Yeah, and so, all right, run away to the mind splitters. Let's see now. Let's go back to the mind splitters.
I
first.
don't understand though. Why did the chimpanzees? Some of them are so sweet, and some of them take people's faces off.
Yeah, I could go into that later, but here we are. The mind splitters, the left and right hemispheres of the brain. We're getting there.
But anything fucking worth talking about, you just go on.
You see, look at this. Right eye, left eye, non-verbal.
Oh God! You just told me something. All
Verbal.
right, I asked about chimpanzees, and then you're just like, I'm going to teach everyone that there's a right eye.
Now,
and a
honey,
left eye.
look. Analytic, holistic, reductive into parts, synthetic. Synthetic means putting things together. Reductive into parts on the other side. Sequential, rational, visual, spatial, intuitive. These are very different sides of the brain. And the
We know that. You know,
Yeah, and
why
the
we know
bridge.
that is because we actually have neurologists when people get brain injuries and those pieces
So-
get injured.
Yeah,
that
and,
we
and
know
the
that
corpus
that-
callosum is the bridge in between. And in the old days, this bridge worked. This bridge.
See, you went all through this to get back to where we originally were, which
Oh,
we already
hold on,
knew what
hold
corpus
on.
callosum. You
Yeah.
realize I took nursing school.
Yeah,
so,
and
like, you
now
didn't
we're
need to
here.
do-
Now we're here. This is
Okay.
it. God's voices in the bicameral mind, the theories of Julian Jaynes. So here we are with the Wernicke's area, anterior commissure, hallucinatory area. And so here we are. So Achilles, directed by the goddess Athena, before the walls of Troy to attack Hector throughout the Iliad, and in the surviving fragments of the writing before the first millennia BC, there is little evidence that people
Wait
were
a minute.
conscious.
Do you believe in Atlantis yet? Because you haven't said that. You don't believe in Anunnaki. Do you believe in Atlantis?
Okay, give me a second here while I switch into
Well,
my
I mean, you're
sweatshirt.
just going to Troy and you're going to. I'm just
I'm
trying to
gonna
figure out
take
where you draw a line.
See, right now, you're the voice, this demonic, diabolic voice in my head that I have to take off for a second. I'm going to remove the earbud so I can switch into my sweatshirt because it's
Okay,
very
I'll
cold.
shut up. If it's really bothering you, I'll shut up.
No. That's fine. Come on, give me some credit. Jesus Christ. I mean, honestly, it's fine. It's fine. So let me switch into my sweatshirt because it's cold. Give me a second here. I'm going to keep talking so people don't freak out.
He does get
I think
cold.
I
Oh my
disappeared
God,
or
he's so
something.
cold natured. He hasn't gotten enough blood
And,
lately.
Here we are.
But then he could be at the estate with me right now, but he wouldn't go to the
Just going to
estate.
fall down. And this is the
Not
problem
allowed.
growing up surrounded by... My mother always told me I was going to die buried in my books someday. That they were all going to fall on me and that I would be buried alive. And
Don't worry,
no
when the
one would be
pigs are
around to
eating
dig
you,
me
I will throw a
out.
bunch of books over there.
This is one reason I have to move or eventually that's going to come true. So Okay.
He's got
Wait,
too many books in that room, I
sleeves
tell
now?
you. I
Yeah,
get. He's got little
get
lines. Have you ever
So,
seen
here
those?
we are.
Never
Let me
mind.
get my earbuds
All
back
right,
on.
so we're on page
And
90, Maps of the
this is
Mind.
then we'll get
We've
into
made
the
it
meat of
here.
this. Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
So
I just was saying that you will die in that room. Basically, if you don't move with me, if you move in with me, I will throw books on top of you with the pick. And if you don't move, you're right. You're probably gonna die. Those books are gonna fall on you and the strings, like because if I've told everyone, like he's got strings. Like you've seen those, just detectives. They're like string theory. Like I figured it out.
No, that's Ian
From
West.
here to
That's
here.
Ian West.
His entire house is strings. Like he has to duck and cover.
Yeah.
to get
So,
through.
so here we are. So listen to this. Here we are. So
Okay,
human
here we
brains
go.
from about 9,000 to 1,000 years before Christ were bicameral. It est the known hallucinatory area in the right temporal lobe processed information intuitively and issued auditory godlike commands through the anterior commissure to Waring's area in the left hemisphere, where the message was relayed or enacted. In short,
Well, wouldn't the anterior be the now I'm just asking this question. I'm seriously not. This is not a joke. With the anterior, that's the reptilian part. So are you saying the reptilian part didn't exist?
No, I don't think
This
so.
was
No, it's not.
Pre-Adamic.
Yeah.
Pre-Adam.
Yeah. It's yes. In short, yes, honey. You see, Viv's got it right. In short, the brain was split into a manner similar to schizophrenic functioning, save that sociologically, schizophrenics today are withdrawn, stigmatized, and relapsed, or like Brooke, they run loose and terrorize people. While in bicameral ages, collective cognitive imperatives sanctioned divine commands, meaning everybody recognized, oh, you're hearing God. And they said,
yeah, Douglas Dietrich, you're hearing God. It's exactly.
and
that's
so,
not a schizophrenic right there.
So even contemporary schizophrenics have capacities reminiscent of archaic man. A majority of those not on Thorazine report matter-of-fact auditory hallucinations. So schizophrenics surpass normals on sensory perception, allowing themselves to be flooded. And many show the kind of endurance needed to build pyramids with greater attentiveness.
Wait a minute, reread that part again for me after the Thorazine, right? You said Thorazine and keep going.
Yeah. A majority of
and
those.
I want to relay this. I've never been on Thorazine, but I happen to know someone that was, which is why I'm interested.
Yeah. A majority of those not on Thorazine report matter-of-fact auditory hallucinations. So they're commonly hearing voices. Now, schizophrenics surpass normal people on sensory perception, allowing themselves to be flooded with sensorial stimulation. Many show the kind of endurance needed to build pyramids. What's that noise?
It's Michelle. She's here.
Wait, I gotta go.
Okay. So Michelle, do something about that noise, please, or otherwise I can't speak.
Oh, Michelle, I'm sorry.
That's
Viv.
the voice in the head that I
Michelle,
was worried about.
I know Michelle's not gay. I know Viv's not gay. But when she said Michelle's here, I was like, is it her daughter? It's like, it's not her mom. Is it her girlfriend? Like, when she's like, suddenly like Michelle showed up, I didn't look to see an extra person. Like, I wasn't thinking about Michelle. And I was like, oh, who's Viv got? Maybe I'll have a chance with her if she's got a Michelle.
So Michelle, welcome aboard. That's a great response to Chico. Oh, shit. Yeah, go mute.
So, well, this is a topic dear to my heart because of that 4 years, the first 4 years that I had. So how would you frame this concerning me, Douglas?
Michelle, I'm going to tell you right now, here's what Douglas is about to do. I'm just going to tell you because you know him better than me, then. He's going to tell you, he's going to say, I'm not going to talk to you. Like, wherever you moved that computer earlier, you're going to need to move it. Because it sounds like literally you're in front of me.
Oh, that again. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, sorry. And I'm just letting you know before Douglas is like rude. And I'll be rude for him.
All right, go ahead.
Thank you, honey. Thank you.
While I take care of this, Douglas.
Oh, that's perfect. Like, I can't hear it anymore. Nobody can hear it. It's perfect.
Oh, okay. I don't know about that, but yeah,
I don't hear anything. It's good.
Yeah.
So, Douglas, could you put into perspective or conceptualize my experience that I had when I was a child then, according to these charts and what you've already explained?
Mm-hmm. What's the question? How does this apply to you personally?
Yeah, basically.
Well, the easiest answer would be to say I don't know.
You just already called me a schizophrenic, Michelle. So I mean, like, I don't know what answer you're wanting.
Well, that's what I'm asking. Would that have been a schizophrenic
I think that there
experience?
are elements of schizophrenia. This is not at all insulting. Far more so than with Brooke, I do believe that there are elements of schizophrenia that could be construed as extant within your experiences. That doesn't mean you're crazy. It just means that your brain is functioning differently. That's the whole point of what Julian Jaynes was pointing out, that schizophrenics are the abnormal now, but they were the norm throughout the majority of mankind's early history.
Well, I would say that schizophrenics, and let me just say this, like as I watched something that was very dear to me about a child with schizophrenia, and she was able to see things and draw things, and this was now, and I think that schizophrenia, what we determine as mental illness now, many times is people being more in touch with that side that maybe whether it's not the reptilian side, like I'm still not sure what side we're trying to be, like what came in that it shouldn't have, or the corpus, like what you're saying earlier. But I feel like certain people have that where they can get in touch with that receptive side to the point that it's so receptive that it's not bad. It's not a bad thing to be that receptive, but it makes you then not fit into this 3D world. Because then it's like, the more receptive you are, you're receiving so much from so many different downloads that you can't even really look at the windows in your house and your cats and your dogs, like people that are true schizophrenics, without seeing other things, because they're receiving other downloads. They're receiving downloads both from our higher power, which we would say our creator, but they also could be receiving downloads from things that maybe are like what I guess Douglas would call anti-gods, or other, entities. So at the end of the day, that's what I believe. I mean, but that's just my 2 cents.
Yes. Thank you. And just so that you'll be treated to the reality of this, Michelle, I'm screen sharing, and these are the sensorial homunculus, the motor homunculus showing proportional.
He loves to go back. He just wants to go back to monculus and huge monk. Like, it's just about holding a dick as a big guy, as a guy. Like, I just want you to understand, Michelle.
Yes, the reality is they've censored these. They've censored these just unacceptably. Because this is child accessible internet, but the reality, the penis would be much larger on the male, and he would have to spend all his time holding it up in order to simply walk. But the reason I keep going back to this is because I'm trying to explain to Brooke the scientific and rational reasons why I respond to Marina Sarin in a non-harassing and non-attacking, very supportive manner to her.
Really, tell me, because I'm pretty fucking hot. I'm Viv's hot. We're all fucking hot. You got 3 fucking hot bitches right here, but you're like, oh, but Marina Sarin, she's the one that she can say Anunnaki. She can say fucking, she could literally say the fucking moon's falling off the earth and fucking you're dying tomorrow, and you'd be like, you know what, that might be true. I don't know. Anunnaki might be real.
That's
and
because
you fucking are like, you're like sucking fucking cock, like you're sucking her dick over a fucking phone you never met, and she's in fucking Spain. And then you're like,
because as I said, it's my empathy. She needs empathy.
So empathy or dick? Because which is it? Because you're talking about a humongous dick is what you're talking about in this picture.
But you see, that's part of the expression of
you
empathy.
Think your empathy is in your dick, is what you're telling me. Your empathy relies in your penis. Is what? Are y'all hearing that?
No.
Yeah, that's
Who
right.
said no? Because whoever said no is not hearing what he's saying.
A balance.
Yes. Thank you, Viviana. See, Viviana
Douglas, I
understands.
swear to God, if you don't fucking take out from me on this and know that you just did say that, fuck you.
And
No.
more question.
No, honey, no,
No,
okay,
I'm
let's be copacetic here. Now, both of you young ladies have reached a kind of rapprochement. Let's maintain that.
I'm not talking about her. I'm not even talking about her. I'm saying if she's trying to take up for you to be nice and be like, oh, it's Douglas's show. I am saying you need to admit you just went on a little like joking thing and then went humongous to the dick and then, but I'm being empathetic to her.
Yeah.
And I ask, are you saying your empathy then lies in your dick? It's one of the two.
Oh, it's so just so Michelle Carmela Saldana understands. Here we
Oh,
are.
and now you're gonna show us pictures of her. You want to just take us through her OnlyFans account since
I
you
have a
paid for
question.
it?
Yes. Here's our lovely Marina, and basically she's attacked a lot and needs support. This is like why as a matter
She
of
needs
fact.
so much support.
Well, I'll show you the communications from her. Here we are. Let's see if we can look up Marina Sarin here. Here we are. Here's what she said. I said, I pray all be well with you. She says, unfortunately, it's not. I'm heavily attacked in UFO Twitter, being called a Nazi. Wondering if we could talk some. Of course, when I said I'll reach out to you on Tuesday, may I call you? No response. But you see,
Yeah, because you know why? Because here's the thing. Women realize
Brooke went after her.
No, she didn't realize that. She realizes that there's no empathy in this person other than in their penis. And in their penis, I don't want your empathy, bitch. Like, if that's the only empathy you have for me?
No, I have so much more, but it needs to
No,
be...
you don't.
And
And you have none for her either. It was all about penis, and that's why she blew you off, and that's why I'm about to blow you off.
And I wish she would drive more safely, too. She looks in the mirror while she's driving and the phone simultaneously. Yes, I really...
Wow.
Are you talking about me?
No.
No, Marina, it's right there on the screen. I'm sharing screen.
Oh. I do the same thing. All women do that. We
yeah,
do three things at once. That's what they've proven with men and women. That's a known thing. They're like talking about how women can eat fucking French fries, dip them in ketchup, put their makeup on, talk on the fucking phone, and fucking run a red light without hitting someone. Well, you motherfuckers can't even jack your dick off without fucking like.
So see,
oh
this
my
young
God!
lady's in need of empathy. She's
the person in need of empathy is you, and you and you know what? You just said it again. Now you got 3 lifetimes left with me. 3. Now.
I mean, I weep, honestly. And so all that being said, I mean, aside from, all these photos, and then you brought up Linda Moulton Howe. I mean, Linda Moulton Howe looks like a cardboard cutout. I honestly don't believe that's a real person.
But Linda Moulton Howe says the exact same shit that this bitch says. That's what I want you two to realize.
But that's different. She's cynical and manipulative. Linda Moulton Howe is cynical and manipulative.
Oh, she's 65 years old.
No.
He doesn't want to fuck her.
No, really. The difference is that Marina Sarin is an example of the originally functioning bicameral mind. This is why it's so important to communicate with her.
I love your Libra asking her terms. Like, I wish I could have sold the way you do. Like, I couldn't even sell. Like, even when I was in sales and I tried to lie. Like, you just are capable of some good shit, man. It's good.
Thank you. There we are.
I'm going to interject here.
Yeah?
I'm going to interject. Let me interject because I'm going to have to log off for the rest of this show. The first time I was on your show years ago, and I explained to you or shared about my experience when I was 10 years old in the first 4 years of me reading the Bible. You also said I was an example of the bicameral mind.
Thank you. Yes, that's right.
Yeah. With that, I'm going to log off.
Well, we love you. And stay safe and be well.
Okay. Yeah, love you, Michelle.
No, don't hang up, Michelle.
I can't stay on for the rest of the night.
Well, just finish a story.
But I'm listening.
Finish something else.
What Michelle's concerned about is, Michelle, explain to them what you're concerned about is your people in your Airbnb might be woken up.
I know, but she could at least talk a few more minutes and have you not talk about your girl.
What, you miss me, Brooke?
Yes, of course she does. We all do.
I do, yes. I miss you very much. That's what I'm trying to say. I would like to talk a little more, not him.
Look, men and women think with their nether regions. That's how we think. We are wired to think with our nether regions because that's how life propagates. So there's my 2 cents on that. Love you guys.
Thank you. We love you too. Love you. My dear sister, Carmela.
She said people are well to think with their nether. Did she just tell me?
Yes, yeah.
Did she just say that? The people, and she didn't say men. She said humans.
She said men and women. She said men and women, yes.
I know. I don't think about her nether region.
Oh my God. So, here we are. So listen to this about the schizophrenics. They're somewhat thicker corpus callosi, produces greater reciprocal inhibition by one hemisphere of the other. In any event, they switch between hemispheres less frequently, and when their left hemispheres become confused or deprived of stimulation, they switch more readily to the right. So this is theatrical hypnotism, with audiences reinforcing...
Let me ask you, would the right be the one that would make you just do stupid shit?
It's holistic. It is... synthetic.
So, because it's right brain. So, right brain, left brain. So, I do know this. So, left brain. Actually, right brain controls the left hand. So, actually, yes, right brain's more creative. I wouldn't call myself creative. I would call myself, though, sometimes risky when I'm not challenged. Like, I need a challenge. If I'm not challenged, I just am like, well, fuck it.
Right. Yeah. So, there you go. Now, so there you have it.
So I am literally schizophrenic. So, you know what? You thought you had, you're even talking to a schizophrenic right now.
No, that's not diagnostic. This is not diagnostic. Understand that. And so
I'm going to the doctor tomorrow and demanding medication.
At any rate, theatrical hypnotism with audiences reinforcing suggestions is another modern echo of bicameral antiquity. So my thought to help Marina is to appreciate her bicameralism and then, if I can, hypnotize her into, allowing me to work with her. And beyond that...
But I just told you I am schizophrenic, and you care so much about me, you're like, I'm not going to... Yeah, you go to the doctor. Ha, whatever.
No, honey.
I'm reaching out for help. She didn't. I'm reaching. I'm sitting here saying, I think I am, dude. Can you help me? And you're just like,
yeah, you seem to be pretty much in control of your situation. I think that, yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Really? I adopted 2 ducks and 2 chickens randomly. You think that sounds in control of your life? You're like, man, I live in a fucking neighborhood. I have a 1/4 acre, with an HOA. You can adopt. You can have those things. And I'm like, I will. I will have them.
So, honey, if we take a look at this, ladies, with consciousness so defined, we must recognize that in a book like the Iliad, shorn of its later accretions, meaning shorn of later additions, human beings are not conscious at all. Words are not used metaphorically, but have only their original concrete reference from which consciousness later developed. Hence, psyche, from whence we derived the term psychology, in the Iliad means breath, as in qi, like qigong.
Oh my God, the qigong. Fuck my life. Fuck me right now.
I find that funny too.
I'm done. I'm gone.
At this point in my life, believe me, but at this point in my life, I do find that. I get it. Anyhow, it means breath, not soul or conscious.
No, but the breath is important, and I will say that. Like Peter Moon told me that. Like the breath, and he didn't actually teach me that. Yeah. The breath.
He was just watching your tits bounce up and down while you breathe. He said, "Breathe harder, breathe harder."
He was looking there, whether he realized it or not. He did, but I did. The cleavage was there, so whether he realized it or not. But I'm not putting him down for that. I'm just saying that breathing is important. We've learned that in different aspects. So what I'm trying to say is that whether it's qigong or other things, just breathing deep, like we know if, like people will tell you, like breathe, like what they say, like even doctors, like breathe in a bag, they give you the paper bag, right? You know, when you're on the high, like, ooh, you know, but it's the breath itself is, you know, breath of life, breath is important. And I do think we take that for granted. And I will totally give Peter Moon credit where credit's due. And I do think that breathing is very important in general.
Yeah.
I just think that also respecting women and other things are also important.
Yeah, of course. And as we were saying, you know, by the 6th century BC, psyche came to mean soul or the conscious mind, and he goes into other examples. But the point is this: in the world of the Iliad, indeed the whole known world of theocratic god kings, prior to 1500 BC, everyone was possessed of a bicameral mind, split in two, with a right hemisphere, executive part, called a god, and a left hemisphere, follower part, called a man.
Well, do we all then walk around thinking we all have big dicks holding them half the time?
Well, it means that gods ordered men to act.
Now, see, that makes trans. Everything makes sense to trans now because we all thought we had huge dicks.
Gods ordered the men to act directly or through priests, and men obeyed. There was no argument, love, or personal relationship with divine executors, meaning you did not love your god, you simply obeyed. And the god kings would give the order, and men would obey and build pyramids.
That's where me and Viv argue, and that is where we will not get into tonight.
But honey, we're not talking about something that's necessarily truly divine, but a manifestation of a part of the mind.
That's what I'm trying to say, though. I believe that some of that biblical in the early days, some of it was... Anyway, it was not God-driven, whereas some people do, and it's not right or wrong to believe either one, and that's what Viv and I talked about. Like, it's not right or wrong to believe either one. I don't think that she's wrong or I'm right. I mean, like, we all think we're right, obviously. So come on, let's be honest. But at the end of the day, what I'm just trying to say is that where we argued last week was about, I just argued that my God, wouldn't say go kill people.
Oh, understood. And by the way, you quoted what I quoted. You quoted the same chapter and verse I quoted. And so I want you to know that it was interesting.
Really? Because I didn't know that. I didn't even hear that.
Yeah, that I told you to listen to my explaining to George.
I was going to, and me and Viv talk for 2 hours, which she would tell you.
Got it. So hopefully you catch up on that. But so get this. So we're here now. Let's look at this. So it was around 1000 BC. That and he was saying here now, let's take a look at what it says again. When it gives us a year, okay. So our ancestors heard that 1500 BC. So prior to 1500 BC. So let's take a look at the chart here, and we take a look at the chart at 1500 BC. So when we go back to 1500 BC, it would be here. So here we go from the ancestor worship. The climax of the Bull Cold period, late Wisconsin glaciation, so we go from this to where ultimately we get reverence for magic, the power of the double-headed axe, which if you don't know that's called a labrise, and because a double-headed axe is similar to a woman's vagina with two vaginal lips. That's where we get the term labia from. One of the sources of it. The labrise became the symbol of the witch, the double-headed axe, as opposed to a single-headed axe for a man. Now, a favorite symbol of the Neolithic peoples. So there we have that. Men of the Neolithic age in Asia, Africa, and Europe were sun worshippers.
I mean, why would you? They just literally had a thing tonight, and I watched The Daily Show. I have to say this. And they were doing a huge thing on, everything. They were talking about, the stupid show we were talking about, like Tucker Carlson getting fired. But apparently scientists are doing this huge, huge report because sharks, what are those great white sharks?
Yeah.
No scientist has ever yet to find, even though of all this time, no one knows where they mate. They have yet to see a great white shark mate. I mean, unless it's in captivity. Okay.
Yeah.
And so they're searching where great white sharks mate. So then they did a little funny skit of it. And basically, the short story of that is where you just said it was like Desi was the woman, and she's interviewing him. And she was like, "Are you saying you're just one?" He's like, we're just out here trying." He's like, "What are you going to learn? What are you going to learn from it?" And he was like, "Well, I mean, Desi, when we get down here, we're going to be able to see these sharks, because obviously if they're hiding it, they've been having this time, they've been doing some good shit, man. Like, it's going to be some great, we're going to be able to video record this. Like, it's going to be some great porn." And she's like, "So you're basically saying the scientists are doing this for porn?" Which, now that's a skit. Now they are truly doing this, but that was a skit. But then he's like, He's like, "That's not porn." And then he's like, "No, you don't understand." And he's like, "Then these fucking sharks have double penises." And then she again is about to put him down and be like, "You're about to watch them mate for double." And then she just stops as a female. That she's the interviewer. And she goes, "Wait a minute, did you say double penises?"
Yes. By the way, snakes also have double penises.
Yeah, and he was like, "Yeah, I said double penis." And she's like, "So is one like he's like, "That's what we're trying to figure out. Like, is one the small, is the one that you use them both at the same time? Is the one like the extra? Is it like the
well, I mean, if you really want to see the animal about this, that's the echidna penis.
No, but this was a joke thing. But I just thought it was funny that you brought that up.
Take a look at these are the echidnas are. These are the underground burrowing mammalian moles that have these. Look at that penis size. That's this is why it's smiling. So they dig through the ground, and they have these enormous penises with multiple heads, something like 4 or 5 headed penises. That so they're ejaculating from all these heads.
I can tell you, he's not fucking smiling. The bitch on the other end of that.
He's smiling. You can see he's smiling.
I see the bitch on the other end of it. Yeah, I don't even know what does.
There you go. Yeah, and those claws. What? That's how he keeps her. That's how he grips her. Yeah, it's
you got 4 or 5 penises. Like, I'm like, if you're drunk and you've got one penis, I am so done with you after fucking like you just
4 heads, 1 shaft, 4 heads. Yeah, the echidna's penis. Yeah, and So there you go.
How do you have 1 shaft in no, the sharks have 2 shafts, like 2 exact.
2 penises. So do snakes. Snakes and sharks have 2 penises. Yeah, and let's.
But I think why does he stop with the 2 penises? Here's what she said. She was like, she said, the woman, he was thinking like, yeah, do you use one, the others smaller, bigger, do you use them at the same time? He was the guy going into all this of how he could use them as a man would. And she goes, or could you like sit there and watch them like get together and just like totally enjoy watching them?
Yeah.
And she said it in a way, it was kind of risque, but right. What I'm saying is in a way that the male wouldn't like, but it was hilariously funny.
There you go. Yes. So here we are. Let me see. Female scientist stimulates.
I would love it right now if you had 2 penises and you were talking to me, and then you couldn't control it because your one penis came up with your other one, and you're just like, oh God, they're touching, I can't stop it.
Yes. Anyhow, and here we are. Yes, the world's largest soft penis. There we are. That's anyhow, it just goes on with the echidna.
How about what you should do is not have sex at all. No, I'm serious.
Honey, why would you say such a thing?
Viv and I went this conversation. Viv, do you want to kind of like start it, and then I'm gonna finish with the science of it?
Yeah, there's no science to that. I mean, there's science to this.
No, there is science to it, and I can give it to you. I just want to see if Viv has anything to kind of start it off with before I go into it.
I only do what I need to do. I don't impose my stuff on others, but I do believe there's a power in withholding. Or also learning temperance and things like that.
So
thank you.
Well, deeply appreciate it. Now, this is the important part of my
it's not deeply appreciated. You know why it's not deeply appreciated? Because number 1, you have no empathy. Number 2, you fucking never fucking withheld or fucking had temperance in your fucking life. You cut people's necks. You fuck them anytime you fucking wanted to. You bathe when you want to fucking fuck. You suck blood. when is the last time you had temperance? You know when I'm like, I want to sleep. That's not temperance. That's like, I want to sleep. It's not like I want to sleep, but I'm going to go work in the yard. That's even not temperance.
But
you're not withholding. What are you withholding?
No.
That is the power
honey,
of the withholding.
Honey, so what happened was we started by talking about the flood. You asked me, did the flood change men's minds? So here we are. Okay. Evidence has been found of Noah's Ark flood victims. This has proven that the Black Sea was once a freshwater lake, well below sea level.
This. You know who proved that? You're fucking guy you hate.
No. He did not. He's ripping off conventional scientists, and I'll get back to that. Now, about 7,000 years ago, according to all geological evidence, the rising seas broke what was the natural Bosporus Dam. This was a mountain dam, not a man-made dam. Around 56.
It was actually 12,000 years ago.
No. He's lying. See, that's why I hate him. He's lying. 5,600 BCE before Christ, and that's because the water level in the Black Sea Depression was so much lower.
Here's the reason that doesn't make sense because
no. He's lying. Don't listen to him. This is so understand. This was 7,600 years ago.
Astrologically, that
around.
Would not
well,
make
I don't.
sense.
Okay, this is not where. Just listen to me without trying to argue. So 7,600 years ago, around 5,600 BC. Again, let's look at our chart. So around 5,600 BC. So we're talking right here. This was at the time that the Great Thaw and the floods. Now, understand, these scientists, quote unquote, proved this only around the 1970s.
Yeah, the same scientist.
Yeah, this chart came out
let me finish,
well before them.
You gotta talk. The same scientist that, for some reason, these scientists are believable, but some of those scientists during that exact same time were being paid off, as you have well said in other statements.
Not in this case.
No, so that's what I'm trying to say. You're picking and choosing. But go ahead,
honey. I was ordered by Michael Aquino as a Department of Defense research librarian with all of the finances of the U.S. government behind me to find out who was lying and who was not.
Did you get my name? Did you get my father's name?
Yeah, at any rate,
my grandpa.
Moving right along. Look here, honey. The Great Thaw and the floods of Hebrew and Chaldean culture, destruction of the Akkadian city of early Neolithic period in Europe, belief in magic power of the swastika, symbol of many primitive peoples, the dawn of Aryan culture in Central Asia, from which evolved Iranian, Persian, Hindu, Indian, and the earliest Greek religions. All of this with the flood of the Black Sea that dispersed Adamic man, the people of Adam who began farming.
Oh my God, Aquino! Hey, Aquino! I just
around
saw him
the flood area.
That fucker just came my window again. Aquino needs to get the fuck out, and I am seriously telling you that that came in, not dealing with it.
Well, it shows what we're talking about is the truth.
It shows the different. No, I think it shows the opposite, but you can choose that. I know it just fucking came in, and I know it's the opposite, but you go ahead. I'm not going to stop that.
But honey, it reveals that he's threatened by what I'm exposing, which is a secret.
No, I think he's fucking threatened because you don't know what went through my mind right before I did it, and that's the problem. Right before I fucking came in, I fucking said, you said, I was like, what did you expose me? My parents, my grandparents, which my grandfather was a scientist. Mm-hmm. He's a chemist. But it was a joke kind of, and that's just what I thought of it. Mm-hmm. And it was like, did you expose me? And then it was like, oh, well, I guess he could expose me. I guess Aquino can make him go back in time and expose me. Like, if he's so powerful, he's obviously not. He's a piece of shit. That's what I was thinking in my head. Mm-hmm. Fucker comes through. So what I'm just trying to say is when he was threatened personally by me, he comes through. So he can't go back in time. Fuck you. You can't. Mm-hmm. But do you understand what I'm saying? You're sitting here saying, oh, he came through that way. It's the same fucking window. And nobody will ever believe this. And I don't expect them to or care, honestly. But
I believe you.
That was kind of weird. That was weird.
By the way, I believe you, and I hope you understand that. The importance of what I've just said. I mean, you were claiming, of course, I believe the young lady who, because of her looks. But I believe you and what you said just now. I believe much of what you say.
Here's the thing I believe about Aquino. I told you last time, you got mad when I sent him out with love and light and peace, which I always send out.
No, I didn't get mad at that. I was just astonished.
But I sent him in love and light and peace. I sent everything. Now this time I didn't have time to even send. I just was like, go.
Yeah.
And I haven't seen anything back. And if I have a feeling I have sage to burn, I will do that soon.
But honey, do you understand?
But here's, especially for my family. But here's the thing. Yeah. When that came on that first time, again, I didn't believe it, sent it out and thought, oh, whatever, kind of what I did just now. Yeah. And then it came back, like you knew. He came back, and I didn't even know his name. I mean, if you remember, like, you can get back to those early like, I didn't even know Peter Moon's name. Like, I barely knew your name. You know, like, I couldn't remember people's names. I'm bad with names. And definitely didn't know his. Like, I could not remember that name. So that was what got me, is when it kept popping in my head. And so I knew that was him. Anyway, the point is prove to self to be there. And I proved myself you have to leave. And I sent him in love and light and peace. And I also told him, and if you need to, I send you in love and light and peace, and I send you in hope, because I believe all souls are rescuable. All souls are from God. And there's not a soul. This is where the whole question started about anti-gods. This is where it started.
Which I'll get back to, yeah.
Okay, but let me finish then what I want to say. So my whole thing is, whether you see an anti-god on any level, Aquino, maybe not being a god or something higher that you think is an anti-god. My thing is, like, if you can go back to the Big Bang theory, and I think the Big Bang. Science is so learning now that science and, like you said, the things you can't see are starting to support each other. And they're more and more learning that the things you can't see and the things that we believe in and the faith are starting to actually support each other. So Big Bang, to me, supports the exact same fact that so many people have come back and said, which is basically that God, our creator, wanted to experience. And we are all an experience of him. So he individualized himself in each of us. That's how huge he was. Okay. And individualized himself to have experience, because imagine just being a one thing, right? And all is good. But like wanting, like, what can I do with this? Like this huge body of power, like it was all of us. Like, we also want to say him, but technically it was you, it was me, it was all of us. And we're like, what can we do with all this power? And so it was a creation that we decided to create. And so we created that. And in that, we did create good and evil. We chose that. We chose that. It wasn't like evil. People want to be like, oh, the bad angel came down and he was the one that decided to make it all evil. No, we chose that. We chose to have that creation because you couldn't experience the good without the bad. You couldn't know the love without the hate. You couldn't have the I believe in the God without the freaking devil and all of it. But every devil that you believe in, every worst person that I think is the worst person in the world that molested a child or abused a dog, and I personally, as a human, would like for them to. I'll blow their brains out. Have no problem and be like, God, I'll come back and do life again, but I'll blow their brains out. That's not a problem for me as a human. But as a soul, as a actual individual person of God, to say I think that I didn't partly create the same person that was abusing the animals, or the same person that did that, like that we had to have that. And those souls, and some souls chose to go darker, and some souls choose to go lighter faster. Some souls choose to rise faster. And all of that was creation that we chose. We chose it all. We chose it as one individual soul we are all one. And that's what's forgotten. We chose this, and we chose it all. And so to believe that no one's coming back, even your worst of your worst, and your demon of your devil of your demon of your devil, is all part of yourself and your same God.
same person in your anti-God. We all chose it, and they're coming back to you. And we'll all be one day. This was all just what we chose. And maybe we'll choose something else, or we may choose the same thing and choose it worse or better. We may be like, oh, let's even make it even crazier. But we chose it, man. And that's what Big Bang says. Like, Big Bang did that, number one. Like, we can see that with the explosion of it. So that's science. The explosion shows then go back to any near-death experience, anyone that has been so religious that has had near-death experience. Anyone, and I challenge anyone to do this. Near-death experiences. And so many people have been so religious, and they come back and like, my religion was all wrong. I was so wrong. But it's not about religion. It's not about right or wrong. There is no right or wrong. Continual same stories from people of all walks of life, different religions, some no religion, some atheists, all coming back, same basic stories. You will see, you get differences. The only differences you ever get in those are some people will see Jesus if they believe that Jesus is who they needed to see when they first cross over. And some people might see Buddha, right? It's that first time. But then it's all ultimate. I was in love. I was in peace. I didn't want to come back. And it wasn't about religion. And there was no good and evil. And like, we were all wrong on this shit. And that's my point. Like, what? That's my point. So it doesn't matter if there's aliens or not aliens. Like, that's not an argument or religion or not. We should be arguing. That's the whole point. We chose to come here, obviously, to argue. Like, me and Viv can argue. Like, that's the whole point. To come here, you're learning. You're choosing this life to walk a life that is tough, to grow your soul, to go back.
So yeah, but that's, yeah. So thank you. But you do understand that from what I've told you, that I basically responded to what you said about, so there was a flood and we all developed consciousness. Essentially, yes. No, I don't, because you skipped that, because I went into a whole speech right before you said the flood. So if you want to go into that, because I'm pretty sure Viv and I both asked that question. But Viv,
you
got what I said.
No.
You're
not gonna get out of this, because I know how.
No. I think Viv can explain it. Viv, can you tell Brooke what I said?
What Viv and I asked, it's fine for Viv to tell me. Yeah. But what I asked and what I think Viv might have referenced to, she may have not questioned it. I just wanted to know, you said that we were all receptive, in the receptive mode of God before the flood. Yeah. And so we were all receiving God, and then God chose to condemn the world and kill everyone, even though we were in the receptive mode.
No. The flood was not global.
So most people weren't. Most people were in the receptive mode. That's what I'm asking you. Like, what are you saying about you were talking about the receptive mode and the flood.
In terms of the, to give you a map here, let's see if we can go to a Pacific-centered map of the world.
I don't need the flood. I don't need a map. Just talk.
No, the map will help. And so when it comes to,
FYI.
I'm sorry, honey?
I'm sorry to interrupt. Just FYI, my screen is still showing your Facebook message.
Yeah, mine is too. I thought it was just mine. So
what
thank
Facebook
you.
Message?
You're sharing your current screen.
You're not sharing.
Oh, there we are. So thank you. Let me get back to sharing screen. Okay.
Thank you.
Can you see this? How come Michelle Carmela Saldana is still on with us?
I know.
Yeah.
Hi, Michelle, if you're still here.
Yeah, she's still here. And so here we are. So this is an important map. So basically, the Caucasus Mountains are where the term Caucasian comes from. As I said, this is where it became identified with white people, because as the population moved north, they had to evolve for the first time in human experience pale skin so they could better absorb vitamin D
in the latitudes.
Do you know how many books I could write with you for you with AI, because you are so good at just avoiding the actual question.
Honey, I'm not avoiding the actual question. Listen.
He's getting back to it.
Yes, I'm getting back to it. So understand that this is Mount Everest.
Which is why I said how many books I could write with him with AI, because can imagine my AI, they put in words anyway.
Anyhow, honey, so this is Mount Everest. This is where, of course, the Ark landed. And this is actual history. This is not biblical fantasy or myth. The Caucasus Mountains are where the term, we became associated with Caucasian. This is because as man continued to push north into the colder climes that were inhospitable because of the ice ages, then he had to develop paler and paler skin in order to absorb vitamin D. Otherwise, he would have died of rickets and been dysfunctional, incapable of survival at all. So as man became whiter and whiter, then what happened was there was a change in consciousness with the first white man, who was known as Adam, or Adamu could have been the name of his tribe because of the red soil in the area, which meant ruddy, which meant he could blush. When whites blush, if they're naked, that's a bodily blush, not just the face. Of course, like George Knight said, when he saw Sean Bond blushing in interviewing me, he could see through his clothes that his whole body was blushing while he was hitting back the booze and whatever else he was on at the time that he was interviewing.
I'm not going to say anything. I'm just going to say mute on that point, because that's hilarious on one person saying that about another.
And, so at any rate, that being said, it's important to understand that Eden was here. Eden was essentially in today's Azerbaijan region in Iran, the Tabriz region. This was the original Eden. And what happened was, at the time of the flood, which is, to take us back to an article here that puts it in a bit more of a, let me see, date. Here we are. The date of the flood of the ancient Black Sea. As you can see, some of these titles, the post.
Oh my God, I'm aging backwards, like 25. So maybe I'll be at the age where you'll believe in the Anunnaki by the time you get done to the answer I wanted.
Now notice this. Here we are. Noah's not so big flood. Now it says it was dammed off from the salty Mediterranean Sea by the then high and dry Bosphorus sill, that dam, the natural dam. Some say the water in the level in the Black Lake was 80 meters. Now, all of this has been proven.
What caused it? Wasn't the dry ice?
No. I mean, they explained that basically the Black Sea was once a freshwater lake well below sea level, and then rising sea levels because of the geological evidence.
What caused the rising sea levels?
You don't live in the dry ice. All of this is, okay, there we are. We could go into that. The Bosphorus Dam broke because.
Well, I'm saying I have no problem going into it, because you continually tell me I'm wrong.
Yeah, but you'll take us into a different direction. I could look it up and explain it, but then it takes us from the main point. So the main point.
Everyone, even your guy that you don't agree with, right?
There's no point. Just keep. There's no point in bringing him up. There's no point in bringing him up. So here we are. The formation of the Black Sea is.
Do you think he has a bigger dick than you?
Understand this. The formation of the Black Sea is responsible for Near Eastern flood myths, and the geology proves it effectively. So the whole point here is that it was at that time that when we go back to the map, and the flood was so massive, they say it's a not so big flood because it's not global, but believe me, it may as well have been global. It was global enough where it basically drove people all over the world that otherwise.
You just agreed with your dry ice guy. So, oh my God, two people just agreed to hate each other. Woo.
What?
You just agree with your guy that you hate. Like he's said the exact same words.
At any rate, no. Later on, I've proven that the man is a plagiarist, and he's not worthy of discussion. So just don't keep bringing him up. It's insulting. So the point is that when it comes to what I'm explaining to you is what I learned when I worked with the Department of Defense decades before he published his books. So understand that much.
I understand that. I'm just saying, and he may be paid off.
So
I'm not even saying that.
you're insulting me by referencing
But I
him.
do think it's a lot fucking easier. Like, here's the thing.
Yeah,
when you have someone who's so in belief, that's the thing. I choose people based on their belief. It's just like talking to Viv. Like, I literally, her and I don't agree on everything, right? But like, I can see her heart in it. And I know her heart and her belief. And she's not lying.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying? I see people's heart and I see your heart, and you know that, and you know that's why I've stuck with you, because I didn't see that. Like, I wasn't sure in the beginning. I didn't freaking know. I'm like, he's a freaking vampire and he scares me with those eyes, man.
Yeah. So, honey, what happened was when
what you're saying though is that there's no like soul or redemption of knowing someo's soul. And what I am trying to say is that because you can know someone's soul, and I haven't judged the rest of all the archaeologists that have come out against him. But what I have judged, what I do know is from knowing you, all the people that have come out against you, and I believe you. And then I can look at this person and say, he believes what he is saying. That like he's not saying it for fucking money.
He's doing it for the money. He is doing it for the money. I can guarantee you that. He does not believe what he is saying.
Okay, well then I'm going to shut
I'll
up
give examples
before
of
I
that
get
later.
trouble.
I'll give examples of that later. But in terms of when it comes to the Eden being here in the Tabriz region, then what happened was the floods were massive enough to drive the Adamic tribe in dispersal. And that's how the farming they developed, because this is where I said consciousness changed in Adam. He was the first man who was a farmer. Not the first man. There were plenty of men who were pre-Adamic, but he was the first man who was a farmer and therefore had to bind time in order to harvest.
And again, you're still not arguing anything he said. I just want you to realize.
This has nothing to do with him. Stop bringing him up. All you're doing is you're distracting and insulting me by bringing him up. Bringing him up is simply an insult, and I'll explain why.
Why is it so personal?
It's not personal. It's an offense to. First off, as I said, he's impacting all of archaeology. He's impacting all of archaeology in a destructive sense.
See, the Anunnaki are real and she's fucking hot, and you can be joking on that. It's all cool.
We've been over that.
But you're not man
in terms of this individual,
joke about
in terms of this individual,
guy, or even be like maybe.
I'm not going to be talking while you're shouting in the background.
Okay, then don't talk. Shut up and let me talk.
You're not saying anything. All you're doing is you're bringing up an individual, and you're providing nothing but static.
I won't say it. You're right. I won't say another
static.
word. I'm done.
Because we're never going to get to my point.
Because you can say a 25-year-old is cool and hot.
Now,
and it's funny.
We're not going to get to my point
like,
if you continue this.
Him up. It's insulting to me.
So understand that, as I said, the first consciousness was developed here in Eden, and then when they spread farming, that kind of time-binding consciousness spread everywhere. So this was the end of the Edenic world with that flood. So this is the important point to be made. As for the cause of the flood, there were many geological factors that would take hours to go into, and we would have to look them up so that I could just simply verify and validate what I remember. But the point is made. The point that I'm making, why I'm coming down so hard on you spouting things about Graham Hancock, is that it doesn't help my explanation at all for you to continually say, oh, this is what he says, this is what he says. That doesn't help. That doesn't help anything. It's not a point. It's not a point to be made, because it does nothing but distract. So she hung up. This is sad. That's just sad. So it's then she doesn't hear about the anti-gods, because that's so what is the point of that? It's then she asks the question, forces several tangents, but then doesn't hang around for the answers to be delivered. So but you understand what I'm saying, right, Viviana?
Yes.
Okay, thank
Completely.
you. Thank you. So this is
and thank you for your empathy and for your patience there.
Yes, thank you. So just so that we can get to the answer about the anti-gods, so that it's not wasted time for people who are waiting for that. So there are multiple universes, effectively an infinite number. And the values in those universes are different from the physical values in this universe, rendering it literally physically impossible for stars to exist, and therefore physically impossible for life to exist. And aeons before humanity, there were beings of mind-shattering power that roamed the plains of these lifeless universes. And the most secreted lore of Ha-Kabbalah, the reception, obliquely enumerates these entities the kings of Edom, which transliterates as red. Now, these are beings from unstable worlds God created and destroyed before our terrestrial cosmos. And only mysterious hints survive in mystic lore, but it is understood that when our earthly universe was incepted, the kings were weakened by the cleaving of radiance throughout the multiversal blacknesses, the Big Bang, or the equivalent thereof in our current physical understanding, and eventually bound in hidden, empty prison dimensions on worlds of desolation. But the creator of humanity, in the image of divinity, allowed free will. This is where we now come to the point where we can challenge the very Hakenkreuz in the heavens. So if I basically share the screen again, if I take a look at the swastika in the skies, and that is just to drive the point home, but you've probably seen the illustration before, and it is definitely, there we are, the Big Dipper in the night sky and the symbol of the swastika. So went to images, and you have that here. Let's take a look at if there's any other images. Here we are. So sharing images again. When it comes to, all people need to do is look up on YouTube. If they look up on YouTube, the swastika in the sky is created by the Big Dipper rotating with the seasons. Then you can see this, especially, say, for instance, with the Big Dipper here, summer, the North Star, the summer, spring, winter, and fall, the Big Dipper mapped around the pole. This is not a very sharp image. Let's see if we can find a sharper image. And all of them pretty much suck. They're probably because all of this is scrubbed or forbidden. But it becomes quite clear in, countless repetitious, the four positions of the Ursa Major combined. So this is what the anti-gods see in the heavens. The stars are not right for them. They cannot move, even though many of them have been bound by American scientists at the time of World War II. Summoned, bound, because evocation is a super science. Evocation, the evocation of an entity, used to require gnosis, entering into an intimate state of communion with that entity, which would destroy the sorcerer's mind, literally blow his mind, leave him fried out, useless, mad and gibbering husk of humanity. But when you turn it into a super science, as opposed to simply supernatural, then it becomes workable. So it took until the time of World War II for that to happen. That's when evocation became considered the completion of an equation, the closing of a circuit, where two nodes are created and still points in space-time create a world line that the entity can use to navigate to enter our dimension, and they're ever hungry to do so. But then topological symbols, i.e., the swastika, is imposed upon them. Like you would imagine or fantasize that a crucifix holds in vampires, which it does not. The swastika does do this concerning the anti-gods. So you basically, the famous elder sign, you superimpose it on one of the nodes and create an area of hostility for the entity to be summoned and then imprisoned. And then a charge is created. And once it was necessary to enter gnosis and complete the circuit between the two nodes, thus charging them, alternate power sources can now be used, starting around the time of World War II. Most often in the 20th century, this is electricity, but at this point in history, it's nuclear, geothermic, any other kind of power that can be used to charge a spell. So instead of the use of magical energy, the amount of energy used will it'll influence how effective the evocation is. And the use of power in the solution of an equation attracts entities. Specific entities react to specific equations, much like the use of a true name, the barbarous name of the anti-gods that are unpronounceable in the human tongue. Thus, the Vox Arca was created, which would explain an element of the Vox Arca that I didn't get a chance to explain to her because she left in a huff, angry because I don't, I won't allow her to speak about Graham Hancock. Well, the fact that he has such a hold on her where she feels the need to represent him and speak for him shows you the cult-like power of his personality. And that alone shows this is what he's doing is he's unproductively, meaning destructively, influencing all archaeology towards a false end. So as we know about the swastika in the skies, then what happens is we need to refer back to what I was speaking about with the how Earth reflects the stars in the heavens. And I'll try to explain that to people. Understand that if that astrographic map that I talked about, and if you place that over the northern polar projection of Earth, at this point, that's when, Brooke would say something like, why a North Polar projection? It's like, at this point, it's just question after question. There's nothing constructive can be articulated. Understand if you take the 7 starry Atlantic sisters of the Pleiades, that represent the land of Chem, the land of Aegyptus, Egypt itself, and you place them specifically directly over the apex of the Great Pyramid. If you take the 7 sisters of Atlantis of the Pleiades and they're placed over the Great Pyramid as the noon line of this celestial clock, then Taurus, the constellation, falls over the Taurus Mountains of southern Turkey on the Anatolian Peninsula of Asia Minor, and Ursa Major, the great mother bear, rambles over Rossia. The head of Draco, the dragon, coils up over Zhonghua, literally the Middle Kingdom. It has China. The perennial suitor of the Atlan sisters, Orion, the hunter warrior, who actually pursues the 7 sisters with every intent to seduce or even rape them. He stands over the ancient rival empires that are contemporarily embroidered in the warring nation-states in failure of Iran and Iraq, as opposed to his belt being girded by the 3 pyramids of Khufu or Cheops, as Graham Hancock insists they are. So, going on with the way the stars truly align, the constellations, when the 7 sisters of the Pleiades are over the pyramids instead of Orion, then the constellation of the Aryan, literally ethno-warrior, Aries the ram, the Aryan ram, leaps over both martial Rome, the military empire, and the capital of the Holy See, the Roman Catholic Universal Church, within Status Civitatis Vaticanae, the Vatican City-State. And Capricorn, important to Brooke, identified with the satyr god, the goat-footed god Pan of the forest, the god with goat's horns and legs who saved himself from the fire-breathing, 100-headed father of monsters, Typhon, literally the whirlwind, from whence we derive the term typhoon. He saved himself from Typhon by giving himself a fish's tail, becoming half animal and half aquatic as a sea goat, the immortal father of sea goats, Prycus, and diving into a river, the birth of the Capricorni, or the Capricornian animal, sea goats. His constellation of Pan falls over Panama, Panuco, Mayapan, the olden name of Yucatan. And finally, Aquila, the eagle, spans the United States of America. Now, the analogies are obvious. They're impressive. The clearest example of as above, so below. But in order to make the stars right for the anti-gods, Graham Hancock claims that Orion's 3 stars that comprise the belt of Orion fall over the Great Pyramids, transposing all the constellations wrong, making the stars wrong in the minds of man. And thanks to the communist Chinese building the Three Gorges Dam, trapping enough water in one area of the world to throw the world into threat of falling off its axis, the entire world can turn. She spoke of pole shifts. We could have a pole shift because of the Three Gorges Dam, which has weighed so much water in one space on the surface of the world that the world is toppling, threatening to topple. It's tippling, shaking, tremulous, and therefore threatening to topple. And if our Earth tumbles, that means that the stars in the heavens change position. They will appear to fall from the sky. Then the stars will be right for the anti-gods. In order for the anti-gods to be unleashed upon the earth, trapped as they are now, if I were to trigger the Vox Arca, then what's set in motion is scalar weapons. Scalar weapons developed originally by Nikola Tesla, that the Americans have placed all around the earth in various HARP grids, that would then trigger seismic activity that would help with the weight of the Three Gorges Dam to tip the earth off its balance and change the stars in the heavens itself, the positions in the stars of the stars in the heavens as we see them. The Hakenkreuz, the hooked cross, the swastika in the sky would tumble before our eyes and fall, and the world would be free for the anti-gods. That is the entire purpose of the Vox Arca. That is to trigger the scalar mechanisms that topple the orbit of the earth. That is how the stars become ripe for the anti-gods, and they are all simultaneously unleashed. And reality as we know it comes to an end. Death dies, and the age of chaos never ends. That's what the Edomites want, but they can't afford someone like me to trigger it because they would not be in control. They delude themselves that the summoner, the man who triggers such a cosmic event, would essentially be the summoner, would have some modicum of control over the anti-gods. And this is potentially the case, but it's a control that would be like the kind of control you might have over rabid dogs, holding them at bay with an electric cattle prod. So it's nothing to be attempted, but it's my dead man switch. That is pretty much what I tried to get out tonight. Brooke wouldn't stay around for it. She doesn't want the answer. She actually doesn't want the answer to her questions. Instead, she prefers to read the literature of the agents of chaos who attempt to provide something that is not the fact, but rather a twist, a convolution, as Aquino called it. Instead of revolution, which is a revolving, the earth turns is a revolution. A convolution is a twist, a perversion. It's the convolutionary propaganda of Graham Hancock, who is now forcing all archaeologists to obey his orders so that they can satisfy the public and get public funding, without which scientists cannot function. So the majority of scientists are willing to lie in order to just keep the money coming in, but it will all pay the price with the death of humanity itself. This is the struggle that I go through, and I'm completely suppressed. Not only does no one finance or support me, not only are my books hidden and never marketed and therefore never purchased, but even those who claim to be friends won't listen, attack, and desert me, as Brooke has done tonight. So this is the situation I am in, whereas Graham Hancock is paid millions of dollars. It is obvious to anyone with any iota of conscious thought that he is obviously supported by the deep dark state, the Herodian junta, which rules the Western world. This is the position we're in. It is dire. She says, "Oh, I hear you aren't answering." No, that's just awful. I mean, it's not even any sense to that, how she can say that. She's welcome to come back on. It's not something that is, it's like at that point, she's in denial. Do you understand what I'm saying? Do you think I'm answering the question, Viviana, since you're the only one here?
Yes, I believe you did.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. And so this is why it's what I say is important. Viv, if you come back on, I can show you something. And I'd share screen again, show you something, and that would perhaps put some things into perspective for you. And
yes, I'm here.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're here.
Oh, you mean you're talking to Brooke?
Kind of, yeah. Sorry about that. But I mean, no, if you see it, you would understand. It's I've gone through this before, and if she claims to be listening, Brooke will hear it anyway. If she's truly listening, so I'm going to go through something here with the in terms of just sheer plagiarism. When it comes to Graham Bruce Hancock, the first person to write on the undersea world was Lovecraft in this sense of paleo-geo-ethnography, meaning paleo for ancient, geo for earth, ethno for race. Ancient earth races, relic populations. Lovecraft wrote, "Naturally, savants of various kinds tried their best to classify the frightful object, though always without success. Theories of a bygone Pacific civilization, of which the Easter Island images and megalithic masonry of Ponape and Nanmotal are conceivable vestiges, were freely circulated among students, and learned journals carried varied and often conflicting speculations on a possible former continent, whose peaks survive as the myriad islands of Melanesia and Polynesia. The diversity in dates assigned to the hypothetical vanished culture, or continent, was at once bewildering and amusing. Yet some surprisingly relevant allusions were found in certain myths of Tahiti and other islands." That's out of the Aeons, written with a lady named Hazel Heald in 1933. Hancock wrote, "It was the submerged structures of Japan that first awakened me to the possibility that an underworld in history, unrecognized by archaeologists, could lie concealed and forgotten beneath the sea. Then, when I learned to dive and started to look elsewhere, I began to realize how vast this vanished underworld might be." That's his book, Underworld. That's called a title plug. "For its traces seem to have been scattered around the continental margins, not only of the Pacific, but also the Atlantic and the Indian Oceans and the Mediterranean Sea. I have not spoken of the work Santha and I did in the South Pacific around the Tahitian islands of Tahiti and Waihini, or of the strange things we saw underwater off the Tongan island of Ha'ape. Now, dig this bullshit. First off, he says, I haven't spoken about this work Santha and I did. Santha is like his Negro. It's like Tonto. Or Chappie. You know, the man he calls Pancho. It's like, fetch my shoes, Quarel. And this Santha guy doesn't even have a full name. But, yeah, they were driving around the Pacific, but he says, I have not spoken of the work. Santha, my trusty nigger, and I did in the South Pacific around the Tahitian Islands, and the strange things we saw underwater. I mean, if you saw strange things underwater, motherfucker, and did this work with your Tonto boy, why can't you talk about them? I have not spoken of this. Well, why not? You're writing a book that's hundreds of pages long. This book, Underworld, published in 2002, is at least half a thousand pages, probably more like 700, 800 pages. And you're not going to talk about shit you saw? This is bullshit. Then, on Ancient Aliens, Lovecraft. I cannot think of the deep sea without shuddering at the nameless things that many of this very moment might be crawling and floundering on its slimy bed. And by the way, here he gets plagiarized by Robert Temple, so I'm not going to go into that. On Ancient Cults, Lovecraft gets plagiarized by Von Daniken and Hancock. So here we are. Lovecraft says, they worshipped, so they said, the great old ones, who lived ages before there were any men, and who came to the young world out of the sky. Those old ones were gone now, inside the earth and under the sea. But their dead bodies had told their secrets in dreams to the first men. That's hence the inexplicable couplet written by Al-Hazred, Abdul Al-Hazred, the Mad Arab, who said, that is not dead which can eternal lie, meaning lie as in mistruth, even though it's dead. And with the strange aeons, even death may die, meaning that the dead do speak in the dreams of men, the dead bodies of the servitor races of the anti-gods, and that when their age comes, death itself will die. So their dead bodies had told the secrets in the dreams to the first men, who formed a cult which had never died. This was that cult, and the prisoners said it had always existed and always would exist, hidden in distant wastes and dark places all over the world until the time when the great priest Cthulhu, from his dark house in the mighty city of R'lyeh under the waters, should rise and bring the earth again beneath his sway. Some day he would call, when the stars were ready, and the secret cult would always be waiting to liberate him. Call of Cthulhu, 1926. Cthulhu meaning the great abandoner, the anti-god that is Muhammad warned was Shaitan, the great forsaker. Hancock plagiarizes him by saying, we shall argue that serious and intelligent men, and apparently women too, were indeed at work behind the stage of the prehistory in Egypt, and propose that one of the many names by which they were known was the followers of Horus. We propose, too, that their purpose, to which their generations adhered for thousands of years with the rigor of a messianic cult, may have been to bring to fruition a great cosmic blueprint in the mystery of the Sphinx, published 1996. On Ancient Astronomy, Lovecraft saith, then, whispered Castro, the cult leader, those first men formed the cult around tall idols, which the Great One shewed them. Bear in mind, this was before Fidel Castro took over Cuba. He portrayed Castro as an enemy character of the Herodian insurgency, a leader of the Herodian insurgency. Then, whispered Castro, those first men formed the cult around tall idols, which the Great One shewed them. Idols brought in dim eras from dark stars. That cult would never die till the stars came right again, and the secret priest would take great Cthulhu from his tomb to revive his subjects and resume his rule of earth. From the Call of Cthulhu in 1926, Hancock, in Heaven's Mirror, 1998, writes, the same constellations, but with everything flipped, 180 degrees, are present in these two skies, 10,500 years before Christ, and today, separated by 12,500 years. Perhaps the prehistoric cult of immortality, which used vast monuments, likened to constellations and astronomical cycles as instruments of initiation, is coming back to life. There is nothing scientific here. This is cultic. This is not a man who's saying anything other than that modern science is perverted to his religion. He is perverting modern science to his cult of the anti-gods. And he's bragging about it. The prehistoric cult of immortality, which used vast monuments likened to constellations and astronomical cycles as instruments of initiation, is coming back to life. By that, he means he's forcing all archaeologists to try and align the monuments on Earth to the stars in the heavens, as above, so below, but to his terms, to the terms where they're misaligned, making the stars wrong, but right for the anti-gods in the minds of man. Then, on the age of the Sphinx, Lovecraft saith, in his Imprisoned with the Pharaohs, the only story of Lovecraft that was co-authored by Harry Houdini, the great spy, who was also a contortionist and magician. The only story of Lovecraft's Peter Moon ever read. In it he says, near the edge of the plateau and due east of the second pyramid, with a face probably altered to form a colossal portrait of Khephren, its royal restorer, stands the monstrous Sphinx, mute, sardonic, and wise beyond mankind and memory. The gate chapel leading to the second pyramid, nearly buried in the drifting sands, yawns subterraneously southeast of the Sphinx. Persistent tradition dubs it the Temple of the Sphinx, and it may perhaps be rightly called such, if the Sphinx indeed represents the second pyramid's builder Khephren. There are unpleasant tales of the Sphinx before Khephren, but whatever its elder features were, the monarch replaced them with his own, that men might look at the colossus without fear. Hancock plagiarizes Lovecraft. There is a belief that the Great Sphinx of Giza was fashioned during the period of history classified as the Old Kingdom on the orders of the 4th dynasty pharaoh named Khafre, whom the Greeks later knew as Khephren. And it is stated as fact that the features of the Sphinx were carved to represent Khafre himself. By the way, Khafre later in Africa became the Arab word for nigger, unbeliever. An unbeliever in Allah, because most blacks were animist, shamanistic. And therefore, Khafre's name became affiliated with the blacks, implying Khafre himself was black. The evidence, back to Hancock and his bullshit, is consistent with the recarving of a much older and heavily eroded statue. Oh, where'd he get that from? Is it not possible that Khafre was a restorer of the Sphinx? What an original idea! Oh my God. Lovecraft, like myself, died dirt poor. By the time he died, he had stopped eating for months. This was a man who had nothing to live off of. Hancock, plagiarizing H.P. Lovecraft, is a multimillionaire. And he goes on to say, the geological evidence therefore suggests that a very conservative estimate of the true construction date of the Sphinx would be somewhere between 7,000 to 5,000 BC minimum. In his Message of the Sphinx from 1996. All of this written by a man who died penniless, plagiarized by a man who's a millionaire. On the Sphinx chamber, Lovecraft said, it was then that the smile of the Sphinx vaguely displeased us and made us wonder about the legends of subterranean passages beneath the monstrous creature, leading down to depths none might dare hint at, depths connected with mysteries older than the dynastic Egypt we excavate, and having a sinister relation to the persistence of abnormal animal-headed gods in the ancient Nilotic pantheon. That's Nilotic, as in Nile, but implying a black population. The Nilotic tribe of Africa, the tallest people on Earth. Again, from his short story, written with Harry Houdini, Imprisoned with the Pharaohs. Published in 1994, Hancock says, "It is a map, not buried in the earth, but cunningly concealed in time, where X almost literally marks a spot directly under the rear paws of the Great Sphinx of Egypt at a depth, we would guess, of about 100 feet. If we have read the message of the followers of hawk-headed Horus right, then there is something of momentous importance there, waiting to be found. Chambers of the earthly kingdom of Osiris." Message of the Sphinx from 1996. This is an asshole who again, well, is it there or not? Well, then Graham said, well, I can't go in there, you see, because I don't have enough millions of dollars to bribe the Egyptian authorities. Buy more of my books and get me some millions more that I might bribe them, that I can do that. He hasn't bothered to bribe them yet, and he's been given millions of dollars. If you ask me, he's a fraud. On Antarctica, Lovecraft says, at the Mountains of Madness in 1931, it seemed to be half lost in a queer Antarctic haze. The effect of the monstrous sight was indescribable, for some fiendish violation of no natural law seemed certain at the outset. Here, on a hellishly ancient tableland, fully 20,000 feet high, and in a climate deadly to habitation since a pre-human age not less than 500,000 years ago, there stretched nearly to the vision's limit a tangle of orderly stone which only the desperation of mental self-defense could possibly attribute to any but conscious and artificial cause. Then Hancock, in his original book, Fingerprints of the Gods, published in 1995, the one that started it all, said, "It was suddenly clear to me how a continent-sized landmass, which had been the home of a large and prosperous society for thousands of years, could indeed get lost almost without a trace. As the Flemass concluded." Flemass! Really? Really? That's a Lovecraft term for a relic population. This guy is citing a non-human source. That would be like if I said the Nagas, the snake people, told me this. No one would publish it. But this son of a bitch cites a non-human source and gets published and cited. And he's impacting your archaeology. So as the Flemass concluded, it is to icy Antarctica that we look to fly to find answers to the very roots of civilization. Answers which may yet be preserved in the frozen depths of the forgotten island continent. There we are. This man is a plagiarist. He is not even original in anything he says. There's a cult of originality that is meaningless, because who the fuck cares about originality if you're conveying a truth? And you might say, well, this man is conveying a truth. Not if he's denying the source. The source is Howard Phillips Lovecraft. For everything this man does. This is a cultist of the kings of Edom that Lovecraft warned us against. He is the enemy. This is not hatred. This is exposition of the enemy. Yes, one has to hate the enemy in order to combat them. It's a necessity. That's the only hate involved here. The hatred of somebody who wins the hearts of innocents, the minds of innocents seeking truth. And he's easily accessible, universally accessible. And now all of the sciences are forced to kowtow down to this man. How does a man like that get so much power? Why do scientists have to reverse their studies to cater to his quote-unquote discoveries? Because that's how they get funded. They get public funding because this son of a bitch is considered the spokesperson for science by the popular culture. This is the cult of the kings of Edom, the Herodian insurgency, victorious over the minds of man, making the stars right within that empty space between men's ears, and ultimately making the stars right for the anti-gods in the heavens by toppling the orbit of the earth itself. If they manage to recreate the Vox Arca, which they've never been able to replicate yet, steal it from myself, or, in their madness, attempt to trigger me to use it by attacking those around me, binding their minds to the lie that they perpetuate, propagate, and disseminate. This is the struggle for the world within your mind. And if they win there, the world outside yourself is lost. So that being said, George Knight seems to be back with us. If he wants to come back on, he's welcome. Anyone wants to jump back on the call is welcome. I mean, honestly, if Brooke comes on, she can talk. I wouldn't even say anything. I'm spent. Is this proof enough for you, Viviana, as to why I despise Graham Hancock and refuse to listen when he's brought up?
Indeed.
Thank you. Thank you. And this is where we're at. And I do want people to understand, well, I guess I'll explain that later. Viviana, of course, was upset by my Lucifer trip the other day, but like I said, I told her that, let me explain, and then I'll let you respond. And then I thought she was too angry to fall asleep, but she fell asleep. And she woke up. Yeah.
I don't get that angry.
Okay, that's true.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I was just like thinking of pondering it, and I was like, but then I went off into, sleepland.
Thank God. Well, that shows you're sane. Thank God. Don't nurture anything like that. I mean, something like that you shouldn't be nurturing or dwelling on. Honestly, you've got to dwell on things that impact your immediate survival. And I recommend the same for Brooke. Yes, that's right. Maybe I can get her back on by taunting her.
I know her back's so bad.
What's that? Is that so bad of me to do that?
You want her back.
No,
I had a dream. I was telling Brooke this today. So I had this dream while you guys were talking, and I fell asleep.
Yeah.
Did she tell you already?
No. What was it?
Oh, okay. So I was dreaming, and I was in your zone, like I'm in your home.
Yeah.
And I'm blonde. I have like that white hair that you symbolize with all your art.
Yes.
And you had dark hair, and we were chit-chatting at your kitchen table. And then this blonde she was like 12, 14 maybe. She runs right up to me, and she grabs the front of my hair, and she just like takes these scissors and chops my hair off.
Oh my God.
And I just look at you, and you look at me, and we're like, what just happened? And then we go to this bedroom, and she just runs back to her bedroom and curls up on the bed in the fetal position and hides, kind of like hiding.
Yeah.
And you're just looking at me, and we're baffled, like we have nothing to say. And then immediately my mind is like, well, I can always get that fake hair, or make an imposition as to why this occurred or whatever. But then I woke up, and that's when Brooke and I had it out. I was like,
wow,
I think she's that girl. She just...
Yeah. The feel she's like a cat, like a kitten. That's like what a kitten would do, right? Claw you and then run over to hide in its basket, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's right. No, I agree. Did you tell her that?
Yeah, I told her.
How did she handle that?
She agreed. She feels she's that girl.
Okay.
She feels that it kind of formulated some kind of understanding there with her own self awareness stuff.
Wow. Okay. Yes. That's anyhow, such a relief not to have her here. I could speak in peace. Why, I've never had it so good. Yeah, man, I really enjoy this time with her gone. ah, ah, ah. Yeah, yeah, that's, I want to
Are
talk
you
to.
being
I'm sorry.
facetious? Are you being facetious?
I'm trying to taunt her, see if she comes back hearing it. But
Oh.
now I've now I've given the game away. But I could probably still pull it off by saying something like, "Yeah, I want to talk to sensible people like Marina Seren in Spain. Yeah, yes, people who make sense. Yes, yeah, and speak their truth. Yes,
Yes.
yeah. Oh my God, I don't.
Did we conclude that lady that you just spoke of
Yeah.
is like an AI?
Fuck, she kind of functions like one. By that I would mean more like a biofacsimilacra than an AI. Okay, just so people understand, Michelle Saldana says Douglas be nice. When it comes to the AI, I'm sorry, honey, did you say something? Yeah, anyhow.
Well, just looking at her, she looks like a fabrication of like the perfect woman that's a robot.
Yeah. It is. It's kind of like that effect, isn't it? I mean, yeah, biofacsimilacra. She looks like a facsimile of a biological specimen, one intended to be ideal. She is. How do I say this? An artellect, of course, or an artificial intellect, an AI. You're talking about vast intelligence that can think and is processing at enormous speeds and is basically capable of projecting images holographically if it has that equipment. But with Marina, she's in a far more vulnerable position. She's more like a biofacsimilacra, which means kind of like an android in a sense. Is she really an android? No, of course not. But she's like not physically an android, but she's kind of like programmed. She's like she's got memories that are cascaded. That they're what I would consider to be that she shares experiences that are not lies. Some of them might be indulgences, but she's generally victimized. Something is happening physically that affects her. I don't want to share private things, but she's medically affected by, I wouldn't say in some horrible way that would be fatal, but certainly uncomfortable and nothing that would scar her, of course, because she runs her own fans only channel. It's not something people would ever notice externally, but it's definitely. She's got people fucking with her. I don't mean that just like in the sexual sense. I mean like they're harvesting her eggs. This is something that I can say because she has been open about that. So her eggs have been harvested by both sides. The Greys, which are the Chochoa, and the Nordics, which are the 1,000-year Reich in exile. So she's been harvested by both sides. So both sides are harvesting her for a reason. She has that ideal physiology. And because she has that ideal physiotype, the physiognomy, they want those eggs. And so both sides hit it. And so this is she's not fortunate. It's not a fortunate position to be in. And then, of course, people attack her. And this is because she understands the 1,000-year Reich in exile is her side. So, but she's stranded here. She wasn't born in Unterland. They need her here because she develops immunity to all the diseases that are seething on the surface world. So the 1,000-year Reich in exile, the Third Reich, relocated in Unterland, the lands below, needs to harvest her eggs to distribute that immunity into their population in case they ever invade the surface world or are forced to defend themselves from a surface world invasion. So Who wants to be in a position like that? Oh, George is with us. George, God, let me know you're here. Take over. Oh man, I'm spent. It's yours.
Hello, Douglas.
Yes.
Yeah,
So you've
thank
heard what
you.
I've said. Elucidate on it. Enumerate. Please, by all means, take over.
Oh yeah, no, thank you. And yeah, I listened to what you were saying about Graham Hancock. Yeah, about the plagiarise and his all his work is all plagiarized. It goes without, a lot of it goes without saying, but thank you so much for articulating that. Especially of what Howard Phillips Lovecraft has articulated in his works. Graham Hancock is just, it's vile. It's disgusting, really. But I don't even have to. I've never even cited any of his work, to be honest with you. There's no need to, and it's important just to get that out there, that people avoid any sort of propaganda that he's promulgating. It's not worth any. It's not worth your time.
Thank you.
But anyway, yeah, no, thank you, Douglas. And so, yeah, no, and beg your pardon. So I've caught on correctly. Was this to do with Maria? Is it Marina? Marina Sarin?
Yes.
Yes, absolutely. So,
so what I can do is I can share screen, and it'll remind you. You certainly won't forget her once you see her, and I'm sure you've seen her before. But when it comes to, here we are, let's go over to Marina for a bit, and she suffers, basically, like I said, just basically people come and basically abducting her eggs. So she's treated kind of like one of those ducks or chickens that Brooke maintains. And of course, she basically has these, fans only channels that everyone attacks her for. And so there she goes, and she does various things. Now, who the fuck is that? That's her mother. That's right. Yeah. Sorry, who the hell is that?
Yeah.
That's her mother. Her dad's dead. So she wears the Nazi symbols and she gets attacked for it. And people are, constantly just, now she does have this blank look. This is what is somewhat disturbing to many people. And the blank look comes from just being really, I don't know how to express it. But as I would say, the best way I could express it is bicameral. She is in the state of bicameral mind that man was in for thousands of years, for the overwhelming majority of his evolution, where both hemispheres are communicating with each other, and she's basically hearing voices. So these voices are a source for much of what she says that people deem to be hallucinations. So very similar to what we would deem a schizophrenic person in this day and age. But it goes to show that, she has kept in enough functionality by her family, her mother at least, where she can get away with it. And that and her fans only channel earns enough money so that she can, continue to support herself. It's not that bad a life necessarily. But it's obviously has its shortcomings, and probably the most is the truth is she has feelings, and they get hurt by people attacking her. I hope to hell that she's not going to eat those mushrooms. They might be truffles, but I myself would never eat wild pick mushrooms. At any rate, so all that being said, it is what there you go. Real look of as Viviana says, you could see why some people would be simply convinced she's not real. And say that's a biofax. It's a biofax simulacra.
Biofax simulacra, yeah.
And so it's it is what it is, and obviously things happen. But that was her in a more normal state. I guess I could say that. I don't know if there's any such thing as normal in this case. So okay. So all that being said, what's on your mind? And by all means, take it away. I'm spent.
Yes. Thank you. I thought I'd take advantage of the wrapping up of the show, the last hour or so with yourself, Douglas, because I've got some spare time. I'm actually on my lunch break.
Great.
So I thought it was a great opportunity to come on because, I think it's wonderful that, you're having a break from this weekend, and it's a celebration of Empress Shōwa.
Yes.
Shōwa Day. Japan. Yeah. So in Japan, it is the commemorate Emperor Showa Day in Japan, which is the day of Emperor Hirohito's birthday, because he's recognized as the man who won the Second World War. So every single year I republish the posts that I've published previously in previous years to honor Emperor Hirohito as the victor of World War II, recognized as one of the most important figures in all human history.
Thank you.
To get us to where at this point in history today is all thanks to this one individual who's a remarkable man who's accomplished many feats and many accomplishments in his lifetime. And we could go over that, Douglas. So much to discuss about Emperor Hirohito. He's certainly achieved so much, and such, for example, that he is the only head of state, or you could say he's obviously, he was the head of state, recognized as head of state. He's the only male head of state in history to ever be recognized as a scientist internationally.
Yes.
He was recognized because he was a marine biologist, and I think it's wonderful that you're celebrating it, because I always do on my own. Internally, I can't celebrate with anybody else. Nobody else would understand, but it's something that
they just look at you blankly, that blank stare that Marina Saren has, except it wouldn't look attractive.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. But he was certainly a mix between, as you've expressed in the past, he's a mix between Hannibal Lecter and Napoleon Bonaparte. He was certainly he had a combination of both in him. So he's not very much a figure that most people will ever look up to, but he's certainly someone that I recognize as being one of the greatest figures or people to ever lived.
Yes,
so
what one needs to explain is that greatness does not have to fit into someone's idea of goodness to be great. The greatness cannot be denied him because of his impact on history. However, ultimately his greatness was goodness for his people, because they took his people to a golden age, a golden age of victory, and it's profound what happened thanks to this individual. And it's incredible that his birthday is literally only 9 days after Adolf Hitler's, 9 to 10 days after Adolf Hitler's birthday. So it's they were both born in the same month, 10 days apart. And it's incredible. Of course, Hitler was born earlier, so such being said, by all means, take it from there. I'm happy to report that for those of us who felt that we might not have a lot of people watching tonight, we've certainly got a lot of upvotes. We already have 40, so comparatively speaking, for tonight, we've gotten a lot before the show's even over. That's huge, and so it shows that the people listening were very impressed, and so that's important. So go ahead and impress them some more. Do me a favor, if you don't mind. Viviana Sanchez, are you there, honey? Let's see if she responds. Yeah, do me a favor, honey. Why don't you ask some questions of our man George Knight? Some of the subjects he brought up, I'm sure you might have some questions about. Maybe let him talk a few more minutes and then ask him some questions about what's on his mind, and he can clarify them. As for a monologue, I'll save what I was going to say for Wednesday of next week. Basically, I was just going to address some more issues about Taiwan, China, Russia, and Ukraine, and of course Tucker Carlson. I simply feel he'll be replaced by someone worse. and that I was going to bitch about Rishi Sunak and the fact that he's holding Britain behind. He acknowledges the threat of Russia and China, the Sino-Slavic Synaxis, but acknowledging them is not enough. No. I get the feeling that what preparations are being made for war are not by his order. I get the feeling that the initiative is being taken simply by the military of England or other aspects of British society. But I don't believe that being done by his initiative. That's my intuition. I take it you feel the same.
My intuition is as well, Douglas. I think he's being advised on all this. I don't think this is him initiative. I think this is from what either the military are proposing to him, or it's his personal advisors of his cabinet, of his party. But without a doubt, it's definitely not himself. He has no idea what he's doing. He's already proven his incompetence. And when people were praising him as being such a great man, when he was Chancellor, when his title was Chancellor, underneath the Boris Johnson leadership, when Boris Johnson was the head of the Tory party, when he was leader under his so-called administration, running under office, Rishi Sunak only followed what the Dutch were doing, using the furlough scheme. So he was only implementing what others were doing that was pragmatic. And so he was praised for that. So he doesn't do anything from his own intuition, from his own initiative. It's only he follows what everyone else says. Yeah. And so, yeah, absolutely. It's just inept and incompetence as a leader. Yeah, but unfortunately, there's nobody out.
Yeah, to put this into perspective for people, like I said, there's a cult of originality, which is just way overblown, that it's really not so important to be original as to basically, if you recognize something as a good idea and you steal it and you do it better, it's automatically yours. But the problem is none of these people are doing it better. And when it comes to someone like Rishi Sunak, the problem is that you could almost praise him in the sense that he's at least listening to his advisors. Again, the fucker doesn't really have much choice. But nevertheless, if he acknowledges the superiority, if he concedes to the advisors, there's almost a wisdom to be attributed to him in doing that. But at the same time, ultimately what you need is a leader who's going to lead. And he's not leading. In other words, you've got to do more than just accept what your advisors are saying with this passive administration. You need to take the lead and say, okay, now we've got to do this and mobilize nationally. That is definitely not happening in England right now. So that's the horror of the situation. Yeah, that, and also I was going to make fun of, probably at least a little bit, because you can't help but do so, of Elon Musk. Because it's just, because you just got to. You got to, there was this other clown who I could credit, who became, the richest man in the world, over Elon Musk now. So Elon Musk is definitely no longer the richest man in the world. I'm trying to remember who this other guy was, but he was Bernard Arnault. It's Bernard Arnault, Arnault. He became the world's richest man, but he's involved with China, I think, almost as much as Elon Musk. So anybody who's involved with China, it's not even the need to call them a traitor or something. It's more like, how stupid can you be if your fortunes are dependent on Xi Jinping's dictatorial administration? Your fortunes are built on sand. That guy could steal everything from you by a single order. It's so it's there you go with that. I was just gonna bitch about that, but do me a favor, take over from here, speak a bit to some of these subjects, historical and otherwise, and let Viviana do me a favor and ask him some questions about what you might feel you need to ask questions about.
Yeah, thank you, Douglas. So much appreciated. Hello, Viviana. Yeah, do you have anything to ask at all? So I'm more than happy, to the best of my ability. Hello, good morning. Yes.
Thank you, Viviana.
Good day to you, I should say.
Yeah.
Yes, it's just gone the afternoon now, so yeah, here in the UK. Thank you.
What's the weather like?
It's still overcast, so cloudy, but not raining, thank God. Yeah, I've got one job this afternoon. It does require me to climb up a pole, so I'm hoping the weather stays. Yeah,
is that common?
So luckily I haven't climbed a pole for the last 2 days. So, but today I do. I have to do a provide. It requires me to climb up one pole. So hopefully it's all right, Douglas. Yeah. So hopefully the weather stays off. It stays fair. Right. So fingers crossed.
So. Well,
but Yes.
Since I've
Yes,
never
Vivian.
been aware of your conception between you and Douglas's friendship, I
Yeah.
wanted to know more about how, or when was it that you became in love with World War II, and then that enveloped into your connection with Douglas over time, kind of like, it seems like fate.
Oh, yeah.
So I was interested in just kind of the origin of where you started to research and learn of World War II that was not conceptually acceptable in modern history.
Yes, absolutely, Vivian. Very important question. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you asking that, because to be honest with you, completely honest with you, the reason why I have such a fascination is because it's just my passion of wanting to pursue to know things, to know stuff. And that's what I get a kick out of is knowing things that other people do not know. And Douglas is the remarkable individual that you will learn a lot from that nobody else knows about. Because what I've learned from Douglas about World War II, not a single person in this world that you ever come across, any walks of life, you'll never come across anyone that knows nowhere near, not even a percentage of what Douglas can teach you about World War II. And the reason why I came familiar with Douglas is because I was actually conducting my own research in the Holocaust. And that was because that stems from 12 years of research into 9/11 that I did on my own independently. So just gathering as much resources that was accessible to myself using the public domain, using search engines, what I can ascertain from the internet, just going through different sources, different people. Over a 12-year period, it led to me to understand the involvement between the United States and Israel having involvement in 9/11. And that is when I started to pursue going back towards World War II and the Holocaust. And it was actually a video that was proposed to me using the YouTube algorithm. A video of Douglas popped up. It was he conducted a 2-part interview with a production channel called 911.org, and they released a 2-part interview video with Douglas. And I watched both videos, both parts. And from that point onwards, I've been intrigued and I've been hooked ever since. I've not put it down. So I've been listening to all of Douglas's old conducted interviews with previous people, always old videos that he's published himself independently. And I have verified everything he has said. And I've never found a single thing he hasn't said to not be true. Everything he has said, I have verified it. And it's just, it still astonishes me even to this day. And you understand, when I was conducting these, my own research, nobody in this world ever denied anything I said until I started to speak about what I learned from Douglas, and then just going off and doing my own research, verifying everything I found out, which with verifiable evidence. So everything, with my posts, you will see everything's backed up. Everything has a backing to it. It's all concrete. It's all hard evidence, as opposed to what the government believes. So I always publish government documentation or photographic evidences for all my posts. And so what you are pursuing or alluding to, people will automatically deny it, or they go into some form of defense mode. That's the only way I can describe it. And then you get people telling me, well, you don't listen to Douglas. And it's like, no, I'm not. You don't understand what I'm saying. I'm talking about historical fact. It doesn't come, the stuff that I present doesn't come from Douglas himself. He's only presenting what he has been exposed to through his background, through his work as a former research librarian for the Presidio under the Department of Defense. So he was exposed to all this information, and he's only ever presenting it. But the thing is, it's all out there on the public domain. It's just we're presenting it to the public. We're presenting it to people. And that's my passion, and that's why I'm here. So me and Douglas have the same objective, the same goal. It's just to get this information out there, get the word out. It's this information that is so critical. And that's how I got I got made aware of Douglas's existence. Then I actually went out my own way to actually acquaint myself with him. So I contacted him through Facebook. I found him. He has a Facebook page. That was his former timeline, his previous, under Douglas Dietrich. He doesn't have that anymore. for reasons Douglas has presented many times over and over, it's
Yeah.
been shut down. Don't need to go into that, but yeah, I managed to get in contact with him, and when I started publishing, started to basically preserve the information and start publishing it myself. That's when me and Douglas became, acquainted more on a personal level, but it's also professional.
Yes.
It's also professional as well, because we both have the same objective, our same goal, and it's our passion. It's my passion. But I can completely understand everything where Douglas is coming from, what he says personally, because also when I have ascertained and recollected, inseminated, and I hope that's the right word, just all the information, I can understand what it can do to an individual. And I've expressed it. Yeah, it's quite, how can I put it? Just express it. Because this is my flaw. I'm not very good at expressing my feelings in a way, but I'm very good at articulating my own personal experience.
Mhm.
This is my flaw. So I'm trying to present it in the best of my ability I can do. But yeah, it's certainly, it puts a toll on yourself and on your mind. But I've come to terms with it. I've comprehended it all. So that's where I've accepted everything. And so, yeah, until it takes a while for it all to sink in. It does take a while. Certainly to
So you have to feel
digest the information.
you feel like you
Yeah.
have to be re-educated, or for instance, what Douglas has revealed is something a person going to college or high school or in school in Japan or
Mhm.
in other regions they would actually know or learn are things that we would never learn, because the
Yeah.
purveyors of our history are already biased and want us to know what their reality is. So-
Yeah, exactly. No, exactly. And that's the thing. It's basically everything is bowed down to like a form of rationale where people can just, everything in this world, especially I think it's part of the Western culture, just from the way they like to pretend nothing wrong or bad is going on, when in reality they're ignoring what the truth is, people like to just ignore everything. And like with World War II, nobody can articulate World War II. You ask anyone about World War II, they only present the information in a soundbite. So we just like a 1 or 2 word phrase, they'll say we won. But you ask them about any of the history, they can't explain anything of World War II. And that's how you know they know nothing. They're literally just living in an alternative paradigm compared to the rest of the world. And
Right.
I find that a lot with this culture. But I also very strongly recommend that what Douglas actually teaches should be included in academia, in terms of if people actually learn what Douglas is teaching people, just on a moral compass point of view, all these bad things in the world, it will be reduced significantly. The things of these pathological racism, it would not exist if everyone just incorporated what Douglas is teaching in the first place. Then you would have an understanding. You'd understand where you come from, and you understand that about why it's, because the best way I could describe it is the company I work for, they talk about highly of inclusion, and it's not inclusive or inclusion at all. But if you actually incorporate everything that Douglas teaches you, you would find there'll be less racist people on this earth in terms of the pathological racism. That's what I'm talking about, in the negative sense. And you will actually get a proper understanding about where your place is in this world. What I'm trying to say is the world would be a far better place if we actually incorporated what he is actually teaching you. And then there wouldn't be all this, there wouldn't, for certain crime, this pathological racism and discrimination, all that will be out the window. And you have to understand that and get that into, but the thing is, it's hard to get that message out there to people, because ultimately what you find, the people that are all these so-called, when you find about all these gang stalkers, they want to promote racism, they want to promote pathological racism. And so when that is why they're so heavily against Douglas as well. You note that from everything, because everything Douglas is saying is all in the positive sense, and what they want to promote is the negative sense, and that's the way they, or especially all these white supremacists, that's the world they want to live in. They want to live in a world where freedom of speech, where they can say whatever they want and get away with it, and they want to be able to say whatever they want about any other ethnos, any other ethnicity. They want to be able to get away with saying it. They want to be homophobic. And do you understand what I'm saying? But if people that listen to Douglas, you get an education, and that's what it's all about. The only way the world can move forward in a liberal, progressive way is to actually listen to it and understand what Douglas is actually teaching you. And it's something I've always stood by myself, and that's why I'm here.
Yeah.
And so I hope that makes sense. I'm rambling on a little bit.
No, you're doing great.
Get some water in me because my brain is being dehydrated. So yeah, sorry, beg your pardon. 2 seconds, Viviana.
Oh, no problem.
Yeah, but carry on, please. If you have anything to respond to that, thank you.
Well, I always loved his old timeline, and every day he had a teachable moment with his art, as well as either documents that he wanted to correlate. And my favorite was always the one it was, what is that called? It was kind of like what you would see in the war room in that movie with the Space Odyssey or something. But it was the dynamic German, what is it called? It's like when they go in, but they have a council, and then they had the Nazi, the Nazi symbol, which is the oh my god, I'm sorry, my brain.
Is it the Die Force? You're on about the Black Sun?
No. It was like the council, like we see these councils still to this day in government, but it was a dynamic of the German in World War II, and their council. It was like a really great photo, and so I miss all those historical pieces that you could always go back and reference. So I'm so glad that you saved that.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I've archived them and preserved them. Are you on about the Tool Society, the Tool or Vril? Are you on about that?
Mm-hmm. No, I think it was an actual photo of the way that the War Council in the German time, and where they met and where they delegated and how they had the room set up. And I was just intrigued by that. I think that was one of my favorite photos that I think was part of the archive.
Oh, right. Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
I can't quite remember what they call it, though, but we still see it today, like in the United Nations, the setup of the room, they kind of have the
War Office.
Yeah, the War Office. Is that what it's called?
The Department of War Office. Most probably. I'm trying to just recollect what your actually references for me to actually to give you a specific
answer. Well, just envision the UN. You know how they have that set up?
Yes.
And then they all sit around the round table. Well, in this other depiction, it was more of a.
I know. Yeah.
Part of a square.
I know exactly what you're on about. Yeah. I know exactly which image you're on about. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, very
okay, yeah. No. So I search for that. If you could send that to me, I would appreciate it. That was my favorite one. And I remember reading it in TAN. It's really kind of an education just to read Douglas and how he writes, because he's going into the proper terminology and linguistics from origin and such. So it always took me like 2 reads to get something, or still not in jest, but you can get tracked off just in trying to go understand a word, which increases your understanding from the core, which I always appreciated in all his work, of course. Now it's gone, so I'm glad you saved it.
Yeah, that's all right. No, you're welcome. And yeah, it does. It takes an enormous amount of investment. It requires it. It's a requirement to invest time and effort into this. It's like any education. When you basically want to get a qualification, so to speak, at the end of it, you have to undergo all the education necessary in order to qualify. So it's the same with any form of information. If you want to disseminate it in its entirety, it does require an enormous amount of investment, and it requires context. Most things in this world cannot be presented within a soundbite, which is what most people try to present. So yeah, it does take a while. it was very hard for me because, I've spoken to Douglas about this. It was one time I remember, and this individual, we despise him, MEMqəd-Dy, I believe that's his name, if I'm pronouncing it correctly. He asked me once, could you please present about the 1,000-year Reich in exile? And at that point in time, it was during COVID and, during the lockdown restrictions. And I was like, how the hell would I go about doing that? Because I've never presented that publicly at that point in time. But how am I going to present that? Whilst people how are they going to learn to accept that? Because this is decades of propaganda. They've been fed this form of indoctrination. They're fed to hate them. This is a form of this indoctrination. They just have a pathological phobia, fear of this ideology of these people.
Yeah. Is that what Ian just?
How would you go about presenting that? And it's like with the Hakenkreuz. How am I going to present the swastika? I've never done so, but how are you going to present out there when it's regarded under the West as a symbol of hate speech? Like, how can you do that without them trying to perceive me and try to claim that, George must be a quote unquote a Nazi? And it's at that point in time when that individual asked me to do that, it was very like, well, how am I going to go about doing that? I slowly brought it out, and I think people started to understand it a bit more. But you can't turn your head away from it. You can't. Once you understand that, it makes perfect sense. It makes perfect sense. It's one of those things. I would love to undergo a polygraph test. I would love to undergo one of these tests just to prove I'm telling the truth. And it's not something that I'm making up. Everything is vetted and verifiable. So that's where people, they live within their fantasy matrix, and they shudder away once they hear this information, because they realize that makes a lot of logical sense. And so how do you go about it? Turns up their paradigm. It opens up Pandora's box to these people, and their lives get turned upside down. And so they have to learn to accept it, or they could just they turn to looking the other way and just walking away from it. This is how the people respond to it.
Yeah, it's too big. It has to, because I have to do the work to reprogram. Unfortunately, when we were just talking about consciousness.
Yeah.
It's kind of like we're in this dull state. I actually was reading the Word, and I found like there's this part about Pharaoh's confusion. And I feel like we're in this state of massive confusion in that. But we want things simple in our humanistic, reality, and, give us pictures and sound bites and make it make sense for the moment so that I can continue on. I don't necessarily need to digest. But the one thing I do like about sound bites is it stimulates, especially a short attention spanner.
This is what Twitter is for. Yeah, thank you.
To consider something at least, because you have to start somewhere. So like say an affluential leader or someone with a good voice of recognition or displays their understanding, such as you, even in a soundbite, can at least project one little thing that can disrupt another person's entire understanding of the whole concept. And then it will kind of jiggernaut them to be like, oh, well, that's interesting. Maybe I could look more into that or something. You know what I mean? Because then it will trigger other people's interest.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And I think some of the most, one of the things that brings true credibility to myself is the fact that when people try to go into like a form of a debate, you can't debate or refute facts. People are entitled to their opinion, but they're not entitled to their own facts. But the one thing that brings credibility to myself is I don't respond emotionally to when people are trying to deny what I'm saying. And I just say to them, well, this is what your government believes. And I've got the verifiable evidence to back it up with, and I just present it. And this is one of the most comprehensible, you should say methods or tactics to use in order to make people aware. I remember I had a comment once for one of my good old friends who I grew up with. He goes, because I was talking about the 1,000-year Reich on the moon, and he goes to me, he responded in the comment section underneath my post on Facebook, and he goes, George, I would love to have a debate with you about this. You know, he says he knows people that truly believe, and this is his words he used. He goes, they truly believe that there are extraterrestrials on the moon. There are moon bases on the moon.
Hello.
Yes.
Hello.
Peter Moon is joining us, and he wanted to say hello to Viviana before it got too late.
Well, I want to say hello to George as well.
Yes.
Hello, Peter. Nice to speak to you.
Hello,
Yes,
Peter.
and Viviana, did you hear all the nice things I said about you last night?
Last night? Oh, I'm so sorry I didn't. I'll go back though. Thank you.
You should.
Yes.
You should.
I
Because
was blissfully asleep.
I even wrote to some person on Facebook who I thought might be you, but it wasn't. Their name was something Sanchez. So,
Oh.
but friend me on Facebook.
Oh, I'm no longer on Facebook. I was your friend on Facebook, but I deactivated it.
Okay, then send me your email.
Okay, I sure will.
But basically what I said is I thought it was very good that you quoted scripture, and I'm not a scripture fan myself, but I thought it was very good that you quoted it because it neutralizes certain things, and of a satanic nature, like you did with Daniel Arola. You neutralized him.
Yes.
You're aware of that, right?
No, I really don't understand that because I didn't have a clear understanding where Daniel Arola was coming from.
It doesn't matter. It's like your divine goodness, or whatever you want to say, holiness or whatever, just chucked him out of the cauldron.
Yes, he evaded Viviana. I remember that. He was on the chat and he evaded from forever at that point.
Yes. He definitely was trying to gaslight you, and you would have none of it, and you didn't even let it disturb you, and that destroyed him.
We talk about it. Douglas and I mention it not infrequently.
Yeah.
So
okay. Well, I could see there. Because we all experienced what was happening to Douglas, so it was such a strange. And I don't want to ever get into between relationships, but I felt like I was getting in between this relationship. But I didn't even realize that Daniel was basically just really at war.
Yes, he is. He is. He originally approached me, as many people do, saying that they're satanic ritual abuse survivors. And in some cases, they go through many fluctuations, like Christine Joanna Hart, before at least she semi-stabilized with Aquino's death. Others never do. And when it comes to Daniel Arola, he approached me as a distant relation of Michael Aquino, that he was related to him through President Aquino of the Philippines. So he was really an Aquino. And that was something he asked me never to share with anyone in the past, but then he outed himself. And that was always for the best, because he was definitely a very evil person who delighted in tormenting others. And so Brianna Rond, who is Viviana Sanchez, has provided her email in the chat room. I will provide that to, I will give her your email. I'll just, now that I have her email, I'll email her your email, Peter. And so,
okay.
That's what I'll do. And
thank you, Peter. I appreciate.
Yes, I also feel that the role you provide here, whether subconsciously or not, is like a vigilant watchdog.
In the most positive sense, yes. As opposed to the Laura Lee Solomon sense, where it's neurotic.
Well, and controlling and all that, but yeah, because it was just really good, and George's and George and Ian's contribution, I appreciate too, because George is like strictly informational.
Yeah, thank you, Doug. Thank you, Peter.
It's not emotional; it's informational.
It's very professional.
It presented very, very well. Ian comes up with interesting information as well. It's from a different angle. Well, sometimes it's really incredible to hear some of the things he talks about underground Disney and whatnot. Perhaps more fringe, but nevertheless.
Well, something's going on. Disney's suing DeSantis, so there's something going on with the power struggle there, for real.
Yeah, I would like some time with Ian, if it's on his schedule, as far as being awake in Australia, to do a whole thing on, to take Disney from, day one to present.
Oh, believe it or not, he's in a worse place than Australia. Ian's in Florida in the middle of the Swanee Swamp, which he thinks is Eden, which means the rest of the world is hell.
Florida's a mixed bag indeed. I lived there for over 7 years.
Oh my God.
I enjoyed it very much. It exposed me, it acculturated me to the East Coast a little bit.
Yeah.
And I enjoyed it. And I think the area I was in was pretty nice. It wasn't swamp country, for sure.
Yeah. Well, Ian's got gators that come into his apartment every once in a while.
Well, you always have gators. You see them in the parks. That's always an awareness. Yeah. Usually small ones, but yeah, that's a constant awareness of gators. But I seldom, if ever, saw one.
Cool. And so definitely, Ian, thank you for what you do, and George, of course. Yeah.
Which is right now sleeping, apparently.
No, he's there. He's saying thank you, Peter. He actually entered comments. It's in the chat. It's a text box. It's in the text box here in Skype.
Oh, the text box. Okay, yeah. I see. I was looking in the chat.
He's saying thank you, Peter, and he's acknowledging that Florida is a mixed bag, a toolkit full of nuts and bolts in terms of So we've got about 6 minutes remaining. I'd say maybe, realistically 5. Let's make it 4 or 5 just to be safe. By all means, Peter, say good morning to our listeners. I'd like you all to say good morning to our listeners along with Peter.
Good morning and goodbye for the morning. Go back and listen to the beginning of the show if you haven't.
Yes, good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us.
And thank you also, Peter, for your contribution. I will forever enjoy hanging out with you and Douglas during your brandy cigar hours.
Yes.
I really enjoy that. It's like a man vibe. I like it.
Yes, it is delightful. And
well, no, it's you're also contributing, so I just appreciate that as well.
Yeah.
And I want to say thank you, Peter. Sorry. I want to say thank you, Peter. I've learned a lot. I've learned a lot from yourself, Peter, especially the other transmission. I think previous 2 or 3 transmissions ago, speaking of Aleister Crowley, I learned a lot from yourself listening to yourself regarding Aleister Crowley. So I do appreciate that. So thank you so much.
Okay, well, we'll keep going.
Yes, and do us a favor, George, and when we're back on Wednesday, just continue on the subject. Make a note to say that you were talking about your friend he wanted to debate you about the moon.
Oh, yes. Thank you, Douglas. Yes, I'm more than happy to go into that.
George?
Yes, Peter.
When we get into the moon and moon conspiracy, I used to sell a book. I'll tell the story of it maybe online. And the book is online. I can probably send it to you, or I can probably find it.